Undefeated God of War. Volume 1. Chapter 001, The Ultimate Retainer. Chapter 001, The Ultimate Retainer. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Foreword. Endless roads, countless stars sparkling across the horizon. Boundless oceans. A world where the powerful travel on long journeys, where heroes arise. Dreams, wealth, secret treasures, power. They all belong there. Chapter 1, The Ultimate Retainer. Tian was the same as usual, standing lazily on the training grounds. Looking at those young and pure faces, he snorted. It was the first time the youths had come to Andrew Academy's training grounds. Andrew Academy was Star Wind City's top 10th academy. Even though the facilities on the training grounds were incomparable to the number 1 Heaven Dawn establishment, they could still be considered a first-rate facility. Furthermore, it was the first practical lesson for the new students, and they were brimming with curiosity. Everything that is written on the textbooks that you have all studied before, I have already explained thoroughly. From today onwards, other than theory classes, majority of your time will be spent here on the training grounds. If any of you dream of entering a better academy, studying and training diligently is the only way. Always remember, there are no shortcuts to success. Cultivating will forever be dull and tedious, never believe in luck. Masterson solemnly said, as his voice echoed through the training grounds. Eagerness and anticipation filled the young students' eyes. Today, our syllabus is to practice the fundamentals of sword arts. Martial arts are useless if one simply studies the theory but neglects actual practice. However, before you all begin to practice on your own, your senior Tang Tian will demonstrate once. Senior Tang Tian is Andrew Academy's most outstanding and skilled martial arts fundamentals expert, who even I am unable to compete with. It will do you all well to watch and focus on what a perfect swordsmanship foundation looks like. Shua, all the youths turned their gazes to Tang Tian. In the eyes of many, the slacker status changed for the better. Tang Tian was cool and distant. Tang Tian, please begin. Masterson instructed. Oh. Tang Tian responded with a sigh, and walked to the sword box in the corner and pulled out a wooden sword. Once he held the wooden sword, Tang Tian's eyes instantly gleamed with sharpness and turned serious, with the previous laziness gone in a flash. With his left leg pulled half a step back, his waist slightly lowered and his right elbow tucked in, Tang Tian raised the sword tip to eye level. His waist was slightly deviated, his elbow was relaxed like a spring, and his wrist did not move an inch. See? A shrilling sound rang through the clear air. Andrew Academy's fundamental sword art strike. Many youths subconsciously cheered in amusement. Many of them actually had no interest in the fundamental sword art techniques. As the name implied, the fundamental sword techniques aimed to build a student's foundation, and were considered the lowest stage of the sword art technique. It was normal for the youths to have no interest in them. Yet when they saw Tang Tian execute the fundamental sword techniques, each stroke looked simple, but was performed with grace and strength. In a split second, he had won the hearts of the youths. Tang Tian's focus was at its peak, moving one foot swiftly forward, his shoulders were poised and unmoved, yet his arms were like ropes. When they suddenly trembled, the wood sword struck the floor. Woo! The sound broke the silence, and people tensed. The fundamental moves of the sword art technique generally have a much shorter range than those of the saber art, but stronger explosive force. As Tang Tian demonstrated the main points of strike incisively and vividly, the youths could actually see the wooden sword's flexibility in the air. The youths once again gasped in amazement. Masterson was already used to it. He looked at Tang Tian standing on the training grounds, and although he had seen him practice over and over again, every time he witnessed Tang Tian practice, it would always take his breath away. Masterson even claimed that his mastery of the fundamental sword art techniques could not be compared to Tang Tian, and was very humble. Raise, block, draw. Tang Tian's movements were like the clouds in flowing water. With a peaceful mind, he did not hesitate in the middle. His movements were poised, graceful, and yet, with strength. When he finished his last movement, the entire training grounds fell silent. Tang Tian went back to his lazy facial expression, and threw the wooden sword away. As if the sword had eyes, it fell into the sword container at the corner. The students cheered. Wow! That was amazing! The fundamental sword art techniques are actually this powerful. Too cool! Too beautiful! So cool! Tang Tian Sr. is so manly. Senior, please be with me. The eyes of the female students glimmered in the crowd. Tang Tian had a big stature. With this fundamental sword art techniques, it made him look perfect, without any ounce of clumsiness, leaving all to think he was coordinated as well as flexible. Tang Tian was still indifferent. Che, what ignorance! So what if your fundamental sword techniques are perfect? You didn't manage to pass the final exams for 5 consecutive years. This cool Tang Tian Sr. was already learning these fundamental sword techniques when my brother began studying at Andrews. Phew, my brother is already about to graduate. This youth clamored in the crowd. A deep silence followed, and the gazes which were originally filled with admiration quickly changed to a stare. There were rumors about a student who was the ultimate retainer in Andrew Academy, and everyone knew about this laughingstock. Many came with the intention to ask about this, but never did they think that the ultimate retainer would be the one standing in front of them, the invincible Tang Tian Sr. He knew it would turn out like this. Tang Tian pouted. Matters like this happened every year. He had already gotten used to it. Yet he still passed an unfriendly glare to the rascal with a weird young temperament. Your brother probably hasn't told you, but I have beaten him up before. Tang Tian had already decided to settle the score with that fellow after class, but maybe he did not have to wait for so long. Tang Tian squinted, in an ill-speaking tone. Who gave you permission to be distracted from class time? Oh yes, I forgot to tell all of you, I am the assistant of Masterson, and I am in charge of your revision. Anyone who does not practice well, I am willing to let into combat. You, yes you, want to come out and spar? Tang Tian pointed at the boy with sarcastic remarks. His fist was kneaded up so tightly it made caw sounds. The boy's face turned pale immediately and he suddenly remembered Tang Tian's reputation. He kept quiet and ran to a side and started to practice. The other students observed, and hurriedly began practicing with clumsy movements. At the same time, Masterson noted, if you have any questions, feel free to consult Tang Tian Sr. Practice hard, don't be lazy. Tang Tian, keep an eye on their practice session. Yes. Tang Tian shouted. Masterson nodded his head in satisfaction, and turned to leave. No one came up all the way until the class ended. Tang Tian was slightly disappointed as he groaned and went away. Once the lesson ended, everybody gathered around the boy. Quickly tell us, you only managed to say half of it earlier. Yeah. The boy said arrogantly, this Tang Tian Sr. is the legend of Andrew Academy. Andrew Academy has always been known to bring forward one's graduation, so who would retain? However, our Tang Tian Sr. stayed, and now he stayed, let me count, 5 years, a total of 5 years. Think about it, to stay in Andrew Academy for 5 years, what kind of thoughts would come to mind? He is definitely the first one to ever do that. Why would he stay for so long? Someone could not help but ask, even if he could not make it to a prestigious academy, a normal one should still be easy. The gossip made the youths more energetic, you know why? Well, our Tang Tian Sr. did not manage to learn any higher-ranked martial techniques in these 5 years. He only managed to master the fundamental martial techniques. In these 5 years, what can fundamental martial techniques do? If you want to be a chef, you got to know more than just a thing or two about the knives. If you want to attend a higher-class restaurant, you got to have the set of humility at the back of your palms to attain a higher level of skills. To be a bartender at a nightclub, not only do you need the higher level of skills, you also need connections. Without those, people will not even bother to look at you twice. You tell me, what are fundamental martial techniques for? Even the lousiest school would have taught at least rank 2 martial techniques. The gossip burned like fuel with the youths. One of them acted professional and said, fundamental martial techniques are a cultivator's foundation, as long as you learn them, it's sufficient. The earlier you start cultivating rank 2 martial techniques, the better. That is the right way to do it. Those prestigious schools have produced genius students who could cultivate a higher level of martial techniques at a tender age. If you are 14 years old and have learned rank 2 martial techniques, then you can be enlisted into a normal academy. To be 14 years of age and have completed rank 3 martial techniques, you can enter a better academy. And at 14 years, if you can master all 3 ranks of martial techniques, you can enter a prestigious academy. I have heard of that before too. Someone spoke out. But, I am 13 this year, I want to enter a prestigious academy. Someone said frustratedly. Keep dreaming, be realistic, you should be happy to be able to enter a somewhat better academy. Seeing others who agreed with him, the boy who was gossiping became more arrogant. But the fundamental martial techniques do have their own use. If you don't learn them well, you will never be able to practice rank 2 martial techniques. But seeing how arrogant he had become, a person stood out and laughed coldly. Hey, but I heard that our senior does not favor boys and only trusts girls. Knowing you did not respect him today, you better be on your toes, lest he finds some trouble with you. The gossiping boy's face turned dull as he remembered the glare Tang Tian had given him. His heart trembled. The others became more curious and asked away, doesn't he only know the fundamental martial techniques? Why is he still so proud? The boy laughed coldly and said, "You all saw it just now, with his caliber, he has no problem fighting 1 against 3. He's used to fighting and acting out on anger, whoever pisses him off will receive a huge beating. Other than Masterson, he doesn't even give the other teachers face. Even the strongest in our school would not be able to hold a candle to him. Are you speaking the truth? He's that fierce?" A few of them did not believe him at all. He has a good physique and is ferocious, as though bleeding is a routine part of his life. I've seen people stronger than him, but his ferociousness, it's truly on another level. Currently, he's won every fight he's been in, and even in his hardest fight so far, it still ended up with the both of them being injured, and not him losing. And those fights were against popular seniors. One of the students warned, "You lot best not be disturbing him." All of them withdrew their necks, and many threw pitying gazes towards the gossiping youth, who had a pale complexion. On the faces of the girls who were originally starstruck, the adoring gazes were already disappearing from their eyes, some even held a bit of disdain, some showed sympathy, while others outrightly gave a disgusted expression, while engaging in whispers. "So he is an idiot, he almost tricked me, that body sure is sturdy though. He's a ruffian, so upsetting, nobody likes such coarse and vulgar guys, Aya, this world is so cruel, dreams are shattered just as quickly as they are formed. Hee, Shaughnessy has the hots for him." The new student who had been talking could not bear it and said, "Save it, stop dreaming. He might only be a retainer, but he wouldn't fancy you all." "Based on what?" "Che, if he didn't have such a good physique, I wouldn't even bother giving him a second look." One of the shrewish girls had a look of contempt. The new student looked at the girl with even more contempt. "Other people can't be bothered with you. Your entire being is not even worth a single hair on Miss Qianhui. He already has Miss Qianhui in his eyes, how would he even notice you? Lady Qianhui." Some of the female students couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Shangguang Qianhui was a legendary figure of Star Wind City, and was the idol of all the girls and the ideal love of the boys. Her beauty was unparalleled. While she was warm and pleasant, she also achieved top scores in the entry test to Andrew Academy. Having been admitted to Andrew Academy, she had dominated the first position, and due to her existence, Andrew Academy had risen in the ranks. Last year, when she left Andrew Academy, the academy had dropped in ranking instantly. The girl stopped talking. If she dared to even speak badly of Miss Qianhui, at least half the audience here would step up to pummel her. Why would Miss Qianhui have anything to do with this guy with no potential? Some girls could not believe it. The boy also wore a complicated expression as he shook his head and sighed, "I would like to know as well. Let me tell you, because of the threat of Miss Qianhui, not a single expert dares to provoke him." Although it had already been a year since Miss Qianhui left the academy, her legacy still remained. In the office, Masterson stood by the window, watching the entire scene unfold. Not a hint of emotion could be detected within those deep blue eyes of his, yet he sighed lightly in his heart. In this world, not everyone could be equally lucky. He adored Tang Tian, and this led to him constantly worrying about him. Tang Tian was already 17 years of age. Hanging around a group of youths aged between 13 and 14 was like a countdown for him. At Tang Tian's age, he should be in his graduation year. Moving on the next year, he will be too old to stay in the school. That meant that Tang Tian will be forced to enter the real adult life. The worrying thing was, with Tang Tian's potential, it was impossible to find a job that could sustain him. No one would recruit someone who only knew basic swordsmanship. If he knew rank 2 martial techniques, he could at least have a low income, which wouldn't be so bad. Although the days ahead would be tough and difficult, at least he could live his life out. If only he had 10% of Qianhui's talent, that would be good. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 002, Bronze Plate. Chapter 002, Bronze Plate. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The sky was still dark and Tang Tian awoke. Casually washing up, Tang Tian turned on the lights and sat down at the table. He unfolded a piece of paper, buried his head down and began writing. "Qianhui, how have you been? I miss you so much. Everything has been well for me, please don't be worried. A new semester has started, and I am still in the position of Masterson's teaching assistant in his sword class. Without you here, I feel quite bored. Everyone looks down on me, I dislike them all. Recently Masterson's body hasn't been doing so well. He is a good man, and I wish that he will be healthy forever. How is Uncle Yu? Please help me say hi to him. I really wish to be able to see the immortal constellation nebula waterfall that you spoke of. I can't imagine how spectacular that will be. I am still persevering in my training. It might still take a long time, but I won't give up." After writing so much, it was all about the daily things of life. Carefully folding the letter, Tang Tian sealed it in an envelope. Carefully writing the address, Immortal Constellation Rainbow City, Street 15, by Hung Establishment, 3rd year A class Shangguang Qian Hui, to receive. Finishing up, he took out the air postage stamp to Heaven's Road that he had prepared previously, and stuck it on the envelope. After doing everything, he got up again, and went to the courtyard. The morning air brought a peaceful chill to people's heart. Tang Tian extended out a hand and a leg, holding them there until his muscles started trembling, before changing his position, prepared for a day of training. What he was practicing was the fundamental fist arts. Tian, basically boxing. After practicing for almost a year, his mastery of the fundamental fist arts was close to perfection. The fundamental fist arts consisted of 3 movements: cross, jabs and hooks. The cross punch releases a lot of strength, deep, firm and fierce power. Jabs are light and fast punches that match the pacing of the feet. Hooks lie between both the cross and jab, with more emphasis on the angle. Every basic move looks simple, but when those moves were produced by Tang Tian, they were graceful. This was after practicing over 1,000 times, performed to perfection. In a state of concentration, Tang Tian tediously practiced, not even once letting a look of tiredness show on his face. Soon, he was sweating everywhere, drenching his clothes, bean-sized drops of sweat trickling down his neck. Looking closely, there was dull vapor rising from his entire body. Repeatedly practicing the moves over and over again, stopping once in a while to ponder on the moves, but quickly diving back into practice. Time slowly passed by, and as the sun rose, the cold air started to disperse. Tang Tian was too absorbed in his training. Suddenly, an alarm rang, and Tang Tian stopped what he was doing. Time was up. Who? In the courtyard, with incomplete and heavy gasps for breaths, Tang Tian bent down with both hands on his knees, bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from his chin to the floor. Whenever he practiced, he would be overly concentrated with no feelings, which caused him to be drained out and momentarily lost after he stopped. 5 minutes later, Tang Tian recovered from his daze. He straightened his body, lifted his weak knees and walked towards the corner of the courtyard where a pond lay. The pond was filled with water. Tang Tian walked over to the pond, and with a splash, he fell into the pond. The pond water sent a chill to the bones so early in the morning. The moment he fell into the pond, he quivered. He pulled back his lips and looked as though he was in pain. Slowly, he adapted to the coldness of the water, and about 2 minutes later, his body had completely adapted to the cold water. He sat cross-legged and focused on mental cultivation. Having stayed in the Andrew Academy for 5 years, his fundamental mental cultivation art was perfect. A fundamental mental cultivation art required essence, and as long as there was perseverance, it could be mastered within 1 to 2 years. Tang Tian did not have a strong essence and therefore used an average of 5 years, but he did not slack until the fundamental mental cultivation art was perfected. He soon started to look for a rank 2 mental cultivation art. However, Andrew Academy only focused on the fundamental mental cultivation arts. To learn a rank 2 mental cultivation art, there was a need to enter another academy. Yet Tang Tian did not want to waste any time, hence he looked around. Master Sun noted Tang Tian's plight and invited him to be his teaching assistant. In return, he gave Tang Tian The Secrets of Cultivating Qi, a bronze grade rank 2 spirit card. Tang Tian then began cultivating the rank 2 mental cultivation art. The Secrets of Cultivating Qi was suitable for one who was involved in martial arts while not having a strong essence, as its only merit was strengthening Qi. The Secrets of Cultivating Qi, which Tang Tian owned, could be mastered fast, as the low-level martial techniques were simpler, focusing on perseverance. There was not a need for many techniques. The warm and strengthened Qi dispersed to each corner of the body, removing the coldness, and allowing the fatigued body to recover quickly. Tang Tian opened his eyes after an hour. His fatigue had washed away, and he felt rejuvenated. Yet he did not get up straight away. Instead, he laid half of his body in the water, and gazed at the blue sky. What could Qian Hui be doing now? His eyes turned gentle, but very quickly, his gaze returned to its usual self and he took off the bronze plate around his neck. The bronze plate was connected to a few of the red strings, one which was tied on by his mother, the other by Qian Hui. When Qian Hui was in Star Wind City, she would tie a new red string on the bronze plate for Tang Tian every year. The size of the bronze plate was similar to a coin. In terms of appearance, it looked old. On one side of the plate was a picture of the word 10, on the other side was a meandering river. The river looked as though there were millions of stars shimmering. Just below the river was a line of numbers. It was gray in color, but the color had faded, making it impossible to see. Tang Tian had worn this bronze plate since he was a child, but it was only in the recent years he noticed the numbers. He also noticed the numbers would change from time to time when he started cultivating the fundamental martial techniques. He was absolutely curious about the new findings on the bronze plate. Despite being carefree, he was not stupid. Very quickly, he found out the pattern for the numbers changing on the bronze plate. Each time he made progress on a fundamental martial technique, the numbers would jump. From that day onwards, he realized that the mom he used to think was ordinary didn't seem so ordinary anymore. It dawned upon him that he did not know much about his mom's death. And the bastard who abandoned her. Robin, abandoned as in he was her husband. Tang Tian was filled with desire to know the truth. He desired to solve the mystery. The bronze plate was the only clue he had on hand. He started cultivating the fundamental martial techniques to stare at the changes on the bronze plate. When he mastered the fundamental sword arts, the numbers stopped jumping. So Tang Tian started trying different things. He tried to cultivate rank 2 martial arts, but the numbers did not move until he changed to cultivate the fundamental fist arts, where the numbers started to jump again. It was the fundamental martial techniques that would make the numbers jump. 1 year after another, the fundamental martial techniques changed again and again. The numbers jumped from 100,000 to 200,000. It rose continuously. Whilst there was no reaction from the bronze plate, the gazes he received from the people in his surrounding gradually changed. There were all kinds of ridicule coming at Tang Tian. From an Andrew Academy student, he became a retainer, then he became the ultimate retainer. Tang Tian was just like how he was 5 years ago. The numbers kept changing. 999,400, Robin, current number. Tang Tian put the bronze plate back on his neck, but he failed to notice that the gray-colored numbers started to glow ever so lightly. Tang Tian jumped out of the pond, wiped himself dry, and wore a set of new clothes. He picked up the letter on the table that was meant for Qian Hui and left the house. His house was located far from the Andrew Academy, and there were very few people walking in the early morning. There was only one place that handled airmail to Heaven's Road in Star Wind City, and that was the post office at the southern side of the city. Tang Tian's speed was not slow. He had long mastered the fundamentals of the light body arts, and was able to keep his upper body still and yet swiftly move his legs in a rhythm. Each time he took a big step, 3 small steps followed, and this repeated again and again. As it was too early, the post office had not opened yet. Tang Tian then placed the letter in the post box located just outside the office. Immortal Constellation was so far away. It should take about 3 months before Qian Hui receives his letter. He looked up to the sky and felt peaceful. A grin showed up on his face and he turned to walk towards the academy. When Tang Tian arrived at the academy, a group of people were gathered outside the academy such that not even a drop of water could get through. Tang Tian knitted his brows. He was in charge of the day's sword arts class, and it was not rude for him to be late. However, he was very thankful for Master Tsun's help and concern. Therefore, when he worked, he became very serious, and he was never late. It was a huge difference as compared to him being a student attending classes. Excuse me, dot. He separated the crowd. The students who got pushed aside were ready to yell, but when they saw it was Tang Tian, they immediately retreated back. Gu Xiaoyu, I will let you off if you kowtow to me. A boy with an extremely arrogant demeanor, looking as if his nose were pointing straight towards the sky, was standing in the center of the crowd. The boy's clothes were exquisite, and the material was of a pretty good quality, looking like he came from a well-off family. Next to him were a few boys with strong builds, whose faces were full of ridicule. In front of them was a skinny boy who laid on his stomach, with his body bent. He seemed to be in pain. Kowtow. Quick, it's time for class. Darn, seems like we didn't hit him enough. A few of the thugs scolded. Tang Tian was disgusted with what he saw. Although he was a tyrant in Andrew Academy, he never indulged in bullying the young and the weak. Most importantly, these people blocked off the entire entrance, causing a jam. It was only a few minutes to class. Are you new here? Tang Tian stood out with an unfriendly glare. Get away. My goodness, you must have garnered all your courage. Just mind your own business, will you? The head of the youths mocked. Tang Tian knew that if he were to dwell in this, he would definitely be late. He could not be bothered to say another word, and so, in a flash, he set his foot precisely 1 centimeter to the side, and dashed to the leader of the youths. With fear in the leader's eyes, Tang Tian grabbed hold of his throat and clenched it tightly. Just like how a chicken was carried, he lifted up the guy with one hand by the neck. The suffocation caused the youth to black out. Stop it. How dare you attack? You're dead. The boys with strong builds panicked and rushed over. Tang Tian had rich fighting experience. He whirled up his hands to hit the man without looking, and then he bashed up the other boys. In a split second, the others were defeated. Ultimately, Tang Tian is the most ferocious. But of course, he's an old-school tyrant. It's different every year. If he doesn't clean up the mess, the new groups of people will never know who's the biggest here. Speaking of which, our academy's characteristic ain't too bad. If tyrant Tang Tian can't be gone, it is to keep the academy composed and to ward off evil spirits. Tang Tian did not even look at the bunch of boys lying on the floor and hurriedly rushed over to the training grounds. As soon as he stepped foot in the training grounds, the alarm rang. Phew! Tang Tian let out a long sigh. He took a short glance at the students of the Sword SRTS class. After yesterday's gossiping, Tang Tian's infamous name had already spread, and all the students looked cautious at him. He faked a cough and waved, "Let's start practicing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 003, Mad Bull I Am Oli. Chapter 003, Mad Bull I Am Oli. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian, come and spar with me. A thunderous voice came from the gates of the school, waking up Tang Tian, who was taking a rest under the scorching sun at the training grounds. Practice class was coming to an end. After correcting a few of the students' mistakes, Tang Tian realized the students did not have the heart to practice fundamental martial arts, and could not care about it either. Thus, he found a place where the sun shined, and slept. So irritating, Tang Tian muttered before he went back to sleep. Tang Tian, you are a coward. Quick, come out and spar with me. The thunderous voice roared through the training grounds once again. The students who were practicing fundamental martial arts all gave Tang Tian a weird stare. Could Senior Tang Tian have gotten himself into some sort of trouble? There was only one person, a tall and sturdy man, that crashed into the training grounds like a bull. He kept cursing, darting his eyes around, looking for something or someone. The students jumped in fear. With such audacity, he dared to barge into the training grounds. Yet the moment some of the students noticed the symbol marked on the man, they could not help but cry out in alarm. The Beast Academy. All the new students' expressions changed. The Beast Academy held a much higher ranking in Star Wind City of being the third best academy, compared to Andrew Academy, which held the 10th position. It was no surprise that the color drained from the students' faces. The Beast Academy had always been in competition with Andrew Academy. Though they were not considered enemies, they were definitely not allies. Furthermore, what caused the teachers at Andrew Academy to be embarrassed was that Andrew Academy declined this year and the Beast Academy managed to soar with flying colors. They managed to produce several top-notch students, and they were all highly ranked. The Beast Academy excelled in combat training. Within its academy, if there was a fight that broke out, the academy would not stop it from happening. Instead, they encouraged such behaviors. Therefore, the students they fostered were all brave and strong. Ordinary academy students would seem much weaker when sparring with them. The students from the Beast Academy dared to barge into Andrew Academy. It was too ridiculous. "Ha, Tang Tian, I finally caught you. Come, don't make me wait, let's spar and I shall give you a taste of Emoli's fist." The man's thunderous laugh roared through the training grounds. "Ah, Emoli, that mad bull." Someone in the crowd gasped. "Who is Emoli? Is he very famous?" A new student asked curiously. Swallowing his saliva, the new student feared Emoli, yet he could not stop staring at him and said, "He's a second-year student at the Beast Academy, with the bearing of a barbarian. He has outstanding body features. He has a penchant for fighting and is considered one of the top fighters in the Beast Academy. Senior Tang Tian has gotten himself into serious trouble this time." "Is he that strong?" "He is ranked 7th in the entire Beast Academy," the student stated. Everyone gasped. He was ranked 7th in the entire Beast Academy. Only the top 10 in Andrew Academy were good enough to spar with him, and that did not include Tang Tian. "Shit!" someone blurted subconsciously. Many of them could not bear to watch the scene. Getting trampled on by students from an opposing school was too humiliating. Yet they still wanted to witness the entire humiliating scene, but quite a few of the students were regretting, why did they have to attend the day's class? Emoli towered over, and blocked out all the sun shining on Tang Tian. The loud voices made Tang Tian's temples hurt. He knew his attempts to sleep were dashed, wiped away the saliva that Emoli spat out, massaged his forehead and grudgingly sat up. He raised up both hands and lazily said, "I surrender. I admit my loss." The originally sympathetic looks on the faces of some of the students instantly froze. One girl could not help but mock, "Senior Tang Tian, someone is stepping all over you. You didn't even try to resist and you are already surrendering to them?" "Yes. Being unable to fight back is one thing, but if you don't even try, are you still a man?" Another girl said furiously. Once the two girls started ridiculing Tang Tian, the others started as well. The discussions in the training grounds roared through. The students were young and vigorous. Tang Tian's decision to surrender immediately to the enemy school's students was being looked down upon. "What has it got to do with all of you if I surrender?" Tang Tian asked. Everyone stopped. But a series of scoldings then exploded. "Oh my goodness! Why does our school have such a person? This is so embarrassing. He is not a man. What does Qian Hui lady see in him? Obviously, she is like a flower on a pile of shit. I will not come for the next practice lesson. I am disgusted by this rascal. Darn, how dare he surrender to that bastard from the Beast Academy. I'm Oli, just let me go, I surrender." Tang Tian ignored all the glares he was getting from the students and looked at Oli with innocence and utmost sincerity. Oli glared, and held on to Tang Tian's collar and pulled him up to shout, "Come on, Fundamental Tang, let's spar one round. 5 years of fundamental martial arts, what a stubborn martial artist you are, you must be creating a new type of martial arts. Fundamental Tang. I have see through you. You can't lie to me. Fundamental Tang." Each time Tang Tian heard this name, he frowned. Even though I only know fundamental martial arts, this name was too. It was too oppressive. I have never met someone as persistent and dense as him. Tang Tian thought. Oli continued spitting out saliva as he said, "Come, Fundamental Tang, let me witness what new martial Dao you have created from all your training with different foundations. With regards to Miss Qian Hui, only the winner has the qualifications to be in favor of Miss Qian Hui. Come on, Fundamental Tang. To dare say out Qian Hui's name. You, this stupid cow, is Qian Hui a name that you can so freely take in your mouth? This tool definitely secretly covets lustfully for Qian Hui. Damn it." Tang Tian opened his eyes widely, murderous intent rising from his face. His right hand looked exactly like a spirit serpent, suddenly wrapping around Oli's arm. That was the fist art's fundamental technique, twining. As fast as sparks appearing between flints, Tang Tian's left hand had already grabbed Oli's waist, utilizing the concealed weapon art's fundamental technique, grab. Tang Tian snarled, firmly grabbing and lifting Oli's enormous body above his head, suddenly throwing him down. "Stupid cow, to actually go as far to use Qian Hui's name. You're dead." Oli once chanced upon Tang Tian brawling with another person as he passed by Andrew Academy. After that, his hands were desperately itching for a fight with him, and without a word, rushed down to fight with Tang Tian. But he could tell that Tang Tian only practiced different fundamental martial arts, and therefore only used his fundamental arts to contend with Tang Tian. Deliberately binding both of his hands, Oli was being pummeled by Tang Tian. Not only was Oli not angry, he was also getting sturdier. Unexpectedly, there were still people who were stronger than him in their fundamental techniques. Very quickly, he sourced for Tang Tian's whereabouts, 3 partitions mountain range, and went to fight him. But it was the first time that he came straight to Andrew Academy. He was always utterly defeated by Tang Tian. Oli was persistent in battling Tang Tian, and the more he fought, the more often it got, and the more times it happened, he realized Tang Tian's Achilles heel. Like a sandbag, Oli flew out. Seemingly, as he was about to fall on the floor heavily, Oli flipped up with maneuverability not fit for his body and landed safely. Excitement like no other built up in Oli's cow eyes. He spat, "You're truly worthy of being called Perfect Fundamentals Tang. Perfect control of power, perfect fundamental martial arts form, perfect strength. Really makes people excited. Come Fundamental Tang, let's fight a big match." Tang Tian was too lazy to bullshit with him, and he knew that if he did not defeat the beast in front of him, then he would never have peace. He completely ignored the other students on the training grounds. Power in his legs abruptly raised, as his whole body flew forward like an arrow released from the bow, towards Oli. In the split second that his leg touched the floor, he twisted his waist and released a punch, fundamental fist arts, cross. With a shine in Oli's eyes, he similarly twisted his waist and released a punch, the exact same, cross. 2 fists, colliding uglily. Pang, dot. The surrounding air exploded as every inch of their fists collided, leaving the surrounding students gasping in surprise. 2 shadows unsteadily retreated 3 steps. Those students who were boiling with emotions just then, stood there like statues, and all the surrounding sounds stopped as they stood there blankly staring at the field. The outcome was equal. Their punches were actually equally matched. How could this be? How could this be? Beast Academy. Mad Bull Oli, ranked 7th, equally matched. Oli's eyes grew brighter. He knew that when the punches collided, he was at the losing end. If it were a contest based purely on strength, he would definitely be a notch above Tang Tian, but as both punches collided, they were unexpectedly evenly matched. This shows that Tang Tian's cross was far more substantial than his own. As expected, he was worthy of the title Perfect Fundamentals Tang. At this moment, Tang Tian was like a cheetah, with a concentrated and vicious look. Although he usually looked like a slacker, whenever he started fighting, he was completely concentrated with only one thought in mind: to completely thrash the opponent. Pang! The intense exchange of punches and kicks was never-ending. The entire training grounds was fully absorbed by this intense battle. Emily had a built stature like no others, with energetic muscles like a robust bison. Tang Tian, on the other hand, who practiced 5 years of different fundamental martial arts, had every muscle on his body trained till perfection, a tall, well-shaped and toned stature, brimming full of energy. Training with fundamental martial techniques was not a very dazzling approach, where every move was really simple. But in these two's hands, they were full of destructive force. Every hit of Emily was firm and ferocious, with destructive intent. On the other hand, Tang Tian's hits were unbeatably nimble and simple, power only erupting at the last second. As both sides fought intensely with each punch landing, the students around watching turned from shock to pale white. The surprising strength and speed, the precision of utilizing the techniques. Though there was not a bit of delight, it was filled with clear intensity. If any of them were faced with such a fierce attack, they would be beaten so much earlier. The new students that had just joined the academy stared foolishly. Could this really be someone who plainly learned multiple fundamental martial techniques? Yet Tang Tian was oblivious of everyone's stares and only focused on the crazy cow in front of him. Emily's mastery of the fundamental martial techniques were higher ranked than others, and the difference in strength was not just by a small amount. Yet this did not make Tang Tian falter, even with Emily's higher rank of cultivation. As long as he spent more time on mastering the fundamental martial techniques, he could overcome any barriers. To purely diligently practice fundamental martial skill techniques for 5 years, while being surpassed by people who spent much less time practicing, would lead many people to be discouraged. Yet Tang Tian was not even slightly discouraged. He kept believing in his own techniques, and yet this mad bull tried to pick a fight using Qianhui. Dumb cow, you're dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 004, An Unforeseen Event. Chapter 004, An Unforeseen Event. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Furiously, Tang Tian's attacks became faster as his chest fumed with a blaze. All of his movements were fairly simple. After umpteen times of practicing the same simple fundamental martial arts, they were all instinctual moves to Tang Tian. His hands' movements were reacting faster than what his brain was processing. Pa pa pa. Emily's gaze blazed with passion. He could clearly feel that Tang Tian's speed was incessantly increasing. Definitely, without a doubt, he is perfect fundamentals Tang. Tian, this name is getting annoyingly stupid. In an instant, Tang Tian's speed had reached the theoretical limit of fundamental martial arts. The speed was so fast that afterimages appeared, moves overlapping moves in thin air. One after another, the afterimages were like a growing flood, trying to drown Emily. Emily was getting excited as what he was seeing with his own pair of eyes was unexplainable. He wasn't interested in Tang Tian because he was bored. From the first time they met, he was delighted. Each time they sparred, Emily gained a lot, and so, he did not mind running over time after time. No one was interested in the fundamental martial arts. Like others, he had no interest in it until he met Tang Tian. Everyone knew the importance of mental cultivation arts, and that higher-ranked martial arts were more important than low-ranked martial arts. As long as they truly cultivate, with the use of spirit cards, it was easy to get a hang of martial arts. It was a waste of time to focus on low-ranked martial arts. Emily was cultivating the rank 3 earth and element martial art, groundbreaking chop. The first time he met Tang Tian, he was delighted. Emily used the fundamental martial arts and sparred with Tang Tian, and as expected, he was defeated. It was the very first time Emily lost so badly. He had never been so battered before, even when he fought with the top-notch expert Liang Qiu in the Beast Academy. After he got back, he made a discovery. The long bogged-down bottleneck in his cultivation showed signs of loosening up. Emily was elated, though with a tinge of suspicion. He started to ponder on the cause of it. The cause of it was very important to him. 2 days later, he finally understood. The spar he had with Tang Tian was the reason the bottleneck became looser. Emily was not 100% sure, so he ran to Andrew Academy again to spar with Tang Tian, and was badly thrashed once again. However, the sparring had also confirmed his hypothesis. That is, sparring with Tang Tian was definitely the cause to loosening his bottleneck. Emily was a stubborn rascal. From that moment on, he would find Tang Tian for a sparring session from time to time. Yet, unlike the past, where he sought Tang Tian at his house, he went to Andrew Academy instead. After sparring so many times, Emily also managed to discover the reason why his bottleneck loosened, which was the fundamentals of martial arts. He ascertained that the more familiar he grew with the fundamentals of martial arts, the more the power of his groundbreaking chop rose. Unknowingly, Emily's bottleneck loosened completely, but he never stopped finding Tang Tian for a sparring session. He was way more powerful, and in terms of martial arts, Tang Tian was no match for him. The fundamental martial arts were not difficult for Emily, he just did not put his heart into it. After sparring a few rounds, Emily's fundamental martial arts standard improved tremendously. Yet he had never thought that he would still not be able to beat Tang Tian. He hadn't won once. This crazy Tang Tian used the fundamental martial arts to step all over him. Emily was infuriated. He was an expert of the Beast Academy, yet he could not beat a student of the Andrew Academy, whose rank was at the bottom. If this got to the ears of others, how embarrassing wouldn't it be? Everyone knew how to use fundamental martial arts. Furthermore, he had spent a lot of time on them, how could he have lost still? On the other hand, Tang Tian did not give much thought about it. In his eyes, Emily was useless. Though he looked like a bull, he actually behaved like a housefly, and it was irritating to him. What was more unforgiving was that this darn housefly cow tried to hit on Qian Hui. Unable to contain his anger, he exploded. Of course, Emily came prepared. No matter how ruthless Tang Tian's attacks were, Emily stood sturdy. Obviously, Emily spent quite a great amount of time and effort on fundamental martial arts, so his standards were almost similar to Tang Tian's. To enter the higher realm, one must begin with low-level martial arts. This was not hard. This was also the reason why Tang Tian was ridiculed for cultivating fundamental martial arts for 5 years. Both of them got caught up in a deadlock. Both had outstanding qualities. Emily's strength was his forte, and for Tang Tian, his speed and grace were his best strengths. Tang Tian's attacks were slowly slipping out of his control, and he went into a weird state. His attacks were actually faster than his thoughts. This was the first time Tang Tian had met with such a state. Normally, he would be surprised. But right now, he was burst from his state and forgot about himself. Tang Tian had reached his limit. He was attacking at a speed that was undetectable. Emily could feel the intense pressure. Stunned, the first thing that came into his mind, this was impossible. What was a limit? It was impossible to break through one's limit. Theoretically, limits were unsurmountable. Unless Tang Tian cultivated a rank 3 mental cultivation art and increased his potential, then maybe it could help to surpass the limit of martial arts. However, both parties had sparred innumerable times, he understood Tang Tian. He must be cultivating the second ranked, the secrets of cultivating qi, and he had a bit more to go to master it. Just as Emily was distracted for a split second, a ray of biting cold light flashed through Tang Tian's eye. His big-built body became agile like a cat. Once he set his foot on the ground, he rushed towards Emily. Stunned, Emily grabbed with his left hand subconsciously. Tang Tian's left hand was hitting onto Emily's left hand. With the fist art's fundamental technique, pull, he made use of this power so that his body moved like liquid. In addition to the swift movements of his foot, he completed the 3 broken steps from the light body art's fundamental technique, broken steps. He appeared again on Emily's left side like a ghost, with his body twisted and right fist posed. Kill! Shouting, the power transmitted from his waist to his wrist. Making use of the fact that he had the upper hand, he threw his fist. This fist came extremely quickly. Just like a shooting star. Panicking, Emily leaned his body towards the right. Tang Tian's fist rolled out smoothly and landed on Emily's left shoulder. A tremendous power transmitted through, and Emily's expression changed. Not in time to react, he flew. Bang! Like a sandbag, Emily crashed onto the floor and glided at least 7 to 8 meters before he stopped. The training ground was filled with dead silence and everybody's faces was planted with shock. Maintaining his graceful steps and powerful punches, Tang Tian looked in front of him. Emily laid on the ground, making up an extremely weird scene. This. Who? Tang Tian could only hear his own deep breaths as he felt his surroundings quiet down. His conscious mind slowly crawling back, Tang Tian eventually came back to his senses. The loud voices around him caused him to momentarily go deaf. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Heavens! Am I blind? I must have gone blind. Tang. He. Emily struggled to get up, as a look of confusion spread across his face. He could not feel his arm, as if it was too numb, or perhaps broken. How could this be? How could his limit be broken through? Tang Tian. Emily looked at Tang Tian with explosive passion, and raised his voice. Come and join my Beast Academy. You're such a talent, you shouldn't be wasting your time here. Come to our Beast Academy, Perfect Fundamentals Tang, and you will definitely blossom. Bullshit. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, not moving an inch, and scolded, housefly cow. Trying to cheat me to go to some broken wild beast academy, and then coming back here to conspire for Qianhui. Tell you what, dream on. I have already seen through your schemes. Tang Tian, what are women worth? As a man, what's important is to discover your own martial Tao. Come to the Beast Academy, and the two of us, we will create an entirely new martial Tao. What can be as exciting as this? Emoli would not give in, as he opened his big eyes with excitement. Pay. Tang Tian did not move and said in disgust, this kind of blockhead still dares to use these kinds of discriminating moves to plot against me, you're too naive. Tang Tian, you can be sure that I will not give up. Emoli snarled with fiery eyes. Humph, housefly cow. Let me warn you, if you have any ideas on hitting on Qianhui, I will have you beaten until you become beef slug. Tang Tian warned him with disdain. You're such a degenerate of a man. Emoli stared at Tang Tian for a long time, before resentfully turning to leave. Hold up. Tang Tian suddenly shouted. Emoli stopped in his tracks, turned around with excitement written all over his face. Perfect Master Tang, I knew it, you have a martial artist's heart, and are unwilling to accept the peaceful life. Come and join me to create a new martial Tao. Hey, support me for a bit. Tang Tian maintained his posture without moving an inch, and coldly snorted, I've pulled my waist. Arg, this time the pain will hurt for a few days. Emoli was petrified. As Tang Tian and Emoli were fighting vigorously, the atmosphere in the headmaster's room was terrible. I am shocked to know that your school has such a rubbish student. A middle-aged man with rosacea waved his right arm agitatedly and yelled, I can't imagine. My family has been funding Andrew Academy since my grandparents' time. Each year, they gave their money and emotions to get this in return. How dare you accept a garbage student who has such a despicable moral character? He has stayed in this academy for 5 full years. Don't tell me Andrew Academy has been reduced to this level. You, being the headmaster, have to take full responsibility. Beside the middle-aged man stood a swollen-faced boy who seemed arrogant. He was the student Tang Tian had lectured at the academy's entrance. Tang Tian did not know that the boy he had lectured was a descendant of the Zhou clan, Zhou Peng. The Zhou clan had great authority in Star Wind City. They had engaged with Star Wind City for 100 years and had connections everywhere. As the Zhou clan patriarch's son, the moment he entered the school gates, he was almost beaten to death by somebody. This had made the Zhou clan the laughingstock of Star Wind City. Zhou clan's young master could take advantage of any girl in the nation, could tyrannize people, could regard people as mere worms, but he absolutely could not be humiliated by others. Zhou clan's patriarch was obviously flustered and angry beyond doubt. He originally brought his son to Andrew Academy, because it fell under the Zhou clan's territory. With regards to any clan, the nurture and growth of a young man is the most valuable investment. In the Zhou clan's 100 years of history, the donations to Andrew Academy had never stopped. The headmaster kept a flattering and engaging smile plastered to his face the entire time, despite having the middle-aged man spitting saliva across his face. He absolutely did not dare offend the gold mine in front of him. If the school suddenly lost income, it would not take long for him to be stripped of his position as headmaster. After scolding for close to an hour, the middle-aged man finally stopped. He calmed down and said to the headmaster, no matter what, my son almost got killed in the academy the Zhou clan is funding. That's right, this is attempted murder. I can't accept such things, neither can the Zhou clan. You have to explain this to the Zhou clan. After he said that, without looking at the headmaster, the middle-aged man turned and brought Zhou Peng away. The headmaster looked gloomy and yelled fiercely, get Tang Tian in here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 005, Never Give Up. Chapter 005, Never Give Up. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The headmaster looked in disgust at Tang Tian, who had fought with Emoli. He was covered in mud and his face was swollen after the fight. Feeling that he was an idiot, to actually allow such garbage to stay in the academy for 5 years. It was all Master Tsun's fault. Masterson must not stay here anymore. Headmaster's expression was solemn. It was important to appease the Zhou clan. He suddenly remembered that the reason he agreed to keeping Tang Tian was not just because of Masterson, but also because of Shangwang Qianhui. Qianhui was an expert in Andrew Academy. She had brought a lot glory to them. Humph, now that Shangwang Qianhui was gone. Tang Tian, you need not come from tomorrow onwards. The headmaster announced coldly. Shocked and amused, Tang Tian asked, Why? Why? The headmaster found it funny that he asked and exaggerated. It's surprising you are asking why. Goodness. I have been this academy's headmaster for so many years, I have never seen anyone like you. Just look at you, fighting, sparring, you are the ultimate tyrant. A dreg like you will only bring down the reputation of Andrew Academy. Get out now, you are barred from entering Andrew Academy from today onwards. The headmaster finally let out all of his unhappiness that was bottled up earlier and felt carefree. The only thing that was annoying him was Tang Tian's snobbish look, as though he did not care. Let me tell you, there won't be an academy that will accept garbage like you. Get out now, your mind is full of shit. After cultivating for 5 years, you merely mastered fundamental martial arts. You'll remain living in a slum, so dirty and messy. Everything around you is like garbage too, but... Headmaster held his head high and looked down on Tang Tian with disdain and despise. Let me tell you, Masterson will leave as well. That darn old man, his biggest mistake in life was to have met you. Now this is the price he has to pay. The headmaster raged on. A wounded hand clutched on to his neck. Just a moment ago, Tang Tian did not seem to care. Yet now, he was like a raging tiger, whose hair stood tall and stare seemed able to kill. A blood vessel bulged on his forehead, distorting his face. The headmaster looked faint and his mind blank. Clenching his neck as though his hands were pincers, he pulled the headmaster's face closer to himself. Tang Tian's piercing stare caused the headmaster to tremble in fear. This rascal was crazy. Crazy. He actually made a move on headmaster. The vice-headmaster and other masters were shocked. How dare you humiliate Masterson? As if a completely different man, his eyes flattened while suffocating the headmaster just like he was dragging along a dead dog. Inch by inch, he maneuvered the fat headmaster right in front of him. Tang Tian bellowed. Everyone feared. The anger in Tang Tian screamed through his entire body. Masterson was the person he respected the most in Andrew Academy. This darn fatso dared to insult Masterson. Courting death. Clutching onto the headmaster's hand, Tang Tian pulled with all his might. Bang! Tang Tian's forehead bumped sturdily against headmaster's face. Accompanied by a cry in pain, a large amount of fresh blood splattered. Bang! The attack on the headmaster left him dazed. Everyone was stunned by Tang Tian's crazy behaviors. Loosening his fist, the headmaster fell onto the ground like a pile of mud. Filled with blood streaks on his face, Tang Tian looked indifferent, his gaze remained vicious. He scanned around the masters before walking away. All the other masters were stunned by Tang Tian's aggressiveness. With a groan, he walked towards the academy's gate. How dare he attack? One master tried to suppress his fear and said with a trembling voice. Instantly, Tang Tian turned and stared viciously with blood streaks on his face, frightening the master who dared not speak a second word. All masters who were present had power far greater than Tang Tian. However, Tang Tian had shown a side no one had ever seen, so vicious and fierce that the teachers fell silent out of fear. Not turning back again, Tang Tian left. The students who were on their way to Andrew Academy were all intimidated by Tang Tian's gloomy face such that all took detours instead. His heart started to calm down. Seeing all the familiar grass and trees, he realized he could not come back tomorrow. He felt a tinge of sadness. Biting his lips, he held his head high to recover his usual expression as though he felt indifferent. Even if I had to leave, Tang Tian had to leave this place with his head held high. As he stepped out of the school, Masterson's voice followed through. Tang Tian. Stiffened, he turned slowly. Indeed, it was Masterson. Tang Tian mumbled, Master. This was the first time he created such an embarrassing situation. If not for himself, Masterson would not be chased out of Andrew Academy. Masterson took such great care of him, yet he caused so much trouble for Master Cn. Frowning, Masterson said with not an inch of sadness nor anger, Don't feel guilty, I have been thinking of retiring for quite some time already. Tang Tian lowered his head as if he were a child who had done something wrong. Tang Tian. Masterson's voice turned stern, Lift your head up. Tang Tian subconsciously obeyed. Masterson gazed at this untamed juvenile, and in Tang Tian, he saw himself when he was younger. Like Tang Tian, he was that untamable, that crazy, that arrogant, that stubborn, and was not happy with losing. This was youth. His face gentle, he encouraged Tang Tian, "Don't give up." It strummed a chord in Tang Tian's heart, and tears came streaming down his face. The haze in the sky cleared up, and the sun shone on his heart. He felt a tingly warmth in his heart. He held his head up high no matter how blurry his vision was and answered to his master like a soldier, "Master, I will never give up." After which, he left. So embarrassing. I actually shed tears in front of him. He will always remember the blurry, yet gentle and warm shadow of Mastertsons. When he arrived home, Tang Tian laid on his bed. His anger died down slowly, and Tang Tian seemed to have become ignorant. After 5 years, he was suddenly called off duty. It was no surprise he would be ignorant. There was nothing he could do about getting fired from the academy. He had beaten up the headmaster earlier on, and no one else's plea would do the job. Yet, Tang Tian did not regret anything he had done. If he were to go back in time again, he would do the same thing. As Tang Tian calmed down and thought about it, there was something fishy about this. He had been staying in Andrew Academy for 5 years safe and sound. Out of the blue he was fired, and so, he knew there was someone behind this. Humph, he was determined to find out who the culprit was. Deeply immersed in his thoughts, he remembered the few new students he met in the morning and thought, could it be them? Tang Tian noted in his heart. It was not difficult to investigate. He was well aware what kind of disposition those people had. If they were the ones who did it, they would be proudly announcing it around the academy. What should he do, now that he got fired from the academy? As long as he was in an academy, things would be fine, because the Star Wind City extended their help to the students. Though not a lot, it was sufficient to sustain life. The other schools will definitely not accept me, there won't be any help then. So, what job should I look for? And thus, Tang Tian decided that he would start looking for a job tomorrow, be it washing dishes or anything, as long as he could sustain life. As he worked, he would cultivate. He did not believe the numbers jumping on the back of the bronze plate meant nothing. That was his goal. Even now, he had never thought of giving up on that goal. This was the goal he held for 5 years, what reason did he have to give up on it? After making a decision, Tang Tian had no regrets. He was exhausted from the sparring with Audiobook and the commotion with the headmaster. Yet before he slept, he insisted on applying the medicated oil given by Audiobook. After he applied the oil, he could no longer bear it, as he yawned and fell asleep. He would put everything on hold first since he needed sleep. By the time Tang Tian woke up, the sky was dark and he was hungry. He fumbled around to look for things to fill his stomach. With the sleep, he had placed all that happened yesterday at the back of his mind, and he was rejuvenated. Hey, hey, hey! Tang Tian stretched his muscles and cleanly threw a few punches, looking proud. Though the stupid cow seemed cunning, he was still a nice person. The medicated oil he gave was effective as it healed Tang Tian's sprained back. The wounds on his hand and forehead had also formed a scab. Thinking of his fight with Audiobook, Tang Tian felt that something was odd. His own bodily reactions seemed to have been faster than his thought process. That was weird. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. He did not think much about it since he was so tired yesterday. Now that he recalled it, the weird encounter was such a mystery. A single bush brow formed above his eyes, and he pondered for half a day, yet he could not understand. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. Tang Tian was sensible, though not stupid. He was not exactly a genius. What he did not understand, he would not spend too much time thinking on. With that, he forgot about it immediately. With an open attitude, he began the same routine and started practicing the fundamental fist art. Every move, he felt different. The moves were all light and connected. It felt like as if he had the intention, the fundamental fist art would just act out on his hand like a flowing stream. Not needing to flip over the bronze plate, Tang Tian knew he had mastered the fundamental fist art. One more time. Passed. Again. After a total of 10 repetitions, he mastered all. Based on his previous experience, the bronze plate would recognize that Tang Tian had perfected the fundamental fist art. This surprised Tang Tian. According to his past experiences, he needed at least a week to perfect the fundamental fist art. Having spent a whole 5 years on fundamental martial arts, he was well versed in them. He could practically close his eyes and predict his cultivation progress. However, he never thought much. Now he was faced with one difficulty: what fundamental martial art should he cultivate next? He scratched his head. In days, Tang Tian did not know that as he practiced the fundamental fist art, the numbers behind the bronze plate kept jumping. 999, 998. 999,999. 1 million. When he completed the last repetition of the fundamental fist art, the number jumped to 1 million. The river above the numbers started to glow, and at a rapid speed, it grew, changing the bronze plate in a dazzling glow. The dazzling rays engulfed Tang Tian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 006, The Southern Cross. Chapter 006, The Southern Cross. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. With the bronze plate number hitting 1 million, the Southern Cross doors opened. It was as though he were in the midst of a universe with a river of brilliant stars. Like the river's gravel, there were countless stars. Suddenly, a spark flew out of the river, towards Tang Tian. The spark grew bigger and bigger as it approached him. He then realized this spark was actually 4 stars. The 4 stars flew to his front, forming a connection. An almost unrecognizable cross appeared. Traces of bright rays encircled the cross, forming a door. The cross was imprinted on the door. With humility and an undying perseverance, the Southern Cross signifies the doors of the hardships of cultivation. Below the cross, 16 characters glowed right at the door. Is this the secret of the bronze plate? Tang Tian murmured. He stared at the glowing cross in a daze. After 5 years, he finally broke the code of the bronze plate. But, what exactly was that thing? Staring blankly at the glimmering cross on the door for half a day, Tang Tian had no clue what this thing was all about. All of a sudden, a dull gray shadow in the shape of a man emerged from the door. The man in gray looked like Tang Tian. Hey, who are you? Tang Tian tried to ask. As if he did not hear him, the man in gray started practicing the fundamental martial arts, the fundamental fist art, fundamental palm art, fundamental light body art, fundamental concealed weapons art, and fundamental sword art. Tang Tian felt weird, as it was as if he were practicing in a mirror. There were generally not many moves in fundamental martial arts. They did not take long to practice, and with the last movement, when Tang Tian thought it was over, the man in gray's left hand gave off a paw sound as he executed the fist art's fundamental technique, pull, followed by the swift and fast footworks of broken steps. He jumped and did a bend in midair, pulling out his fists, rushing fists. He did not feel anything when he was fighting yesterday. Now that he had witnessed it himself, he could feel a gush of ferocious aura coming through. What an excellent move! Tang Tian was surprised that he could pull off such an amazing move. Comprehension of the fundamental fist art's killing techniques, reverse lethal punch. A row of blood-red words started to float above the forehead of the man in gray. Tang Tian grew excited, and blurted, killing technique. Killing technique! The move he pulled out subconsciously was actually a killing technique. Tang Tian was shocked. Having stayed in Andrew Academy for 5 years, he had no idea what killing techniques were. Every killing technique required enlightenment on the martial art trained, with its power much higher than its base techniques. Generally speaking, one martial arts killing technique's power was equivalent to the power of a martial art 1 level higher. Yet its energy consumption was much less. Hence, to master killing techniques was a goal everyone wanted to reach. Theoretically, it was possible to use any martial arts to create a killing technique. Yet in reality, there were many martial arts that did not have killing techniques. To awaken a killing technique, one had to be harsh on oneself and one had to fully comprehend and integrate the profound truths of multiple martial arts. In most cases, one's luck in fate was needed. The name killing technique may sound impressive, but Tang Tian knew it was still considered weak. Rarely would people waste their time on low-level martial arts, and there was no need to even mention fundamental martial arts. Spirit cards increased the speed at which martial artists learned new martial techniques, and only those who were richer could afford to spend more time on mental cultivation arts. Only with a sufficient level of strength would one use a higher-grade spirit card, and this allowed the advantage of practicing higher-ranked martial arts. Once the man in gray finished with the last move, he became like a puppet and stopped moving. Tang Tian's lips twitched, as he somewhat thought that the both of them were of the same caliber. Seemingly to have heard his thoughts, the man in gray trembled. With one step, he crossed the Southern Cross light door. This was... Tang Tian was astounded by the realistic scene. In a second, the man in gray walked out from the door. The man in gray raised his head, with a piercing gaze. He looked around. Like a wild beast with animal instincts, Tang Tian sensed a sudden hostility from the man in gray. The hair behind his back stood instantly. Slanting his waist quickly, feet in stance and body orientating forward to the opponent, he raised both his hands ready for battle. In front of him, the man in gray did the exact same actions as him. Tang Tian has had several fights in the past and immediately understood he could not run away from this particular fight. He squinted his eyes. Without an ounce of regret, he instead felt elated. It was simple, he thought. The man in gray was the key to unlock the secrets of the bronze plate. All he had to do was to defeat the man in gray to obtain the secrets. Come, you young one. I have been waiting for this day for 5 years. Licking his lips, Tang Tian used the power of his legs as though he were a leopard. He pounced as fast as lightning towards the man in gray. The man in gray did the same. The distance between the two was not far. Cross versus cross. A powerful impact was transmitted from the fists. Tang Tian's figure stood still. Looking in bewilderment, he was shocked at the power of the cross fists. He had fought with Iamoli a couple of times, and like Iamoli's cross fist, the power of it was heavy and vigorous. But this fist brought an entirely different feeling. The fist pulled out by the man in gray was filled with an explosion of power. The frequency of both of their strikes and kicks was unusually astonishing. With sounds of crashing, the boxing fists, leg punching and kicking were intense as though it were a rainstorm. Fundamental fist arts, fundamental sword arts, fundamental concealed weapons art, fundamental light body arts, and fundamental palm arts. The frequency of the 5 fundamental martial arts was impressive. They continuously disassembled, collided, and resisted. In the next 10 rounds, Tang Tian did not have the upper hand. It was the first time Tang Tian encountered such a situation. It was not that he had not gotten beaten up badly before, but when it came to these 5 fundamental martial arts, he had never been inferior to anyone. This was truly a match for him. The feelings the man in gray gave him were weird. It was like Tang Tian was fighting himself. Every time he made a strike, the man in gray was very familiar with it. Even if Tang Tian attempted to use some unconventional attack techniques, the man in gray managed to avoid all the attacks. Tang Tian became discouraged. He had a few good reasons as to why he excelled in fighting. First, he had outstanding features such as a long period of cultivation in the fundamental martial arts. His body was well proportioned. His abilities, reactions, and explosive moves were better than ordinary people's. Compared to Iamoli, who had such a horrible build, Tang Tian's power was only losing out by a bit. Yet in terms of agility and reaction speeds, he had the upper hand. The fundamental martial arts hardly required the use of true power. It was more reliant on the use of the basic human build. Next, his fundamental martial arts were polished again and again. Even though the fundamental martial arts were the lowest level of martial arts and had very little power, it consisted of moves that were simple and fast. As he was close to perfecting the fundamental martial arts, the time taken to make a strike was very minimal. With Tang Tian's advantageous body features, he produced a fair amount of might. Other than this, although Tang Tian seemed simple-minded, whenever he fought, he was ferocious. It was an everyday experience for him to get injuries, but for those students who had yet to fight even once, would retreat cowardly. These were all the reasons why he could tyrannize in Andrew Academy. Even so, these advantages he held were nothing when faced with the man in gray. In terms of strength and reaction speed, the man in gray was not inferior to Tang Tian. His familiarity with the fundamental martial arts was perfect as well. And in terms of ferociousness, the man in gray knew no fatigue, pain, and was a lot stronger than Tang Tian. The two formed a bundle, making contact continuously, and in a second, they split again. They then attacked each other constantly. The speed at which both parties attacked was extremely fast. In one moment, they were fighting in a small enclosed area, then in another, they were back in the open with rushing fists crashing down onto one another, and with an astonishing swift display of the broken steps technique, they both moved together like shadows. Tang Tian roared in rage. The intersecting strikes and kicks rang uninterrupted. Hoo! Panting, Tang Tian scowled at the man in gray and restrained his impulse to massage his fists as they had turned from pain to numb. The most important thing was that this fight was too vigorous. He could feel the energy slipping out of him, and yet the man in gray showed no signs of fatigue. Borrowing the opportunity from the collision of the rushing fists just a moment ago, he pulled himself away from the man in gray and obtained a chance to catch his breath. How should he fight this? The question about what exactly the gray man was had already been thrown to the back of Tang Tian's mind. Now he only had one question in mind: how was he going to defeat this damn bastard? The man in gray did not attack, instead he gave a biting cold stare to Tang Tian. The man in gray had no signs of fatigue, nor did he have any wounds. He was invulnerable. To defeat him. As long as he was defeated, the secrets of the bronze plate would be revealed. As though there was a voice screaming continuously in his heart, Tang Tian subconsciously tightened his fists and raised his head. His gaze turned into a razor-sharp stare. It took him 5 years, a whole 5 years, 5 years of hardship, all for the secret held within the bronze plate. The secret was right in front of him, as long as he defeated the man in gray. As if he could sense the change in Tang Tian, the man in gray went into a defensive position. Defeat him. Tang Tian loosened his fists slightly and clenched them tightly almost immediately. Without a warning, he moved his foot, and like a lightning bolt, pounced towards the man in gray. The man in gray knew no fear, calmly colliding with him. Cross, against, cross. Both parties started a new turn of clashing, with not many skills. Both of them fought in a nimble and straightforward manner, fighting speed against speed. Tang Tian had a change in his mental state. He initiated the attacks as if he was replenished with energy. Speed against speed, fists against fists, with a blaze set into the youth's eyes. Suddenly, the blaze flickered. Killing technique, reverse lethal punch. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air angle, twisted his body in a weird position, letting out a shout while punching, breaking out an instantaneous power stored within the punch. At the same time, the man in gray did the same jump, and released the same, reverse lethal punch. Both powerful fists, like two meteors whistling in a high-pitched sound, colliding head-on in any moment. Sure enough, he thinks exactly like me. Tang Tian suddenly smiled sinisterly, as if he had planned a scheme. Sure enough, it is like that. Before both punches collided, Tang Tian suddenly slanted his fist, opening up his palm and meeting the man in gray's fist, slacked his right arm, and like a rattan cane he wrapped around the man in gray's fist. Tian, the rattan cane used in Asia, is a flexible thin rod used to cane children. It hurts. Both sides were extremely fast while utilizing violent strengths to rush forward. With that move, Tang Tian caused both of them to lose balance while halfway up in the air. Tang Tian was prepared, although he lost his balance and exhaled. While not relaxing his grip on the man in gray's arm, he suddenly released a powerful force from his waist. Using his body as a fulcrum, Tang Tian lifted the man in gray above his head like a sandbag. He. With a sinister look on his face, Tang Tian roared like a wild beast. Tian, like those heroes who shout like an idiot whenever they're winning, concentrated all the power in his body to his hands and fiercely smashed the man in gray down onto the floor. Hon. Tian, like an explosion. The ground trembled, and all the dust flew upwards. Still in the air, Tang Tian borrowed the force used from his hands and stabilized himself. He gazed down, knowing he held the upper hand, started falling towards the ground. Without thinking, Tang Tian released his palm, borrowed the downward force of gravity, bent his elbow and like a blunt axe, landed the heavy blow onto the man in gray's stomach. The man in gray bent like a bow due to the impact, shaped like a shrimp. Comprehension of the killer technique, lethal coiling elbow. With fire in his eyes, Tang Tian did not notice the words forming on the door. Not wanting to leave the fight as it was, he turned over to face the man in gray with the desire for more. Pa! The man in gray on the floor suddenly turned into a cloud of dust and disappeared. Gone with violence, Tang Tian scanned the entire area for more. With a very dusty body, Tang Tian searched for half day, but the man in gray did not turn up. As the fire in his eyes slowly subsided, he went back to the Southern Cross light door to look for the man. The man in gray was once again standing inside like a statue, not moving an inch. Dare to challenge me, I'll pound you into the door like a round flat cake. Tian, Chinese pastry. Tang Tian spat at the man in gray very fiercely. At this moment, the cross in the air slowly split open like a door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 007, Old Fart Way. Chapter 007, Old Fart Way. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Hesitating slightly for a short moment, Tang Tian then bravely walked towards the door. For the sake of seeking the secrets of the bronze plate, he had spent 5 whole years practicing the fundamentals in order to reach the 1,000,000 points needed to unlock the bronze plate. It was all for this day. As he stepped across the Southern Cross door, the scenery before him changed completely. The very first thing he saw was the black ground beneath his legs, unaware of what material it was made of. It was as glossy as a mirror, and reflected Tang Tian's figure. It was as hard as metal, and after taking a few steps, Tang Tian curiously sized up the place. It was roughly 9 meters in circumference, devoid of life, and the outside was shrouded by a boundless thick gray fog. He tried walking to the edge to the fog, but it seemed there was a bizarre repelling force. No matter how much force he used, he could not enter the gray fog. Suddenly, red words emerged from the mirror-like ground beneath his feet. Black background and red words, it was deep and demonic. Regardless of whether you're strong or weak, you will always be your lifetime enemy. It is a lifetime fight. You have nowhere to run, you cannot rely on luck. If you win, you will be unparalleled. If you lose, you'll realize that you have attempted nothing and accomplished nothing. Prevailing over oneself. Grade, good. Rewarded practice time, 10 days. Prevailing over oneself? Good. Rewarded practice time? Tang Tian's mouth twitched in disdain. Bullshit. Thinking back, that man in gray and I used the exact same moves, whatever dog shit over oneself. Whatever I knew, that guy knew too. However, didn't I still beat him in the end? Tang Tian thought joyfully. This realistic brat, immediately focusing on his own victory. What can excite the heart more than victory? 10 days of practice time? What is this nonsense? Tang Tian scratched his head, paced up and down for a while. It'll be better to clarify a few things. The bronze plate was an object originally meant to help cultivation. Reaching 1,000,000 points was its opening criteria. Tang Tian did not understand. When his mom was still living, she never urged him to practice martial arts before. What if his mother also did not know of this object's use? Where did mom get the bronze plate from? Unless. Tang Tian's face turned gloomy. Unless, this bronze plate was something that bastard man gave mother? Once this thought arose, Tang Tian thought it was the most probable. Every time his mother helped change the red string, she would be entranced looking at the bronze plate, having a look of recollection. Tang Tian grasped his fists tightly. Despicable. After fuming for half a day, Tang Tian cleared his thoughts and let go of his anger. If the bronze plate was really given to mother by that bastard man, it's better. He would make full use of the bronze plate to help himself get stronger, and finally defeat that bastard. Ha ha. At that time, that bastard man will definitely regret giving the bronze plate to mother that year. Yes, it will be done this way. Thinking about how that bastard will regret until his guts turn green, haha, that will be invigorating. Tang Tian was again in high spirits, and he knew that the decision he made was really a genius plan. The number 0 distinctly lit up on the door. Why did it reset to 0? Will it still need fundamental martial arts to increase? Tang Tian shook his head, guessing it should be rank 2 martial arts. Finally being able to practice rank 2 martial art techniques, finally touching upon the bronze plate's secrets, yet still he still knew nothing. In addition, this place does not have any trace of mother. Tang Tian looked at the southern cross door, seemingly entranced. Did mother used to come here as well? A sense of longing appeared on his face. He stood in a daze for a while before returning back to his senses. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, Mom, I will definitely unravel the bronze plate's true secrets. I will definitely find that bastard, and drag him to your tomb to repent. With a face filled with resolve, he did not hesitate anymore, and turned to walk towards the southern cross door. The moment Tang Tian stepped out of the southern cross door, he passed through countless lights and shadows that traveled back and forth rapidly for a brief moment, and in the next, the feeling he got from his feet led Tang Tian to know that it was his own home's floorboards. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tang Tian appeared in his own bedroom. The surroundings were so familiar, like everything that happened previously was just an illusion. He subconsciously placed his hands on his neck to feel for the bronze plate, but all his hands felt was air. Tang Tian quivered and turned pale with fright. His neck, aside from being empty, only had 5 red strings tied together. The bronze plate. Where did the bronze plate go to? At that moment, there was a burning feeling on his palm. Tang Tian lowered his head to look, and an exact replica of the cross on the door appeared on his palm. The cross slowly dissipated, until it disappeared. Unless. Tang Tian's eyes widened, with a surprised look, and with a thought in his mind, the scene before his eyes took a change. He was once again standing in front of the southern cross door. The bronze plate was actually implanted into his body. After being surprised, thick-skinned Tang Tian felt that this way was actually much better. Finally, there was not a need to worry about losing the bronze plate. After entering and leaving a couple of times, Tang Tian roughly grasped the usages of the southern cross door. What he was most surprised about was the rewarded practice time. Once he stepped through the southern cross door, the time in the outside world would stop flowing. Even when he stayed there for an entire day, the outside time did not move at all. This astounding discovery was too inconceivable, leaving Tang Tian dazed for a period of time before coming back to his senses, a smile spreading out on his face, before he started facing the sky and laughing out loud. It's time! Over the past 5 years, he had spent countless unexplainable hours on fundamental martial arts. His time was slower than others by a whole 4 years. Yet now, he had the possibility of catching up to all of them. He could finally get back all those hours. Tang Tian's current mood was very hard to describe. 5 years of time, from when he was 12 years old to 17, he had already become Andrew Academy's oldest student. Although his outer appearance was one that did not care about, in his heart, he had always carried an enormous pressure. The things that encouraged him forward every day were the numbers on the bronze plate that jumped each time he mastered some fundamental martial art, and the longing hidden deep inside his heart. He longed to find the bastard who abandoned his wife and son, beat him up like a dog and drag him to his mother's tomb to repent. This longing was enough to fulfill his promise. He promised Tian that he would eventually find her at Immortal Constellation, and they agreed to go to Heaven's Road together. Therefore, he always clenched his teeth and persevered. Today, 5 years of stupidly persevering and looking like a fool finally had its rewards. I must definitely defeat Little Grey a few times. That way, I will gain much more time. I want to go to Heaven's Road. I want to find Tian Hui. Wow! I am actually a godlike person, ha! Ha 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 ha! Cheering sounds could be heard from outside the house. Suddenly, the cheers stopped. Tang Tian's smile froze. He suddenly realized that there was a problem. Where would he go to learn rank 2 martial arts? Rank 2 martial arts were different from fundamental martial arts, as spirit cards were required to attain them. Without the spirit cards, it was impossible to practice. Martial artists used their own spirit's brand to imprint onto the card, becoming a spirit card. Spirit cards had 2 uses, and one of them was to learn its imprinted martial arts. Spirit cards. Spirit cards. Spirit cards. Tang Tian's eyes were fixed, mouth repeatedly saying. Bronze grade rank 2 spirit cards were not cheap, and spirit cards were usually self-provided, whereby after entering an establishment, the school will give out spirit cards according to the student's strength. Tang Tian's gaze was more and more focused. Pang pang pang. An earth-shaking knock on the door made Tang Tian jump in fright. The door shook violently, like it was falling apart. Tang Tian snapped out of his fright, instantly remembering that he had no money to fix the door if it broke. He hurriedly got up to the door. Pang. The wooden door could not take the knocking any longer, and loudly shattered into many pieces. Tang Tian finally understood what it meant when they say that when the roof is leaking, that's when you'll get several continuous nights of rain. He stood there looking at the shattered parts of the doors in a daze. Robin, to those who don't understand, the idiom basically means that one bad thing usually leads to many others. Fundamental Tang. You have finally been fired. Aha, that's great. Truly great. Emily was roaring from the outside with joy. Tang Tian's eyes shifted with a vicious look, and finally lost it. His face twisted into a maniacal expression. If any normal man saw him at this moment, he would most likely turn tails and run. Ha 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 ha. Freaking great. Freaking great. Emily's saliva splattered everywhere, rushing into the house with his enormous body, resembling a fierce wind. Fundamental Tang. This is your karma. You are destined to work with me to create a new martial Dao. Come to my Beast Academy. Let us work together to create a new martial Dao. Tang Tian, who was just about to blow, was startled. Beast Academy. Cough. Tang Tian relaxed his fists, feigned a cough, acting like a veteran in the field and said, Dumb cow, tell me, does your Wild Beast Academy have any good opportunities? Opportunities? What do you mean? Emily ignorantly replied. Tang Tian immediately gave up. Fuck, can't believe there are so many people in this world dumber than me. Disappointed, he waved his hand. Let us discuss about how you're going to compensate for my door. Emily looked at the door, looked back to Tang Tian and fervently said, Fundamental Tang, come to my Beast Academy. Tang Tian looked at Emily unbelievably, thinking in his heart, how can there be such a dimwit in this world? Wait a minute. How did you know I quit school? Tang Tian's face darkened. You didn't know? The Zhou clan originally did not want to spread it out, but that stupid young Master Zhou joyfully exclaimed that he will be the big boss of Andrew Academy from now on, and the entire Star Wind City caught wind of it. The Zhou clan this time has lost a lot of face. Emily answered. Zhou clan. Tang Tian finally saw the reason why he was fired. With a vicious look in his eyes, he clenched his fists tightly. This debt will definitely be repaid. Come to my Beast Academy. Come on. Emily impatiently looked at Tang Tian. Seeing this, Tang Tian knew he had to be more direct. I only know fundamental martial arts. I just got fired, how can Beast Academy even think of taking me in? Good point. Emily's face suddenly changed, nodding his head immediately. Seeing him act like this, Tang Tian did not even have the heart to scold him anymore. Emily frowned, squatted down, and looked like he was racking his brains thinking about something. Hey, hurry, give me compensation for the door. Tang Tian reminded Emily, don't waste my time, I still have to find work. Even godlike men need to find work. Just at this moment, Aimoli slapped the ground with delight in his eyes and happy replied, haha. I have a plan. Pang. Tang Tian felt the floor shaking for a second, almost losing his balance. With both his hands completely embedded into the ground, Aimoli tensed his fists, causing spider web-like densely packed cracks and crevices to appear. Dust from the ceiling started to fall, rustling sounds from the roof could be heard, and Tang Tian stood there like a dumb wooden chick, both eyes staring blankly. Tang Tian looked at the dirty old man in front of him, sloppier and shabbier than him. He turned his suspicious face and gazed at Aimoli, thinking if the dumb cow actually really did a kind deed? Although Aimoli grew up to look like a good man, it was not the time to do a good deed. Old Fartway, I have brought a genius to your school. Aimoli shouting loudly, seemingly very close to the old man. School? Hearing this word, Tang Tian was even more suspicious. Which school would actually allow such a sloppy person to hold a position in the school? Genius? Old Fartway squinted his eyes. Fundamental martial arts genius? Aimoli was shocked, admiringly said, even you can tell. Standing there rolling his eyes, Tang Tian could not believe that Aimoli could not understand the irony in the old man's speech. Pleased with himself, Aimoli continued, he is the martial artist I respect the most, he has the strongest martial artist heart, and is determined to create his own martial Dao. He is perfect fundamentals Tang Tian, a godlike man, He. That sounds really powerful. Old Fartway laughed, squinting his eyes and sizing Tang Tian up. How is it? We have struck it big now. Aimoli vouched for Tang Tian, patted his chest, vibrating them. Proudly, he continued, once you let him in, that broken school of yours will definitely turn over. Whoa, that makes sense. Yet, such an interesting matter, Aimoli, you don't wish to participate? Old Fartway beamed at Aimoli. Tang Tian could not take it anymore. In his eyes, the old man just wanted to hit on Aimoli, like a kidnapper. Although he wished to enter a school, if it was at the expense of Aimoli, he would not accept it. This housefly cow might be a bit dull, but as an older brother I couldn't help but feel obligated to help him. He was about to stop the conversation when he suddenly saw Aimoli pulling out his carrot-like fingers and started counting. It's not that I cannot go, but you have to promise. At least a silver grade blade-related rank 4 spirit card. 3 times the usual pay. 5 grade 4 star rocks, 50 grade 3 star rocks, full marks on every test results yet I am excused from class. If I can achieve the rank of top 50 in the Star Wind City government exam, the reward will be 5 grade 4 star rocks. If I manage to hit top 30, 10 grade 4 star rocks. If I hit top 10, 20 grade 4 star rocks. If I hit top 5, 40 grade 4 star rocks. And if I get the first place, 1 grade 5 star rock. Hearing that, Tang Tian was flabbergasted, such a swindling deal. Once this lion opened its mouth, it was truly brutal and inhuman. Deal. Old Fartway said without the slightest hesitation, sealing the promise in one word. Tang Tian momentarily had tears flowing across his whole face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 008, Caramel Academy. Chapter 008, Caramel Academy. Translated by Buns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Hey, old man, Fundamental Tang's salary can't be too low either, remember that it is because of him that I am here. Aimoli said to Old Fartway, seemingly with a sense of brotherhood. Tang Tian's impression of the annoying cow momentarily changed to a good person. The old man whispered, all right, 2 times the salary, that is the furthest I can go. Bronze grade rank 2 or 3 spirit card, any of your choosing from what the school has to offer. However, any one card that you choose, you have to perfect before choosing a new card. After all, they are for you to cultivate, do not bite off more than you can chew. The old man was very calculative. It was difficult to master rank 2 martial arts, needless to say, the 3rd ranked martial arts were even harder than the 2nd ranked. The old man did not lose out too much. Deal. Tang Tian was relatively satisfied. He intended to work to obtain the spirit card. To be able to get 1 spirit card, he would already be very pleased. There was nothing more beautiful than focusing on cultivating. Oh right, what is our school called? Tang Tian suddenly remembered this question. It's called, Aimoli gave up and looked at Old Fartway. Caramel Academy. Old Fartway smiled. Tang Tian frowned, drawing a line across his forehead. The founder of the academy probably loved caramel a lot. He quickly threw the weird name to the back of his head, rubbed his fist with his other palm and asked, where is our academy? Though the name was very strange to Tang Tian, it did not bother him. Many academies were built in the Star Wind City as they provided the most funding. For Andrew Academy to achieve a spot in the top 10 positions, it was considered a prestigious academy. Even so, there were many other small academies which were never heard of before. Young people are definitely full of vigor. I like it. Oh, not too far away. Old Fartway smiled from ears to ears. 2 hours later, in a desolate and uninhabited dense forest, Tian was surprised to find a ragged wooden hut that looked as though it was about to collapse. On a broken wooden pole hung a corroded metal plate. The words, Caramel Academy, were engraved onto it. As the wind blew, it banged against the metal plate. This is the Caramel Academy? Tian lifelessly turned to ask, finger pointing to the several almost collapsed wooden huts. Ha 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 ha. Although the conditions are quite arduous, you youngsters have self-discipline. Old Fartway was not even in the least embarrassed. Emily cried out in alarm. Old Manway, you're too confused with misery already. Didn't you say your school is in the top 50? This, I will never lie to you. 50 years ago, Caramel Academy rushed their way into the top 50. How about now? Tian asked suspiciously. Aha, well now we have met with some slight difficulties. However, Old Fartway laughed. Ranking. Tian glared at him. Ranking, oh, we're ranked, number 352. Old Fartway squinted his eyes. Tian turned and asked Emily, how many schools does Star Wind City have? Emily frowned and thought, I think it totals up to 350. Nonsense. Old Fartway jumped up, definitely it's 354. Tian's face darkened, third from last. Old Fartway innocently winked his little eye. Emily suddenly saw the light. No wonder you'd bet on such huge amount of capital, you must be losing a lot, and they are going to cancel your academy's qualification. Hey, old man, are you able to pay for our plight? Old Fartway patted his chest, don't you worry about this, Caramel Academy already has 8 years of history, definitely we will have some savings. I can pay a part of your salary right now, Where are the students? Don't tell me it is only us two? Tian asked. Old Fartway continued to wink his eye innocently, the last student changed school 2 days ago. What about the teachers? Tian continued asking. Me, Old Fartway said in a matter-of-fact manner, pointing to himself. Tian turned to ask Emily, how did you get to know him? Emily bashfully replied, I think we met when I was very young. He praised that I was a genius. Every time we met, he would compliment me. After complimenting me for a few years, we got close. Not forgetting to add on the last sentence, I think he's right. Tian was speechless. He stared at the ruins of the academy as he got closer to it. Don't tell me you're intimidated by this trivial level of difficulty? Old Fartway squinched. Intimidated? Tian cringed his face, ilfully staring at Old Fartway. Tian snorted, and with a sunken face, he started rolling up his sleeves. Well, fundamental Tang, what do you want to do? You want to beat him? Actually, I feel that he indeed needs a spanking. Emily tilted his head and asked. Build a hut. Not turning back once, Tian walked into the forest. Build a hut? Emily glanced at the ruined wooden hut and came to realize, sure enough, he is worthy to be called godlike. As I was saying, this issue is nothing to fundamental Tang. Annoyed by his long-windedness, Tian pointed to the forest, you go get some logs and bring them here. No problem. Emily Pang patted his chest, turned and aggressively rushed into the forest. Tian started calculating. It was too far away from the Star Wind City, there must be a place to live in. There were 3 of them, each needed 1 room, that would total up to a 3-room wooden hut. There was a need to build a simple yet crude hut to act as a training facility. Amongst those old and tiny wooden huts, there was one which housed a collection of books. Tian estimated that those were good for nothing, but decided to build a small hut to store all the junk. Tian had lived alone for quite some time, and fixed and repaired quite a number of things by himself. His style was to be swift and decisive, and very quickly, he cleared a plot of land. Not long after, the floor shook vigorously. Tian immediately froze. Sitting on Emily's shoulder was a 3-meter-long tree. The other end of the tree was being dragged on the ground. Emily looked as though he were a wild cow rushing over. Hua hua hua. Under the enormous log, Emily's strong stature looked really pitiful. With his mouth shaped like an O, tensing all of his body's muscles, every step he took caved into the ground. With the enormous log perched on top of his body, it resembled a giant broom, forcefully sweeping up a big road. Even with Tang Tian believing in his own strength wholeheartedly, when he looked at the barbaric bull, Tang Tian was still dumbstruck. Dawn. Once he arrived at where Tang Tian stood, Amoli threw the log that was sitting on his shoulder towards the ground. The ground beneath Tang Tian's feet shook. Is this enough? Do you want me to grab you a few more trees? Amoli asked energetically. Instantly, Tang Tian made a wise decision. He found a broken knife in the pile of junk and passed it to Amoli. Use it to chop the logs into wooden planks. About this thickness will do. Tang Tian demonstrated to Amoli with a stern face. This is a very practical way to practice your cultivation. The requirement is to have absolute precision. No problem at all. Amoli's eyes glimmered. He snatched the broken knife and, like the wind, rushed towards the wooden trees. What a wonderful and perfect robot in a human form! Tang Tian's heart was filled with gratitude. He started to work hard with his head buried. As expected, the young people are full of vigor. The old fart man lamented, and with great efforts, he climbed up a hammock that was tied underneath a shady tree, yawned, and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the new wooden hut in front of them, Tang Tian and Amoli were satisfied. Amoli's planks and boards were rather consistent, and Tang Tian's woodsmanship was not too bad as well. Both of them labored for the entire day, and was very tired. Let's rest. Tang Tian waved his hand, and entered his own wooden hut. Amoli yawned, and immediately climbed into his own wooden hut to sleep. Tang Tian did not immediately sleep. He opened up a letter, and started writing to Qian Hui. Qian Hui, I changed schools today. The new school is called Caramel Academy. It's very interesting. This school is filled with nature's smell. Under the moonlight, old Fardway, who was on his hammock, opened his eyes, blinked, and looked at the wooden hut filled with a hazy tangerine, Tian, orange, light from the sun, a smile appearing on the corners of his mouth, a cloudy and deep look in his small eyes. One night passed. Early morning of the second day, Tang Tian woke up. Due to having had the same routine every day for the past few years, his body clock led him to wake up on time, despite the laborious work the day before. Beside the academy was a small creek, flowing with cold water that jolted him to be refreshed. Young man, as expected, you have enthusiasm. Old Fartway's voice came from behind. Tang Tian did not even turn to look, and asked, School principal also wakes up so early? Hey, I am so old already, we don't require as much sleep like you youngsters. Old Fartway said helplessly, and continued, Right, which kind of spirit cards do you need? Hearing the word spirit cards, Tang Tian was immediately filled with energy. A second-ranked one should do. Some that are related to fist techniques first. Tang Tian's cultivation talent was average, and it was not clear if it was because of the recent fights, but lately, he felt invigorated and overjoyed whenever he used his fists to punch people. Fist techniques, not many people focus on them. Give me some time to find some. Old Fartway took out many bronze-grade spirit cards, arranged them in front of Tang Tian. Here, all these are related to fist techniques, pick one. Tang Tian was overjoyed to see the cards, and immediately took them up one by one. Bronze-grade spirit cards were bronze at the top, and in the middle of the plate was a vague shadow of a person, standing straight and making a fist. Different types of cards had different shadows doing different actions and postures. On the back of the card were descriptions related to the spirit card. Once martial artists create their own martial arts, they can proceed to make their own spirit cards. The newly formed spirit cards have differing qualities split into 3 grades, bronze, silver, and gold. Spirit cards contain the martial artist's spirit brand, and with it, some accumulated part of the martial artist's comprehension of the martial art. The higher the grade of the card, the more complete the accumulation of comprehension. Bronze grade cards only contained up to 30%, silver about 60%, while gold contained all of the comprehension. Created spirit cards had 2 functions, one was to summon the spirit to use and train oneself, the other was possession. Once the spirit card is possessed, the message and comprehension from the spirit brand will be accepted fully by the user. Whether it were to summon or possess, they both had time restriction. In the beginning, possession was invented as a type of fighting technique, but soon after, people realized that using it to practice martial arts was much easier and more convenient. After that, spirit cards started to become popular. Even now, spirit cards were still popular and spread for thousands of years, and its system had become extremely meticulous. Tang Tian looked at them piece by piece, carefully selecting them. 1,000 whirlpools fist technique, fists spiraling like whirlpools, 100 revolutions and 1,000 returns, leaving no loopholes. Requires water affinity to produce optimal power. Blazing sun fist technique, fists like the blazing sun, 10,000 rays of light, dominating the enemy. Requires fire affinity to produce optimal power. Withered wood fist technique, as sharp as thin and dry branches, engages in elegance for breakthrough, using defense as offense. Requires wood affinity to produce optimal power. Looking at these arts that required the affinity of one of the 5 elements to be effective, Tang Tian gave them up without the slightest hesitation. Flash fist technique, as quick as lightning, all types of affinity are suitable. Heavy fist technique, immense and vigorous power, using its weight to break through, all types of affinity are suitable. Thinking about a Moli who was a madman and all about brute strength, Tang Tian decided to choose the flash fist technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 009, Spirit Card. Chapter 009, Spirit Card. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian stroked the spirit card carefully with his hands. That was his first martial arts spirit card. The size of the spirit card was similar to a poker card. It was thin and was made of metal, hard, yet pliable. The spirit silhouette on the spirit card was blurry but skinny. Though it was unarmed, it had an aura that could cause palpitations in one's heart. Rank 2 Martial Arts. I can finally cultivate Rank 2 Martial Arts. Excited, Tang Tian took a deep breath in order to calm himself down. His gaze regained its usual calmness and focused on the spirit card in his hand. The bronze-grade spirit card started to glow as though the soul on the card were coming alive. The aura that could cause one's heart to palpitate doubled in thickness. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from the spirit card, and was absorbed into Tang Tian's body. All of a sudden, Tang Tian's head exploded. Many things were stuffed into it. Unable to defend in time, his brain became paralyzed. However, he very quickly escaped from the situation, and felt something odd. He seemed to know the messages that were stuffed into his brain. It was familiar yet foreign. This feeling was peculiar. Out of the blue, he felt his hands were burning hot, and immediately, Tang Tian woke up. Lowering his head to look, the cross was already etched out onto his palm. Ha! Tang Tian was confused. Before he could react, his palm generated currents of attractive forces. His mind went blank again. The changes occurring without any signs frightened Tang Tian. When he could finally react, his expression changed abruptly. Darn it! The bronze plate could not have destroyed his hard-earned spirit card, right? Tang Tian's eyelid twitched as he thought about it. Without saying anything else, he thought about the bronze plate. The surroundings darkened as the southern cross door glowed and floated in front of him. Yet the instant Tang Tian laid his eyes on the door, he was shocked. The spirit card which had disappeared earlier had appeared on the door. Although the skinny silhouette was blurry, Tang Tian was sure he recognized it. It was the same silhouette that was on the spirit card. While he was looking at the skinny silhouette, a set of words suddenly appeared in his mind. Celestial Guardian of the Door. Although the Celestial Guardian looked the same as the silhouette that was on the spirit card, it was emitting a powerful aura which was much stronger than what it was emitting on the card earlier. On the southern cross door, the cross stood vertically as the core. On the left was the gray man who looked just like Tang Tian, and on the right was the blurry shadow. On both sides, the gray man looked stern, and the shadow looked vicious. Tilting his head, he studied it for a while. The two shadows on both sides of the door looked remarkably like the Celestial Guardian, with features that were extremely alike. Anyone would have mistaken them for another Celestial Guardian. Tang Tian let out a laugh and thought his idea was way too interesting. Yet not long after, he could no longer laugh. Though the Celestial Guardian looked interesting, his hard-earned spirit card was gone just like that. Tang Tian's face turned bitter. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and remembered, when the gray man appeared, he fought with him. Could it be that the shadow wanted to spar with him as well? His eyes glimmered and was eager to try. He had no fear at all. While the opponent's power seemed vicious to Tang Tian, he was excited when he was faced with things that was never seen before. Hey! Young lad, no, uncle. Tang Tian pointed with his right finger towards the shadow on the door and yelled, "Do you want to fight?" The shadow on the door had no reaction. The method was wrong. Tang Tian murmured and walked forward. His face was just inches away from the door, and he opened his eyes wide to stare at the shadow, not forgetting to nag, "Hey, young lad, are you scared already?" The method was still wrong. Tang Tian did not give much thought about it and placed his hand forward to slap on the shadow. His hand hit nothing but air. Shocked to see his hand was halfway through the door, Tang Tian's had an odd feeling on his hand. The door was like a soft and dense net, and with his hand halfway through the door, it was as if he had opened up the net. Yet the weird thing was, that there were countless messages from the net permeating through his arms, entering his body. Wait a minute. Tang Tian's pupils dilated and he felt pleasantly surprised. These were the messages that were transmitted into his body from the spirit card. So this is where you all went. Tang Tian grinned. He attempted to extend his arms further, to absorb more messages into his body. Instead, he squeezed his entire body into the door. At this moment, half of Tang Tian's body was in the door, as though he was embedded in it. He suddenly felt a strong force pulling him in. Unable to react promptly, he was sucked into the door. It was pitch dark inside, until a dull glow started lightening up the place. His vision was a blur. Tang Tian looked around to find himself facing the black mirror behind the door. He focused on the lines, and in a few moments, he felt a sense of familiarity. Tang Tian lowered his head and looked at his fists. What a weird feeling, like he had been practicing flash fist technique for a very long time. He suppressed this weird feeling in his heart and tried punching. Who? The punch seemed to disappear mid-air. Tang Tian just had to blink once, and the punch broke through the air. Such a powerful flash fist technique. Tang Tian steadied himself. He had a rich experience in fighting and recognized that if he met with such fist techniques during a fight, it would be a troublesome matter. Spirit card possession duration, 3 days. You are as weak as an ant, and your gifts are terrible. You have a low status and you are defenseless. Sweat and hardship are your only weapons, you have no time to waste. Many red letterings appeared in Tang Tian's gray vision. He was curious, but as he saw the last sentence, he tightened his fist. The red letters truly hit the nail on the head. He was already lagging so much behind compared to others. As long as he worked harder, and pushed on harder than anyone else, he would see hope. Cultivating and practicing were the only things on Tang Tian's mind. He had already abandoned the thought of solving the mystery of the bronze plate. He had already gotten used to the cold numbers that kept jumping. Keep pressing on, Tang Tian. Tang Tian raised his fist and shouted to encourage himself. His face was full of will to fight and seriousness. The sweat dripped down from his forehead profusely. Panting, Tang Tian gasped for air as though he was the wind that bellowed. His face was pale and he could no longer bring his arms up, his knees were weak. He had been cultivating for the past 2 hours continuously, and he had almost used up all his energy. He sat down and used the secrets of cultivating qi to strengthen his qi and nourish his body. 1 hour later, his fatigue was worn away. He jumped up and started cultivating again. The selling point of the flash fist technique was the flash. The fist would disappear suddenly, and when it reappeared, it would have attacked the enemy. The flash fist's speed was astonishing. It had a high requirement in a burst of energy within a split second. Other than the arm muscles suddenly exploding with power, he needed power from the waist and abdomen to coordinate as well. The most difficult part was the change in tempo. Only with a high-speed fist and a rapid change of tempo would the potential of flash fist technique be realized. Flash fist technique was only 1 rank higher than the fundamental fist technique. Yet it involved complex skills and difficulty. Similarly, its power was not something the fundamental fist technique could compare to. With the spirit card possessing Tang Tian's body, he was able to find out how it should feel like to punch out accurately. Although there were some hits and misses, he was able to punch correctly once every 5 to 6 punches. There was a limited time for the spirit card to possess his body. He needed to make sure that his body could remember the technique within this limited period of time. If not, he would be back at square one when the spirit card leaves his body. When the spirit card possessed him, he was able to comprehend the flash fist technique in this card. However, he had to force it to enter his body if he wanted it to become a part of him, and he had to do it within this period of time and cultivate continuously. Tang Tian did not dare to waste any time. He calmed himself down and started polishing his skills carefully. With help from a predecessor with prior experience, he would be able to pick up the martial arts from him easily. Teachers only taught martial arts and were not able to do what the spirit cards did, to allow the students to practice until it was a part of them. Spirit cards were very popular exactly due to this special aspect. The bronze grade spirit card had the shortest possession period, which was 3 days. The silver grade one was a month, and the gold grade one was a year. Tang Tian continuously tried to move his fists to understand the smaller details of the skill, and he was completely absorbed into it. One fist after another, his shouts echoed. Without stopping, he raised his fist and used his heart to comprehend. His energy was depleted again and again, then he would sit down, recover and repeat. The space behind the door was magical. He could feel fatigue in this space, but he would never feel hungry. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. Tang Tian's body shook unexpectedly. All the estrangement and sense of familiarity disappeared. He looked up in daze and let out a long breath. This was the first time he had practiced for so long without pause. In those 3 days, other than sitting down to meditate, he had not taken even a single break. He opened up his fist as he could not believe he had lasted for so long. Slap! He clenched his fist tightly and grinned from ears to ears, showing his white teeth. Raising both of his hands as though he was hugging the sky, Tang Tian shouted. Tang Tian. You will become strong. You will definitely become stronger. A red word appeared floating in front of him. Shocked, he lowered his arms and looked carefully. Flash fist technique, rank 2 technique, number of repetitions needed to completely master the technique, 200,000. Number of repetitions needed to awaken the killing technique of the flash fist, 400,000. The hardship of cultivation was activated, time given, 10 days. This was... Tang Tian was dumbfounded, but he reacted quickly. When he was practicing the fundamental fist technique, all he needed was 200,000 perfect fists to perfect it. There was a killing technique. Tang Tian was excited. The bronze card was the lowest grade spirit card, many of the martial arts details were unclear and it was considered the most shallow experience. Therefore, there would be no way to comprehend the killing technique in the bronze card. The killing techniques could only be found in the silver and gold card. Unexpectedly, this cross door could actually comprehend killing techniques. Killing techniques were gems. Any type of martial arts killing technique had a much higher power than any ordinary martial arts. There were even some killing techniques that were stronger than the ordinary martial arts by an entire rank. As for the 400,000 repetitions needed to unlock the killing technique of the flash fist technique, Tang Tian didn't mind. He only needed to endure this small amount of hardship to learn the killing technique. Where else could he find such a good deal? I have struck it big. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 010, Transferring of School. Chapter 010, Transferring of School. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Whoosh! The wind produced by the fists was blowing hard. Tang Tian was deeply focused on punching with both of his fists continuously. He was drenched in sweat, and pearls of sweat were dripping down his face to his chin, falling into the black concrete floor underneath his feet. Sometimes in between, the fists would disappear suddenly. Every time this happened, the number on the door would jump. Tang Tian was still new to this technique. Out of 10 strikes, only 1 would produce a flash fist. Bronze-grade spirit cards would only possess the body for a short period of time. It was impossible for the body to fully comprehend those moves in such a little amount of time. Because of that, the price of silver-grade spirit cards was way more expensive than that of the bronze-grade cards. However, Tang Tian did not mind. As long as he owned 1 spirit card, he was satisfied. He was unfamiliar with the moves of the fists. Out of 10 hits, only 1 was successful. He did not mind all these problems at all. This was nothing compared to 5 years ago when he was practicing the fundamental martial arts. If he was unfamiliar, then he should practice more. The bronze-grade spirit card would not provide any profound comprehension, and so, he had to figure it out on his own. He was so engrossed in training. After spending 5 years, he finally could practice rank 2 martial arts. The energy he had accumulated in his heart was enough to blow the entire world up. For the 200,000 repetitions needed to completely master the technique. For the killing techniques. For Qian Hui. For my mother. For myself. He felt that he had an inexhaustible energy in his body, and that his current state had never been better. He liked to live his life this way. He could shout out all his goals in his heart and he could freely sway all of his sweat out under the sun. Those ambitious goals no longer stood like stars in the sky, so unattainable, so far away. If he wasn't willing to sweat, his dreams would definitely stay as nothing but dreams, but he hadn't slept once ever since he found out that he did not need to eat while inside the space behind the southern cross door. If he was not meditating, then he would be practicing the flashing fist technique. He had since completed over 768 flash fists. As compared to 200,000, the 786 fists seemed negligible. However, Tang Tian was still determined. He knew that the beginning was always the hardest part, but once he got past that stage, the chance of successfully executing a proper flash fist would increase rapidly. For 5 consecutive days, Tang Tian was immersed in training. His number of successful flash fists started to grow fast. Previously, out of 10 fists, he could only succeed in 1. Now, he could pull out 3 successful flash fists out of 10. The number on the door kept jumping and increasing, and the range between jumps also grew bigger. Panting heavy breaths, and sweat flowing down profusely, fatigue started to creep in. He held on to his knees, eyes filled with bulging blood vessels. He stared at the floor and slowly, his stiff eyes began to recover their light. He smiled, and even though he felt completely drained, it was still as bright as the sun. He had already completed over 8,000 repetitions of the flash fist. He sat flat like a plate, closed his eyes, and as usual, cultivated the secrets of cultivating qi. Inside the Southern Cross door, energy was abundant, hastening mental cultivation and increasing the general speed of cultivation. Tang Tian could distinctly feel every bit of energy following his secrets of cultivating qi, floating around him like moths attracted to flames, rapidly converging towards him. This floating energy penetrated into Tang Tian's body, flowing alongside with the secrets of cultivating qi. Once it reached his dantian, Tian, the region 2 inches below the navel where a person stores his or her qi, it settled down in a pool there. There were 2 pools in Tang Tian's dantian, one above and the other below. The one on top was a second-tier dantian pool, and the one below was a first-tier dantian pool. When true power enters the dantian, the body will form a new dantian pool every time it completely fills the current pool. The pools are created on top of another, looking like a ladder. According to a legend, if trained to an unfathomable level, the true power will seep into the dantian pools and influence them level by level, until it reaches a meridian point in between the person's eyebrows, granting the person eternal life. Of course, this was just a rumor. So far, no one had ever cultivated their true power to such an extent, just like how no one had reached the end of heaven's road. Sucking the energy in the body, turning it into true power and emptying into the dantian. Purifying it again, it would be emptied into the second-tier dantian pool. The second-tier dantian pool filled up bit by bit. This process was very slow and dull, patience was put to the test. As the energy slowly turned into true power, the body which was receiving the nutrients would also recover. Rich martial artists widely used star rocks to cultivate true power. Star rocks contained great amounts of pure energy. After absorbing the pure energy, the cultivator could quickly transform the energy to true power, greatly cutting down cultivation time. However, with the price of star rocks, it was definitely not a method which normal people could afford to use. 1 hour passed. Tang Tian's second-tier dantian pool was already filled with true power, but Tang Tian noticed he did not yet have any signs of bloating. He was motivated, and he continued to practice the mental cultivation technique to draw energy, building on the true power. Following the meridian flow into the dantian, then flowing into the second-tier dantian pool. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body shook and he displayed a look of happiness. He felt the true power of the dantian as though he touched an invisible wall. It was completed. The second-tier dantian pool was completed. The layer of invisible barrier was known as the wall of perfection. Behind the barrier lay the third-tier dantian pool. When one touched the wall of perfection, it meant that the cultivation of true power in that particular pool was perfected. At this time, there was a need for a rank 3 mental cultivation technique or above, to break through the wall of perfection and open up the third-tier dantian pool. Robin, so basically, mental cultivation is qi cultivation. It's a term that might see change in the future as the novel progresses? No wonder Tang Tian was happy. In his prediction, he needed more time to perfect the secrets of cultivating qi. He never expected himself to master it so quickly. As such, he could start cultivating a rank 3 mental cultivation technique. The true power coming from the third-tier dantian pool was much richer and of a higher quality than the second-tier dantian pools. Robin, just to make everything clear. True power from the third-tier dantian pool equals third-level true power, while true power from the second-tier dantian pool equals second-level true power. Tang Tian was filled with joy. True power was all about building up foundation. Without true power, martial arts would only be a fanciful act. The awesome martial arts all had high demands of utilizing true power, especially disciples of the big clans who spent majority of their time cultivating the third tier. Only by attaining the third level and above could he get through the Heaven's Road starry door onto the Heaven's Road to Immortal Constellation Mountain to get to Qianhui. Tang Tian grinned from ear to ear. As he jumped in excitement, he raised both his arms. Ha 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 ha. Rank 3, I want to cultivate rank 3 mental cultivation techniques, I will go to Heaven's Road. I want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain. He jumped happily behind the cross door, dancing and gesticulating for joy like a child. After a while, he stopped to rest. His face was glowing as he widened his eyes. Clenching his fists tighter, he punched into the air with all seriousness and shouted, "Hey, young lad, you sure are a godlike man." Shua, his figure blinked and appeared opposite of where he was originally standing, bashfully pretended to say, "Oh, I think you're right." Shua back to his original position with an admiring face. "I feel that the flash fist technique is as godlike as you said, totally not a problem." Schwa, back to the opposite side, waved his hand, looking impressed. Youngster, having this wisdom at your age, very good, you have very good future prospects. After finishing his own act, Tang Tian satisfyingly continued with his training. With the sound of wind blowing from every fist, it was obvious that there was more power in them. Emily, you're transferring academies? Why? The principal asked in disbelief. He could not understand why, no matter which perspective he tried to see. There was no reason why Emily wanted to transfer to another academy. The Beast Academy was the third biggest academy in Star Wind City. They had far more resources than Caramel Academy. Emily regarded his talents importantly. He got into the top 10 when he was in the second year. Such talent was rare. The principal said calmly, I have been too busy with my work and have neglected you. If you have any grievance or unhappiness, you can let me know. Did you meet an obstacle while cultivating? Is it something to do with the spirit card? You can choose 3 silver grade rank 4 spirit cards. Emily shook his head, it has nothing to do with anything like that. I wasn't wronged in any way, but I want to find my own martial path. Your own martial path? The principal stopped smiling. Emily, though you are gifted, you're still young. Your top priority now is not to find a martial path but to build your foundation well. All the paths of martial are not just about fantasizing. Emily bowed to the principal and replied in a serious tone, thank you for your concern, I will work hard. The principal knew that Emily was serious, but he could not help feeling disappointed and replied, Emily, I hope you won't regret today's decision. I will never regret it. Emily replied. He turned to leave the principal's office. Walking along the corridor, a solemn voice came out from behind Emily. Emily, you're changing schools? To the same school with that ultimate retainer, ... Another voice filled with mockery sounded, the majestic Beast Academy's next promising star, runs off with the rumored ultimate retainer to wallow in the swamp, such a disgrace. Emily turned his body, frowned and squinted his eyes, Tian Lin, if you do not want your mouth to be smashed by me, you better keep it shut. In front of him, one of the two guys had a cynical face with not the slightest bit of respect, his name was Tian Lin. Tian Lin was one of Beast Academy's top 10 students, ranked number 9. Tian Lin's eyes flashed a bit of anger, but kept his mouth closed. Once Emily truly got angry, there wouldn't be an end until someone died. Tian Lin did not want to get tangled with Emily. Next to Tian Lin was a calm and composed tall youth with a solemn expression, spoke with his deep voice, Emily, you really plan to go down this road? Emily did not put Tian Lin in his eyes, but the other tall individual gave him a lot of pressure. Liang Qiu, Beast Academy's number 1 student. What made Emily feel pressure was not only Liang Qiu's powerful strength, but the fact that Liang Qiu had always taken care of him, and frequently gave him a lot of pointers. What big brother Liang Qiu had said made him feel uncomfortable. Yet he knew at this time all explanations would be meaningless, as no one would believe it. Therefore he thought of using one of his goals to explain things. Emily clenched his fists but shortly after relaxed them, raised his head and with conviction told Liang Qiu, Big bro Liang Qiu, wait for me to defeat you. Finished, he left without showing any signs of reluctance. Along the way, many people pointed at him and whispered as he walked, which he turned a blind eye to. With his fists unrestrainedly clenched, he made a resolution in his heart. He, Emily, would definitely find his own martial Tao. You wish to defeat Big Bro Liang Qiu, ha ha ha. Tian Lin viciously laughed from afar, with his voice echoing down the corridor. Hearing this, everyone who was looking at Emily laughed and pitted him, thinking he was overestimating himself and that he went crazy. Caramel Academy, what is that? Before today, no one had ever heard of such a school. And once they found out about Caramel Academy's ranking, they would all be dumbstruck. Third last. Oh God, what is this lousy school? And that student that got chased out of Andrew Academy, Star Wind City's famous ultimate retainer. Scoundrel. Scoundrel. In everybody's eyes, Emily destroyed his future, and hearing about his declaration of challenge, they all thought he was already crazy. Except Liang Qiu, who stared at Emily's back, seemingly thinking about something. The news of Emily changing schools to Caramel Academy quickly spread across the entire Star Wind City. Mad Bull Emily was not some nobody. In merely his second year, he rushed his way up to Beast Academy's top 10, he was seen as Liang Qiu's successor. Another similar person who was well known was Star Wind City's ultimate retainer, Andrew Academy's number 1 tyrant, hated and loathed by many, the ultimate rubbish boy Tang Tian, born from garbage, the ultimate trash. Together, the both of them entered the third last, and ultimately lousy school Caramel Academy. This strange matter, as it was the first to ever happen in Star Wind City, gave rise to a huge uproar in various schools. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 011, Hardship Training and the Zhou Clan. Chapter 11, Hardship Training and the Zhou Clan. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Time passed. Tang Tian's shouts went from a high pitch to a low pitch, and then to a hoarse shout. Only the sound of his fists breaking through the air never ceased. Punch, punch, punch. For low-level martial arts, physical power was the foundation for everything. For 5 years, he had endlessly practiced extremely hard every day. The amount of training he did was far more than what people could ever imagine, and it was this that toughened his surprising endurance. His courageous strength showed his surprising amount of practice. In the face of this crazy and high-intensity training, even those people with similar valiant strength as Tang Tian, who tried this training for the first time, would definitely be unable to take it. Just after the last trace of strength was exhausted, Tang Tian crashed onto the floor, laid on the floor like a pool of mud. Hardship training was too crazy. Even if there was true power constantly repairing the body, even if hunger did not exist in the bizarre space, the amount of concentration used was the same, and was equally astonishing. His energy was constantly drained until there was practically nothing left. He would then start cultivating the secrets of cultivating qi, and once the energy was recovered, he would dive into a new set of practice. With this method, Tang Tian never wasted even a tiny bit of time. Yet as time passed, this kind of high-intensity training would build up more and more burden on the body. The fatigue was harder to recover from, the energy cultivation took longer. And the pain of training took more and more time to heal. Adding on the long duration of focusing, his state of mind was constantly wearing and tearing down. Tang Tian felt like his head was going to split open with a faint ache. The coldness of the black rock floor transferred to his cheeks and woke him up slightly. However, he did not even have the strength to move even one finger, like the body was not his. At this time, he should be practicing mental cultivation, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not sit back up. Fatigue rippled in like sea tides, causing his eyelids to become heavier and heavier. Sleep, just sleep here, sleep now, how satisfying would that be? A satisfactory voice suddenly came out from deep inside his brain, filled with temptation. Sleep, you have already done a good job, sleep for a while, you deserve it. It was like his brain had a devil hiding inside, continuously spiting him. Tang Tian strived to keep his eyes open, wishing to climb up, yet his entire body was so weak, and could not even move one finger. No! I don't want to sleep. I want to practice. Tang Tian shouted in his heart, either to himself, or to the devil in his heart. You already don't have enough strength to practice. Sleep, after you sleep you can continue training. You already did your best, you already trained enough. Don't force yourself, why treat yourself so viciously? Sleep for a while, it'll be so satisfying and so sweet. No! I want to train. I want to train. I just want to train. Tang Tian was someone who would explode easily, and as the intense anger gushed into him like red-hot lava, his entire body was ignited in a moment. His anger brought about a deep stubbornness and unwillingness. He was like a provoked lion, his body shivered, uncontrollably shivered, but his eyes were flaming with a sea of fire. He opened his bloodshot eyes, stared fiercely at the reflection on the ice-cold floor, roared with a deep hoarse voice from the gap between his teeth and slowly squeezed. As a godlike man, how can you admit defeat? I want to go to a mortal constellation mountain. I want to find Xian Hui. We will go to heaven's road together. You already made a promise, how can you give up now? Tang Tian. Don't ever give up. Don't you give up. With one wrathful roar came forth a burst of energy from nowhere. Tang Tian slowly supported his body, opened his eyes widely looking very fierce, with veins popping out of his forehead. His body shivered constantly, yet he slowly sat back up. The sweat from his body dripped down like a river, forming a glossy mirror-like surface on the floor, reflecting his unyielding silhouette. You can never give up. Tang Tian. You are already so far behind other people. Day 10. Tang Tian's consciousness became somewhat entranced, and he could not clearly see the red numbers or the time. At this moment, he instinctively propped himself up, fists suddenly flying. The scarlet numbers jumped at lightning speed. Tang Tian could hear his rapid heartbeat and his rough and heavy breathing. There were a lot of things to do, how can I just give up on them? Persevere for a while more. I just have to persevere for a while more. Not knowing how much time passed, in his trance, Tang Tian could only feel the world spinning. He relaxed his mind as a smile slowly came out of his exhausted face. Ha, I won. This was the last sentence he could remember. Behind the light door, where there was no life, was a line of red numbers. 30,000. At the Zhou clan main hall, many clan elders arrived. This matter influences our Zhou clan's image very negatively, said a white-haired and bearded old man. Although he was old, he held onto a walking stick with a dragon head, with clear bright eyes, containing no anger within them, yet still giving off a feeling of power. He was the Zhou clan's most prestigious and highest-ranked clan elder, and even the Zhou clan's patriarch had to respectfully address him as the great clan elder. This time's clan meeting was convened by the great clan elder himself. Our Zhou clan has towered straight in the martial world for the past 400 years. Our ancestors founded this family estate, and it was no easy feat. My later generations, not only could you not defend this family estate, you even let our ancestors be humiliated. These few days, I have difficulty sleeping. The great clan elder's tone of speech was solemn and respectful yet downcast, and no one in the main hall dared make a sound. The clan patriarch looked like as if he were sitting on pins and needles, Tian, uncomfortable, sweat constantly pouring down. If the great clan elder was against it, his position as patriarch would immediately be unstable. From the great clan elder's tone of speech, if he proposed to remove the patriarch from his place, half of the clan elders in attendance would definitely comply. It's all my fault. It's my discipline that was not strict enough. Patriarch Zhou self-criticized in a low voice. Without looking at him, the great clan elder coldly snorted, "You say it's your discipline that isn't strict enough? I can't believe that the Grand Zhou clan patriarch's son was almost killed by some garbage student. If my old dead self recalls correctly, Zhou Peng is our next generation patriarch candidate, right?" Patriarch Zhou immediately perspired in cold sweat, his face looking like he was about to die. This matter was blown up to big proportions. The entire Star Wind City knew of how Zhou Peng had lost his face to the ultimate retainer Tang Tian. It was too embarrassing. Truthfully, in the course of the next few days, he already heard many rumors flying around, and was already worried. Yet he could not imagine that his worry would become a reality. He could only reply softly, "Pang Er is still young, and still not sensible. It was inevitable that he would act rashly. However, his aptitude and body are actually very good." "Oh, are they?" The great clan elder's complexion was grave and stern. "Since his body is good, then let true gold fear no fire, Tian, meaning his strong body can take any kind of training. In a month's time, he will personally handle this matter. The Zhou clan's reputation was thrown by him, he should go earn it back. As a successor, if he does not even have the slight awareness of this, how can he be a successor? Whoever is the next patriarch is not important. The important thing is, regarding our Zhou clan's patriarch position, will never be handed over to a useless piece of garbage." The great clan elder's tone was cold and resolute as he shouted out. "That's right. Use his own power to talk. Great clan elder sure speaks wisely." One after another, the numerous clan elders agreed. Patriarch Zhou knew that in that moment, he was caught in a dead end. He clenched his teeth and said, "Great clan elder is right, if he is useless, I will treat him as if I never had him as a son." The great clan elder's face somewhat relaxed. "All your hard work these few years, we have seen it, but no matter wherever or whenever, you all have to remember this, the Zhou clan's reputation should never be humiliated. You are still young and can still bear a few more sons, allowing our household to thrive." "Yes." Patriarch Zhou bowed down and replied. Patriarch Zhou gloomily watched as Zhou Peng happily rushed his way into the house. "Father! I have finally found out where Tang Tian went. He ran to Caramel Academy. It is the third to last thrash school." Zhou Peng joyfully exclaimed, "I sure have investigated for a long time, yet I did not find anything. If not for I am only changing schools, I would really not have found a thing." When Tang Tian beat him up at the school gates that time, although Zhou Peng's father already got Tang Tian kicked out of Andrew Academy, Zhou Peng yet did not let go of the thought of taking revenge. Since young, he never lost his face in front of so many people before. So embarrassing. Tang Tian. Thinking about the day Tang Tian grabbed him by the throat, and those arrogant and rude eyes, Zhou Peng's fists unconsciously clenched. "Tang Tian, very soon you will know my power. Penger, there's this matter that I need to speak with you about," Patriarch Zhou said in a low voice. Zhou Peng then noticed his father's queer expression, and curiously asked, "Did something happen?" "Regarding Tang Tian, I need you to settle it by yourself." "That's great. I still have not used the Golden Dragon Rod spirit card that Uncle Pan gave me the other time. Rank 3 silver grade spirit card, I will definitely beat Tang Tian up like a dog." Zhou Peng immediately sounded excited. "No." Patriarch Zhou shook his head. The great clan elder said, "You have to handle it by yourself and you cannot have other people helping you." Zhou Peng's complacent face froze. Did the great clan elder become silly or what? Despicable. Patriarch Zhou's expression was strict. "Looks like all these years, I have definitely not disciplined you enough. From today onwards, you will practice with Zhou Mu. Zhou Pang then noticed the almost non-existent brat standing next to his father. Zhou Mu was his father's #1 guard, usually slow and prudent, usually quiet and uncommunicative. However, he was full of power, with unfathomable strength. What led Zhou Ping to feel more fear was that Zhou Mu did not talk about sentiments or feelings. As long as his father instructed him a task, it would definitely be completed. Zhou Mu, Pang'er will be given to you. I do not care what kind of methods you use, but in 1 month's time, I want him to be at the 3rd level. Patriarch Zhou Cold said, whatever expenses that you require, just go and take it. Yes. Zhou Mu replied emotionlessly. Zhou Pang almost fainted, wailing in anguish, Father, I don't want. His miserable yelling was suddenly cut short, as Zhou Mu hit him, causing him to faint, and then carried him out. Patriarch Zhou eyes flashed with intolerance, but he kept enduring strongly. Tang Tian. Patriarch Zhou eyes flashed a cold look. The main cause of this disaster is that guy. If not for the great clan elder who specifically ordered for Pang'er to handle Tang Tian personally in order to blow off steam, he would have already hired people to have Tang Tian killed. We just have to let this brat live for a few more days. Once Pang'er settles it, we will find people to quietly kill off this brat. Heh, every year a few people disappear from Star Wind City, who will even care? Patriarch Zhou's face was covered in murderous intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 012, Testing the Flash Fist Technique. Chapter 12, Testing the Flash Fist Technique. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Emily did not receive much disturbance. Openly challenging Big Bro Liang Qiu did not make him feel pressured at all, but instead let him feel that a huge load had been taken off his shoulders. His entire body felt very light. Big Bro Liang Qiu, I will definitely find and create my own martial Dao. I will definitely defeat you. Emily quickly rushed his entire journey, hurrying back to Caramel Academy. Tang Tian was chased out of school, so he did not have any procedures to go through. However, Emily had to go back to Beast Academy to engage in the change of school procedures. With his head held high and the will to fight, Emily rushed into Caramel Academy. Fundamental Tang. Fundamental Tang. Emily thunderously banged on the door, making every bird in the forest chirp in fright and fly off. At this time, Fundamental Tang must be seriously training. He is really a godlike man. Never before have I seen someone as hardworking as Fundamental Tang. Someone with so much perseverance to pursue his dreams unremittingly. Fundamental Tang must definitely be painstakingly training at this time. I cannot fall behind. Filled with fighting spirit, Emily secretly made a salutatory fist. Like a fierce wind, he hung his school badge on a branch, and rushed into the so-called school training grounds. With the bright and beautiful sun watching over the morning, what can compare to real combat to make one burn with anger? But once he rushed into the yard, he was dumbstruck. The training grounds were empty with only 1 or 2 birds present. Under the sun, Tang Tian was lying on a rock beside the creek, not in the least worried about his image, snoring loudly. Who? Who? The rhythmic snores, repeated continuously. Emily was petrified momentarily, but his eyes changed, and anger started to gush out. Fundamental Tang, you make me so disappointed in you. Such a good time and day, yet you are here sleeping. You dare to sleep. How can you sleep? Emily raged, his saliva splattered all over Tang Tian's face. Tang Tian's drowsy eyes opened, he recognized the blurry silhouette and closed his eyes again. He mumbled, let me sleep a bit more. He was too tired. 10 days of continuous training without any rest was too vigorous, even for Tang Tian who was such a persisting man. Even though behind the cross door, there was not a need to eat, and he could recover quickly, the sufferings of the training were so tough that Tang Tian wanted to vomit. He couldn't even remember how he eventually left the bronze plate space. As though he slept for a very long time, he suddenly felt thirsty. Fumbling his way to the pond, he took a few mouthfuls of water. Feels so good, feels so satisfying. Continue sleeping. I want to sleep till the world's end. Tang Tian was sleeping so soundly, he smacked his lips and smiled sheepishly. Emily stamped with fury, Fundamental Tang, how can you waste time on such a useless activity? How can you waste time on sleeping? Fundamental Tang, you are a man who is going to create a whole new martial Dao. Emily ranted, and with his hands, he shook Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a dead fish in Emily's hands. His entire body was controlled by Emily, but his snores never stopped once. So comfortable. Tang Tian vaguely saw a statue that was big and was smiling as the man helped him to swing his hammock. What a good man. Tang Tian's snore got louder, and he was smiling from ear to ear. Very soon, Iamoli realized that Tang Tian was like noodles in his hands. No matter how he shook him to the left or right, Tang Tian had no signs of waking up. Iamoli's face turned black as a black pot. He looked to the left, then to the right and saw a streamlet at the side. His eyes brightened and he roared, "Fundamental Tang, wake up!" With that, he raised Tang Tian with his hands and splash, he threw Tang Tian into the stream. Though the sun was up and shining, the temperature of the stream was extremely low. Tang Tian jumped once he fell into the stream. The chilliness reached his bones and brought him back to reality. What had happened? What just happened? In the stream, Tang Tian started struggling. His face was confused and he was not sure what the heck was going on. At this moment, Iamoli was standing on a rock near the stream. He raised his right arm and yelled at him excitedly, "Fundamental Tang! You spent such a great time sleeping, I can't forgive you. Come, let's spar. As martial artists." The ignorant Tang Tian finally woke up, frowned his eyebrows, and his face turned as black as the surrounding gray clouds that were forming, with the corner of his mouth twitching rapidly as he was unable to control the overflowing rage. He gritted his teeth and fumed with rage, with every word squeezing out of his teeth. "Stupid housefly cow, you're seeking death." Tang Tian was sleeping soundly, but right now all he could feel was anger building up in his chest, yet he did not know if the agitation was caused by the cold water, otherwise he would have felt peace in his heart. Tang Tian climbed out from the stream, drenched in water. The cold stream water dripped down his pants and formed his footprints one after another. He walked over to Iamoli expressionlessly. When the distance from Iamoli was less than 10 feet away, he stopped. 10 days of hardship and cultivating, he did not give much thought and posed a flashing fist form. It was not a fundamental fist technique. Iamoli's heart shivered and squinted. There was a hint of excitement and happiness in his eyes. Not knowing why, he could not describe this insurmountable happiness he was feeling right then. This indescribable happiness made him tremble slightly. "Fundamental Tang, you have started finally." Iamoli did not even see a bit of Tang Tian's thoughts. He was clear that Tang Tian was abnormal, and absolutely could not use common logic to understand him. At that moment, when Iamoli and Tang Tian's eyes met, he could not help but stare blankly. A cold gaze, emitting a chi that caused one heart to beat rapidly, Iamoli felt that he was being stared by an extremely terrifying wild beast. What a dangerous chi! Iamoli squinted his eyes, his heart secretly shivering. This kind of dangerous chi, he had only seen it on one other person before, and that was his idol that he swore to defeat, Liang Qiu. Iamoli had never underestimated Tang Tian's potential. Someone who could persistently spend 5 years on mastering the fundamentals of so many martial arts, in his heart, was a true martial artist. That was the most important reason why he was willing to follow Tang Tian to join Caramel Academy. However, that did not mean that Tang Tian could compare to Big Bro Liang Qiu. Big Bro Liang Qiu was the entire Beast Academy's undisputable #1 fighter. Comparing to the schools of Star Wind City, Big Bro Liang Qiu can definitely reach the status of top 3. In Iamoli's heart, Big Bro Liang Qiu was always the one target he wished to overtake. Iamoli would not be surprised if given 1 or 2 years, Tang Tian would reach Big Bro Liang Qiu's standard. But, damn it, this was only one night. Tang Tian's body was actually emitting the same level of chi as Liang Qiu Big Bro. Iamoli's heart kept undulating. Similarly, feeling that Iamoli's state of mind was undulating, Tang Tian's eyes suddenly became sharp. With one sudden big stride forward, brandishing his right fist. When Tang Tian moved, Iamoli regained his senses, not showing any signs of weakness and welcoming the attack. Although his main fighting style was using blades, Iamoli's fist techniques were equally strong. Especially since he had been exchanging blows with Tang Tian so many times, his fists techniques were skyrocketing, adding on his natural talent in the second level, Barbaric Horn Fist. His power was equally shocking. The Barbaric Horn Fist style was simple, it used big movements, but its power was equivalent to 1,000 catapults, and most suitable for martial artists who excel in using brute force. Iamoli rushed forward powerfully like a bull, with his fists like horns, heavily aiming towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's mind was blank. Woken up by the cold water, he was not fully awaking yet, and was forced into a rage. The only thing that was controlling him now was the 10 days of hardship training's results. Iamoli's gaze was burning, staring straight at Tang Tian. He was expecting a lot from Tang Tian. Tang Tian's fists were so fast. Suddenly, Iamoli's pupils contracted. Tang Tian's fist suddenly disappeared without a trace, and in the next moment, it appeared 30 centimeters away from his cheeks. Flash fist. Iamoli's heart jumped, and he immediately slanted his head, dodging one after another of Tang Tian's flash fists dangerously. At the same time, Imoli felt that something was amiss. After fighting with Tang Tian so many times, he understood Tang Tian's character fairly well. Fighting with Tang Tian required 100% concentration, without the slightest bit of distraction. He was very cautious, but was still caught in Tang Tian's motions, almost like it was inevitable for him to play into Tang Tian's thunderous and fierce attacks. As expected, Tang Tian was like an arrow, having already accumulated power in his right fist. He rushed towards Imoli. Imoli instantly raised his hands in defense, wanting to block Tang Tian's punch. Tang Tian's fist disappeared into thin air again. Imoli was stumped. He was momentarily stunned, before he felt another intense danger shrouding him. He quivered, shuddering himself before waking up. With a deep groan, he suddenly stomped with his right foot again. This generated ripples around the surrounding ground, like a tremor spreading outwards around him. Seismic wave, an earthen element martial arts that was common and frequently used. Using the earth element power, transmitting it into the ground to produce a small-scale earthquake. The ground is the earth element's best medium, and as long as the opponent is within range of the fluctuating radius, his movements would be dramatically affected. Almost at the same time, a vague image of a fist appeared in the air in front of his face without a sign, with it a cold wind gushing out, exploding towards him. So fast. Imoli's pupils constricted, flipping his elbow instantly to act as a punch, towards Tang Tian's fist. Retracting his fist back to his waist level, waiting for another chance to strike. Tang Tian just had to be affected by the seismic wave for a short moment in order for an opening on his body to show up due to imbalance. Even with such a small opening, Imoli was skilled enough to quickly make use of the chance. Yet Tang Tian's reaction power was too extraordinary. Tian, it writes perverse in Chinese, because he is just IMBA, and this small chance would disappear at a much faster speed than Imoli had expected. Imoli had to be 120% focused, to wait for the fatal blow against the tiny opening of Tang Tian's. However, Tang Tian's attack was beyond Imoli's anticipation. It was like he did not notice the ripples sweeping his position, and was still fiercely attacking. One punch after another, each punch faster than the previous one. Flickering fist shadows. In Imoli's field of vision were all the shadows of the fists flashing right in front of him, just like a raging storm, engulfing him from all four directions. This was madness. Imoli did not expect Tang Tian to be someone who would act impulsively without any rationality, in a crazy way that did not even mention the use of strategy, but only focused on attacking recklessly. Tang Tian's fundamental fist art speed was already impressive. Now that he was using the flash fist technique, he was even faster. He was practically unmatched when it came to speed. It was hard to predict his next move. Within a split second, Imoli felt fatigue setting in. However, his martial techniques were strong and matchless. He gave up on forcefully attacking with barbaric horn fists and defended with a martial technique, epicenter 12 dispersing palm. Imoli crouched and wielded his pair of hands in the sky to form a shadow like a spider and guard the epicenter. His palms intersected, overflowing with power. Ha! Wrong. Imoli widened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 013, Spectators. Chapter 013, Spectators. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The power coming from Tang Tian's fists was unusual. Unexpectedly, with the exchange of fists, there was a weird strength. Something's wrong. The power he is producing is unusual. Imoli's eyes grew round and frantic, seeing Tang Tian producing this kind of power, both feet slightly in the air. As the distance between them was minuscule, if Imoli was not attentive, he would never have felt it. To actually use this method to escape the seismic wave, sure enough, he is worthy to be fundamental Tang. Instead of being depressed, Imoli became even more excited. He had long identified that Tang Tian was using the flash fist technique. The characteristics of the flash fist were very unique, and so it was easy to recognize. Out of all rank 2 martial techniques, flash fist was not considered isolated. As the number of martial artists cultivating this fist technique was not very high, it did not belong to the popular martial techniques. However, Imoli was no stranger to it. After all, there was an expert of the flash fist technique in the Beast Academy, Wang Jin, who was ranked 3rd in the entire Beast Academy. He focused on fist arts, and when he reached the 2nd true power level, he specialized in the flash fist technique. Wang Jin developed a profound understanding for the flash fist, one in which Imoli had never experienced before. However, Wang Jin's flash fist and Tang Tian's flash fist were so different. Wang Jin's flash fist punches were fiercer, and when they disappeared in mid-air, powerful shockwaves would send ripples through the air. Tang Tian's punches did not create such shockwaves, his fist speed was a lot faster, and was concealed swiftly, you would have no idea where Tang Tian's fists would reappear again. Also, Tang Tian's frequency of attacks was higher, fiercely and heavily pressuring the opponent until he had no space to breathe. Comparing both martial artists' flash fists, Amoli was amazed to find out that he could not determine whose flash fist was actually stronger. The more important point was, martial artists who practice the flash fist technique were not be able to produce a flash fist with every punch, and to produce 8 flash fists out of 10 punches was already considered the expert level. Beast Academy's highest record was set by Wang Jin. Wang Jin previously continuously punched 100 times, producing an astonishing record of 83 flash fists. This astonishing record previously stirred a sensation in Star Wind City. And from then on, Wang Jin was publicly recognized as Star Wind City's #1 flash fist expert. But Amoli waved both his hands continuously and guarded the epicenter. In his eyes, there were innumerable fist shadows emerging from the sky without any warning, as though they were raining on his face. What would happen if Wang Jin saw fundamental Tang's flash fist? Amoli lost count of how many fists Tang Tian had pulled on him, but up till now, Tang Tian had not failed a single one of his flash fists. Fundamental Tang, you are really someone who exceeds everyone's expectations. Amoli was suppressed completely, his epicenter 12 dispersing palm was thoroughly suppressed. Yet Amoli's face glowed a brilliant radiance. On the outskirts of the training grounds, about 40 feet away, there were 2 shadows standing on a tree branch. One of them was Liang Qiu, and by his side was a man wearing a gray martial uniform. He looked honest, and on both his hands, thick calluses formed. He stared at the fight between the 2 men without blinking. He was Wang Jin. That was a pretty flash fist. Liang Qiu was surprised, yet his expression remained straight. The rumors about Tang Tian being weak definitely aren't true. Though Amoli didn't use his rank 3 martial techniques, they are both using rank 2 martial techniques. Yet Tang Tian can actually suppress Amoli, he is not too bad. If the outside world knew that Liang Qiu actually complimented Tang Tian as being not too bad, they might think they had heard it wrongly. Now you don't have to worry about Amoli. I feel that little Tian, a more intimate way of calling someone, may sound unreliable at times, but he's always had a mind of his own. Wang Jin smiled and subconsciously loosened his fist, but his gaze never left Tang Tian once. Liang Qiu did not wish for Amoli to fall into depravity, and quietly followed Amoli to investigate. It's best not to believe in rumors. The fact that Shangwang Qianhui saw something in this person means there must be something special about him. Liang Qiu stated blandly, what a pity, when Shangwang Qianhui was around, my strength was still too weak. It was a regret to not be able to spar with her at least once. Yeah. There won't be another person like Shangwang Qianhui, the true absolute strength. Yet Tang Tian's flash fists are making me itch for a fight already. He is in a frenzy. Liang Qiu said. Take a look at his eyes. The so-called frenzy was hinting to a person who was provoked into somehow entering an explosive state. The person's potential will abruptly break out, and at this time, all aspects of the martial artist's strength will increase, becoming exceptionally formidable. Even though he is in a frenzy, his flash fists are executed beautifully. In addition, his steps and the rhythm of his punches are all very outstanding. If I didn't see it for myself, I would not have believed that a retainer would have such powers. Wang Jin was moved. You'll have your chance. Liang Qiu peeped at Wang Jin. Caramel Academy does not have enough points. Not enough points, I've checked Caramel Academy's points. If they want to remain qualified, they will not be able to accumulate enough points relying on these 2 people in the prefecture test's results. You're saying, Wang Jin was stunned, but he knew that Liang Qiu was always very careful with the things he did. If that was the case, then there must be some truth to it. The points system in Star Wind City determines the ranking of every academy. The results from the tests determine the points the academy will receive, and the final accumulated points relate to how the academy will be financially supported, have their facilities upgraded, and what they were qualified for. Caramel Academy practically accumulated 0 points this year, and apart from the official exam, they have to participate in Star Wind City's martial meet, and still need to get a good placing, before being able to garner sufficient points. Liang Qiu said suggestively. Wang Jin laughed, that's interesting, Such a flash fist, Wang Jin was very eager to try it out. Suddenly, Wang Jin thought of a question. If Caramel Academy is in a bad condition, how are you going to persuade Amoli to come back? Beat him until he follows. Liang Qiu coldly said. Wang Jin was shocked, and smiled soon after, as he felt Liang Qiu was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Let's go, this time we will let him off the hook. Liang Qiu turned without hesitation. During the martial meet, we will see if he has improved or not. Wang Jin turned back and looked at Tang Tian with a flash of blazing red in his eyes, before turning back and following Liang Qiu, disappearing. Just when Liang Qiu and Wang Jin disappeared, old Fart Wei, who was sleeping on the bed, woke up. He glanced in the direction that Liang Qiu and Wang Jin disappeared. His face was compressed full of wrinkles. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry, but he was definitely thinking of something. His gaze landed on the two who were fighting and an unusual look flashed across his eyes. Although Iamoli was constantly controlling his strength and did not utilize his rank 3 martial techniques, and although Tang Tian had entered the frenzy mode, old Fartway was surprised that Iamoli was completely suppressed by Tang Tian. The first time old Fartway met Iamoli was many years ago, and Iamoli was someone with the highest potential he had ever seen. Iamoli's physical criterias and his enlightenment regarding martial arts shocked people. He had a pure mental state, and did not complain in the face of hardships. Iamoli was then able to at such a young age, become one of the known experts of Beast Academy. Old Fartway also saw Iamoli in a new light. As for those students whose reputations were far better than Iamoli's, it was simply due to Iamoli's young age, since they had cultivated for a longer time than him. Comparing them, Tang Tian's potential was lacking quite a bit, and the only point worth praising about him was that Tang Tian had solid foundations. Yet the Tang Tian in front of him had completely overturned his image of Tang Tian of a few days ago. He had been observing Iamoli secretly for years. How great Iamoli's body features were, he knew it all. This was the very first time he met someone whose body features were as good as Iamoli. And, the Flash Fist technique, Spirit Card, it had just been a few days since he gave it to Tang Tian. Robin, this is what it says in the Ross, but I'm pretty sure it's only been a single day, feel free to correct me, laughing face. Old Fartway looked at them with 100% concentration. Both sides' body qualities were similar, and considering martial arts attainments, Iamoli was the victor. Tang Tian was then in a state of frenzy, and his strength had exponentially grown. According to common logic, both of them should be actually on par. Yet, Iamoli was being totally squashed right in front of old Fartway. Overbearing. Old Fartway's eyes glimmered. Tang Tian was possessed and was unusually vicious. He suppressed Iamoli as though he was fighting life and death. Without any logic, he attacked with a rhythm like the raging storm. Even if Iamoli had positioned himself to defend, dangers sprung up all around. Frenzy. Old Fartway mumbled to himself. Attacking time and time again, Tang Tian's anger was burning fiercely. His eyes had turned entirely blazing red. He was releasing sounds of snarls from his mouth. The tempo of his attacks from both his fists was continuously increasing. Iamoli only felt the pressure increasing. He was getting tired and the epicenter 12 dispersing fist was suppressed continuously. Unless he had to use the rank 3 martial arts? Iamoli clenched his teeth unyieldingly. If he had to use his rank 3 martial arts, wouldn't it be the same as admitting his loss? Right this moment, a gush of fragrant barbecued aroma filled the air. Ha! The two of them froze. Tang Tian sniffed and his stomach grumbled. His blood-red eyes darted in the direction in which the strong aroma came from. A strong sense of hunger took over him and sucked out all his energy. Behind the cross door, he would not feel hungry, but biologically, his primitive instincts were still present. He had not eaten anything for the past 10 days and was immediately caught off guard by the barbecue meat aroma. Tang Tian turned his head, not knowing when. There was a bonfire behind him, and old Fartway was there leisurely barbecuing meat. Noticing Tang Tian was looking at him, old Fartway raised his right hand and waved. Please continue, the both of you, continue. Without saying a word, Tang Tian ditched Emily and cried towards old Fartway, give me some, I want some. I want some. Emily stood exactly where he was looking stunned. All this happened too quickly, so fast that he was in daze. Quickly, the confusion in his eyes dispersed. He saw the shadow who was shouting and throwing himself, and clenched his fist. Fundamental Tang, I will not lose to you. Half an hour later. Tang Tian, who was just filled with murderous intent, had a face of satisfaction while sitting down half paralyzed, gently caressing his protruding belly, with a look of intoxication. So good, such good food. Old Fart, I couldn't tell, but your cooking skills ain't half bad. All the future stomach-saving missions will be passed to you, but... Emily was not any better than Tang Tian. His huge and jaded body lay in disarray and revealed a horrendous hairy leg. Picking his teeth, old Fart, did you work as a chef previously? Looking proud, old Fartway replied, you are both still young. I, as a Heaven's Road senior, have to tell you this, if you both have the intention to travel around the Heaven's Road, then you have to first master the art of cooking. Heaven's Road? Tang Tian was stunned, and subconsciously sat back up. Emily's satisfied face was kept, sat up straight and asked, old Fart, you've been to Heaven's Road? Hee, when I was young I ventured for a few years. Old Fart said laughing. Tang, Tian and Emily became serious. Wuan star was a celestial body, though the name of it originated from humans. After tens of thousands of years of development, Wuan star was obsolete. The people who are able to step onto heaven's road are definitely not normal people. Hey, Old Fart, what exactly is heaven's road like? Tang Tian asked inquisitively. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 014, Close Quarters Combat Expert. Chapter 014, Close Quarters Combat Expert. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Emily also became attentive and perked up his ears. Heaven's Road. Old Fartway's face looked like he was recalling the past fondly, yet brought about a tinge of ignorance, saying, that place is a place full of opportunities and is also very dangerous. He glimpsed at Tang, Tian and Emily, and changed his words. Alright, you both are still very far from learning about Heaven's Road. Let us now talk about a more current problem. Current problem? Tang Tian twitched his mouth in discontent. Hey, Old Fart, you are not planning to cheat us into doing bad things again, are you? Emily was amazed. Fundamental Tang, you two have seen through his plots? That. With a proud face, Tang Tian bellowed, in front of a godlike man, whatever demons and ghosts, will all show their real colors. With such a vulgar character, when will he ever freely treat us to a barbecue? One who unaccountably shows interests always hides evil intentions. That's right. Hiding his evil intentions. Emily repeated in a high-pitched voice. Old Fart way. Don't deny it, Old Fart. Seeing that you are our principal, we can talk about anything. Tang Tian gave off a I know feeling. Yes, the heaven will quote a price, and the ones below will pay the price. Emily added. Tian, meaning that Old Fartway just has to say it, and the two of them will do it. Old Fartway remained silent and slapped on his thigh very hard. As expected, these two are worthy of being called geniuses. There's nothing that can escape from your eyes. Good, then I shall tell you. The two remained still, and looked at Old Fartway. Old Fartway felt pressured and coughed slightly. Regarding that, 2 days ago, I just checked our academy's points only to find out we did not accumulate enough. You know, if an academy does not accumulate sufficient points, the academy will be disqualified. Oh, it's almost time for the Star Wind Martial meet. If the both of you attend it, and achieve outstanding results, then the academy's points might make the cut. As the academy's talents, both of you can't just watch the academy's downfall yet? Can't you? Tang Tian suddenly turned to ask Emily. Emily did not understand. Why can't I? Tang Tian turned back, with a righteous yet stern look. I can too, thought. The Old Fartway paused, then jumped in rage. As the students of our academy, how can you just stand by and watch? Are all of you cold-blooded? Are you still a man? You? Both of them squat and sat down, opened their big eyes, innocently looking at Old Fartway, gazing at him with a pure look. This method did not work. Old Fartway gritted his teeth. Say, what conditions do you want? Housefly cow, come right here. Tang Tian waved like a big boss. Emily's copper eyes shimmered, he gestured with his coarse fingers as thick as carrots. It's not easy to earn any points now. All students in the Star Wind City are eligible to attend this meet. Oh ho ho, to think of the cruel process can make my hair stand. How many people must we fight? He babbled nonstop and his saliva splattered all over. Blah blah blah. Emily spoke nonstop for 3 full minutes before stopping. Old Fartway smiled widely and asked, finished, dot. Emily and Tang Tian looked at each other, a premonition harboring in their hearts. Old Fartway flung one hand, and rascally said, I forgot to say, I have already sent in your names to participate. Tang Tian. Emily. The truth was told, a dishonest business could never win a rogue. Not able to benefit from it, Tang Tian and Emily were disappointed. Rank 3 Mental Cultivation Arts, young rascal, what do you think of it? Old Fartway looked at Tang Tian and added, your true power is already at the 2nd level, and it's logical to enter the 3rd level as soon as possible. Rank 3 Mental Cultivation Arts? What are you saying? Tang Tian asked. You're asking the right person. Old Fartway looked as though he had a lot to teach. To enter the 3rd level, other than mental cultivation, you need to be clear of your developmental path. Greediness will only disperse your energy, causing you to get nothing done. But stunned, Tang Tian said, that sounds pretty logical. Honestly, you spent so much time on the fundamental martial techniques, you have already missed the window period. Old Fartway looked serious. A person's most prime 5 years are the age of 12 to 17 years old. And in these 5 years, you spent it all on fundamental martial techniques. Many would think you're wasting your time, but I think it's to your advantage. Oh, quickly say it. Tang Tian's spirit rose. After so many years, when everyone talked about him, they felt sorry for Tang Tian and did not understand his plight. It was the first time he heard someone say it was to his advantage. You used 5 years on the fundamental martial techniques. Your fundamentals are very solid, and very holistic. This would help you in your future path of cultivating martial techniques. When you cultivate the other martial techniques, it will be a lot easier to master them. As long as you can persevere, the time you lost can always be earned back. Young rascal, I see potential in you. Without an ounce of humility, Tang Tian nodded. Ha ha, old fart, you have good taste. Ha ha. Old Fartway laughed, yet your road is destined to be tough, you need to be mentally prepared. Tang Tian shook his head thoughtlessly. An arduous road is nothing to a godlike young rascal like me. You've got ambition. I like young rascals with ambitions. Old Fartway said, let's talk about your developmental path. Your body features are outstanding, your fundamentals are strong, you have fast reaction speed, and you're powerful. You're ferocious. These are all your advantages. Do you know what this is suited for? Engrossed, Tang Tian asked hurriedly, what is it suited for? Close quarters combat. Old Fartway splurted out these words. Close quarters combat requires proportionate body features, a super fast reaction speed, a ferocious power, a heart that fears nothing, and lastly, it has an unrealistic expectation of the fundamental martial techniques. So how? Young rascal, isn't it enticing? Doesn't close quarters combat expert sound macho? Tang Tian's eyes shined and nodded. I like this. I like to fight the most. Old fart, I couldn't tell, but you've got a knack for this. Hey, wait till you grow. Oh, your woman will definitely love this title. Old Fart Wei looked vulgar. Will Chen Hui like it too? Tang Tian's eyes glowed. Oh, of course. Old Fart Wei almost choked on his saliva. Coughing, he said, however, your distance to being a close quarters combat expert is still very far. To become a qualified close quarters combat expert, other than preparing for the unique characteristics, you also need to bring your opponent close quick enough. If your light body techniques are not stable, you're dead. That's right. Tang Tian banged the ground with one slap. It is a must to cultivate light body techniques. You need to prepare all sorts of unarmed technical abilities. Remember, you are a close quarters combat expert, not a fist martial master. All the fist, palm, finger and joint techniques must be practiced. You need to be sure that when you pull your opponent close enough, you have sufficient methods to kill the opponent swiftly. Makes sense. I want to learn everything. You have to improve your reaction speed, give yourself even less time to react, be even more precise when you attack. Absolutely correct. It is a must to improve. Old Fartway continued, if you are able to do all this, then you are qualified, so much that you will be an outstanding close quarters combat expert. Emoli raised both of his hands. I want to be a close quarters combat expert too. Old Fartway ignored him. Tang Tian did not make a sound, but looked at Old Fartway with a weird look on his face. Old Fartway felt awkward being stared at by Tang Tian, touched his face. Is there something on my face? Qualified? Outstanding? I want to be like a godlike close quarters combat expert. Tang Tian said like it was a matter of course, but shortly changed to being unhappy. You actually look down on me. Humph. Too little trust in me. Old Fartway replied with a laugh, I see ambition, but, to even be qualified as a close quarters combat expert, you have to endure quite a bit of suffering. I am not scared of suffering. Tang Tian shook his head and spoke seriously. Oh. The shine in Old Fartway's eyes faded. Kiki, let's get back to mental cultivation arts. Since you have chosen to be a close quarters combat expert, I have an awesome mental cultivation art spirit card, but this mental cultivation art is not easy to cultivate. Is it that awesome? Tang Tian asked curiously. Very. Old Fartway nodded. Then it shall be it. Tang Tian's eyes brightened up. It's very hard to learn. Old Fartway reminded. Don't belittle me. Tang Tian widened his eyes. Kiki, such ambition you have, young rascal. Old Fartway chuckled and took out a card. I hope you don't humiliate this spirit card. Tang Tian glanced at the spirit card and stood in shock. Silver grade spirit card? The silver grade spirit card shone brightly. On top of the card was a white shadow seated down. The card felt cold and hard in his hands. Tang Tian never thought that Old Fartway would pass him a silver grade spirit card. The price of a silver grade spirit card of a rank 3 mental cultivation art was something he could never imagine. Wow, Old Fart, Didn't you mention you only had one silver Great Spirit card? Emoli was surprised as though he had discovered a new road. You are definitely cunning. However, since you have already given it to Tang Tian, I shall not haggle with you. Fundamental Tang, it looks awesome, better start cultivating soon. Yet, beyond Old Fartway and Emoli's expectation, Tang Tian shook his head and pushed the spirit card back to Old Fartway. I don't want it. You don't want it? Old Fartway was confused. Why? It's too expensive. Tang Tian looked up and stated, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Surprised, Old Fartway looked at Tang Tian and laughed. I didn't give this silver Great Spirit card to you for free. I have something to ask of you. If you can't be a close quarters combat expert, then I don't have any hopes for my task. Oh, you dare not accept, unless you have no confidence in yourself? Tang Tian stared at Old Fartway in anger. Old Fart, who dares not accept it? Who doesn't have confidence? Slap, Tang Tian snatched the spirit card from him and said seriously, I know you are doing this for me, Old Fart. I will become a close quarters combat expert no matter what. I'll give my all. What do you have to ask of me? Old Fartway chucked, it's useless to tell you now. Wait till you have become a close quarters combat expert, then I'll tell you. Good. Tang Tian nodded and raised his palm. What's this for? Old Fartway was confused. We'll clap our hands together to make a vow. Wow, old man, you're sure old-fashioned. Tang Tian disdainfully said. You ruined little child, don't learn this from the adults. What do you know about clapping hands to make a vow? Old Fartway countered back with the same look of disdain. Rubbish. Tang Tian looked in anger, you belittled me. I have clapped my hands with Qianhui to make a vow. Slap. An old and a small hand clapped heavily. Great. Tang Tian was satisfied. This ruined little child sure has many tricks up his sleeve. Old Fartway muttered. I'm coming too. I'm coming too. Emoli squeezed in and extended his hands, but nobody bothered about him. Oh, let us now talk about this spirit card. Old Fartway suddenly turned stern. I have long gotten this card, but I was past the 3rd level already, so I've always kept it by my side. This spirit card is known as the Crane-Style Chi Manual, and it is an ancient mental cultivation spirit card. An ancient spirit card? Tang Tian and Emoli were excitedly moved. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 015, Qianhui's Letter. Chapter 015, Qianhui's Letter. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The so-called ancient spirit card was passed on since the ancient times till date. To be able to endure times of annihilation and preserve well, the martial spirit on the spirit card was definitely pure and full of essence. The ancient spirit card was just another name for an exquisite ranked spirit card. The maker of this card was the founder and pioneer of the heavenly Crane Mountain, and was hailed as Dancer of the Crane spiritual master. Old Fartway's eyes were filled with reverence as he recalled. Tang Tian scratched his head, sounds like it is really powerful. Yet Emoli's eyes glowed, wow, I have heard of this name before. The Eastern martial artists of the ancient times were all very powerful. I remember it was written on a book. The Crane spiritual master swept across the entire eastern continent that year. You actually know how to read books? Tang Tian had astonishment splashed across his whole face. Emoli was a bit embarrassed. Once in a while. Heavenly Crane Mountain is now being ruled by the Crane sect. The Crane sect was established by this Crane spiritual master, which was passed on for generations. However, the current Crane sect is not comparable to its old glorious days, and has become one of Heaven Road's normal constellations. Old Fartway shook his head in pity. I reckon the Crane sect's authentic techniques have been destroyed. If not, it wouldn't be in its difficult situation as of today. This spirit card here is a genuine mental cultivation spirit card from the Crane sect, and it has been passed down for many years already. The Crane sect's mental cultivation technique was famous for its difficulty in cultivating. This could also be the reason why the Crane sect still exists today. The mental cultivation then is different from the mental cultivation of ours now. They focused more on continuity, and it is incapable of interchanging between one another. But the mental cultivation of today is more reliant on the levels, and does not speak of continuity. Then which way is best? Tang Tian could not help but ask. Each has its pros and cons. Old Fartway muttered. The mental cultivation of the past, from the start to the end of their cultivation, they only cultivated in one art, which was adequate as their arts were stronger. Merely, once any level of the arts was lost, then they cannot cultivate any further. Robin, slight clarification here. Basically, the old cultivation ways only used one specific technique/manual, but that specific technique would then be split up into different levels. So at the first level of true power, you'd use the first level of that specific technique, and so on. So if you lost one level of that certain technique, then you'd never be able to proceed past that true power level, since no other techniques were available. Yet now, our Dantian pool has changed to a form of multiple pool ladders, making it easier to mix and cultivate in different types of mental cultivation techniques. In a way, practicing like this, our potential will be lowered by a lot. Being at the third level means to cultivate rank 3 mental cultivation and martial arts, so long as the attributes are the same, you can freely cultivate in it. If it weren't like this, how could there be martial artists who are so prosperous today? Ancient sects were all about passing on inheritance, and grooming much stronger martial artists. Yet they had to pay a higher price. If it were in the case of ancient sects, maybe I am only could be chosen as a disciple, while you, young Tang, would suffer. It would have been difficult for you to even enter a sect. The two of them finally saw the light, and continuously nodded their heads. Although he was accused of not being as gifted as I am only, Tang Tian was not bothered by it. He knew he was not as gifted as the housefly cow. He considered himself lucky, in this era, to require only one spirit card to start training. My understanding of the crane-style chi manual is shallow. All I know is that it prolongs the stamina of the chi in the meridians, which is good for prolonged fights. I think it is suitable for you. As for close-quarters combat experts, physical power is very important. The rest of it, you'll have to figure it out on your own, but I can assure you it is very hard to practice. I unknowingly obtained the crane-style chi manual spirit card in the past, and although it is different from this era's mental cultivation, it is still definitely better than the majority of the other techniques. Old Fartway immediately waved his hands towards them. Alright, I already said what I know, don't ask me anymore. Emily was excited. Fundamental Tang, quickly go and cultivate. We will fight again when your true power is at the third level. I will go polish up my powerful moves, and will definitely be able to bring you down. Old Fartway cut the two of them. Why are you two still so noisy? Go and train. Hey, let me tell you guys, for the sake of you guys not throwing my face during the Star Wing Martial meet, I have specially prepared some special training for the two of you. Special training? Tang Tian and Imoli were instantly attracted by the sound of that. Hey, you both will know soon enough. Old Fartway laughed. Tang Tian was especially bright and cheerful, not because he received the crane-style chi manual, but because he received a letter from Qian Hui. The letter had slowly traveled through Heaven's Road, and the envelope looked a bit old from the wear and tear. Opening the pink envelope, it emitted a light fragrant smell. Qian Hui's beautiful words were presented to Tang Tian's eyes. He carefully lifted up the letter like holding a newborn in his palms, and greedily read word after word. Big brother Tian, how have you been? I miss you so much. This entire place is thoroughly boring. I don't like it here. I don't like the rules nor the people here. Big brother Tian, I'm waiting for you to come here, and we will secretly leave for Heaven's Road. I have already started preparing everything for the trip. They all do not know. They do not believe in Big Brother Tian, but I do. Big Brother Tian will definitely be successful. I am 100% certain. Oh yes, Big Bro Tian, I have finally found a few leads on the bronze plate. The cross on the bronze plate is the mark of the Southern Cross constellation, and if the book is correct, it is highly possible that it is the Southern Cross constellation's star treasure. It is called the Southern Cross hardship plate, and amongst all the star treasures, information about it is incredibly sparse. Tang Tian became really serious, and read very carefully. Southern Cross constellation is between the Housefly Mountain and Centaur Mountain, and is the smallest mountain there. Until now, Southern Cross constellation only had one star treasure, which is the Southern Cross hardship plate. Whatever uses it has, there are no records of it. Big Brother Tian, you have to figure them out on your own. From the looks of its name, it should be a star treasure that has a relation to training. Those numbers, if I am not wrong, should be related to the bronze plate. Big Brother Tian, you have to remember this, you cannot tell others about anything related to the bronze plate. It might attract bad guys. The Southern Cross hardship plate is a very good lead. It is the only lead and clue up to date regarding the Southern Cross constellation star treasure. We only have to go to the mountain, and we'll definitely be able to find more clues. I have already started gathering information regarding the Southern Cross constellation. Big Brother Tian, isn't Qian Hui really smart? Hurry and praise Qian Hui. The letter was very long, and from it, he could that Qian Hui took a long time writing it. Tang Tian reread the letter a couple of times, word for word. After rereading it, he carefully folded it up and kept it. Star treasure, to think this bronze plate was a star treasure. Tang Tian looked as calm as always, but his mind was overloaded with the overflowing unbelievable information, and if it were not Qian Hui who told him, he would never have believed it. Heaven's road was full of stars, and slowly, some stars grouped up to form a constellation. According to legends, in every constellation, there would be one unique magical treasure, and it is exactly the star treasure. However, star treasures should not be compared to the treasures of big heroes or exceptional martial artists. For example, the Lion King Liang's raging lionheart, even though it was terrifying in his hands, it didn't mean that it was the Leo constellation's star treasure. Just like how the heaven bow in the hands of the Bao Saint Hui Tian wasn't the Sagittarius constellation's #1 treasure. Every great treasure in the legends, epic poems and books were all far from the real star treasures. Suddenly one day, Tang Tian had found out that the bronze plate that had been with him ever since he was young was actually a star treasure. Although it looked sort of ordinary, Tang Tian knew that there was a special implication that came along with it. Mum, you're passing, exactly how did it happen? Why did you not tell me? Tang Tian's heart was eerily silent, with a hazed look in his eyes. But very quickly, he woke back up. Suddenly a feeling of heroism rose from his heart, the haze from his eyes swept clean, and he clenched his fists tightly again. Mum, I am not afraid. No matter how big or how dangerous it is, nothing can stop me. Your son will not let you lose face. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. Do your best, Tang Tian. Tang Tian raised his right fist towards the sky and swore to his mother, as well as to himself. Zhou Peng's skin was dark due to suntanning, his lips were so dry that they cracked. He was too tired, and could not even lift up his eyelids. Voila, a pot of ice water poured down his head. Zhou Mu, wait for me to become the patriarch, and then you're dead. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and said. Without a change of expression on his face, Zhou Mu replied, wait until you become the patriarch, then you can talk about it again. I will definitely become the patriarch. I will kill you. And kill Tang Tian. I will kill whoever stands in my way. Zhou Peng crazily shouted. Immediately after he finished, without a sign, he took up a piece of star rock and immediately started activating his spirit cultivation arts. Shortly after, the star rock lost its glow and shattered onto the floor with a bang. There was a thick spread of shattered rocks on the floor, where Zhou Peng had been consuming an astonishing number of star rocks. An astonishing number of star rocks, when accumulated together, the results would be equally astonishing. Zhou Peng's true power was already the peak of 3rd level, and very quickly, he would be able to rush into the 4th level. With a true power of the 4th level, comparing to all the schools, he would be a peak expert in the entire Starwind City. Zhou Mu still did not show any emotions, and even personally taught Zhou Peng's lessons multiple times. Zhou Peng knew that this time, it was not just due to a fluke that he obtained this possibility, instead, it was because he managed to manifest a never-before-seen ferocity. Zhou Peng's innate talent and body were considered very good, he also a naturally outstanding affinity with the wood element, and was considered the Zhou clan's young generation's most outstanding member. Sadly, he always went overboard in the pursuit of pleasure, becoming undisciplined and out of hand. He was forced to his current predicament in desperation, with nowhere to run, but still managed to improve at a speed that exceeded people's expectations. The Zhou clan were experts in wood element martial arts, and had a deep history with the wood element. On Wuan Star, the Zhou clan could stand out alone, and could grow on their own, as they were most well known for their series of wood element martial arts. As soon as he could break into the 4th level, Zhou Peng could start training in the Zhou clan's famous martial art, Wooden Heart Rotating Sword. Wooden Heart Rotating Sword was reputable, and could be strangely incorporated with many of Zhou clan's rank 4 martial arts. Provided that Zhou Peng could practice the Wooden Heart Rotating Sword, he would become the successor in line for the patriarch position. Even the great clan elder would definitely not be opposed to him. However, the Wooden Heart Rotating Sword had a high level of difficulty in training, and many disciples who tried practicing it ended up in failure. Of the Zhou clan disciples who successfully cultivated the art throughout history, all of them achieved great success. Yet Zhou Peng had great chances of completing Wooden Heart Rotating Sword. Seeing Zhou Peng open his eyes, Zhou Mu emotionlessly reported, we have just received news that Tang Tian has registered for this year's Star Wind Martial Meet. Patriarch Zhou has registered you too, and it is your only chance of redemption. Zhou Peng's eyes portrayed out a deep poisonous evil and murderous intent, he will definitely die. I will personally slay him. Once he finished, he turned back and immersed himself in cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 016, The Reason for the Suppression. Chapter 016, The Reason for the Suppression. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The morning sun rays shined into the interior of the hut through a wooden window, bringing along the cold morning air, but showing signs of warmth and hope. The first thing he did when he woke up was to write a letter to Qian Hui. Qian Hui, recently, I have made a friend called Imoli, and he is a rather interesting guy. Although he is ugly and looks really ferocious, he is actually an excessively nice person. He is a chatterbox with a bad brain, and more stupid than me. At times, he can be slightly annoying, and frequently provokes me. I call him Housefly Cow. His goal is to chase and create his very own martial Dao, but I worry about his IQ. Even so, I will definitely help him, because he calls me a godlike man. Oh, I feel that this nickname really suits me a lot. Qian Hui, let me tell you some good news. I have already begun training in rank 2 martial arts. I have just gone through 10 extremely powerful days of training, although it was really difficult. To a godlike man, all this tough training is just a small dish on a plate. Oh, I easily passed it. However, I will not be proud. I do not have much time, and cannot waste a second. Although the new principal looks vulgar, he is actually a nice person, and he gave me a silver grade mental cultivation spirit card, and what's more is that it is an ancient spirit card. I will quickly come to a mortal constellation to find you. You have to take me to eat some golden coconuts. Every word and stroke was focusedly written by Tang Tian. He was diligently narrating his heartfelt thoughts, and narrating about his life. As soon as Qian Hui receives the letter, he will have become even stronger. He must definitely obtain the 5 years of time back, find Qian Hui and head on to Heaven's Road. He carefully sealed the letter. Once he finished the most important thing, Tang Tian had nothing to be concerned about, and resolved to start cultivating the crane-style Qi manual. Silver grade ancient spirit card. Both the fact that it was silver grade, and that it was an ancient spirit card, implied its considerable value, and when those two things were combined, even someone without a business brain like Tang Tian could determine its expensive worth. Carefully taking out the silver card, and poured his true power into it. The spirit card suddenly exploded with rays of light, with the silver light dazzling the entire room. Suddenly the cry of a crane was heard inside Tang Tian's mind. Tang Tian's heart shivered. A clear and distinct crane cry seemed like it contained some sort of power. The silver light that lit the whole sky changed into one arrow of light and entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian's palm heated up, like the arrow of light was attracted to it, dug into his palm. As expected. Southern Cross Constellation Hardship Plate. Tang Tian arrived at the cross door. As expected, on the door was a red-crowned crane that was flapping its wings, seemingly vivid and alive. Its eyes were as sharp as arrow tips, claws like steel, a graceful figure with a sharp beak. It seems like it is not to be trifled with. Tang Tian whispered. Like the last time, he moved his entire body across the red-crowned crane on the cross door. Crossing the door, his body shuddered, and the crane on the cross door crashed with a bang. An indescribable feeling filled his body, and Tang Tian's complete second-tier Dantian pool suddenly exploded with a big portion of power. Pa! In a flash, the complete Dantian pool crashed. On top of the Dantian pool, a very strong attractive force was emitting. The true power in the pool became somewhat thinner, and starting flowing upwards. In the blink of an eye, there was an entirely new Dantian pool formed above the second-tier Dantian pool. The new Dantian pool's capacity was multiple times bigger than the one below. For example, if the second-tier Dantian pool were a small teacup, the third-tier Dantian pool would be considered to be the size of a basin. On the edge of the third-tier Dantian pool, there were countless meridians connected to it, which were the passages for the third level of mental cultivation. Every level of mental cultivation touches upon different methods, thus inducing different kinds of meridians. At this moment, Tang Tian activated the possession of the spirit card, and crane-style Qi manual's various secrets quickly flew into his mind. With a thought, he activated the crane-style Qi manual, and instantly, a mental image appeared in his mind. Tang Tian then understood why old Fardway had said that the crane-style Qi manual was very difficult to train in. Crane-style Qi manual was very complicated, as there were boundless ways to cultivate it, forming a path-like system. Compared to it, secrets of cultivating Qi was as simple as reading a white sheet of paper. Tang Tian couldn't help but be speechless. The ancient martial artists were so powerful to cultivate and learn these complicated arts. His brain was already swelling and giddy. However, since he had already bragged that he would do it, Tang Tian had no choice but to force himself to cultivate. He began by following the same path he had followed in order to master the secrets of cultivating Qi, carefully working his way up by activating his true power. Such a complicated path led Tang Tian to almost faint with blurred vision. He stared at the paths blankly, and suddenly, he made an "iya" sound in surprise, as if he found something big. This, isn't this in the shape of a crane? The more he looked, the more he felt it. I definitely am a genius. With one look I can clearly see the essence of it. Tang Tian's mind was aroused. He urged his true power back and forth a few times, and then he was more certain. Crane-style chi manual, S-paths, coincidentally drew the outline of a shape of a crane. No wonder he felt that the entire technique was so complicated. The crane spiritual master was seriously so bored to the extent that he would go as far to create such a strange path diagram. The crane sect really deserved to decline. If not for his own ability to recognize the crane, such a complicated mental cultivation technique, wouldn't it be almost impossible? Tang Tian disapproved of the crane spiritual master. From what he saw, in the world, the simpler something was, the better. Tang Tian also correctly guessed one portion of it, that the crane sect's mental cultivation art was too complicated, and was definitely the significant reason why the crane sect declined. Since he could discover the crane-style chi manual, S secrets, it was not a problem for Tang Tian anymore. He simply followed the crane shape a few times, before he memorized the entire path. The third-tier Dantian pool gradually calmed down. Tang Tian persistently circulated the crane-style chi manual. This time the training lasted for exactly 2 hours, and the Dantian pool was replenished again. Entering the third level, the sudden increase of true power led Tang Tian to feel that he would never be able to use up all his power, as it was unprecedentedly strong. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a line of words behind the cross door. First cycle of hardship complete. Completion done quite well. Second cycle of hardship activation, in 10 days. Tang Tian was pleasantly surprised. As expected, it was a good thing. Ever since he started the hardship training, he never came back into the cross door, and did not expect that there was a second cycle of hardship. Looks like he managed to do fine. Yet, Tang Tian did not jump straight into the hardship training, as the last time he went in, led him to feel fearful. Continuously doing the crazy hardship training was basically a type of torture. How he managed to pull himself out of it, he could not clearly remember, but it was definitely frightening. Even godlike youths had limits. Tang Tian suddenly became rigid, when his eyes swept across a sentence of words. You do not have time to waste. He stood up, resolution replacing the hesitation on his face. He once again became firm and unwavering. Yes, he did not have any time to waste. If he couldn't even take this level of suffering, how can he talk about any dreams of his? He thought of Qian Hui, thought of the promise he made to everyone, and thought of the promise he swore. Simple-minded Tang Tian immediately seemed rejuvenated, once again having the will to fight. Wah wah wah, young Tang has nothing to fear. Go, go, go. Tang Tian raised up both arms, shouting a rally cheer like a hero. Do you know why you are being suppressed by Tang Tian? Old Fart Wei suddenly asked, with a broken knife in his hand, with rarely seen seriousness. Immediately, Imoli was attentive. Why? He also found it weird, why all of a sudden, every time he sparred with Tang Tian, he would always be suppressed. He just could not figure it out. You are too attached to doing useless things. For example, why are you fighting with your hands? You specialize in blade arts, and you actually use fists to fight with Tang Tian. You don't think there is something wrong about it? Old Fart Wei squinted his eyes. Yeah, it seems like so. Emoli looked like he was thinking hard. This means, you do not value Tang Tian enough. Old Fart Wei was somewhat instigating. I heard that defeating Liang Qiu is your goal. If you fought with him, would you use your bare hands? An oppressing silhouette appeared in Emoli's mind. He shook his head and, without the slightest hesitation, said, no way. That's why, you must learn to use all your strength when sparring with any individual. This is a sort of respect that every martial artist should receive. You ought to know that. And, although you have more talent than Tang Tian, you fall short when comparing with his ferociousness. Old Fart Wei said. Ferociousness? Exactly, ferociousness. Old Fart Wei continued squinting. If Tang Tian has a figure like Liang Qiu as a goal, he will not hesitate at all to rush for the kill. Even if he was defeated, he would go again in 2 days, and fail again, and again, until he attains victory. Emoli was speechless. Tang Tian's ferociousness left a very deep impression on him. It was true, although he admired fundamental Tang, in truth he did not value him enough. And he was not as ferocious as Tang Tian, therefore he would be suppressed. Tang Tian's forte is that he is not afraid of anything. He is like a newborn that does not know what fear is. You are unable to do that. Having fear is not a shameful thing, it is a human instinct. Yet if you want to become even stronger, you have to get rid of it. Old Fart Wei rarely spoke in this tone, or even half of his sloppiness could not be seen, just like an unsheathed mad knife. Your talent is outstanding. With a simple and honest character, you are very suitable for blade arts. That is the potential I see in you. You're more suitable in using the blade than Tang Tian, and he is a naturally gifted close-quarters combat expert. Old Fart Wei said deeply. I know you are determined to find and create your own martial Dao, and this is a mighty dream. Many people will laugh at you for not knowing your own limits, but from what I see, this dream is mighty. Those who laugh at you are those who have no dreams and are weaklings. They are all standing at a lower position on a small land, looking at a faraway summit, and do not have any thoughts of bravery. Mo Lee's eyes started to turn red. He clenched his fists tightly as this was the very first time he was lectured this way. All noble dreams may sound amusing, but all great paths are meant to be arduous. So what? Other than standing still at the starting point so that you won't be tripped by any obstacles, which path in this world is a shortcut? Your life is destined to be tough, and if you don't even have dreams, then your life will be incredibly dull. We're all human, Mo Lee. I had the same dream as you when I was younger, and I didn't manage to realize it, yet it was not a pity. What's a pity is that now I'm old, and I can't move like I used to. Mo Lee, I hope you will walk further than me, and I hope you can realize this great dream of yours, that dream that I once had. I will try my very best, using all the things that I've learnt. I don't mind you passing on this train of thought, I just wish you'll take fewer shortcuts. Such a noble dream is destined to be filled with sufferings and hardships. What I've been through is just a small portion of it. And what I can provide you is only just this much. Old Fartway was determined, seeming powerful as though he were a changed man. His white hair flew in the air. This world is filled with so many different swords, Emily, what are you willing to learn? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 017, Crystal Sky Academy. Chapter 017, Crystal Sky Academy. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian crawled out of the cross door looking like a dead dog. He had accumulated all his successful flash fists, 80,000 repetitions. Needless to say, the Ukraine-style Chi manual could last very long. Tang Tian could spend more time on practicing instead of sitting down. Yet Tang Tian was good at adapting and had nothing to lose. Even though it was his second day of cultivation, Tang Tian had been adapting rather well. This time, the cultivation was painful. However, compared to the previous time, it was much better. At least when Tang Tian came out of the cross door, he was conscious, and not in a stupor. Yet, such crazy training would still make him fatigued. The success rate of his flash fists fell in between 60 to 70%. As the number of repetitions increases, Tang Tian noticed something awkward. He tried correcting these awkward actions, and it was these corrections that resulted in the increase in the success rate of the flash fist. It was not the first time Tang Tian was doing things like this. When he was practicing the fundamental martial techniques, he was already used to doing this. If he followed the guidance from the mentor, he found it very hard to achieve perfection. The reason why his fundamental martial techniques were so perfect was because he continuously refined his actions and corrected them. This was the same for the flash fist. The essence of the bronze grade spirit card was not high. It was estimated that the creator of flash fist might not be necessarily profound. The spirit card would possess the person to allow them to learn faster, but there were some shortcomings. The spirit card contained a deep comprehension to directly couple with the creator's standard. To expect a chap with an ordinary level of power to produce a spirit card with top-notch essence was essentially an idiot talking in his dreams. Bronze-grade spirit cards contained the most shallow and vague experiences. The ability to strengthen, the ability to train to a deeper degree, all depended on the person's ability for comprehension and hard work. Tang Tian's level of comprehension was ordinary, but his fundamentals were extremely strong. After an unfathomable amount of training, all those unfamiliar places would be gone as quickly as dust being blown away, and would become familiar. Rank 2 fist arts and fundamental fist arts were closely related, and even the flash fist technique was not an exception. Tang Tian could not explain it, but the fundamental fist arts were practically imprinted into his bone marrow, and had become his natural instincts. What was correct, what was awkward, he could feel all of it. Tang Tian was also very simple-minded. As long as it was uncomfortable, he would change it until it became comfortable. The higher the chances of releasing the flash fist, the more correct it was. Going through all these repetitions, his flash fists began to quietly change into an art that was filled with Tang Tian's own personality. As such, the number of successful flash fists would increase rapidly. The highest success rate he had ever attained was 74%. Although his results were not as astonishing as Wang Zhen's, if news of this traveled out, it could definitely shock quite a few people. Tang Tian was not satisfied with the results. He was used to being the chap who produced perfect moves 100% of the time. 74% was a spectacle too horrible to endure. However, he was not in a hurry. He had spent 5 years on fundamental martial arts, and that had trained him to be even more patient. Oh, cultivation was all about patience and precision. His crane-style chi manual improved tremendously, and the energy behind the cross door was thick and great. Crane-style chi manual already had a few structures to it. Its paths were complex and profound, but Tang Tian remembered them by heart. It was a crane, as though he were drawing a small crane. Crane-style chi manual was just like what old Fart Wei had said, its chi channels were very long. Tang Tian's patience was already astonishing. It was unsure what crane-style chi manual's real potential was, but no matter what, it was suitable for cultivation. The cultivation time would much more efficient, such that his cultivation speed would increase rapidly as well. That made Tang Tian happy. The cultivation efficiency increased, and he, himself, had the Southern Cross hardship plate. He would not be afraid even if he had many more martial techniques to learn. Fist techniques, finger techniques, palm techniques, light body techniques, joint techniques. He had to cultivate them all to become a godlike close-quarters combat expert. Oh, but why were his eyelids so heavy, so tired? Tang Tian then went into a stupor and fell asleep. It was only after 3 days that Tang Tian finally woke up. Sleeping for 3 full days, Tang Tian was shocked at his ability to sleep. What surprised him even more was that his 3rd level crane true power actually improved a bit. Even sleeping could give rise to his true power. What kind of strange true power it is? Tang Tian angrily climbed back up. After wasting 3 full days of time, he felt heart pain. He opened the door, and the light from outside dazzled him. The afternoon sun brought an intense heat wave with it, directly on him. On the training grounds, Mo Li was dripping with sweat, with every stroke of his blade carrying 100% focus. Housefly cow. Tang Tian stared at him, took a step out of the wooden hut with his hands in his pockets and walked to the side of the training grounds. Jumping onto a wooden stake at the side. Hey, young man, so hard-working, but... Mo Li heard the sounds from Tang Tian, stopped and turned around. Placing both wooden blades on his shoulders, sweating from head to toe. He looked at Tang Tian and laughed out loud. Fundamental Tang, you finally woke up. I originally wanted to call you up, but the old fart said you overworked yourself, and asked me to let you sleep. Yet you actually slept for 3 days, you're definitely powerful. Mo Li sounded envious, felt that he could sleep for 3 days, was no small feat. This brat is purposely saying this. Tang Tian's forehead veins pulsated, and he started to speak like a profound thinker. Of course, a godlike youth definitely will sleep like a god. This is called the sleeping god. Oh, housefly cow, you better be hard-working. I am now cultivating the crane-style chi manual. It is very ferocious, be careful not to be beaten like a dog. Mo Li laughed out loud. Fundamental Tang, I have also learned new martial arts, Wild Earth Blade, and it is very powerful. Come, let us spar for 1 round. This time, I will seriously face you. The old fart was right, only by using my strongest martial arts to defeat the opponent can one be considered showing him the greatest respects. Tang Tian frowned, lines appearing on his forehead. He groaned, it's over, this fellow has been brainwashed by the ground beetle old man. Who are you calling a ground beetle? A dull voice arose behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian quivered and turned his head to see old Fart Wei glaring at him with an evil face. Tang Tian's face lit up with a bright smile. Aha, old fart, I was just talking about how incredibly powerful you are, since even this stupid cow could be tamed. Fundamental Tang. How dare you say I'm stupid? You're dead. Mo Li yelled. Why are you shouting like a ghost? Old Fart Wei suddenly shot a glare at Mo Li, and Mo Li turned silent immediately. Tang Tian's heart sensed something was weird and he subconsciously scratched his head. Did something happen in the past 3 days while I was asleep? When did this stupid cow become so obedient to old Fart Wei? This was weird. Okay, I'm going to bring the both of you to a place today. Old Fart Wei waved his hands. Go and clean yourselves up, don't embarrass me. Tang Tian could not help it and said, Old Fart, we're both cleaner than you. Old Fart Wei blushed and coughed lightly. Give me a moment. With that, he disappeared into thin air. Tang Tian and Mo Li saw the 3 big words, Crystal Sky Academy, in shock. Beside the 3 of them, people traveled back and forth continuously. These people wore clothes that seemed luxurious and they all looked impressive. They would occasionally receive strange looks. 3 guys wearing torn and old clothes were exceptionally eye-catching. Hey, old man, are you sure you didn't bring us to the wrong place? Mo Li could not resist asking. Crystal Sky Academy was Star Wind City's #1 school, and also Star Wind City's most high-end school. Those who could enter the school were extremely wealthy, or geniuses. Apart from the few years after Shangguan Hui Hong Kong gave birth, Crystal Sky Academy's #1 rank was as stable as a boulder. This academy held the best of Star Wind City, the best and strongest teachers, the most well-equipped training facilities, the biggest Star Rock shops, and shops that sold the highest level of spirit cards. Looking at Star Wind City, Crystal Sky Academy was the apex of the famous schools. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man came forward. "May I ask if you're Principal Wei?" "Yes, I am." Old Fart Wei shouted proudly. "Please come with me. The principal has been waiting for you," said the middle-aged man, indicating for them to follow him to their destination. Old Fart Wei nodded and said to Tang, Tian and Imoli, "Follow me, and don't get lost." The two of them followed tightly behind. "This is not normal, this isn't normal. We have to be on our toes so the old fart won't be able to sell us," Tang Tian muttered. Ooha, we're two geniuses and we are definitely worth quite a lot." Imoli nodded his head continuously. Old Fart Wei, who was in front, had a worried face, and he suddenly stopped moving when Tang Tian and Imoli's heads were hit by him. The middle-aged man always had a smile on his face, and although he hid his emotions well, when he heard these two sentences, he could not help but show some disdain on his face. The students who passed by the three of them were all curious about their presence. How the three of them were dressed was totally incompatible with the Crystal Sky Academy. However, the three of them did not seem uncomfortable. It was Old Fart Wei who seemed stern and serious, while Tang Tian and Imoli were constantly curious and gasped at everything they saw. The Crystal Sky Academy had many facilities they had never seen before. Crystal Sky Academy was huge. Finally they reached the principal's office. The middle-aged man saw the principal standing at the door and got a shock. He had followed the principal for many years and this was the first time he saw the principal welcoming on his own. "You finally came," the old man suddenly said with a laugh, walking towards them with open arms. Old Fart Wei also smiled, and walked up to the hug. "I had no choice, only to thicken my skin and borrow your place to use for a bit. Don't have to speak such courteous words between the two of us." The old man laughed, turned his head and scanned Tang Tian and Imoli, before happily asking, "These are the two disciples you've picked?" Old Fart Wei shook his head, pointed at Imoli. "He specializes in the blade arts, and I've had my eyes on him for a few years already. I have finally recruited him I mean." Afterwards he pulled Tang Tian over. "I feel that this one is suitable to walk the road of a close-quarters combat expert, but you know, I am not an expert in that field." Not wanting to neglect him, I had no choice but to bring him too. "Close-quarters combat expert?" He looked at Tang Tian weirdly and started sizing Tang Tian up again. Also, it needs to be an extraordinary close-quarters combat expert," Old Fart Wei stated. "Not the usual close-quarters combat expert." The old man's interest grew, and laughed. "Let us go in and talk. Assistant Sue, bring these two boys for a walk." The middle-aged man quickly bowed and complied, "Yes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 018, The Crane's Body. Chapter 018, The Crane's Body. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. In the principal's office, the principal poured a cup of tea and handed it to Old Fart Wei. With a voice full of gratitude, "You finally found a suitable disciple. All these years, you've refused to see me, but I knew you'd never give up so easily." Old Fart Wei poured the tea into his mouth and savored the tea before opening his mouth. You're the only one who still understands me. I've observed and studied Imoli for a few years, and I know what this kid's temperament is like. He's not too bad, and he's the embodiment of a younger me." Mwahaha. The principal smiled. "Then I guess this little rascal is a prideful and arrogant one." "He is definitely prideful, but he's not so arrogant, and he has a simple and honest personality. On the other hand, this chap, he's crazy. If not for him being unable to adapt to blade arts, I would definitely not bear to send him on this close-quarters combat expert road." Old Fart Wei looked regretful. "Oh." The principal was slightly taken aback. "To have you compliment him is not easy. I am expecting things from him already. To be able to choose a road and be a close-quarters combat expert, he's definitely special." He's an interesting child," Old Fart Wei stated. The principal laughed. "For you to visit me, there's definitely an ulterior motive." "Say it, is there anything I can help you with?" It's actually nothing much." Old Fart Wei was not embarrassed. Imoli is not having any issues learning Wild Earth Blade, but he is lacking of a sparring venue. I would like to borrow your training grounds at Crystal Sky for him to practice. As for Tang Tian, he isn't young anymore. He's 17 now, but he has just finished cultivating his fundamental martial techniques not long ago. If this drags on, then he'd be delayed even further. 17 years old? The smile on the principal's face faded. He stared at Old Fart Wei. Just finished cultivating the fundamental martial techniques? Yes. Old Fart Wei smiled, but You shouldn't belittle him. The principal raised his hand and cut off old Fartway. I didn't belittle him, but I don't think a 17-year-old chap who has just finished cultivating the fundament martial techniques has any value of grooming. Change another person. Old Fartway's smile faded and he knitted his brows. Are you saying you can't help me? I can help out with Iamoli, but I don't see any value in grooming Tang Tian. The principal stood still. I just remembered, Tang Tian is the ultimate retainer. How can you bring such a student over? Old Fartway coldly said, You doubt my eyes? Your heart is too soft, forever being moved by weird things. The principal coldly said, You always believed that the world will have miracles. People with no talent are doomed to be mediocre. What's more, he doesn't even have time to come find me. I am very happy, however, you brought someone with absolutely no potential. I am unable to accept that. You are wasting your time, and wasting away our relationship. Old Fartway laughed coldly. You are definitely the same as last time, not even a bit of compassion. That is why Crystal Sky Academy is Star Wind City's #1 school, while your Caramel Academy is third to last. The principal did not have the slightest thought to yield. Old Fartway was lazy to argue, and plainly said, Then let us meet at the Star Wind Martial Meet. He turned to push the door and walked out the instant he finished his words. When Tang Tian and Iamoli saw Old Fartway's black face, both of them did not say a word. Going back to Caramel Academy, both of them walked behind quietly, with not even a slight whisper. Tang Tian quickly threw the matter to the back of his head, and continued to train in his flash fist every day. Although his current efficiency was not as exaggerated as when he was behind the cross door doing hardship training, he could still complete around 4,000 repetitions of flash fists daily. Tang Tian would use the hardship training's habits to train, and trained until he was exhausted of his strength and overly spent, then continued to use Crane-style Chi Manual to recover his body. Crane-style Chi Manual's progress was exceptionally rapid. The fact that Tang Tian could complete over 4,000 flash fists a day had a lot to do with the Crane-style Chi Manual's great help. Unknowingly, Tang Tian's had reached over 160,000 repetitions of the flash fist. Third cycle of hardship training. Tang Tian buried the suffering and continued throwing out punches. His fists would disappear and appear in the air, faster than ever, unfathomably moving quickly. His fists actually had one shapeless thread, linked to the third-tier Dantian pool's true power. With every fist, the third-tier Dantian pool's true power would leak a bit into the meridians of Tang Tian's body. This thread of true power was as fine as a cow's hair, and Tang Tian did not feel it. All these small threads of true power followed along with Tang Tian's never-ending punches, and gradually filled every corner of his body. Although they were minuscule and the quantity was surprisingly little, ever since Tang Tian began cultivating the Crane-style Chi Manual, he already dished out over 150,000, and that meant 150,000 of those minute true power threads. They were like a collective portion of waves, continuously moving forward. They all went past many isolated and small meridians, which the majority of people would not ever use their whole lives, one by one being activated by the true power, radiating with life. The meridians in the human body, the main core consists of 12 channels which were used the most. They are all wide in width, suited for true power to be channeled through. Apart from them, there were the 8 unusual meridian channels, which did not serve the same purpose as the 12 main channels, but rather a natural system, where many martial artists develop from. Other than the 12 main channels and the 8 unusual meridian channels, there were many fine and small meridians that formed like webs, and were considered useless meridians in the eyes of many martial artists. They were too small and weak, and only some could barely support true power. However, what Tang Tian did not know was, every punch he threw would cause a change in his true power. Tang Tian continued punching, and was not far from 200,000 repetitions. Upon hitting 200,000 flash fist repetitions, he would be able to release the perfect flash fist. In truth, in every 10 punches, he could already dish out 9 flash fists. His flash fists portrayed his own personality, and were graceful and fast. Sweat was dripping non-stop, but it did not affect his focused gaze. Not sure if it was due to him reaching his target, but Tang Tian did not feel the slightest amount of fatigue. Instead, he had a feeling of anticipation, and his punches became faster and faster. Wind from his punches suddenly induced a change, becoming faster and stronger. The true power from inside the third-tier Dantian pool felt like it was filled from the stored-up energy, and was beginning to surge upwards. Tang Tian completely forgot about everything, where all he could focus and see clearly was the track of his every punch. He could clearly see every punch momentarily disappearing into the air and the minute airflow formed by the punches. One punch after another. The airflow in the air resembled water lines, which were broken by the punches. The 200,000 fist. Tang Tian's body shivered, and the vicious true power from the third-tier Dantian pool banged, seemingly like something broke out. A clear crisp sound of a crane's cry entered his mind. Tang Tian's fist suddenly disappeared in the air. When his punch came out, a tinge of white fist aura enveloped his fist. Tang Tian was shocked. He stared blankly at his own fist. Just now that punch, fist aura. He attempted another punch. It was true, the fist glowed with a tinge of white fist aura. Fist aura. That truly was fist aura. Only with a rank 3 fist arts technique would the fist aura appear. He was surprised to see it happening on his own hands. Tang Tian was jumping in joy. Although there was only a slight layer of fist aura, its power would be affected greatly. The flash fist was a rank 2 fist arts technique, but it focused on the techniques to generate power from the muscles. Because of that, both the fundamental martial techniques and the flash fist came from the same origin, and it would be impossible to create the fist aura. The true fist aura would not be intruded by any sword or blade. It has the power to destroy all stone and gold. Ha ha! Fist aura. I managed to cultivate fist aura. I actually managed to cultivate fist aura. The so-called white fist aura could only be created by releasing true power, and this was the characteristic of a rank 3 martial technique. Mo Li's groundbreaking chop was able to instigate a blade aura. In the past, Tang Tian could also release true power, but he never managed to create a fist aura. This meant that Tang Tian's flash fist standard was good enough to start practicing a rank 3 martial technique. After a while, Tang Tian calmed down and thought, how did the flash fist manage to produce fist aura? Flash fist was a rank 2 fist arts technique. Logically, it should not be able to produce fist aura. He suddenly thought of his throbbing third-tier Dantian pool and those cranes. His heart jumped. It's true power. He sat down quickly and checked his body's true power. The third-tier Dantian pool was filled with true power. It was hard to make out any clues. Then, as Tang Tian decided to punch another flash fist, a miracle happened. A ray of true power flowed out from the third-tier Dantian pool into his path of mental cultivation he usually cultivated and straight into his fist. Interesting. Tang Tian shot out his flash fists continuously and focused on what was taking place in his body. The true power in his body was unusually active. With the Dantian as the source and the chi channels as the paths, as though a big net were covering over Tang Tian's body. When Tang Tian waved his fist, the true power net in his body took a change rapidly. Many small true power threads started to flow towards his fist, as though they were following a command with the highest respect, forming the fist aura. Tang Tian shot out the flash fist over and over again to observe the changes in the true power net, because he felt that the change in the true power net was familiar. Wait a minute, Tang Tian hit his head and saw the light. The silhouette of the crane. The true power net covering his body was a structure of the crane. Tang Tian's fist was the beak of the crane. When Tang Tian pulled his fist out, the true power gathered at the crane's beak and formed the fist aura. And when he retracted his fist, the silhouette of the crane became loose and blurry again. Crane-style chi. This was definitely amazing. Tang Tian gasped in surprise. It was no wonder the crane sect was so powerful at their golden age. They had such a powerful mental cultivation technique. Tang Tian did not know that he accidentally mastered the crane-style chi manual. What the crane sect was cultivating nowadays was also the modified version of the crane-style chi manual. The crane-style chi manual was gradually lost in passing, and this has got to do with its principle. In its complex paths, if no one managed to point out the crane silhouette characteristic, then it would be extremely difficult to cultivate. Therefore, there was a need for people like Tang Tian to continuously cultivate the martial techniques to open up all the small and desolated chi channels, which were known as the crane's body. The silver grade rank 3 mental cultivation spirit card, Crane Style Chi Manual, had the best use for the younger disciples of the crane sect. The crane body formed the fundamentals of the crane sect martial techniques, and this was the authentic tradition of the crane sect. In his blurriness, Tang Tian managed to cultivate the crane's body. Now, his fists contained true power from all of his body, and it would only compile layer after layer, forming a power current. There were times he traced back from the result and the key points would look plain obvious. The silver grade spirit card would possess him for a month. Tang Tian knew this in his heart and reacted immediately. A large amount of comprehension flowed into his brain, and the more it flowed, the clearer his head got. Tang Tian suddenly saw the light. Those desolated, seemingly useless small chi channels when activated could explode with energy when true power was released. The energy explosion was astonishing. What surprised him was, once the crane's body was cultivated, not only could it be used together with fist arts, it could be used with any martial techniques. Without further ado, Tang Tian buried his head and cultivated harder. What was 200,000, there was the 400,000 repetitions milestone waiting for me. Strengthen the crane's body. Comprehend the killing technique. Tang Tian was vigorous. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 019, Crystal Sky caught in the crossfire while lying down. Chapter 019, Crystal Sky caught in the crossfire while lying down. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Did the principal actually go crazy? To cause so much trouble for everyone? Fude could not help but complain. A few days ago, the principal suddenly made an announcement: if the school could not obtain good results for this year's Star Wind Martial Meet, the subsequent 2 years' worth of holidays would be cancelled, and the announcement was aimed at all students and teachers. The principal of Crystal Sky Academy's authority was extremely heavy, and nobody could say otherwise. Anybody who has stayed in Crystal Sky Academy before would know that the principal's words were never empty. At that moment, people in Crystal Sky Academy were squealing like pigs and running around like dogs. All the teachers were like springs, day and night squatting down to observe students, adding more classes, all kinds of additional special training. There was no day and no night of actual combat practice. All the students of Crystal Sky Academy felt that the suffering was too much to even say anything. There were rumors that those who skipped classes, or were even just late, under the enormous pressure due to circumstances, would be punished severely. In the past, all they had to do was spend a little bit of money to bribe the teachers, and they could have free days for themselves. But now this method was useless, as the teachers were merciless and strict due to the threat from the principal. No one could escape their classes, and every day the students who suffered the punishments stood along the corridors. Fude was the one suffering the punishment that day. If not for those 3 assholes. His follower, who was familiar with inside information, said in a low voice, "Do you remember the 3 country bumpkins from that day? At that time, I saw them enter our school, and felt something off about it. However, I never expected that because of them, we have such a big calamity." "You are talking about those 3 country bumpkins?" Fude asked. He also saw the 3 of them that day, but he did not think to link these 2 matters together. "That old man is Caramel Academy's principal, and the other 2 guys, one is Aimoli, the other is Tang Tian. You should know, they have caused a sensation these few days." Fude nodded his head. Yeah, I've heard of it. Mad Bull Aimoli changed schools. But why would they have anything to do with our principal? Did they accidentally offend the principal? I am not clear about what exactly happened either. But I heard from a few people that principal and that old man quarreled in the principal's office. After that, this matter blew out. The follower continued to rant. That cannot be. Fude did not believe a word, as if he heard a joke that could no longer be funny. A broken school like Caramel Academy, what is there to fight about? Unless he wants to compete with us at the Star Wind Martial Meet? His brain must be fried. He was not one to brag, because what school was Crystal Sky Academy? It was Star Wind City's #1 school. Caramel Academy was 3rd last, which meant the 2 of them had nothing in common to compete. If not for the transfer school issue, Fude would have never even heard of that school's name. This world's got too many people who are over their heads. The follower shrugged his shoulders and continued, "Their brains are fried. We are just lying down and still get caught in the crossfire." It truly is. Fude opened his big mouth along with his startled face. That's true, the follower felt bitter. Fude felt an anger swelling from within. That group of trash, it's okay that their brains are dead, but they came and implicated us. No way, we cannot let it end like this. What do you want to do? The follower suddenly sprang up with energy. Fude laughed. They wish to fight with our Crystal Sky Academy at the Star Wind Martial Meet? These toads did not even look in the mirror. What qualifications do they have to rely on themselves? What a joke. I will make them realize the truth is far from what they have ever thought. You mean you wish to? The gleam of light shone in the follower's eyes. We do not need to wait for the Star Wind Martial Meet. We will just find a few guys to teach them a lesson. Don't they wish to participate in the martial meet? Then we will beat them up until they are unable to join. Fude's eyes were cold, sneering. They think with just 1 Mad Bull Aimoli, they can turn the tables? Beast Academy doesn't even dare to compete with us. Crystal Sky, with 1 Aimoli, they become so arrogant? Dispose of them. Yes, we shall find a few guys. Fuck, this unpleasantry must get out. Very quickly, Fude's suggestion rapidly spread amongst the students who responded. Once they thought about their current hellish situation, all of them turned mad with anger. Fude did not expect for so many people to reply. However, to not attract the attention of the teachers and receive more punishment, they finally chose 2 really strong students, while the rest covered for the 2 of them in class. Xin Yuan, 3rd-year student, Crystal Sky Academy, rank 9. Yang Yong, 2nd-year student, Crystal Sky Academy, rank 22. Both of them disappeared. It was unsure if it were because of cultivating the crane body, but the cycle of hardship wasn't tiring at all. Tang Tian's to-date flash fist had already been perfected, and he could freely use any way to release the flash fist. After meditating for an hour, his fatigue was wiped clean. Cultivating in the crane body led to a huge increase of true power regeneration. According to the comprehension of the spirit card, the crane's body was only the beginning stage of the crane-style chi manual and was definitely far from the end. Tang Tian's crane body could only be considered the fledgling stage. He needed to open up more smaller chi channels to strengthen the crane body. After strengthening the crane body, the crane would become vivid and realistic, its power would be formidable. When he had cultivated to that stage, with a thought, he could solidify the crane body inside and his body would surge with true power. In a blink of an eye, the true power would be released and was indestructible. It was soft yet firm. Tang Tian felt that his luck was on a roll. The crane-style chi manual was exactly the best complement to the Southern Cross hardship plate. Not only did it help him cultivate martial techniques, it could also increase his true power by leaps and bounds. This was what Tang Tian needs, non-stop cultivation and repetitions of hardship. What was simpler than that? Tang Tian was brimming with expectations for his body. He did not know how or what would happen if he cultivated the crane body till its pinnacle. Tang Tian laughed out loud, jumped from the floor and ran out of his room. He could not wait to spar with Audiobook. Audiobook was sweating like crazy on the training grounds. In his hand, he held onto a wooden blade that was almost as big as him. He shouted repeatedly, but just as in the past, old Fartway could not be seen anywhere. Unknowingly, Tang Tian felt that Audiobook was far more hardworking than usual. In reality though, Audiobook had actually always been so hardworking, Tang Tian had just never truly witnessed him train. However, now when he looked at the silhouette of Audiobook, Tang Tian could not help but have a sudden thought, is Audiobook more hardworking than me? Oh, it should probably be a misconception. Tang Tian shook his head, left that useless thought at the back of his head. With a thought, true power poured into both his legs, sending him flying out like an artillery shell, straight towards Audiobook who was training. Housefly cow! Receive my blow! Tang Tian shouted while in the air, twisting his fist and throwing a punch. Audiobook had already felt Tang Tian approaching, and suddenly flipped the large wooden blade in his hands, spinning his enormous body around with unspeakable nimbleness. Fundamental Tang! Let me witness your latest improvements. Audiobook laughed out loud, with his large wooden blade welcoming Tang Tian who was in the air, and chopped downwards. The large wooden blade released a jet-black blade image, with a heavy sound, flying towards Tang Tian. Audiobook was not able to instigate true power, but his blade power was strong as though he was pressing onto the mountains, causing others to feel as though they had no escape route. Audiobook was born with the strength of a god. As the wooden blade was made from the hardwood in the forests and was as hard as a door, it weighed more than 100 kilograms. With that heavy chop, the might was astonishing. With a calm heart, Audiobook could clearly feel his own improvements. With this chop, it was like weightlifting was easy. It was clear from the strength he portrayed that he had taken a qualitative leap compared to his previous self. However, Audiobook did not expect Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, to not have any intention of dodging. Was Fundamental Tang crazy? Audiobook was slightly confused. Fundamental Tang's body features were all outstanding, but he would definitely not withstand this attack. Even himself would not be able to withstand this attack unarmed. In mid-air, Tang Tian pulled out a fist. When he pulled out the fist instantly disappeared. Flash fist. Audiobook was mentally shocked. The last time Tang Tian used the flash fist, he was completely suppressed, and ever since then, he was depressed. Although Tang Tian was in a berserk state previously, and was overflowing with power, Audiobook felt that it was certainly not the reason why he was suppressed. Let me see how much of your flash fist has improved. Audiobook's heart became clear, and his blade power was even more sophisticated. The black shadow of the blade was similar to the lean and strong statue of his body. A gloomy wind disappeared, and his blade power, which was as heavy as the mountains, became light and swift. No matter which direction Tang Tian's flash fist appeared, they would all crash into the blade. Tang Tian's fist suddenly appeared from mid-air. Wait a minute. Audiobook suddenly concentrated, and his frame of mind totally shattered, as he stared blankly at Tang Tian's fist. A pale and white aura was enveloping Tang Tian's fist. White fist aura, . Impossible. The first thing that popped up of Audiobook's mind was these three words. How can a flash fist produce white fist aura? How is that possible? The flash fist technique is a rank 2 martial art. Yet the white aura on the fist was clearly distinct. Although the white aura was rather faded, it was definitely white fist aura without a doubt. Audiobook was awoken from his daze, brought back from his shock. At that moment, the huge wooden blade in the fist that was enveloped in the white fist aura clashed. Dang! A sound like metal and stone clashing rang. Amoli could only feel a strong power reverberating from his hand. His palm was hot, almost causing him to be unable to hold on to the huge wooden blade. White fist aura. It is the true and real white fist aura. Right at this time, Amoli had no doubt in his heart. The ray of light glowing from Tang Tian's fist was white fist aura. Fundamental Tang. After the fright, Amoli's heart was filled with a strong will to fight. Fundamental Tang, I will not lose to you. As though his body were a mountain, he turned and firmly planted his foot on the ground. Then, he lifted the giant wooden blade in his hands. Fundamental Tang, you actually comprehended the white fist aura. Ha, I can finally let loose and fight happily with you. Come, Fundamental Tang, test out my groundbreaking chop. That blade that Amoli made was powerful and heavy. Although Tang Tian's fist was enveloped by the fist aura, he still took a few steps back. He felt his shoulder went limp and painful. This barbaric bull really had too much strength. At this time, Amoli was inviting him to fight with much excitement. Tang Tian suddenly retracted his fist and revealed a neutral smile, waved his hand. Housefly cow, I just wanted to say hi to you. Now that I've done that, I still have things I have to do, you can play by yourself, With that, he quickly escaped as though his feet were dipped in oil. Amoli looked on in a daze, as Tang Tian's back disappeared right in front of him. Then, he vomited a pool of blood just like a cotton ball was being punched. Promptly, a roar resounded through the forest. Fundamental Tang! You asshole! Tang Tian laughed out loud, flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 020, Hidden Move. Chapter 020, Hidden Move. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Even though he only sparred with Amoli briefly, Tang Tian was confident in his flash fist. Amoli ultimately did not manage to elicit any true power, but that strike was definitely the peak of his power. Tang Tian's hand was still numb. It was powerful and firm, and it could be seen as one of its kind. Only, Tang Tian managed to confirm the power of his flash fist. He was confident of his future. But before that, there was a thing he had to do. Zhou Peng. Tang Tian had carried a dull face when Masterson was fired. As such, Tang Tian set his heart to avenge him, as he was not a kind person who would easily forgive people. If he could not avenge the people he cared about, then what was the point of living? Previously, he had constantly restrained himself because he knew that he was still too weak. After Tang Tian had punished Zhou Peng in front of the academy last time, the guards around him had probably increased. With his power at that point in time, to meet force with force would be like an egg hitting against a rock. Yet now, he felt that he was strong enough, and he was confident in himself, so now the time was right for him to get revenge. He took a familiar road to Andrew Academy. As it was class time, there were not many people loitering around. Tang Tian took a good look around him and entered the compound. Tyrant Tang had only just recently transferred academies. When he reappeared, it caused a stir and attracted fear. Tyrant Tang was like a beast entering the forest, causing the training grounds to turn chaotic. Students would wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Many students would turn to run in panic. As such, Tang Tian spent a great deal of energy to catch one student. When the student was stuttering as he spoke, Tang Tian's brow knitted. Zhou Peng had not even come by Andrew Academy once since Tang Tian transferred academy. Zhou Peng never came to Andrew Academy? No matter how stupid Tang Tian was, he understood that the reason Zhou Peng didn't come to the academy wasn't because he was afraid. There must be some other reasons. After pondering for half a day, Tang Tian still could not think of any reason. He shook his head and decided not to think about it. Count Zhou Peng lucky this time round. On the other hand, the student he was pulling on his collar fainted as he was too frightened. Hurried steps could be heard approaching, followed by many teachers scolding angrily from far away. Without hesitation, Tang Tian turned and left. Leaving Andrew Academy, Tang Tian's heart calmed down. Star Wind City was only so big, they would definitely meet. And as long as he became strong enough, no need to mention Zhou Peng, even the Zhou clan would not amount to much. Become stronger, is the true meaning. Tang Tian decided, just before going to Heaven's Road, he would settle the matter. Once he set his mind to it, Tang Tian did not bother about it anymore. He paid no heed to anyone and starting to head back to the academy whistling. At this time, he suddenly heard a discussion behind him. Do you know where Caramel Academy is? That broken place, only the ghosts will know. If not for this matter that blew up so much, I would never even have heard of Caramel Academy's name. But fuck, then how are we going to teach them a lesson? Tang Tian was stunned by what heard. Teach us a lesson. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong angrily rushed out of the academy door, and set their minds to dispose of Tang Tian and Iamoli. Who knew that after coming out, they would realize that their eyes were jet black. Tian, blind and unable to find them. Where is Caramel Academy? The two had never heard of this academy. They asked the few people that passed by, but no one knew. The two stood on the street in a daze. All at once, the both of them did not know what to do. If they went back stealthily, they would be embarrassed and mocked by everyone else. Everybody actually risked getting punished to cover up their escape. Now, they would have to return to their academy, as they could sadly not find the address of Caramel Academy. That would definitely become the biggest joke of Crystal Sky Academy this year. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong were both prideful people. If they were mocked like this, that would be equivalent to killing them. But no one knew the whereabouts of Caramel Academy. Yang Yong's face was as black as a black pot. Caramel Academy is such a lousy academy such that no one even knows about the address of it. How dare they challenge us, Crystal Sky Academy? Their principal is insane. If he appears right in front of me, I'll chop him up. You can't touch the old fart. I've heard our principal welcomed him. The two of them likely have connections. We just need to lecture Iamoli and Tang Tian. Now that Caramel Academy has the two of them as their students, we better not let them attend the martial meet. Xin Yuan said seriously. It's easy to stop them from attending the martial meet, as it takes 100 days for the bone to knit and tendons to heal, but we have to find them first. And we have to make it fast. If we think of another idea the next time, it wouldn't be so easy. Yang Yong was frustrated. We can only ask people. Yang Yong had no other ideas either. Just nice, he saw a young lad looking as though he was a student right ahead and caught up with him. Student, do you know Caramel Academy? The other party stopped his footsteps, and frowned to think, oh, are you referring to Caramel Academy that Crazy Cow Iamoli transferred to? I think I know. Xin Yuan was elated. The two looked at each other and were beaming with joy. Xin Yuan then quickly asked, would you help us in giving us the directions? The young lad shook his head. It's located outside of the city and is far. I can't say it clearly either. Then, student, can you bring us there? Xin Yuan's face was filled with warmth and smile. The young lad shook his head even harder. No, I have to get to class. I don't have the time. Yang Yong's face turned dark and he said lightly, young rascal, don't be shameless about not giving me face. I'm telling you now, you have to make a trip down today even if you don't want to. I'm the Crystal Sky's young master, do you want to try my hand? Colors drained from the young lad's face and was in turn filled with fear. You're actually from Crystal Sky. Xin Yuan looked at Yang Yong and said, there isn't much time left. Yang Yong heard and without a second word, his arm relaxed and pulled onto the young lad's collar quickly as he utilized his light body technique. Xin Yuan also made a move and followed behind. Yang Yong muttered ruthlessly, which direction is it? The young lad extended his trembling finger, there. The two turned and went towards the direction the young lad had pointed. Yang Yong's light body technique was outstanding. Although he was pulling onto someone with one of his hands, his steps were fast and swift as though he were flying. Compared to Yang Yong, Xin Yuan's light body arts were inferior, but it could still be seen that his true power was firm and vigorous. While his footwork was not exquisite, when he took a step, it would always be at least 10 feet away and keeping his chi stable. The two of them did not bother saving any energy, their speed was fast, and very quickly, they were out of Star Wind City. Following the crude road outside the city and advanced. As they hurried on for about an hour, Yang Yong started suspecting if the young lad had lied to them. Yet right at this time, a small wooden plate appeared in front of them, and on top of it were two words. Caramel Academy. Yang Yong and Xin Yuan were happy and relieved. They finally found the correct place. At this point, Xin Yuan's face was filled with complexity and it was as though he saw something horrible. He revealed a tinge of fear. Careful! Yang Yong saw nothing but a blur, and suddenly, his chin was heavily attacked. This fist was extremely powerful. Yang Yong only felt an excruciating pain on his lower chin. His mind buzzed and went blank. Housefly cow! A loud shout teared from someone's throat, breaking the forest's silence and tranquility. Ha, Fundamental Tang, you're finally back. Voila, a barbaric bull-like boy, holding a humongous wooden blade about the size of his body, rolled out from the dense vegetation. Yet as soon as he saw what was in front of him, he was stunned for a second. Housefly cow, I have found you a good opponent, from Crystal Sky Academy, a real expert. Oh yeah, they came here with the intention to teach us a lesson. To safeguard our big Caramel Academy, I will hand this mighty mission over to you. Tang Tian shouted to Aimoli without looking at him, while he brandished his fist and violently sent his punches smashing down onto Yang Yong's body. On the road, Yang Yong's display of light body arts had left a very deep impression on Tang Tian. Although Tang Tian was confident of himself, he was not stupid. His current flash fists might was good, but with regards to his other martial arts, especially his light body arts, he was still at the most fundamental level. When Yang Yong lightly relied on his light body arts, he could hold slight advantages. Old Fartway had said, Tang Tian had already memorized it, that without good utilization of light body arts, there was no way to lessen the distance between the martial artist and the opponent, therefore it would be next to impossible to defeat the opponent. Only rank 6 fist arts and above would be able to attack at a long range. Tang Tian did not use any true power, but his flash fist speed was already very fast, and his flash fists were perfected. His attack frequency was astonishing, his fists as quick and plentiful as raindrops during a rainfall. With the first heavy punch wounding Yang Yong, he did not have any strength left to retaliate. Like a sandbag, he could only take the punches and not fight back. Pang! After receiving who knows how many hits, Yang Yong could not endure any longer and fainted. Aimoli saw what happened and could only look on with sympathy. Fundamental Tang's innate body was already very scary, and the strength of his techniques was pulverizing. No one knew more about the strength and power of Tang Tian's fists than Aimoli. Suffering from so many punches from Tang Tian, he could not even dare to think of it, such a pitiful fellow. He quickly retracted his gaze and looked towards the Xin Yuan in front of him. Iron Palm Shin? Aimoli growled, he recognized Xin Yuan, and his eyes immediately ignited with a flaming will to fight. Iron Palm Shin was Xin Yuan's nickname, as he was most famous for his pair of iron palms. Xin Yuan was Crystal Sky Academy's 9th-ranked student, while Aimoli was previously Beast Academy's 7th-ranked. But as Crystal Sky Academy was the number 1 school while Beast Academy was ranked 3rd, the ranking of Xin Yuan was actually higher than Aimoli's. Xin Yuan was originally stunned by Tang Tian's sudden barrage of attacks. However, at this moment, his face was calm and still, with a normal expression, shaking his head and praising, "Never had I expected that today, the capsized boat in the deep gutter, Tang Tian, would display such skilled techniques." "Ha, you praise me too much, too much." Tang Tian did not even raise his head, with a rope in his mouth that magically appeared, he was concentrating on using his strength to tie Yang Yong up. "Come on, let us have a good fight, and let me experience the legendary Iron Palm Shin that can overcome anyone." Aimoli could not care less about why Xin Yuan and company had come, so long as he could fight, his passion would thoroughly explode out. Overcome anyone, that is just over-exaggeration, but to take care of you, it is sufficient. Xin Yuan released his killing intent, with both of his palms becoming jet black like iron. Tang Tian, who had just finished tying Yang Yong up, was not in the least bit interested in the battle that was going to unfold. With greedy eyes looking at Yang Yong, who was beautifully tied up on the floor, he quickly began using both of his hands to grope about on Yang Yong's body. There is nothing as exciting as plundering battle spoils. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 021, Underestimating Xin Yuan. Chapter 021, Underestimating Xin Yuan. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. In truth, all Crystal Sky Academy students were extremely wealthy. He had 3 bright spirit cards, and all of them were silver grade cards. Rank 2 light body arts, Aerial Wood Stake. Rank 3 light body arts, 8 steps overtaking cicada. Rank 3 finger arts, Iron Clay Finger. 2 light body arts spirit cards, seemed like they quenched Tang Tian's fire for spoils. He was currently lacking in light body arts spirit cards, and did not expect them to be served up to him by someone. Tang Tian felt that Yang Yong, who was fainted on the floor, was extremely pleasing to look at. Iron Clay Finger was a gold element finger technique which Tang Tian could not learn. But luckily, gold element finger techniques were popular, and Tang Tian could just exchange it for a spirit card he could utilize. Such a good man. Tang Tian's heart and mind were filled with gratitude. As he turned to look at Xin Yuan, his eyes immediately blazed up, because Xin Yuan was brandishing an astonishing level of strength. But very quickly, he calmed himself down. It was the first time Tang Tian saw Aimoli being pressured by somebody. Xin Yuan was worthy of being called Iron Palm Shin. Although his palm art seemed ordinary and mediocre, every palm of his was firm and robust. Aimoli was naturally gifted, with his humongous wooden blade being exceptionally heavy, while using his true power to move, he seemed like he had immense strength. Tang Tian admitted he was not their equal. Yet even with the strength of Tian in every blade movement, they were all firmly blocked by the pair of black iron palms. Xin Yuan's true power was spread through his entire body, with his feet looking as if they were moving in slow motion, but actually weighing 30,000 cattle, with every step leaving a clear deep footprint in the ground. He moved closer towards Li one step at a time, with both of his jet-black palms releasing a gloomy sound. So powerful. Tang Tian watched them blankly. Xin Yuan actually gave him a feeling that he was unable to block him at all. Li's blade movements began to be somewhat chaotic, while Xin Yuan's iron palms were plain and simple, yet possessed surprising might, with every palm released covering a range of 10 feet. Xin Yuan ignored Li's changes in blade movements, one palm after another. Li's blade power was slowly unable to block his palm power. Tang Tian saw through him. Xin Yuan's iron palm's attainments were indeed astonishing, but the real reason that Li was being pressured to where he was actually because of Xin Yuan's vigorous and exceptional true power. Tang Tian, who had just completed cultivating the crane body, had his pride crushed watching the scene unfold. If Xin Yuan was not training a unique mental cultivation technique, it meant that he was at the 4th level of true power. Li's true power was similarly not weak at the 3rd level. For his age, it was not an easy feat. Tang Tian's true power was even weaker, as he just entered the early stage 3rd level of true power. Although he cultivated the crane body, and his true power would momentarily release a burst of formidable power, allowing him to release strength equivalent to someone at the middle stage 3rd level of true power. However, apart from that, when compared to a middle stage 3rd level of true power, he was still inferior. A late stage 3rd level Li was totally pressed down by Xin Yuan. His own miserable amount of true power would only be swept aside by the wind aroused from Xin Yuan's palms. Crystal Sky Academy was definitely hiding talented individuals. Tian, crouching tiger, hidden dragons. Xin Yuan was not arrogant about himself, but his true power was already at a frightening level. Once Tang Tian saw that Li's blade movements were in a disorder, he became anxious. If Li was defeated, his just-gotten spoils of war would be taken back, and Xin Yuan would not let them off. Clenching his teeth, Tang Tian furiously stomped his foot, and propelled his entire body forward like a cheetah. Flash fist. Xin Yuan saw Tang Tian rushing towards him, his heart trembled. But as Tang Tian released his flash fist towards him, he could not help but smirk. A rank 2 martial art, in his eyes, was simply useless. With just this amount of talent, they were challenging Crystal Sky? After today, you both will know, your thoughts and wishes are jokes. Xin Yuan's eyes fueled with anger, and his entire body released all his true power. All his hair stood, and his palm motions became even heavier, and at the same time the air around him became viscous. Tang Tian was like a small housefly which had fallen into a swamp, where even the wings cannot move. His flash fist did not even go near Xin Yuan, and his entire body was flung away in an awkward position by the gusts formed from the 2 iron palms. The flash fist was broken before it even managed to attack. In a blink of an eye, both of them were in imminent danger. Li persistently blocked the power of Xin Yuan's iron palms, which seemed to be everywhere. No matter how much he changed his blade movements, it was useless. The powerful, groundbreaking chop, that he thought was powerful and fierce, was utterly useless in the fight. In the eyes of the experts of Crystal Sky, Xin Yuan was nothing much, where he remained low profile. But Li could never imagine that Xin Yuan's power was actually so formidable to this extent. As he saw Fundamental Tang joining in the battle, Li bit his lips painfully. Just with Fundamental Tang's power to enter the battle, it was practically the same as courting death. Bastard. Li did not know why, his heart and mind bore in anger, yes, wrath. The anger at himself for actually being so weak, the anger that his power was actually so weak and low, angry at himself for being scared. His anger erupted like lava flowing out of a volcano, and his body started trembling. Similarly, there was a sound resounding in his mind. Such a disgrace. Li. You are a determined man who is going to create his own martial Dao. How can you be so useless? How dare you be a coward? How can you? What about your dreams? What about the oath you swore? You don't even have the courage to struggle, Li, you're such a coward. You are just a coward. You fall short when comparing with his ferociousness. Old Fartway's words suddenly appeared in Li. His gaze subconsciously landed on Fundamental Tang. Tang Tian, who was at the side, suffered a huge hit, but once he entered the battle circle, he threw all the distracting thoughts to the back of his head. He opened up his glaring eyes widely and continuously moved his fists. Flash fist. The astonishing frequency of his flash fists made them all disappear in the air, and then suddenly appear from nowhere. To personally enter the battle circle, Tang Tian experienced a totally different feeling of Xin Yuan's iron palms. It looked like Xin Yuan casually released his palms horizontally, but the whistling sound from the wind of the palm was like being suffocated in a wind wall, the feeling of being totally crushed. There was absolutely no chance of dodging. Pang pang pang. Tang Tian's flash fists were like rain hitting against a wall of wind, releasing a compressed sonic boom, and the space in front of him starting forming translucent distorted ripples. Hong, dot. The wall of wind was broken, countless blades of air flew out like broken glasses, scattering in all directions. Chi chi chi, Tang Tian's clothes were all cut, and fresh blood flew out from the small wounds. Tang Tian was unable to take a short break, as Xin Yuan released yet another palm. And another flash fist. A hint of astonishment flashed through Xin Yuan's eyes. Tang Tian's level of flash fist led him to believe it was just a fluke. Up till now, Tang Tian had not missed a single flash fist, which means to say, Tang Tian's flash fist success rate was at 100%. This was in theory the highest level, but it had never been seen before. As of now, Star Wind City's highest record was Wang Jin with a success rate of 83%. Tang Tian, who was in front of him, was actually able to hit 100% of his flash fists. He had actually underestimated him. But the astonishment in Xin Yuan's eyes disappeared in a blink. Geniuses were not a rare sight in Crystal Sky Academy. He had seen all sorts and kinds of geniuses already. The flash fist technique was merely a rank 2 martial art. It may attract a few freshman students, but for senior students, only a rank 3 martial art had meaning, and a rank 4 martial art was considered high-end. A perfect success rate flash fist, against the iron palm, was weak and frail. Xin Yuan usually kept a low profile amongst the geniuses in Crystal Sky, as to not reveal his own powers. His strength was always underestimated, but he did not care. If not for people begging for him, he would not have shown himself. If not for him taking care of both Tang Tian and Imoli, Tang Tian would not even have the chance to fight. Yet even with him taking care of both of them, he did not think that Tang Tian would have the ability to be a threat. Continuous barrages of flash fist placed high stress on the body with a high consumption of energy. Let's see, how long can you last? Xin Yuan's eyes were cold, and he released yet another palm. Tang Tian did not relent, and ignored his body energy, barraging down with his flash fists. But with every step he took, he had to give up a lot. Every broken wall of wind, he would increase the number of wounds on his body. Other than his back, the rest of his body was filled with wounds. Sweat and fresh blood drenched his clothes. Tang Tian was beyond numb, and his eyes deadly staring at Xin Yuan, putting in all to use his strength and slowly advancing. You fall short when comparing with his ferociousness. Emily looked at the back of Tang Tian, soaked in sweat. His body was covered in blood, yet he stubbornly walked forward. Since Tang Tian jumped into the battle circle, he had not retreated once. He was having difficulties as he walked forward. It was surprising that he overtook me. Fundamental Tang. The rage in Imoli's chest fueled, and in his head flashed a scene of a young lad raising his arms and shouted. Wow, young lad, go for it. The roar of the young lad seemed to resound in his heart. Fundamental Tang. Not knowing why, Imoli's gaze became slightly peaceful and a bit more steady. Both his left and right hand extended to grip around the wooden blade's hilt. He lifted the weapon near to his waist, wrapped both hands around the blade's hilt, and the blade rose. With a stature like a beast, it was as if he were an ancient gladiator, full of grace and power that was indescribable. With a solemn expression and a resolute gaze, he carried a power that could send chills down the spine, as the power was spreading from Imoli's direction, as though like he had summoned the wind. The first person to sense something was wrong was Xin Yuan. Right now, the power Imoli was emitting had an extra aura to it, one that could cause people's heart to palpitate. This was... Tang Tian did not notice Imoli's change. The only thing he saw and felt was Xin Yuan being distracted, and instantly, he increased his flash fist speed, the wall of winds continuously breaking, more blood spraying out. Tang Tian opened his eyes widely, like an agile wild beast, quietly moving forward. Imoli's true power around his body surged, and an unknown strength started to emit from below his feet. In a moment, the surging energy reached its peak, and Imoli's deep growl brought about a fearsome power, pulsing everywhere. He raised the humongous wooden blade up above him, like a heavy axe, chopping downwards loudly. A deep and unfathomable jet-black fissure swarmed out like lightning snakes, toward Xin Yuan. The walls of wind in front of Xin Yuan were all broken like pieces of paper, by the sharp blade. Groundbreaking chop-killing technique, fine abyss chop. Xin Yuan's expression changed drastically. In a moment of panic, he pushed his true power to the limit, posed a horse stance slightly, and pressed both his palms together. He then started pushing them out slowly. It was as if he were pushing an extremely heavy metal door, and he had to use every single muscle in his body to the extent that his clothes were about to burst. They could see the walls of wind crashing down like metal doors. Iron Palm's killing technique, crushing iron door. Killing technique against killing technique. Tang Tian's cheek was cut by an unknown force, a strand of blood slowly trickled down. Tang Tian did not feel anything, his eyes squinting, suddenly releasing a murderous intent in a moment. Chance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 022, Xin Yuan's Plot. Chapter 022, Xin Yuan's Plot. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Emily's fine abyss chop and Xin Yuan's crushing iron door uglily clashed. Hone. True power violently clashed, and countless minute streams of air swept away in all directions with a bang. Both their blood and chi were in disorder, as their bodies involuntarily took a few steps backwards. No one noticed that within the chaotic streams of air, a shadow was moving forward against the streams. Xin Yuan was momentarily blind, before a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him, and his pupils constricted. Tang Tian. A few small streams of air had cut Tang Tian on his face and neck, but he did not have any reaction. Xin Yuan's reaction was super fast. Although his true power had yet to recover, he still stopped Tang Tian in his position with his right palm. Shan Yuan's gaze fell onto Tang Tian's peaceful eyes, and his heart trembled. What a horrible opponent! Lucky he only knew the flash fist technique. Just as he thought about it in his mind, he saw Tang Tian's fist. The fist was covered with a layer of faded white light. Xin Yuan was stunned. It was the white fist aura. How was it possible to use the white fist aura on a flash fist? Bang! The white fist aura covered flash fist disappeared in mid-air, and almost at the same time, it appeared right in front of Xin Yuan. Being quick-witted, Xin Yuan flipped his palm and stopped Tang Tian's fist. The palm and fist interjected. Xin Yuan could only sense pain from his palm, and an intense true power penetrated into his palm from Tang Tian's fist. Right then, Xin Yuan's defense was routed. Xin Yuan shouted for help in silence. Sad to say, Tang Tian did not give him any time to react before the second fist emerged from his ruined clothes and crashed into Xin Yuan's shoulder. Xin Yuan moaned as he sensed a sharp pain in his shoulder. The true power in his body dispersed and he flew out as though he were a sandbag. Tang Tian's movements were even faster. As he was flying out with Xin Yuan, he sent out another fist in mid-air. The fist traveled like lightning. Xin Yuan lost his balance and stared at Tang Tian's fist as though it were a shooting star. His face was about to get beaten by the fist and he closed his eyes. I admit defeat. Bang! Xin Yuan felt an excruciating pain on his face, his mind went blank and fell to the ground like a heavy hammer nailed into the mud. Before he fell unconscious, he thought, didn't I admit defeat? Why did he still use such vicious methods? Both of Tang Tian's feet planted onto the ground. Whoosh, he panted like the wind bellows, and was drenched in sweat. Fundamental Tang, didn't he already admit his loss? Moli weakly said from behind. Tang Tian's breathing finally settled down, he stood up straight, and smiled a happy smile. If we let him admit his loss, how are we going to check for spoils of war? Only by gaining the spoils will we be called victors of the fight. But Moli, whose personality was pure and honest, stopped his desire for speech. If there is nothing else, hurry and help me find some rope. Tang Tian hurriedly said. With a cold face, Xin Yuan awoke, and directly in front of him were two faces. Moli's face was filled with sympathy and remorse, while Tang Tian's face was black as a pot, a face of ill intent. Who the hell are you, to dare to feign being a Crystal Sky student? Tang Tian shouted angrily. I did not feign at all, Chen Yuan, who was half awake, replied. Tang Tian flew into a rage. You still dare to lie to me? Which Crystal Sky student will be as poor as you, with not a thing on your body? Xin Yuan opened his mouth, but did not know what to say. Fundamental Tang, he is really from Crystal Sky, I recognize him. Emily said from the side. Tang Tian changed to a grieved and pained expression. Then that is even worse. When did Crystal Sky students drop so low, to the point that they cannot even give up spoils of war when they have lost? This is definitely insulting and humiliating the grandeur of Crystal Sky. Xin Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. So this fellow tried to search for items on his body to claim as spoils of war. Xin Yuan spent every day doing tough training, while maintaining a simple and thrifty profile. Naturally he would not carry anything on his body. I will definitely strip them both, and hang them outside of Crystal Sky Academy to appease this anger in my heart. Tang Tian said deeply. Emily was tongue-tied, and could only stutter, Fundamental Tang, this is too vicious. Tang Tian cringed his face, with a harsh look in his eyes. Vicious? A great man has to be ruthless. Xin Yuan opened his mouth wide, a lifeless face filled with shock. Not until a hand landed on his body and started to strip him of his clothes, did Xin Yuan have a reaction, and hastily said, "Wait a minute. I am willing to ransom myself. I am willing to ransom myself." Xin Yuan panicked as he thought about the scenario of him getting skinned and hung outside of the Crystal Sky Academy and could not help but shook. "My heart is blazing with fire, young rascal. How are you going to appease me?" Tang Tian kneeled down, and with a black face, he looked down on him. "What do you want?" Xin Yuan acted steady, but his voice wavered and exposed the fear in his heart. Sneakily, Iamoli moved to one side. His face was painted with sympathy. "Xin Yuan, Crystal Sky was known for producing iron men, yet you were bullied by Fundamental Tang to such an extent, so pitiful. Lucky I am on the same side as Fundamental Tang." Immediately, Iamoli's heart was filled with gratitude. "Everyone here is a martial artist, let's use spirit cards then." Tang Tian pretended to cough lightly. "However, you have to consider, with your status, you have to know which spirit cards to get so it does not humiliate you." "Oh, of course, the anger in my heart is even more important than your status." Spirit cards. Xin Yuan let out a breath of relief. He was a martial idiot. He did not have many things of value, but he collected quite a number of spirit cards. "Which spirit card would you like to have?" Tang Tian saw the expression on Xin Yuan and clenched his teeth while his heart was brimming with joy. A fat goat. However, his face remained neutral as ever. "Have you ever heard of close quarters combat experts?" Close quarters combat experts. Xin Yuan's eyes looked blank. He stared at Tang Tian's face, and did not say a word for a long time. Tang Tian thought he had something on his face as Xin Yuan continued to stare at his face. "You're actually on the path of being a close quarters combat expert." Xin Yuan's tone was filled with respect. "I didn't lose in vain." After hearing those words, close quarters combat seemed impressive. Tang Tian's heart muttered. "It seemed like old Fartway did not lie to me." Agitated, Xin Yuan said, "If you're talking about close quarters combat expert, there are 5 basic martial techniques that are important: light body arts, finger arts, palm arts, fist arts, and joint techniques. What cards do you already have?" Tang Tian noted that Xin Yuan was far more excited than himself and his heart felt weak. He took out the 3 cards that he found on Yang Yang's body. "There you go, I've got these 3 cards, but I intend to trade in Iron Clay Finger, as my affinity for the 5 elements is neutral, I'm unable to practice it." "Oh, these 2 light body arts cards are good. For someone with no specific elemental affinity, Iron Clay Finger can be changed to Eagle Claw, as both of their worth are similar. Rank 3, Eagle Claw, is powerful. In terms of palm arts, I have Broken Shadow Palm. This palm art pays attention to changes, and is suitable for close contact fights. Your Flash Fist is good, but its power is lacking. In terms of rank 3 martial arts, you can train in Minute Collapsing Fist, and for joint techniques I have Succeeding Loop Technique. This complementation is very complete. Aerial Wood Stake pays attention to your steps. 8 steps overtaking Cicada is known for its speed. Eagle Claw uses agility to fight, with every finger as a hook. Broken Shadow Palm uses illusions to hide the real strike, thus confusing the enemy. Minute Collapsing Fist has power like thunder that can collapse ruins, to be used as the final blow. Succeeding Loop Technique surprises opponents during close contact battles with its astonishing power, using every part of the body as a lethal weapon, including the joints." "You're well versed in all these." Tang Tian's eyes glimmered as he heard what he said. "Amazing." Emily admired. It is rare to find a person to be able to speak with so much knowledge. There were many martial techniques in every system, and to be knowledgeable about so many martial techniques, it could be seen that Xin Yuan was obsessed with martial Dao. "I never thought you actually have the courage to take on the challenge of walking the arduous path of a close quarters combat expert. This is very admiring." Xin Yuan's face was filled with admiration and he said seriously, "I have these 3 spirit cards, Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, and Succeeding Loop Technique. I'll give them to you. Relax, they are all silver grade." Tang Tian smiled. "Hee, I was wrong about you. You're a good lad too." In Shen Yuan's home. "These 3 spirit cards, please take them." Shen Yuan solemnly offered the 3 spirit cards, while Yang Yong was in the corner showing a face of resentment. Tang Tian accepted the 3 spirit cards, and left happily with Iamoli. Yang Yong could not help but ask, "Old Shen, why did you really give them the cards? If we took action now, we could definitely turn over this defeat." Xin Yuan replied, "After that then what? Can we kill them and end it? This kind of failure is the kind of shame that can never be washed away." Yang Yong was dumbstruck and at a loss for words. Xin Yuan was right, they were not afraid to start over and defeat Iamoli and Tang Tian, but with their positions and identities, winning was a supposed absolute, and losing was a disgrace, with any one failure leaving them with permanent shame. I wonder what they're thinking. Xin Yuan said blatantly. He said that if I cannot appease their anger, he'd skin me alive and hang me outside of the Crystal Sky Academy. Yang Yong's face was white as a snow. When he thought about the scenario Xin Yuan described, he trembled. Unable to contain his rage, he shouted as his voice shook, "How dare they be so vicious to you?" Xin Yuan patted Yang Yong on the shoulder and consoled him. "What are these cards to me? I'll take it as a financial loss to prevent a disaster." Yang Yong stayed silent. He suddenly felt blissful. That was right. What were a few spirit cards to him? Also, if he really cultivates these spirit cards, hee. Xin Yun smiled slyly, then he'll only suffer. Don't tell me there's a problem with those spirit cards? Yang Yong asked curiously. There isn't any problem with the spirit cards. Even the combination of the martial techniques I have matched for him was logical. Xin Yuan laughed coldly. Not understanding, Yang Yong said, then why would he suffer? Xin Yuan shook his head. You don't understand the profession known as a close-quarters combat expert. This profession is highly complex and extremely difficult. Without astonishing talent, there is no way this road would work out. These martial techniques have very different characteristics. Theoretically, they are matched perfectly. And if he is able to cultivate all of them, his strength will definitely surge and there is practically no end to his accomplishments. Yang Yong got even more confused as he listened on. However, nobody would ever do that. For example, I specialize in training the iron palm. If I start cultivating fist arts, then I will definitely cultivate martial techniques related to the iron fists and iron palm and so on. As such, I can shorten the amount of time I spend on cultivation. If I learn one fist art that is completely unrelated to the iron fist, then the time taken to cultivate it will definitely be a lot longer, and to increase to 5 different kinds of martial techniques? That would take a lot of time. Only the ultimate martial artists with true talent can cultivate as a close-quarter combat expert. Because every martial technique they learn, they only need a short period of time before they can cultivate it perfectly. Gauging Tang Tian's talent together with the 5 vastly different martial techniques, he will only be mediocre. Xin Yuan said blandly as he squinted his eyes. Yang Yong did not know why, but suddenly, he felt a chill in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 023, Special Training. Chapter 023, Special Training. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian finally experienced what it felt like to get rich overnight. He exchanged Iron Clay Finger for Eagle Claw, Aerial Wood Stake, 8 Steps Overtaking Cicada, Broken Shadow Palm, Minute Collapsing Fist, Succeeding Loop Technique, 6 silver grade spirit cards, uniformly placed in front of him. The silver lights were flashing, causing him to be dazzled. This is what it means to live. Tang Tian was mesmerized by what he had, facing upwards to the sky, feeling deeply moved. Fundamental Tang, you've degenerated. Emily looked at him with disdain. Degenerated? Tang Tian turned to look at him, righteously said, Housefly cow, you're looking down on this godlike young man. Just a trifling number of 6 silver grade spirit cards, and you think a godlike youth has degenerated? Humph. Emily laughed with happiness. That's more like it. Fundamental Tang, you cannot let down your martial artist's heart, and become a strong man, so you can be worthy of your dreams. Tang Tian raised up both of his hands, looked up to the sky, with a deep look on his face. At the very least, it would require 6 gold-grade spirit cards to truly let a godlike young man like me be a degenerate. Emily suddenly stopped halfway. Tang Tian supported his chin and asked, which one should I learn first? Just at this time, old Fartway's voice suddenly came out from behind them. Oh, the young man has struck it rich. That silver light, big old me from far away was already blinded by it. Old Fartway jumped in front of the 2 boys, took up and looked at the 6 silver cards, curiously asked, who did you both rob these cards from? Emily vividly explained the entire day's chain of events that happened, describing everything in detail to Old Fartway once. Old Fartway owed once, the both of you acted together, then barely defeated Xin Yuan? He touched his chin and mumbled, I should have known not to lay down such fierce words already. If that guy was serious, whoa, I think it is time to give you 2 some special training. Boost Turtle, can't help but think of Yu Hakusho back with the old granny. Tang Tian and Emily looked at one another, suddenly having a bad feeling in their hearts. Old Fart turned in with a smile on his face, said, you 2 will forever remember these 2 months. Both Tang Tian and Emily's heart jumped. Xin Yuan and Yang Yong lowered their heads. Standing in front of the school principal, their faces were pale. The principal's face was ashen. Good. Very good. It seems that my order is not enough. You two still have the energy to selfishly skip class to find trouble with other people, but... Assistant Sue, who was in the corner, secretly cursed. It was rare to see the principal so angry that his heart was at his throat. All the students that were involved in this matter will all be punished severely. The principal was emotionless from today on until the day of the Star Wind Marshal meet. In this period of time, if there are any cases of students skipping classes, they will be expelled. Yang Yong and Xin Yuan, seclusion punishment for 2 months. Assistant Sue jumped in fright. This time, the principal was really pushed to his limits. He looked at Xin Yuan and Yang Yong sympathetically. Xin Yuan was still calm, but Yang Yong already had a look of death. The principal suddenly turned and stared at Assistant Sue. Go and inform the disciplinary department. If they discover that any one of them are still up to not good, then they don't have to do anything anymore. Assistant Sue immediately replied, yes. All of you get out. Xin Yuan, you stay. The principal coldly said. Yang Yong and Assistant Sue immediately left. The principal stared at Xin Yuan and coldly asked, did you lose or win? I lost. Xin Yuan lowered his head. Tang Tian impersonated as a guide and guided us to their school. Yang Yong was first struck down by a sneak attack from Tang Tian, and after that, Emily and him joined hands to defeat me. The principal heard that both of them lost but surprisingly was not angry over it, but indifferently said, explain. Xin Yuan showed a pondering face. Emily from the start was performing rather like there was not enough determination. After that he suddenly became very resolute, and his attacks were extremely strong. But Tang Tian was the more interesting one. Tang Tian? The principal was flabbergasted. And Tang Tian specializes in the flash fist technique, but what was special was that he used flash fist to produce the white fist aura. Xin Yuan said. Flash fist to produce the white fist aura. The principal's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he mumbled to himself, he actually gave that spirit card to Tang Tian. And Tang Tian actually mastered it. Mastered what? Xin Yuan could not help but ask. The principal's face returned to being emotionless. Continue speaking. Xin Yuan knew what he should or should not ask, and immediately continued. Tang Tian was dauntless, he fought ferociously, unafraid of injuries. If his strength is of comparable level, I think that very few people can best him. Go to your seclusion. The principal looked at Xin Yuan and deeply said, your talent in Crystal Sky may not be the best, but your temper is good, you can hold your anger, and yet guard your heart. I am expecting much from you, so do not disappoint me. Yes. Xin Yuan respectfully said. Go on. The principal flicked his hands. As Xin Yuan left, he mumbled to himself. Crane-style Chi manual. He actually mastered it. Looking at the rumbling quarry in front of them, Tang Tian and Emily were stunned. Old Fartway, why did you bring us here? Don't tell me your real identity is a child labor trafficker. Tang Tian pointed at Old Fartway, with an I-see-through-you look on his face. Old Fartway ignored him, and walked towards a muscular man. From a far distance he shouted, hey, Old Stone. Once the muscular man heard the call, he turned and saw Old Fartway. He could not help but grin and started laughing out loud, and started walking towards them. Yet when the muscular man turned his body, Tang Tian and Emily sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Truthfully, Emily's physique was already considered very strong and tough. But compared to the muscular man in front of them, Emily was like a small child. Every muscle had distinct edges and corners, protruding out of the muscular man's body. With a tanned body, he was brimming of luster, like he went through 1,000 changes and 100 repetitions. Tian went through a lot to gain his perfect hot-ass bod. His arms were even more exaggerated. Tang Tian looked and came to the conclusion that they were thicker than his thighs. The muscular man was holding an iron hammer, and swallowed saliva when he looked at Tang Tian and Emily. Old Wei, what brings you here today? The muscular man asked. I brought these two brats to come to you and engage in physical training with you for a bit. Why, it won't be a hindrance, right? Old Fartway loudly asked. How can this be a hindrance? Other than stones here, there are only stones. The big muscular man laughed out loud. Scan engaged the strength of Tang Tian and Emily, smiled a kind and friendly smile to them, and praised, these two are good seeds. Old Fartway immediately brightened up. Of course, it's my eyes, will always be accurate. The other people in the quarry heard the commotion and started gathering over. Then, Tang Tian and Emily felt inferior. All the people had big and tall statures, their waists were all thicker than water buckets, the entirety of their bodies filled with pieces and pieces of chiseled muscles, like they were made of copper and iron. All of them held unusually large hammers, holding them so nimbly like it was not there at all. Tang Tian and Emily always bragged about their own physique quality to others, but standing with these group of people, they were like little bean sprouts. Old way, that's not bad, this time it really looks like so. These two small brats are not bad. Yes, indulge in some physical training for a while, like two good seedlings. Old Fartway had smiling eyes, until his eyes could not be seen. Yet Tang, Tian and Iamoli had hair standing all over their bodies, as they were being ganged and assessed by a group of muscular half-naked iron towers. That feeling was too terrifying. Tang, Tian and Iamoli's face kept their smiles, with a bashful look. Stonehead waved his hands. Okay, scatter, we don't want to have these two brats being scared away. With a short roar of benevolent laughters, everyone turned and scattered. Old Fartway spoke to Stonehead. This is Iamoli, my successor. This is Tang Tian. Oh, he wishes to walk the close quarters combat expert path. Oh, close quarters combat expert. Stonehead had a look that flashed across his eyes, and once again assessed Tang Tian from head to toe, and praised, good ambition. I'll hand everything to you. Old Fartway irresponsibly said. Good. Stonehead did not bullshit and was straightforward, nodding his head. Old Fartway turned to Tang Tian and Iamoli and told them, from today onwards, Stonehead is your special training teacher. No matter what he requests of you two better do it. Tang Tian and Iamoli tactfully nodded their heads. Stonehead had too much of an oppressing feel. Then I'm leaving. Old Fartway flicked his hands, confidently and at ease. He shook his sleeves and turned to leave. Come with me. Old Stone told Tang Tian and Iamoli. Both of them immediately followed Stonehead towards the quarry. This was an open sky quarry, with lumps of rocks piling up like mountains, and this place mainly relied on the granites. Reaching a place with a stack of rocks, Stonehead found an iron blade. The iron blade did not have an edge and was very thick, with a heavy weight of over 25 kilograms. But in Stonehead's hands, it was like nothing. Stonehead casually grabbed a rock the size of a door. Tang Tian and Iamoli's face turned pale when they saw it. Sure enough, there will always be a mountain taller than another mountain. Iamoli, this fierce bull, in front of Stonehead, was actually a mere grasshopper. Stonehead took the rock and placed it in front of him, and told Iamoli, your daily task is to chop the rocks, like this. They watched Stonehead lift up the blade, and relaxingly place down a wicker basket-sized rock. Shwa, using the blade, one square rock block appeared in front of their faces. Every surface of the rock was as smooth and glossy like a mirror, perfectly squared and straight, like it was measured before by a ruler. Tian, in case you don't know what a wicker basket is, it looks like an apple basket. Tang Tian and Iamoli stared at the rock like wooden chickens. This was definitely granite, the strong granite that could wear off the edge of steel blades, but Stonehead easily threw the big iron blade to Iamoli. Here, this kind of square block, these 10 days, you just have to give me 100 blocks every day and you're done. Finished, he left the emotionless Iamoli, and brought Tang Tian to another corner. Tang Tian's face had residual paleness. What are you training now? Stonehead asked Tang Tian. Tang Tian took the spirit cards from his hand, and carefully showed it to Stonehead and told him what it was. Once he finished, Stonehead nodded, then just practice this, minute collapsing fist. There are many people here who train in minute collapsing fist. Is that so? Tang Tian felt that his own expression was slightly stiff, as his heart was jumping with excitement. And, using it to break the rocks, it's quite useful. Stonehead brought Tang Tian to another pile of rock materials, and took another wicker basket-sized rock, and hit the rock with one fist. The rock disintegrated as easily as tofu, becoming a rock cake. Stonehead wiped the rock cake with one hand, with a pile of rock materials appearing in front of Tang Tian. All these crushed rock materials were very consistent in their size, almost like the size of a soybean. Oh, since you're just starting, my request will not be so high. With every crushed rock material, do not let it be bigger than a chestnut. Every day you have to crush 250 kilograms of rocks in total. Tang Tian looked at the stone-filled rock floor, as stoned as a wooden chicken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 024, Slaying Lightning Bolt. Chapter 024, Slaying Lightning Bolt. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The life of a quarry was simple and fulfilling. Tang Tian became powerful day by day. He learned from the others that the muscles were more defined on his naked body. The muscles had a suntan gloss as though they contained an inexhaustible energy. Tang Tian focused on the white aura on his fist before smashing onto the stone with a bang. With a slap, the stone exploded a fine and straight crack. Tang Tian's fists were like rain as they continuously smashed onto the stone. The cracks on the stone surface increased, many fine and straight cracks appeared. With his smashing, the stone turned into a pile of crushed stones. Tang Tian sieved out the crushed stones, in which were bigger than the size of a chestnut, and threw aside. His minute collapsing fist was weak and far from Big Brother Stonehead's fist power. He always needed several fists before he could crush the stone. In addition to that, his crushed stones were of uneven sizes. Stonehead's minute collapsing fist could crush the stone into uniform sizes. That was a true top-notch standard. Tang Tian admired him and was motivated. Minute collapsing fist was much more powerful than flash fist. The rank 3 martial art minute collapsing fist contained the techniques to instigate true power, while the rank 2 flash fish only had the techniques to show off the basics. With the use of true power in an instant, to attain the goal of destruction, was also known as collapsing. Minute collapsing fist was not fanciful, but that did not mean its power was weak. The minute collapsing fist was like Xin Yuan's iron palm, focusing more on power than on precision. Its ability to cause wreckage was astonishing. When one had cultivated minute collapsing fist to its profound depth, it could possibly even injure someone at a further distance. Tang Tian never thought the crane-style chi manual would be so compatible with minute collapsing fist. When the crane body expedited the minute collapsing fist, the true power jolted with an aura of a sharp blade string. The cracks on the stone caused by Tang Tian's minute collapsing fist were completely different from the others. With an ordinary minute collapsing fist, the cracks were usually irregular, but the cracks Tang Tian's fists made were straight and fine as though they were sliced by blades. Tang Tian improved his minute collapsing fist quickly, but at the same time, he did not give up cultivating flash fist. All the cultivation of the flash fist were done behind the southern cross door. Without resting, Tang Tian entered the door again and started cultivating. After he perfected the flash fist with a total of 200,000 repetitions. It was not a difficult task for him, except that the process was extremely tedious and exhausting. Every cycle of hardship lasted for 10 days. In those 10 days, he did not talk to anyone, he only kept punching again and again. Even the rest time had become tight. As the last few days of his hardship training came, he was completely exhausted both physically and mentally. Tang Tian managed to send out his fists very quickly. The fists would disappear and reappear in mid-air without any signs. It was unpredictable. These few days, he had been using minute collapsing fist during the day to crush the stone. Tang Tian could feel himself improving, especially the power of his arms. They were stronger than before. The minute collapsing fist art was simple and unadorned. Slowly, Tang Tian's flash fist grew a taste of violence. Swift and violent, they were two very different styles, yet they fit each other nicely. His sweat meandered downwards as he panted heavily between the winds created by the fists. The numbers behind the door jumped continuously. 399,999. 400,000. Repeated sounds of coarse gasps for breath, and very fast flash fists disappearing without a trace. In the middle of the tranquility, a deep breathing sound suddenly echoed out. Although it was just one breath of air, it was able to release the deep implication of a very sharp knife edge. The motionless and quiet Tang Tian's eyes were flashing with a trace of icy coldness, like his entire being were a wild beast waiting to accumulate power. The breathing sound stopped abruptly. Tang Tian's figure disappeared like a monster. A silver-clad fist came out like a beam of blazing light like lightning, ripping apart the surrounding air. As if like lightning, releasing a sudden bright light, illuminating the entire field of view. A powerful chi was released, seemingly so powerful that no obstacle could withstand it, easily causing someone's scalp to feel numb. Silver-colored lightning heavily exploded the surrounding air, forming a mist. Hong. Tang Tian's true power was suddenly depleted, and his eyes looked tired. A wave of chi whistled directly at him. In a blink of an eye it rushed to his front. He did not make it time to react, and was thrown into the air by the wave of chi. Pang, he was flung into the wall of mist on the other side, before rebounding onto the floor. Tang Tian sprawled out on his back and lay on the floor, battered and exhausted. He had not a bit of energy left in his body, and could not even lift a finger. He just laid there, blankly looking at the ceiling. His sweat did not stop flowing down, and very quickly, a figure of sweat was formed beneath him. I finally mastered it. Flash fist killing move, slaying lightning bolt. He was already too tired, eyelids becoming heavy, and he instantly fell asleep. It was the first time he slept behind the southern cross door. As Tang Tian slept, he did not notice that when he executed slaying lightning bolt, a golden card the size of a palm appeared on the cross door. On the card, Tang Tian executed an empty fist with a harsh expression. Below his leg were two words, flash fist. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Tian slowly awakened, and when he set his eyes on the cross door, he jumped out in fright. Hardship training was ending. He could not make it in time to climb up, only to become blind for a second, before he returned to reality. Fundamental Tang, hurry, get up, it's time to start work. The weak wooden door, in the face of Amo Li's loud voice, did not work a bit. I'm coming. Tang Tian hurriedly climbed up, skipped washing his face and rushed out of the door. Another day of his life started. Every day, he lived incomparably enriching. Tang Tian gradually felt and understood more of the Southern Cross door's laws. Whether it were the Southern Cross constellation's intent or not, the cross door and the number 10 were strangely connected. The cross door would open every 10 days, and every time it opened it lasted for another 10 days. If the completion grade of his current hardship training was very good, then the opening duration of the next hardship training, Tang Tian would be able to determine and confirm. Once he finished a cycle of hardship, Tang Tian also needed a rough gauge of 10 days to completely recover. Coincidentally, 10 days of hardship training were also roughly Tang Tian's limit. Due to this cycle of hardship training, Tang Tian's minute collapsing fist had improved very quickly, but the greatest place of improvement was actually the crane-style chi manual. Tang Tian's crane body outline was becoming more distinct, and all the small meridian channels were twice the size of when he just awakened the crane body. The crane body had expanded by 2 times, and Tang Tian found out another benefit: the efficiency of refining true power was also enormously upgraded. Refining the true power went along the walls of the 3rd-tier Dantian pool, slowly crystallizing and forming a part of the wall. The volume of the 3rd-tier Dantian pool also became slightly larger. The night scene was splendid, everyone gathered together to barbecue and drink. The job of a quarry was tedious and hard. Tonight was a rare opportunity for them to rest and relax. After mingling with them, Tang Tian and Imoli noticed all these robust men looked as though they were fierce, but in reality, they were honest and friendly. The two of them shamelessly joined them for the food and drinks. With their outgoing personalities, very quickly, they became one with the robust men. The bonfire shone on everybody's faces, sometimes, brightening up, and other times, was put out. "Stone brother, what did you do previously?" Tang Tian asked curiously. Stonehead laughed. "I used to run errands." "Impossible. You're so powerful, Stone brother." Tang Tian looked in disbelief. In Tang Tian's eyes, Stone Brother's capabilities were impressive. He suspected Stone Brother was at least at the 4th level of true power. Even if he were at the 5th level, he would not be surprised. In Star Wind City, the ordinary jobs only required a level of 2, and at the 3rd level, one could find a decent job. When one was at the 4th level of true power, according to Star Wind City, the leader of the guards was at the 4th level. Other than him, there were only a handful of experts who were at the 4th level and above, and they were the top few experts in their academies. In Star Wind City, any student who was at the 4th level would be treated much better than the teachers. The number of 4th level teachers in Star Wind City was pathetic. Not only Star Wind City but the entire Wuhan Star faced such situations too. The people who were at the 4th level of true power would all choose to advance to a bigger place to earn money. As for those younger students who reached the 4th level, they would never stay in this small place for the rest of their lives. If they did not venture out, then they would choose a big constellation to enter a higher educational establishment to pursue their studies. As for those with a cultivation higher than 5th level, Tang Tian had never seen one before. The Stonehead brothers and the rest displayed strength that was so overwhelming that Tang Tian was sure that if Xin Yuan had met Stonehead brother the other day, he would not last more than 10 exchanges. Emoli was so drunk he couldn't walk straight. He looked crude and strong and fit right in with these robust men. Tang Tian's mad physical powers seemed small and weak here. Stonehead brother laughed. "This little power of mine might work out here." "Actually no, old Fartway was pretty good back in his days. Now it's impossible." Was old Fartway very powerful in his prime? Tang Tian's attention was caught. He was really powerful. Stone had expressed a fond recollecting expression, filled with emotions, but after suffering an injury, and adding on that he was growing old, he stopped. "People like us who aren't that capable, once we grow past 50 years old, will walk a downhill path." Tang Tian wasn't convinced. "No way, big bro Stonehead, you all are so strong and fit. I feel that even if you were 80 years old, you can still kill a bull in one punch, but..." "Ha ha." Stonehead laughed out loud, fiercely poured down a mouth of wine, an intoxicated look appearing in his eyes. "I hope to borrow your lucky words, Xiao Tian." "Oh yes, Xiao Tian, how did you think of walking the path of a close-quarters combat expert?" "Old Fartway told me, he said I was very fierce and savage, suitable to be a close-quarters expert. And he also said that my women will love a close-quarters combat expert." Tang Tian scratched his head. Stonehead choked on his wine, and his face became flushed red. "Don't tell me old Fartway lied to me?" Tang Tian opened his eyes. Stonehead's face grew even redder, took a long time before he stroked his belly, sat up straight, with a serious strange expression. "I dare to promise, that old Fartway did not lie to you." "Humph, if he dares lie to me, he is dead," Tang Tian ferociously said. Stonehead kept his smile and said seriously, "But it is very difficult to become a close-quarters combat expert." Wrong, it is extremely difficult. Tang Tian shook his head and agreed in all seriousness, I'm not afraid. As long as I can become stronger, I'm not afraid of the hardships and sufferings. Because I have a deal with Qian Hui that I will find her at Immortal Constellation Mountain so that we can walk the Heavens Road. Stonehead's expression congealed and promptly, he sighed lightly and placed the wine cup down. Little Tian, I have no objections if you want to go to Immortal Constellation Mountain, but if you want to venture in Heaven's Road, I suggest you need to at least reach the 5th level of true power. 5th level? Tang Tian was startled for a while, but very quickly he nodded his head, and, I'll remember it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 025, Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos. Chapter 025, Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian's expression was solemn. With one fist, he crushed the stone in front of him. Pang! The stone trembled, collapsing into countless small stone grains, and every grain was uniformly the size of a Chinese chestnut. They were unlike the other unequal small stones formed by his previous minute collapsing fist. All these small rocks were smooth, like they were cut by a blade. So powerful. We really cannot tell. This small one is a genius. To be able to endure hardships, that is the true genius. Old Fartway has picked up a big treasure this time. The surrounding miners all exclaimed in surprise. Although Tang Tian could use one punch to collapse the stone, it was only as big as a fist. That was because his true power was still too weak. Having enlightenments on minute collapsing fist, Tang Tian had already reached a relatively skillful position. Not bad. Stonehead smiled and said to Tang Tian, although minute collapsing fist is only a rank 3 martial art, its power is relatively strong. And you will find out later that many martial techniques requires the use of the power of collapsing. Provided that you can completely absorb the power of collapsing, all the higher rank martial arts in the future will be easily picked up by you. Observe. He walked to a humongous granite the height of 2 people stacked on top of each other. In a horse stance, keeping his fist at waist level, Stonehead had a solemn expression. He exhaled loudly, used his right fist to explode out once. Pooh! Against Tang Tian's expectations as he watched the ferocious punch, the explosion sound on the granite was actually the only thing that happened. The huge rock did not move an inch. This was... Tang Tian was puzzled and had some doubts. Suddenly, a surprising thing happened. They saw the 2 people tall granite suddenly collapse into countless small fragment grains and like an avalanche, collapsed and grumbled with a loud bang, causing the dust to fly upwards. A nearby muscular man used one palm and produced a gust that blew all the dust away. A small mountain of broken crushed stones emerged in front of Tang Tian. Tang Tian stared blankly at the pile of stones. His heart was in an indescribable shock. If this punch landed on someone's body, that would be so terrifying. Stonehead was afraid Tang Tian would receive a shock, and consoled him. I have been practicing the power of collapsing for over 10 years. As long as you continue to carve and polish yourself, your future accomplishments will surpass me. Tang Tian excitedly jumped to Big Bro Stonehead's side, with a face full of high esteem towards him, twinkles in his eyes. Big Bro Stonehead, teach me, teach me. Stonehead cried in laughter, I'm a fool with words, and can't explain properly. If you stay here for 10 years and collapse stones every day, you will definitely become stronger than me. Tang Tian shook his head, no can do, I have to go and find Qian Hui. But shortly after, he made a fist in respect and spoke seriously, Big Bro Stonehead, you can relax, I will definitely surpass you. Tang Tian's appearance made everyone around him break out in laughter. Yet Stonehead did not laugh, and using his palm leaf-sized hands, he rubbed Tang Tian's head and replied seriously, N. I believe you. All of the laughter came to an end abruptly, as they were shocked by Stonehead's actions. Stonehead gave no explanation, but warmly laughed, and encouragingly said, all the best, godlike young man. Tang Tian raised both of his hands high up, and celebrated, wow, godlike young man, go go go. Emily held onto the huge metal blade that was faintly glowing with a blade aura, all the muscles in his body tensing with energy, and a glow in his eyes. He raised the blade up, a mud-yellow-colored blade aura flickered out. The blade cut into the stone material. The blade went up and down, and the mud-yellow blade aura once again flickered. Emily was fully concentrated, with the big iron blade in his hands, with a sense of firmness. A few consecutive cuts, and a perfect square stone cube appeared in front of everybody. N. Qualified. Stonehead inspected the stone cube, with a satisfied expression on his face. Long live. Tang Tian jumped up with both his hands in the air, celebrating. Tian, it is usually said to emperors like long live the majesty. Emily had a silly smile on his face. He had gone through quite a bit of hardships the past few days, and iron blade cutting a stone cube looks easy, but on the contrary, was not simple at all. The quarry sought for stone cubes with high expectations, so the bladesmanship required was high in demand. In the beginning, Emily was not used to it. He was usually just training his blade arts. How it had become so fine, so meticulous. Adding on the fact that the granite was naturally extremely hard, and that the blade required a high concentration of true power before being able to cut out the stone cube. It required a high degree of fine control over true power, to an extent that it would astound people. With this kind of training, he could clearly feel the difference, as his own blade arts had an obvious improvement. The muscular men of the quarry treated the two young brats with a lot of fondness, with everyone applauding and a few people whistling. Old Fart Wei appeared from nowhere. "Yo, young men, it looks like you guys have done quite well." Old Fart Wei was brimming with happiness, while the others greeted him one by one. Stonehead turned to Old Fart Wei and said, "Although they are still lacking a bit of growth, it's still considered a pass. These two brats are good and able to endure hardships. Old Fart Wei, you have found some treasures." Old Fart Wei's wrinkles smoothed out, and he proudly said, "They are going to cry. Let's go, young men, your special training from here is done." Special training from here? Tang, Tian and Emily looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that there were other special trainings? If they could train for half a year, their improvements would be even greater. Stonehead felt some regret. There is not enough time. Old Fart Wei helplessly said, "The martial meet is approaching, and these two young boys still have other special trainings. First let them experience everything once, and next time when they have the time to grind, they themselves will squander their time away. An introduction for now is enough." Stonehead nodded, "I guess you're right." Stonehead turned to Tang Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, remember, the killing technique of Minute Collapsing Fist is called Great Avalanche." Tang Tian nodded his head and replied seriously, "Big bro Stonehead, I will master it." Stonehead expressed a smile, suddenly taking out his hands which were behind him, only to see him carrying two broken wooden chests, approaching them with a laugh. When the two wooden chests opened, inside one was a pair of black metal gloves, and in the other was a black long blade. "These are gifts to you, hope that you both will like them." Stonehead gave the gloves and the long blade to Tang Tian and Emily respectively. Once he donned on the gloves, Tang Tian could not hold the weight and his hands dropped, so heavy. No one could tell that the black gloves actually weighed over 15 kilograms, surprising Tang Tian. He merely wanted to try on the gloves, but did not expect for the gloves to not only be so heavy, but also fit perfectly. All his knuckles felt extremely nimble, without the slightest degree of affecting the movement of the fingers. Emily caressed the black long blade, fondling it admiringly. He had specialized in blade arts for so many years, and with one look he could tell that the black long blade was of superior quality. Old Fart Wei muttered, "You guys have struck it big. These two are the Fornax Constellation's Black Metal Series weapons." Fornax Constellation? Tang Tian asked curiously. In a very faraway constellation, these weapons of superior quality are produced. You two better not lose them, or else there is no way you can buy them anywhere here. Old Fart Wei glared at them. Doesn't that mean that they are very precious? Emily asked weakly, both hands hugging the black metal long blade very tightly. "Ha ha." Stonehead laughed out loud, "It would be a waste to leave them here, you two don't have to mind about it. They have been in hibernation in the dust for too long, they too are not resigned to stay here." Tang Tian and Emily did not understand, but felt that behind the words of Big Brother Stonehead, there was a hint of profound sorrow. Old Fart Wei was silent. Stonehead waved his hand, "Go on, don't waste any more time, if you have time then come over and play." Although it had only been 20+ days, after interacting, everyone was very close. With the urge of Old Fart Wei, they could only reluctantly leave the quarry. "Hey, Old Fart, where did Stonehead bro and gang come from? I always felt a strong sense of power from them." On the road, Tang Tian could not help but ask Old Fart Wei. Old Fart Wei looked at him, "Why is a wimpy kid asking so much?" Tang Tian immediately glared, "Old Fart, who are you calling wimpy kid?" From the side, Emily raised his hand, "Old Fart, I can testify that, fundamental Tangs but is definitely not small." Tian, this conversation is a play on words, wimpy kid in Chinese is small but kid, Emily is a dumb ****, therefore he thought they were talking about buttocks. Buttocks, seems like something went wrong. Tang Tian scratched his head. Old Fart Wei suddenly said, "You have to remember, they are a group of men who are worthy of respect. In this world, there are always a lot of dangerous and bad people, but there will also be people who will forever remember their own beliefs and oaths. These kind of people are worthy of respect." Tang Tian half understood, and he could not help but touch the ice-cold gloves. The solid and ice-cold gloves made him believe in it. Hey, old fart, what is our next special training? Tang Tian asked. You will find out soon enough. Old Fart Wei answered without looking back. Soon, they reached Inor Cave, and Old Fart Wei threw Emoli down into the cave. Ah, Emoli, your blade arts at your age are already very outstanding. What you are lacking, however, is not the techniques, but a deeper layer of comprehension. You train in Earth Element Blade Arts, and all the genuine entries into the Earth Element Blade Arts indicator is to comprehend our Mother Earth's core. Once you have comprehended the core, you'll be able to truly begin to practice the Wild Earth Blade. Mother Earth's core sounded like it was something incredible. In reality, it was just mining. Tang Tian cursed silently in his heart. Of course, when Old Fart Wei brought him to his destination, Tang Tian did not even have the urge to curse anymore. An endless sea of bamboos, with the shadows of the bamboos whirling from the wind, occasionally spotting shadows that wore cotton drapes and bamboo hats, inside the sea of bamboo traveling back and forth. Tang rascal, your light body arts are horrendous, and that is your shortcoming. You've probably heard of this jaded swamp sea of bamboos. There are a lot of bamboo leaf bees, which are some darn valuable creatures. Their sting and their bamboo leaf wings are both very valuable things, which are worth quite a lot in terms of money. As soon as Old Fart Wei spoke of money, his eyes were shining like gold. This is definitely your treasured training ground. Not only can it train your light body arts, it can also train your broken shadow palm. Brat, you have to remember, to practice martial techniques, you cannot afford to make losses. You do not have a rank 2 palm art. I will gift you this floating palm spirit card. It is bronze grade card, but do not underestimate it. Old Fart Wei expressed encouragement. Godlike young man, all the best. Once he finished, his silhouette flickered, and he disappeared. This old man definitely was a child labor kidnapper, but... Tang Tian blankly stared at the direction of where Old Fart Wei disappeared, only moving after a long time. However, as Tang Tian soaked in the surroundings, he had to admit that the jaded swamp sea of bamboos was definitely the ideal place to cultivate light body arts and the broken shadow palm. The jaded swamp sea of bamboos was extremely peculiar. There was life thriving in the sea of bamboos above the marsh. If one wished to enter the sea of bamboos, they had to step on the bamboo branches to move forward. Without good control of light body arts, it was impossible to proceed. The bamboo leaf bees were the jaded swamp sea of bamboo's local specialty. They were bigger than ordinary bees, with their entire body colored jade, and their wings with the same shape as the bamboo leaves. The sting and wings of the bamboo leaf bees had many uses, resulting in specialist peddlers who operated on the sides of the sea of bamboos. Thus there was life here for a group of people that relied on catching bees for a living. Tang Tian gazed at the boundless sea of bamboos, with an unexpected rise of heroic spirit in his heart. Oh, I guess I should seriously start practicing aerial wood stake, then. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 026, Let's Fight Then. Chapter 026, Let's Fight Then. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Tang Tian's aerial wood stake improved very quickly, as the rank 2 aerial wood stake was mostly comprised of footwork, and it was extremely fundamental to use chi. The training difficulty was not high, equal to the floating palm. Tang Tian practiced aerial wood stake very diligently, where his footwork was his weak point. In a battle, the importance of footwork goes without saying. He did not spend too much time on floating palm, as he only cultivated it to be able to cultivate the rank 3 broken shadow palm. Tang Tian spent all his hardship training time on minute collapsing fist, as the recount of Great Avalanche from Stone had left a deep impression on him. That fist was truly too powerful. It was so strong to the point that, as Tang Tian recalled, he could not stop his own heart from trembling. It was the first time that Tang Tian saw a martial art that gave rise to an intense longing for. That was real strength, a real and actual powerful strength. If he could learn the Great Avalanche, it would be so cool that it would cause everyone to be in a daze. All the previous times of hardship training, although he did not slack off, most of it was clenching his teeth and persevering. Yet this time, inside his body was a flame, combusting with rage. He practiced with all his might, spending all the time of hardship training on practicing the minute collapsing fist. The degree of difficulty was high for training the minute collapsing fist, and compared to flash fist, the number of repetitions needed to complete it was much higher. 400,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist, which was 2 times of what was needed for the flash fist technique. And to attain Great Avalanche, it had a requirement of a whopping 1 million repetitions of minute collapsing fist. If not for witnessing the power of Great Avalanche with his own eyes, Tang Tian would actually have ignored it. 1 million repetitions, how long would that take? But now, Tang Tian only felt enthusiasm. Wasn't it only 1 million repetitions? 1,000,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist to exchange for such a formidable killing technique, it's too profitable already. The golden card on the cross door was spotted by him, the fog wall that was broken by the slaying lightning bolt was spotted by him too. Yet the only thing Tang Tian had in his head was the great avalanche. The fog wall that was broken slightly dropped a piece of wall, showing another floor. So the fog can be destroyed. Tang Tian was surprised for a while, before immersing himself into the fierce harsh training of minute collapsing fist. Maybe the place had a lot more mysteries, but at this point in time, nothing was more attractive to Tang Tian than achieving great avalanche. After 20 days of training, adding on the hardship training, Tang Tian had completed 80,000 repetitions of minute collapsing fist. Han Bingning came to Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos just as usual. The Star Wind martial meet was approaching. She had to make use of the time she had to cultivate her light body arts. She specialized in sword arts. She mastered the graceful water element sword technique, Unremitting Rain, and was known as the top-notch expert in Northern Yan Academy. Crystal Sky Sima Xiangshan, Northern Yan's Han Bingning and Beasts Liangqiu were top 3 in position amongst the hundreds of academies in Star Wind City. When Xianhui left, they stood in their position and no one was able to take over. Among the 3, Northern Yan was probably the most unique academy as it was an all-girls academy. Every student in that academy was female. Han Bingning was known for her beauty. Countless suave young lads boasted to have a thing with her, but they were all rejected by her. The way she did things was very similar to Qianhui, and thus, people called her Little Qianhui. Han Bingning also stated herself that Qianhui was her idol. Han Bingning traveled empty-handed. She gracefully flew through the sea of bamboos swiftly, her body looked graceful and intelligent. She looked below casually, everybody living here specialized in catching bees. She did not like to come into contact with others, and so she always avoided any eye contact. Out of the blue, her gaze froze. The empty land beside the Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos, a man was cultivating light body arts. Han Bingning could recognize instantly that the man was cultivating the rank 2 light body technique, aerial wood stake. His footwork seemed tart. In her eyes, the body stances were awkward. She did not leave, she knew this man. Tang Tian. In the whole of Star Wind City, the only one that could make Qianhui smile was this lad. When Qianhui was in Star Wind City, Han Bingning just enrolled into the academy. At that time, she respected Qianhui a lot. Qianhui was perfect in her heart. She did not even notice that many of her own doings and personalities, she had learnt and mimicked from Qianhui subconsciously. There was just one thing Han Bingning could not understand till date, and that was Tang Tian. Han Bingning could not understand why a person so perfect like Qianhui would see something in such a useless man. Even for such a simple second-level, aerial wood stake, this man was having trouble. What could he rely on to get Qianhui to favor him? Han Bingning stood on a bamboo, deep in her thoughts. Suddenly, the tree branch underneath her leg shook and Han Bingning came back to reality all at once, face full of alarm. The tree branch shook continuously. A faint rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Han Bingning, who was full of experience, knew immediately that there was a gigantic beast somewhere near. But she had a tinge of suspicion. It was rare for gigantic beasts to appear on the Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos, as this entire place was a swamp. Han Bingning's gaze was calm. Amongst the sea of dense bamboos, she started searching slowly. Unexpectedly, her pupils restricted. A lost and confused petite shadow flew between the bamboos. The little girl was only 7-8 years old, her hair was combed into plaits and her flushed face hung 2 streaks of tears. Her face was pale as she bit onto her lips tightly with her small mouth. She ran with all her might. Han Bingning recognized the little girl. She must belong to the clan of people who caught bees. The period where she had been in this sea of bamboos cultivating her light body techniques, Han Bingning had seen her a couple of times. There must be some sort of beast behind her. Han Bingning bent her waist and was just about to run over, but at this time, a black gigantic animal suddenly dashed out from the forest of bamboos. Hong long long. Robin, weird sounds are weird, just roll with it. The bamboo Han Bingning was standing on shook uncontrollably. She lost her balance, but quickly stabilized herself again. Ink black iron rhinoceros. There was a slight change in Han Bingning's expression. Why would such a high-level beast appear here at the Jaded Swamp Sea of Bamboos? Han Bingning was halfway through the 4th level of true power, and was in her optimum condition, but it was difficult to claim victory. What's worse was that she did not bring her sword out today. Darn it! The ink black iron rhinoceros had a huge stature like a small mountain. Its body was covered in green ink scaly armor which was very hard to be pierced by swords. It had a vicious disposition. Ink black iron rhinoceros body was gigantic, but it was not clumsy at all. The sound it produced when it ran was frightening. It did not care about the bamboos and ran straight, trampling all the bamboos. The little girl's tears streamed down even faster, yet she was extremely sensible. She did not cry, and only ran as if her life depended on it. However, the distance between the two of them shrank more and more. Han Bingning gritted her teeth and rushed down. Tang Tian was cultivating aerial wood stake, practicing minute collapsing fist in hardship training, and practiced light body techniques in the day. That kind of life was very engaging. Suddenly, he felt tremors rippling from below his feet. Tang Tian had suspicions and stopped, and at that moment, he saw a petite figure rushing out of the sea of bamboos. It was a little girl, whose face was full of panic, and just when she rushed out, she saw Tang Tian. "Big brother, hurry, run!" Her young and soft anxious voice entered Tang Tian's ear. Around the same time, a gigantic black shadow actually noisily rushed out of the sea of bamboos. The bamboos against the shoulders of the black shadow were frail like paper, in the blink of an eye broken down into pieces and scattering everywhere. A wild beast that Tang Tian had never seen before, so violent. Not good. Tang Tian's pupil contracted. The little girl was trying to lure the wild beast away, into another direction, but because of that, she was delayed for a moment and instantly the wild beast got closer to her. Such a kind-hearted young girl. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly stomped with its hind feet, rushing towards the little girl. At the same time, Tang Tian leaped out without the slightest hesitation. He was like a pouncing cheetah, strong burst of explosive power, portraying a brilliant movement. As the distance between them shortened, and considering that Tang Tian's reaction was very quick, he was already in the close proximity of the ink-black iron rhino in a blink of an eye. Tang Tian's body outline suddenly disappeared. A beam of silver-colored fist aura, similar to a streak of lightning, ripped apart the sky. Slaying lightning bolt. Silver-colored lightning made a direct hit on the ink-black iron rhino's body. The humongous body of the ink-black iron rhino instantly splashed to the side. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, took the chance to grab a leaping fish, the other hand holding onto the girl, and rolled away. So dangerous. Tang Tian was breathing heavily, expended energy to climb straight up, bent his head to look at the little girl in his embrace. She had tightly shut her eyes, face filled with terror. Hey, are you okay? Tang Tian rocked the little girl in his arms, as the little girl, who had tightly pursed her lips, could not take it anymore, and cried loudly. Tang Tian was at a loss. Hey, don't cry, are you hurt anywhere? Rumbling. Suddenly the floor vibrated, and was coming from behind them. Tang Tian was startled, and the little girl's cries stopped after a while. Tang Tian turned his head, to see the ink-black iron rhino taking some effort and once again crawling back up. Tang Tian gasped in cold air, and his skin and hair felt numb. Slaying lightning bolt. That was the flash fist killing technique, slaying lightning bolt. Slaying lightning bolt could even explode the misty wall behind the door. This animal ate one of my attacks, yet it remained completely fine? Tang Tian placed the little girl behind him in a flustered and muttered, "Quick, run! Big brother, let's run together." The little girl tugged onto Tang Tian's clothes. Brother would like to run too. Tang Tian's heart was bitter and astringent. He thought about his lousy light body technique. He knew he could never outrun this beast. Tang Tian noticed the little girl looking at him impatiently. If he explained to her that way, he would be so embarrassed. Without further ado, Tang Tian grabbed onto the little girl, sucked in a deep breath, stared with his eyes wide opened. His arms' muscles started bulging and he exhaled a sigh. He pulled out all his forces and threw the girl to one side as though she were a sandbag. Big brother. The little girl up in the air anxiously waved her arms and legs, while making thick sobbing sounds. Suddenly a graceful and intelligent silhouette flew from the sky, grabbed hold of the girl, turned her body, and once again flew up another bamboo branch. Tang Tian saw that it was a lady that he did not know, but he felt slightly better. Turning back and facing the ink-black iron rhino, his expression turned ferocious and vicious. He tore apart his clothes, showing off the bare muscles on his body. Since I cannot run, let us fight then. He pulled back his right leg like an iron plow, drawing a deep groove in the ground, bending his waist to a horse stance, spread open his 2 arms, stretching open his 10 fingers, then pointing to the ink-black iron rhino, with a fearless look on his face. Come on. Stupid big cow. Tang Tian's roar resounded through the forest of bamboos. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 027, Ink-Black Iron Rhino. Chapter 027, Ink-Black Iron Rhino. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. The ink black iron rhino stared at Tang Tian. Rank 4 wild beasts already had grown a bit of intelligence, and in this jaded swamp sea of bamboos, it was the true overlord. Its imposing prestige was never provoked or challenged by others before, this was its territory. It slowly walked towards Tang Tian, with its 4 short but powerful limbs. Every step it took, dust would fly, and a rumbling sound would be heard. The fist it took just then, let it feel pain, and it was a foreign feeling to it. Its foggy pupils emitted an ominous glint, with its deep green fish scales, made it look like an ancient cavalry mount, brimming with an oppressive feeling. The horn on its forehead was not very sharp, crude and coarse yet thick and solid. Also, it had also caved through countless imposing enemies' bodies that dared to assault it. Rumbling, light rumbles. The floor was not trembling as much as it was previously, but every sound still toyed with people's minds. On the tip of the bamboo branch, the little girl was pale, and she hurriedly pleaded, "Big sister, can you go and save Big Brother?" Han Bingning lightly bit her lip, helplessly shook her head. "I did not bring my sword." All her strength lay in her sword. If she had a sword in her hand, she could perhaps deal with the ink black iron rhino. The little girl became even paler. On the floor, the ink black iron rhino was getting closer to Tang Tian. Han Bingning was watching the man and beast attentively, and her mind was in turmoil. The act from Tang Tian sacrificing himself to save the little girl led her to see him as a brave and kind-hearted boy, but he was still trying in vain to duel with the ink black iron rhino. He was simply overestimating his own capabilities. Middle stage 4th level wild beasts were very terrifying, and Han Bingning was very clear about that. The punch that was like lightning that Tang Tian produced stunned her for a while, but to deal with a middle stage 4th level wild beasts, killing techniques of rank 2 martial arts were far from enough. Han Bingning was rapidly thinking of a plan. The success rate of her grabbing Tang Tian in escape was 0. Yet at this moment, she knew this method would not work. Her light body techniques were graceful and swift, but they were not suited for speed. If she brought one more person with her, they would never escape from ink black iron rhino. If only there was sword, that would be good. Han Bingning tensed. She bit on her cherry lip. If she had a sword, she could go down and hold off the ink black iron rhino for a while, where Tang Tian could take the chance and escape the battlefield, and then using her own light body techniques to escape. Sword? The little girl's eyes lit up, took up the bamboo whistle hung on her neck, and used her strength to blow on it. A piercing bamboo whistle sound rang, traveling far. Tang Tian heard the bamboo whistle, but he did not get distracted, as he concentrated all his attention on the ink black iron rhino. Such strong vigor. Tang Tian seemingly saw an ancient knight, with a cape over his shoulders and heavy armor, slowly approaching, with a sinister and wild chi aura, coming towards him. Looking at this, it would not be easy to win. Tang Tian squinted his eyes, both feet pinned to the ground, not moving an inch. The ink black iron rhino walked until it was only 10 m in from Tang Tian, and stopped. One man, one beast, stand off. Suddenly, the ink black iron rhino 4 limbs lowered down slightly. At the same time, Tang Tian lowered his waist. Roar! Ink black iron rhino suddenly bellowed, its lowered limbs at the same time released power, its enormous and heavy body disappeared in the air. Tang Tian also suddenly snarled, his feet that were deeply pinned into the mud, abruptly releasing power, and he too, disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the two shadows in the air loudly collided with one another. Bang! Tang Tian widely opened his glaring eyes, his horse stance was perfect, both legs pinned deeper and deeper into the ground, the swamp going up to his knees. Both of his hands were desperately grabbing onto the ink black iron rhino's horn, as if there were metal casts on his body, causing him to lean downwards extremely low, all the blocks of muscles all stretched taut. The most direct use of strengths colliding. The most barbaric use of strengths clashing. Time seemed to stop at this point. One man, one beast, both of their bodies, every muscle, were pushing their limits to produce strength. Tang Tian forgot everything he knew, with his eyes only on the ink black iron rhino in front of him. Han Bingning, who was on the bamboo branches, was dumbstruck watching the man and beast compete in a trial of strength. It had completely toppled her common sense, as it brought about a battle that could never be compared. Such strong brute force. How can a human's strength be so strong to this extent? A middle stage 4th level ink black iron rhino, with a tyrannical degree of strength, it was absolutely not something any martial artist can hope to compete with. Tang Tian. Hey! Tang Tian started produce inaudible sounds from his throat, his face was completely distorted, his whole body inflated like a balloon, every ounce of strength was being erupted. Coarse and wild, vicious and barbaric. Tang Tian looked just like a true beast right now. Ink black iron rhino was pressed firmly in the ground, its mouth sunk into the mud. It was completely agitated. When had it ever been so humiliated before? When was its ever prideful energy being suppressed by someone? Its limbs shook crazily, its body struggling hard. Slowly, its head started to raise up slowly but firmly, its limbs also started to straighten up bit by bit. Tang Tian used all his strength to press him down, but the energy coming from his hand just got bigger and bigger, one wave stronger than the previous one. Suddenly, the ink black iron rhino's horn emitted a layer of ink green ray. A gush of ferocious and bizarre energy, as though it were a heavy hammer, heavily crashed into Tang Tian's hands, which were grabbing tenaciously onto the horn, and penetrated into his body. As though Tang Tian were struck by lightning, bang, his body flew out. Han Bingning's face changed. Tang Tian was in danger. The middle stage 4th level beast had gone crazy. Beasts had an energy similar to true power, and it was their inborn talent. The higher level the beast was, the stronger these talents were. Ink black iron rhino's eyes both turned into a dark ink green, just like two ink shades, and were lurking with an extremely dangerous and cynical chi. It walked over to Tang Tian slowly, just like a deeply dignified king of the beasts, full of arrogance and aggressiveness. Han Bingning never thought she would confront a beast with such powers. The blood drained from her face. She felt helpless in her heart. Even if she had a sword in her hand, she did not know if she was brave enough to challenge the king of the beasts right in front of her. Xiaonan, where are you?" An anxious voice came through the bamboo forest. The little girl's face immediately showed happiness. She shouted loudly, "Mama! Sword! Throw the sword over!" Nan Nan's mother had a quick reaction. Xiao, a sword in its sword sheath flew right through the bamboo forest. As though just awakened from her dream, Han Bingning's jaded hands moved and pulled out the sword from the sword sheath. The sword was in her hands, and Han Bingning had said her heart was decided. All her worries and lack of confidence were all wiped away in an instant. She whispered to the little girl, "Hug on tightly to the bamboo." The little girl hugged onto the bamboo with her arms and legs quickly. Han Bingning's gaze turned solemn. She leaned over. As if she were a big bird, she flew downwards with her clothes floating in the air. She landed lightly onto the ground. The floor was chaotic. Though it was just a short time that a man and a beast had been fighting, but all the soil and mud were scattered all over the place. Ink black iron rhino. A lady in the bamboo forest screamed, "Nan Nan! Mama!" The little girl could no longer contain herself. Her mouth twisted and she started crying out loud. Han Bingning's last worry disappeared. She opened up her jaded arms and pointed the sword at the ink black iron rhino. However, she was surprised to find the ink black iron rhino did not seem to have noticed her. It stopped its footsteps suddenly, turned its body before stooping slightly. Its horns were pointing at Tang Tian, who was lying on the ground not too far away. Beasts of the 4th level and above should have a very strong intuition to any dangers lurking around. Could it be that it did not notice me getting closer to him? When Han Bingning was confused, the motionless Tang Tian, who was lying on the mud, shook. Han Bingning widened her eyes. Unless. He pressed one palm on the ground and then the other. Both his hands were stained with mud. Tang Tian pulled himself up slowly. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian in a daze. He took on a strike from the ink black iron rhino earlier on, yet he could climb up. How strong was this lad's body? Hey, you are dead." Heavy panting was heard in between the low yell. Tang Tian struggled to stand up. His half-naked body was stained with mud. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lifted his face gradually. Ink black iron rhino's body shook and took a step back. Han Bingning's pupils restricted. She tightened her grip around the sword in her hands subconsciously. Her face was full of shock. Tang Tian's pupil was a patch of blood red. Frenzied state, is that the frenzied state? Han Bingning was unsure. Even though it was not her first time to witness a frenzied state, Tang Tian, who was in front of her, she was not sure why, was emitting a tyrannical aura that would cause people's heart to palpitate from danger. Tang Tian lowered his body, as he went into a horse stance, exactly like what he did before. Ink black iron rhino released a low growl. Tang Tian smirked. The red and translucent pupil in his eyes made his smile turn freakishly demonic. The demonic smile was still in the space and did not move, but Tang Tian's body had already disappeared. Ink black iron rhino snarled once, lowered its four limbs and released its power. The two shadows clashed once again. Bang, dot. Mud flew in all directions. The man and the beast instantly and violently clashed, directly forming a pit below them. Ho ho ho! Hey! The man and beast bellows were mixing together. The dark ink green ray once again appeared on its horn, but this time, Tang Tian was prepared. Idiot! Tang Tian clenched his teeth and laughed nastily. While he was still grabbing on the horn, he suddenly released power, did a somersault, and sat on the ink black iron rhino's back. Without saying, Tang Tian's fists started pouring down on the back of the ink black iron rhino like raindrops. Minute collapsing fist. The frenzied Tang Tian's minute collapsing fist's power rose significantly. Each fist was infiltrated with an extreme strength to collapse, and they all penetrated into the ink-black iron rhino. The crane body revolved, every wave of true power was as sharp as a beak. Soon, many fine and straight lines as though caused by a slicing knife appeared on the beautiful and intricate scaly armor. Pa! A small piece of the scaly armor was crushed. It flew into mid-air. Tang Tian noted, and all the more, he crashed into the site at which the scaly armor was broken. The minute collapsing fists were like the crane's sharp beak. Very quickly, it severed many small wounds. The ink-black iron rhino moved its body uncontrollably, but no matter how it struggled, Tang Tian was like a tough candy. He stuck on tightly to its back and sent fist after fist onto the armor. The ink-black iron rhino suddenly let out a shrilling roar before it spread out its four limbs and dashed into the bamboo forest. Immediately, Tang Tian knew what the ink-black iron rhino was up to. This rascal's skin was thick and rough. The bamboos would act like they were just tickling him, but to Tang Tian, it was extremely dangerous. Go and die. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, and from his throat he boomed like thunder. He ignored everything else, and only punched one fist after another crazily onto the armor on the ink-black iron rhino. Pang! Ink-black iron rhino's head penetrated into the bamboo forest, roughly upheaving the bamboos to the side of the road, causing them to split and break. Some of the hard yet pliable green bamboo struck Tang Tian's body, and all the broken pieces of bamboo flew out like arrows, piercing into Tang Tian's body. With the branches sticking out on the other side of his body, multiple lines of blood were intersecting with each other. Tang Tian did not sense it as he was frenzied. The fists rained on the armor on the back of the ink-black iron rhino. Big brother! Tang Tian! A scream sounded through from far. Nobody would have thought that the ink-black iron rhino would actually dash into the bamboo forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 028, That's So Weird. Chapter 028, That's So Weird. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. In a daze, Tang Tian faintly heard someone calling himself. It seemed like a young girl, and strangely, this voice pulled him back from his stupor. He woke up gradually. Tang Tian. Tang Tian. Tang Tian opened his eyes with a lot of effort. The harsh light from the sun made him squint his eyes subconsciously. It took him a while before he got used to it. He reopened his eyes again and a strange, unfamiliar face appeared right in front of his eyes. You are? Tang Tian asked muddle-headed. He struggled to sit up and looked around. Where was this strange and foreign place? Big brother. Big brother. A cheerful voice emerged from the bottom. Tang Tian hung his head down and noticed a small hand trying to climb up. A middle-aged lady then chased from behind, Nan, be careful, don't fall down. Shua, a little head with a plate that was trying to reach upwards popped up, with a happy face, Big brother. You're finally awake. Tang Tian looked at the girl, and finally remembered, you are the little brat that was getting chased that day. Oh, wait a minute, how did I end up here? Tang Tian rotated his head to look around, and asked, was it that big stupid cow that brought me here? What is this place? Where is that cow? Big brother, the big stupid cow is below your butt. The little girl happily replied. Below my butt. Tang Tian was stumped, lowered his head to look, and immediately jumped in surprise. Why is it below my butt? Something's wrong, why is it not moving? It seems like it is dead. Han Bingning was always watching Tang Tian in the dark. Before today, her heart felt disdain, contempt and puzzlement. Disdain and contempt was towards Tang Tian, her puzzlement was towards Qian Hui. Yet now, her impression of Tang Tian totally changed. Bold but stupid? Stubborn? Godlike physique? Wild and crazy? Suddenly, Han Bingning realized she found it hard to define this seemingly simple brat in front of her eyes. Exactly what kind of person is he? Nan did not have any complicated thoughts. She raised her chubby hand and said, it was killed by Big Bro. Killed by me? Tang Tian blankly pointed to himself, a face of disbelief. I killed it? How did I manage to kill this fierce and tough animal? He tried his best to recall, but all he could remember was the big stupid cow rushing back into the sea of bamboos with its life, and he used all his might to madly punch and beat. What happened after that, he could not remember. How could it be claimed that he killed it? Han Bingning watched Tang Tian attentively. Tang Tian's blank expression was caught by her, all the more becoming highly mysterious. Is he faking or what? He really doesn't know? Impossible. Han Bingning's subconscious first reaction was to make this judgment. It was an ink black iron rhino, a middle stage 4th level wild beast. Comparing its strength to its peers, it was definitely a king level beast. If she were to fight it, she only had the confidence to contend with it for a short period of time, and to kill this kind of strong and vicious wild beast required at least the strength of a late stage 4th level practitioner. In the entire Star Wind City, the number of martial artists to have this type of powerful strength could be counted with one's fingers. However, the ink black iron rhino's body was definitely real in front of her, and even the bruises and scars on the body was obviously from Tang Tian's assault. Tang Tian's entire body was covered with wounds. They were all received from following the ink black iron rhino that was rushing through the sea of bamboos. When we found you, you were already like that. Han Bingning said indifferently, "We have been protecting you for 3 days already." "Protected me for 3 days?" Tang Tian immediately reacted, and replied, my gratitude, I am so grateful." Suddenly remembering suffering many injuries when he was on top of the stupid big cow, Tang Tian looked down only to find the wounds on his body had already formed scabs. How did the wounds on my body heal?" Tang Tian gasped in surprise. Xiao Nan Nan raised her small palm. It was the bamboo leaf queen bee's adhesive. Xiao Nan Nan applied the bamboo leaf queen bee's plaster on Big Brother. "It is really useful." "Oh, young girl, you are very powerful." Tang Tian moved his head to her and exclaimed. Xiao Nan Nan effortfully raised her chest, looking proudly. "Nan Nan is the most powerful." Tang Tian caressed Xiao Nan Nan's head. He adored this kind-hearted and adorable young lady. Xiao Nan Nan squinted her eyes, enjoying the cuddle. "You have my deepest gratitude." Nan Nan's mother opened her mouth and said, looking very grateful, "Nan Nan is very playful. I did not expect her to cause such a big mess. If not for you, I dare not think of what would have happened." Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed at the same time. "Up till now I have not clearly figured out what happened." Tang Tian suddenly thought about something, pointed to the ink black iron rhino and asked, "What creature is this?" "Ink black iron rhino." Han Bingning suddenly opened her mouth. Middle stage 4th level wild beast, valiant and high power, ferocious personality, with extraordinary strength. It had already formed its spirit nucleus and is able to utilize true power. You should have felt its might. And it was definitely fierce. I almost could not stand up. Tang Tian still had lingering fears of it. Han Bingning did not say a word, but once she heard him speak, she could not help but roll her eyes. As if it were another person, they would not be able to stand up at all. Tang Tian jumped down from the rhino's body, sized up his surroundings, and curiously asked, "Why does the jaded swamp sea of bamboos have such a huge monster? Wouldn't it sink into the swamp?" "Nope." Han Bingning explained, "On its body is a plate of armor also called ink scales, and it is a very good water element fish scale. Not only is it capable of living on the swamp, it can also thrive in big rivers." "Whoa! That's strong." Tang Tian was amazed. Xiao Nan Nan excitedly raised her hands again and shouted, "Big Bro is even stronger." Tang Tian suddenly put his hand at his chin and submerged into deep thoughts. His expression was solemn, like he was considering a very important and grave question. After a while, Tang Tian still did not move. Han Bingning could not hold back further. With her curious eyes, "What are you thinking about?" Tang Tian heard her, raised his head, looked straight at Han Bingning and questioned her seriously, "It was really killed by me?" "Correct." Han Bingning nodded her head. There were no other trace of anyone else on the scene. "Really?" Tang Tian's gaze did not move. His expression was still serious and solemn. "Unless there was some ulterior motive somewhere?" Han Bingning's heart skipped a beat, but persistently nodded her head. "You killed it. Big Brother killed it." Little Nan Nan said loudly to prove her existence. Tang Tian nodded his head heavily. His expression remained solemn. "Very well then." In the next moment, his solemn face disappeared and was beaming with a cheerful smile, showing both rows of his teeth. "Where should we head to sell this? It can be sold for quite a lot." "We're here," Han Bingning said with her icy cold and expressionless voice. "Ho, we're finally here. I'm so tired." If only Housefly Cow were here. Tang Tian wiped away his sweat and muttered to himself. Han Bingning was already shocked by Tang Tian's incredible body strength. She tried it on her own. The ink black iron rhino's weight was more than 900 kilograms. It was as just like a mountain of meat. Tang Tian actually dragged it and walked for more than 10 miles, yet he was still energetic. This guy must be a beast. All the other experts appeared in Han Bingning's head, with confident bodies. If Tang Tian was at the side with them, he would look like a beansprout. A beansprout compared to a flower grown in a greenhouse. Tian, to describe one carefully grown and nurtured. Han Bingning sighed with regret. This was the first time she ever felt this way. Usually, the handsome young men who surrounded her were all talented, and spoke with grace. They knew of romance, and understood how to enjoy life. Every one of them thought of themselves as men brimming with talent. It was the first time Han Bingning encountered such a person, an entirely different kind of person. Supposing that all those people were flowers grown in a greenhouse, Tang Tian was like a wild weed. With just a bit of sunlight and fertilizer, it could constantly grow wildly, regardless of storms or tornadoes. She suddenly had a thought: could it be that Qianhui was moved by him? Young miss. A shopkeeper saw Han Bingning, immediately dropped what he was doing and ran over to her. Han Bingning recovered her senses, and felt that what she just thought of was silly. The key point was that she still had not determined what kind of person Tang Tian was. This person was just too weird. She calmed herself down and said indifferently, "He hunted down an ink black iron rhino and could not find a buyer. You can take a look. If you have use for it, then just buy it." Yes. The shopkeeper did not dare ask much, and immediately rushed his waiter to go to the rear garden to look for the appraiser who gauges the price. Very quickly, the appraiser lifted the door flap and came in, saw Han Bingning and greeted, "Mississippi." Han Bingning nodded her head, "Go and check it out, according to market value." Yes. The appraiser immediately nodded and replied. The appraiser walked to the body of the ink black iron rhino, circled it and clicked his tongue in surprise. "I never expected that this would be a real ink black iron rhino. Brat, you are truly powerful. To be able to hunt this ink black iron rhino, take some real skills." Tang Tian scratched his head and laughed a silly laugh. "I am also not sure how I managed to hunt it." The appraiser looked stunned, and said shortly after, "Too modest. You have no way to deceive these kind of things." Han Bingning controlled herself from rolling her eyes. "Oh. It has a spirit nucleus, it should be middle stage 4th level." The appraiser looked closely, "A fine grade, but sadly, it has suffered a lot of damage, every wound is a loss." It looks like Minute Collapsing Fist, but the splits of Minute Collapsing Fist should not be so smooth and regular. On top of that, Minute Collapsing Fist should not be able to break open the ink scales. This is weird, really weird." Han Bingning smiled with her eyes. Obviously, there was a problem. The reason why she was here was because she wanted to hear what the appraiser had to say about his findings. After a while, the appraiser shook his head, "I can't tell." Han Bingning took note of these characteristics so that she could ask the academy's principal. "Young rascal, the ink black iron rhino's most valuable part is the spirit nucleus that can be used to create spirit cards. However, I suggest you not to sell it. You can use it to nurture your martial spirit. The total number of the ink scales is 621 pieces, and it's just enough to sew a water element scale armor. In addition, these horns are worth a lot too." The appraiser said as though he were counting pearls. "Nurture the martial spirit?" Tang Tian asked in a daze. "Haven't you heard of that before?" Han Bingning asked unexpectedly. Tang Tian shook his head, "No." Han Bingning turned to face the appraiser and said, "Let him keep the spirit nucleus. He'll sell the others." "All right." The shopkeeper and the appraiser looked at each other secretly, keeping their gaze set on Tang Tian. Tang Tian ran over to Han Bingning and asked passionately, "What's nurturing the martial spirit all about? Young miss, tell me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 029, Aquarius Martial Cabinet. Chapter 029, Aquarius Martial Cabinet. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. "You don't know about nurturing the martial spirit?" Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian. Tang Tian shook his head and looked puzzled. "I don't know." Han Bingning's eye flashed. "Wait till you reach the 4th level and above, then you'll be able to create a martial spirit. It'll contain all the different martial techniques that you've comprehended. We could then imprint a part of the martial spirit on a card, which results in today's spirit cards." Tang Tian suddenly saw the light. No wonder it requires one to reach 4th level and above to produce a spirit card. "That's right." Han Bingning nodded. Each spirit card requires an imprint of the martial spirit. As such, the person's martial spirit would be weakened to nurture a stronger martial spirit. That's what every martial artist has to cultivate. That's the use of the spirit nucleus. There are many other uses for the spirit nucleus, and as the martial spirit congeals, the extent of you getting affected by the surroundings would decrease. It sounds impressive. Tang Tian nodded as if he understood. For a moment, Han Bingning did not know what else to say, and so she casually changed the topic. "Would you prefer the money or would you like to exchange it for something else?" "Something else?" Tang Tian was excitedly almost immediately. "What can I exchange it for?" You might want things that are meant for cultivation, such as star rocks, which can increase your cultivation speed, but that is not recommended for people with a cultivation level below the 4th level. If you use the star rocks too early, and your foundation is not strong, it would not be good for your future. The shopkeeper quickly added, if you want martial weapon, then you can consider a little white sheepsword made from the Aries constellation or the small Sagittarius bow from the Sagittarius constellation, neither of those are bad. I have my martial weapons. Tang Tian shook his head and took all of it out from his bag. Fornax constellation black metal gloves. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, it's a good martial weapon. The black metal series from the Fornax constellation are rare and exquisite. They only produce very few each year. It's so hard to buy it. I can't believe you actually had your ways to get it on hands. It's very powerful? Tang Tian's eyes lit up. Yes, it's definitely not too bad. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and said, although when compared to the Aries constellation and Sagittarius constellation, the Fornax constellation is considered a small constellation, the Fornax constellation has always produced exquisite martial weapons. The 4 big series of the Fornax martial weapons are the Black Metal series, the Bronze Copper series, the Silver series and the Golden series. The black metal focuses on its durability and is known for its astonishing defensibility. If you strictly talk about the importance, the 4 series of the Fornax constellation is already the gem of Star Wind's secret. It's worth a lot of money. Tang Tian was overjoyed. You have the Fornax black metal gloves, those kind of goods I cannot appraise. The appraiser laughed, however, this place does have an interesting star treasure. What is it? Tang Tian immediately asked. Aquarius constellations, Aquarius martial cabinet. The appraiser took out a necklace, and on the necklace was a small fingernail-sized vase, and the vase's crystal was sparkling and pure, emitting a beautiful and gentle luster. The Aquarius martial cabinet can hold 6 weapons, and it can also store other things, but its capacity is limited. This is Aquarius constellation's entry-rank star treasure, and what everybody calls small martial vase. The appraiser used this chance to start promoting. With it, you can say goodbye to traveling bags, with ease of travel. If you are a versatile person, all the more you should get this weapon cabinet. Never get robbed, never lose items, with a thought, the weapon will instantly fly into your hands. Any young man with ambition should have one Aquarius martial cabinet. Robin, basically a bag of holding. The important thing is. The appraiser raised a finger, your things are exactly enough to exchange for one. Without hesitating, Tang Tian raised out his palm, then let me change for this. The small vase entered his palm, and as Tang Tian moved his true power to enter the small vase, it became a beam of light, and entered Tang Tian's body. Tang Tian could immediately feel that within his body, there was something extra. As expected, inside the void in his mind there was a weapon cabinet, and he could open its door anytime he wanted to. He tried to put the black metal gloves into the weapon cabinet, and with a thought, the black metal gloves in his hands disappeared. Tang Tian was instantly full of energy. Interesting. Only to see the black metal gloves unceasingly disappearing and appearing from his hands, playing with it joyfully like a little child. Han Bingning used her hand to rub her forehead, as she could not watch him anymore. She suddenly had some regret, she should not have brought this clown to her own family store. After he finished playing, Tang Tian satisfyingly placed the black metal gloves back into the Aquarius martial cabinet. He cupped his fists, with an energetic mood. Wow, young man Tang, you are actually very strong. Tian, the fist he made is something like this. Check it out https://www.google.com. SG/search. Q equals Chinese plus fist plus greeting and SP equals 2 and BIW equals 1920 and BIH equals 959 and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ish NSA equals X and VET equals 0 AUKUsh Putakma BEMA XDX5 QKHYLPVMQ _ Big B hashtag IMRC equals HR4C2 LPCWMGDUM%3A. Han Bingning's expression became totally stunned and blank. She was definitely regretting it already. Oh, Miss Han, let's go. Young man wants to go and train. Satisfyingly, Tang Tian waved his hands and began walking on his rainbow. Tian, those cartoon shows that show the character walking on a rainbow when they are happy. As per usual, Han Bingning went back home. Her mind was recalling everything that happened for the past few days. She realized that the more her memories got clearer and polished, the more things she found hard to explain. Han Bingning's father and mother looked at each other. Their daughter had a face full of thoughts. Both of them was initially slightly worried, but they got increasingly worried. Her father coughed lightly. Bingning, heard that you made a new friend today? Han Bingning awoke from her deep thoughts, and subconsciously gave an O sound, a rather interesting person. A rather interesting. Her father and mother looked at each other once again, the worry immediately diffused out from their eyes to their face. Interesting? When had their daughter ever praised other people, calling them interesting? Their daughter had attended school for so many years, but never ever before in front of them praised any boy to be interesting. Unprecedented. For the first time. There's a problem. My daughter. Han Bingning's mother could not resist. Although I know that you like Shangwang Qianhui, you cannot go and fall for her man too. Han Bingning's expression froze on her face. She wrinkled her eyebrows. Why would I like him? That kind of man, crude, deranged, a constant face of uncertainty. Why would I fall for such a person? Her father stared. Shangwang Qianhui? What is with Shangwang Qianhui? Our Bingning is comparable to Shangwang Qianhui. At most they can compete. Han Bingning did not know what to say, as she speechlessly watched her parents. She always had no idea how to deal with her parents, so she said, I am going to practice swords. Behind her back, her parents intensely discussed. Competing? Why did you mention about competing? How can a rascal like Tang Tian match up with our daughter? What a short vision. How many could kill an ink black iron rhino of a middle stage 4th level? It seems that Qianhui was the wise one. Think about it, to be able to see such a potential in Tang Tian, it's not simple. Even so, Don't you understand? Who else has our daughter ever praised? With her icy cold personality, she finally fell for someone and you still won't encourage her? Unless you'd like our daughter to remain single for life? Do you think she is someone who will accept if we force our way in? That makes sense. That's truly logical. Old man, you definitely have far sight. Han's mother suddenly saw the light and slapped her thigh continuously. No way, we have to find a chance to scout. No hurries. A ray of brilliance shone through Han's father's eyes. Let's not inadvertently alert her. Our daughter is shy and if we talk about it every day, she'd not be able to take it. Tang Tian went back to the jaded swamp sea of bamboos to cultivate his lousy light body techniques. Previously, he did not know how he claimed the victory when he fought the ink black iron rhino. The bruises covered almost all of his body. If it were not for little Nan Nan's bamboo queen bee's plaster, he probably would be on his last breath now. These kind of victories would be better if there were fewer of them. To be called a godlike man, all his victories should bring his heart's content. Big brother. Little Nan Nan's joyful calls rang from the forest of bamboo. A pink shadow bounced in between the bamboos as if she were a little meatball. She made use of the elasticity of the bamboos and flew quickly. Wish, little Nan Nan used a part of her energy and drew a high curve in mid-air, throwing herself into Tang Tian's arms from afar. Tang Tian looked at the sky in doubt. It seemed wrong. The parabola flew past his head with no intentions of stopping. Waya, big brother, quick, catch hold of me. Tang Tian reacted quickly. He stepped out his right foot to separate his legs, and eyes wide, open with his face swelling as if he wanted to drink his mother's milk, he ran with all his might. At the final step, Tang Tian fixed his foot firmly on the ground and leapt forward and grabbed hold of little Nan Nan at a critical time. Big brother is amazing. Little Nan Nan clapped her meaty palms happily. Tang Tian glared with his soul still unsettled and roared, What's amazing? Nonsense. Little Nan Nan's lip flattened as her eyes welled up with tears. Nan Nan just learned her light body techniques. Tang Tian noted a twist of events and smiled happily like a flower. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No wonder young miss could fly in the sky with such graceful postures. Really? Are you sincere? Little Nan Nan's face lit up, and the tears disappeared. It's all from the bottom of my heart. What does that mean? Every day, Tang Tian sweat as if it were raining. Not far away from him, Nan Nan would always be carrying a bag of snacks, eating happily. Be it dried meat, preserved honey food or nuts, her petite mouth would be filled as though there were endless food supplies. A few days passed, and the bruises on Tang Tian's body had all disappeared. New skin had grown and there were no scars left. Although he could not remember the hard-fought battle, Tang Tian very soon found out that the crane body in his body had become more solid. Although the true power did not increase, after the crane body had been strengthened, Tang Tian noticed that whenever he had a thought to instigate the true power would flow from all sources continuously. He used true power more with his heart. He finally perfected the aerial wood stake, and so Tang Tian started cultivating 8 steps overtaking cicada. 8 steps overtaking cicada was a rank 3 light body technique that involves the skill to utilize true power more heavily. Amongst rank 3 light body techniques, 8 steps overtaking cicada, as explosive power, could be considered one of the top 3. The explosive power within the 8 steps was extremely astonishing. Yet its weakness was clear, it consumed a large amount of true power, and was not suitable for hastening long journeys. It was a light body technique modeled to suit battles. Yet what Tang Tian had not expected was that training aerial with stake made him really desire to vomit blood, but he mastered 8 steps overtaking Cicada very quickly. After meddling for half a day, Tang Tian realized that 8 steps overtaking Cicada relied more on utilizing true power. Yet to the crane body, it was actually not a difficult thing. Tang Tian hadn't expected that when the crane body was at its peak, it would actually make the true power flow like waves. Together with the 8 steps in his true power, he did not actually show any signs of fatigue. The crane-style Qi manual was indeed an authentic tradition of the crane sect. Old Fartway still had some smuggled goods on hands. Tang Tian was enormously proud of what he had achieved. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 030, Powerful Opening. Chapter 030, Powerful Opening. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. A beautiful and alluring middle-aged lady was grasping on a small piece of ink scale. Within her pair of beautiful pupils was a hint of surprise. Only after a long while did she retract her gaze. This is crane body energy. The middle-aged lady put down the ink scale. Crane body energy? Han Bingning had never heard of that name before. And there are very few people who know about it now. The middle-aged lady muttered, the crane sect started its origins from the crane spiritual master, and today's heavenly crane constellation was a constellation that he opened up when he was in Heaven's Road. The crane spiritual master's origins are not clear. It's highly possible that he was a disciple from the ancient Eastern Lu sect. Heavenly crane constellation? Han Bingning was surprised. She had heard of this constellation, but it was a very normal constellation. Crane sect has since lost its true legacy technique and declined for many years. In the past, heavenly crane constellation's position, the current generation people can never imagine it. The middle-aged woman was filled with sorrow, and she shook her head and lightly sighed. Never did I expect to see the legacy technique of crane sect here. She handed the ink scale back to Han Bingning, saying, the crane sect's unique mental cultivation technique is named Crane-Style Qi Manual. It is difficult to decrypt and understand, and the difficulty in cultivating it is extremely high. Crane-Style Qi Manual's specialty is the crane body. Rumor has it that upon attaining the crane body, one's true power will turn as penetrating and sharp as a crane's beak, with powerful destructive strength. Therefore it was also termed as crane body energy. It's unknown what happened in the middle of the crane sect, but it lost its legacy technique, and now no one knows how to cultivate the crane body, so I did not expect to actually see it here. So strong? Han Bingning opened wide her beautiful eyes. The principal's tone of speech was filled with praise and admiration, a rarely seen sight. Every generation of the crane sect, who knows how many of them would try for their whole life to find out how to cultivate the crane body. The middle-aged woman said seriously, the crane spiritual master that year was able to rely on its strength and create the heavenly crane constellation. How powerful is that? After close to 300 years, other than the Lion King Leong, who subdued raging Lionheart and claimed the position of Leo constellation's supreme master, who else could complete such magnificent feats? Those who are able to use their own power inside Heaven's Road to create their own constellation are all unparalleled martial artists. Their legacy techniques are the world's highest level of martial learnings. Han Bingning opened her cherry lips in shock, stupefied. She felt that the more the principal talked, the more excessive she was. No matter what she did, she was unable to find a connection between the crude and deranged brat and those exceptional martial artists from the past. The middle-aged woman mumbled to herself, he should have only gotten the mental cultivation technique, if not, he would not learn Minute Collapsing Fist. Although Minute Collapsing Fist is inclined to heat control, compared to the crane sect's martial arts, it is still lacking a lot. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman forgot a question that was neglected for a long time. Bingning, who is the person? Have I been in seclusion for too long? When did Star Wind City actually bring up a genius youth? Genius youth. Han Bingning's mouth trembled slightly. She tried to restrain herself. It's Tang Tian from Caramel Academy. Tang Tian? The middle-aged lady shook her head. I've never heard of him, it seems like he is new. Bingning, you have to be extremely careful towards this person, you must never let your guard down. Many people are not familiar with the special characteristic of the crane body, the prolonged use of qi. It can be sustained for an astonishingly long time. The crane qi rise in spirals and continuously. Han Bingning had yet to reply, and the middle-aged lady stood up, muttering to herself, seems like I've been slacking too much recently. From today onwards, I will oversee all of your cultivation on my own. Han Bingning was stunned. There's no need, principal. Everyone is working very hard. No way. The middle-aged lady waved her hand and cut off Han Bingning. I have been too lenient lately. I need to set an example and fight in the front lines. Han Bingning face turned white. The principal was the epitome of insanity when it came to cultivation. Once she started cultivating, she would not take a break. If she came to oversee Han Bingning's cultivation, it would be a complete nightmare. She regretted showing the ink scale. All because of that darn Tang Tian. The time passed by quickly. The closer the Star Wind Martial Meet got, the more bustling the city became. The Star Wind Martial Meet was the biggest event of Star Wind City. The people who were attending the Star Wind Martial Meet were not only students and staff from Star Wind's academies, but also many other foreign martial artists. The Star Wind Martial Meet was not only limited to students. It was a free martial meet with attractive prizes. And thus, attracted many foreign martial artists. There were many martial artists attending the martial meet, and so, it only made the Star Wind Martial Meet more attractive, and bustle with even more excitement. Several people from faraway cities came down all the way to Star Wind City to observe the martial meet. The number of commuters on the street was higher than usual. Almost all the inns were filled to the brim. The number of martial artists attending this year's martial meet was the highest. On the ropeway for light body techniques outside of the city, one shadow after another used all different kinds of light body techniques to travel back and forth. "Hey, old fartway, why did you pull us here so early in the morning? You're disrupting the amount of time we've got to sleep." Tang Tian walked as he complained. Little Nan Nan sat on his shoulders, eating the snacks with satisfaction. Stupid, to attend the preliminary competition. Old Fartway looked at him with slight disdain. "There's a preliminary competition at the Star Wind Martial Meet?" Emily was surprised. Why wasn't I aware of it? An academy like the Beast Academy obviously don't need to attend the preliminary competition. Old Fartway stated, "Our situation is not the best, so we got to start with the preliminary competition." "Oh, that's right. We're amongst the last 3 of the academies, so we have to start fighting from the preliminary competition." Emily suddenly saw the light. Old Fartway jumped as if he were being stepped on. "Emily, did you not have any clue about our academy's plight? Shouldn't you be passionate about making a change for the academy by fighting? Fundamental Tang, are you burning with passion?" Emily turned his face to Tang Tian and asked. "I want to sleep." Tang Tian yawned. "What have you been doing last night?" Old Fartway asked curiously. "Cultivating Minute Collapsing Fist." Tang Tian continued to yawn, looking tired. "Minute Collapsing Fist? I'm looking forward to it. Fundamental Tang, let us fight till our heart's content." As Qian Hui, Emily raised his blade and shouted. Bang, a fist crashed from the sky and landed heavily on his head. Old Fartway did not look friendly. "Emily, if you lose at the competition today, hee." The sly laughter made Emily turn into an obedient child immediately. When the 4 of them arrived, they were frightened by the flow of people. The roads were densely packed and it was bustling with activities. Astonishingly loud clamor and rumbling were heard. Tang Tian and Emily both looked in daze. It's only the preliminary competition, yet there are already so many people? Emily's face was completely shocked. Only the seeded players have to start fighting from the preliminary competition. Old Fartway, on contrary, was calm. He took out a piece of paper from his chest and browsed it carefully with his head bowed down. Muttering to himself, "Oh, Emily, you're at plaza number 5267 while young Tang, you're at plaza number 3897. Understand, do you see the plate? Both of you go and check on your positions at your respective gathering place. These are your proof to attending the competition. Keep it well." Old Fartway shouted loudly in a higher-pitched voice, "Young men! For the grand revival of Caramel Academy, go battle." Tang Tian yawned and turned to walk. Emily looked at Old Fartway with sympathy before he turned to look for his competing plaza. Tang Tian's eyelids were heavy. If he managed to find a spot of land, he could just fall asleep immediately. Last night, he went through a cycle of hardship. 10 days of hardship was all it took for him to be exhausted. In the end, he did not manage to sleep much before he was awakened by Old Fartway to attend the preliminary competition. Nan Nan sat on Tang Tian's shoulder and looked down. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and grabbed hold of Tang Tian's hair with her tiny hands. With the other hand, she pointed in the right and yelled, "Big brother, it's there." "Oh." Tang Tian replied and walked in the direction little Nan Nan pointed to subconsciously. Plaza number 3897. The opponents and the judge were not here yet. Without any word, Tang Tian fell asleep. When his head just touched the ground, he started snoring loudly immediately. There's nothing to see at the preliminary competition. Ming Guang groaned and pouted. He dared not say it loudly. Big boss Liang Qiu said he wanted to watch the preliminary competition, but Ming Guang found it inconceivable. Preliminary competition? What did it have to do with them? They were the chosen ones. Mingguang held the 9th highest position in Beast Academy. Of course, he did not need to go through the preliminary competition. In his eyes, the preliminary competition was just a summary of incompetent rascals sparring with one another. The real expert contest was unfolded between the seeded fighters. This weird suggestion of Liangqiu only made Tianlin and Mingguang felt odd. Of course, they never thought that Senior Wang Jin actually agreed wholly. Ming Tian and Mingguang both looked at each other in dismay, unable to make clear of what was wrong with the two seniors. However, once the two big bosses spoke up, they could only listen to their orders obediently. The four lined up and appeared at the plaza. And immediately, there was an uproar. Liangqiu had a simple temperament, Wang Jin was honest, Tianlin was noble and cold, and Mingguang was lively and dashing. The four of them each had their own temperament, yet they had a striking appearance. My God! Is something wrong with my eyes? Isn't that Liangqiu? He's my idol. Liangqiu, Wang Jin, Tianlin, Mingguang, SSSSSS, must Beast Academy make such a cackle? Amongst their top 10, for actually came? Could it be there is someone amazing attending the preliminary competition? Why would a student from Beast Academy need to attend the preliminary competition? The students at the plaza discussed ferociously. These four people were all students of one of Star Wind City's academies. All of them were experts, and Liangqiu and Wang Jin were idolized experts. Many worshipped them. The students who were participating in the preliminary competition were all ordinary students. When they saw their idols, they were all very agitated. Yet none of them understood why such experts would come down to watch the preliminary competition. Star Wind Martial Meet preliminary competition was commonly known as the warm-up rounds for black horses, but in reality, it was just the mediocre fighters sparring one another. The true experts with reputations were all chosen as seeded fighters. They all went straight into the main competition. For those four experts to appear at the preliminary competition was a very odd thing. Senior Liangqiu was one of the hottest picks to be crowned victory. Why would he consent to watch the preliminary competition? There must be some inside story. Liangqiu pretended not to see those eyes and said blandly, I'm going to see Imoli. Wang Jin nodded, I'll watch Tang Tian. Tianlin and Mingguang looked at each other in dismay. Tianlin followed Big Boss Liangqiu while Mingguang followed Big Boss Wang Jin. The four split into two groups and walked in different directions. This change was unexpected. Those students who were not competing all followed behind. They wanted to see what kind of competition could actually attract these four seeded fighters to come and watch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 031, Super Luxurious Viewing Platform Lineup. Chapter 031, Super Luxurious Viewing Platform Lineup. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Big Bro Sima, we don't have to be so sneaky. Xin Yuan touched the mask on his face, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and could not resist saying, Loki, Loki. Sima Xiangshan said softly. He was wearing a woman mask dressed to the nines, dressed up gorgeously, and those who did not know would think that he was a woman. Xin Yuan's gaze landed on Xiangshan's mask, and he felt like retching. Big Boss Sima's habits were always queer. Luckily my mask is more normal, just an ordinary clown mask. Let's go and watch the guy that defeated you. Xiangshan's voice came from behind the mask, always with a hint of trouble that makes one's hair stand on their ends, and made Xin Yuan have goosebumps all over his body. Big Boss Sima's power was deep and unfathomable, so much that even the strict principal had to treat him favorably. Xin Yuan had just come out from seclusion, and was dragged by Big Boss Sima. Suddenly, Xiangshan stopped in his tracks, and turned. Eh? Xin Yuan was distracted, but immediately acted and turned his body as well. Not far behind them, three ladies who were wearing veils and bamboo hats, had their gazes distantly looking over. Han Bing Ning. Xiangshan quietly said to himself. Xin Yuan's eyelid jumped, and his complexion changed. Of the entire Star Wind City, the only two who could contend with Big Boss Sima were Han Bing Ning and Liangqiu. Xin Yuan had actually exchanged pointers with Big Boss Sima a number of times before, and Big Boss Sima's power led him to feel that he was unable to resist. But Han Bing Ning was a martial artist who was able to contend directly with Big Boss Sima. Why was she here? Kai Shui was like a little bird that had escaped its cage. She was extremely cheerful, and although she had a veil and bamboo hat on her, her youthfulness and vivaciousness could not be masked. Senior sister is too powerful. The principal actually agreed to let us out today. I did not expect that. Although there is nothing much to see during the preliminary competition, it is good to come out to take in some air. He Xiaoqin was still rather happy. These days, the principal personally supervised their trainings, and practically everybody was whining for days. Senior Han actually brought them to the principal, claiming she wanted to bring them to watch the preliminary competition at the Star Wind Martial Meet. At the point in time, they were so worried. Senior had to find a more reliable excuse to leave the school. Why would the principal agree to a shoddy excuse to watch the preliminary competition? Yet they hadn't expected that the principal would agree right away and exhorted them to watch the fight carefully. Kai Shui and He Xiao Xian were both muddle-headed. Watch the fight carefully? What's there to watch at the martial meet preliminary competition? Senior, which competition shall we watch? Shui Kai asked curiously. Han Bingning was just about to reply, when suddenly, she had a sensing in her heart. She stopped her footsteps, raised her head and looked forward. Kai Shui and He Xiaoqin who were standing by her side sensed something was weird and so they followed Han Bingning's gaze and looked forward. Their gazes were as sharp as swords as though it was going to pierce through the thin veil. Not far away, two men in their masks were looking straight at them. Sima Xiang Shan. Han Bingning's icy cold voice made Kai Shui and He Xiaoqin's faces change drastically. These four words and those weird masks seemed to add on a gush of luster to be feared of. The two sides just looked at each other from afar. Hey, hey! Behind the rich masks came a shrilling laughter. Sima Xiang Shan seemed to have found something interesting. This is interesting. Han Bingning said coldly behind the mask. A tinge of playfulness flashed across her beautiful eyes. The hostility displayed by both sides disappeared into thin air suddenly. Sima Xiangshan looked at them before he disappeared in the crowd with Xin Yuan. A flash of horror struck Shui Kai and He Xiaoqin's eyes. The two looked at each other in dismay. Previously, they did not understand why Senior would bring them to watch the preliminary competition or why the principal would agree to this so easily. But right now, they found out Crystal Sky Sima Xiangshan also came down personally, so there must be some powerful figure here. However, since when did such a powerful figure appear in Star Wind City? Senior. Shui Kai and He Xiaoqin said together. Let's go. Han Bingning threw out two words coldly and walked forward. Shui Kai and He Xiaoqin hurriedly caught up with her. It seems to be this place. Wang Jin said casually. Ming Guang lowered voice suddenly. Bro Jin, there seems to be a lot of people following behind us. Many people? Wang Jin replied with an "Oh, relax, that has got nothing to do with us." Nothing to do with us. Guang Ming did not understand why did Bro Jin got such confidence. Come, let's go in. Wang Jin walked into the viewing platform of the plaza without turning back. Ming Guang's heart was very curious. Even though Bro Jin had a good temper, to personally attend and watch a preliminary competition, such things had never happened before. What kind of person was worth Bro Jin's to make a trip down? Wang Jin and Guang Ming came the earliest. There was no one else on the viewing platform. Guang Ming looked around at the viewing platform. Bro Jin, did we come to the wrong place? Oh, it shouldn't be wrong. Wang Jin replied. Ming Guang shook his head continuously. The viewing platform was pathetically small. And there was no one there. There were too many preliminary competitions commencing at the same time. On top of that, the fighters were mostly all with lower standards, so basically there would not be any audience. Usually the ones who would watch are the family and friends of the fighters. Whoosh! A big group of people rushed in. When they saw Wang Jin and Guang Ming, their eyes lit up immediately and gathered around them. With such a small viewing platform, it was flooded with people. Guang Ming saw the rush of people coming in and his scalp got numb. Bro Jin, they really followed us here. Oh, that's alright. Wang Jin replied casually. His gaze was set tightly on Tang Tian who was snoring loudly at the corner of the stage. May I ask if you're the student Guang Ming from the Beast Academy? A beautiful girl squeezed her way through and looked at Guang Ming with adoration. All the bad feelings Guang Ming was feeling faded away immediately. As he was preparing to pose handsomely, he saw the entrance from his corners of his eyes and his eyes congealed. Ha! Wang Jin seemed to feel the same way too. He turned his head and set his gaze at the entrance. Why are there so many people? Xin Yuan was shocked. This was only a preliminary competition yet the viewing platform was full. This is not logical. It was a bottleneck at the entrance of the viewing platform. They could not squeeze their way through. Right at this time, Han Bingning and her juniors from Northern Yan Academy came by their side. What a coincidence. I never thought that Miss Bingning would be so interested in Tang Tian. Sima Xiangshan smirked. His words sent chills to her spine. Didn't Senior Sima come as well? Han Bingning said with her icy cold voice, without any undulations. Shui Kai and He Shaoqin stared at the two from Crystal Sky Academy with an unfriendly look. Crystal Sky and Northern Yan was naturally unfriendly to one another as they were both ranked either first or second. Please excuse me as I make the way for Miss Ning. Sima smiled sneakily. He took a step and walked towards the viewing platform. Sima Xiangshan's footwork was extremely light, such that it did not make a sound at all. It was as if there were a dark and gloomy halo covering his silhouette. It was a chi so dangerous that it covered the entire plaza instantly. Instantly, the group of people who were blocking the entrance of the viewing platform all turned pale. They turned their heads and looked at Sima Xiangshan in fear. Please excuse me. Sima Xiangshan's voice was gentle and soft, yet his voice could be heard throughout the entire plaza. Everyone gave way subconsciously. Sima Xiangshan then turned sideways and made an inviting gesture. Han Bingning nodded at him to give thanks, then she walked along the small and unoccupied space towards the viewing platform. The people who were in the way avoided intuitively. 3 mysterious women with veils and 2 mysterious men with masks appeared at the small viewing platform unexpectedly, attracting all other gazes instantly. The 5 of them never thought the viewing platform of the preliminary competition would be so small that it could only hold 200 to 300 people. Where they competed, the viewing platform could hold up to thousands of people, so they dressed in disguise, in hopes to not attract any attention. However, in this plaza which could only hold 200-odd people, these 5 could not be discussed conspicuously. They were the moonlight in the darkness, and were extremely eye-catching. After that, they saw Wang Jin and Ming Wang. Wang Jin could recognize the 2 of them immediately. Confused, he asked, "Why are you dressed like this?" They were no strangers to one each other, and had sparred several times. Wang Jin was one of the big shots in the Beast Academy. Both of their statuses and experiences were not much difference. Others on the viewing platform heard and listened attentively. With Wang Jin speaking with such familiar tone in his voice, these 5 people must have remarkable origins. Be it Sima Xiangshan or Han Bingning, they were stumped by Wang Jin's word. Could he pretending to not know them? Senior Wang Jin. Han Bingning greeted politely and took off her veil. Shui Kai and He Shaoqin quickly followed suit, and also took off their veils and conical hats. The viewing platform instantly exploded. Miss Bingning. Goddess. Within the ear-splitting clamors, Han Bingning remained expressionless, without a change in her expression. Big Jin, you always make things difficult for me. Annoyed, Sima Xiangshan sighed and took off his mask. The loud clamors came to a stop and the agitated audience immediately became stone-faced. Sima Xiangshan. The plaza was dead silent. The fear was like a plague spreading through, and it climbed onto the faces of these people and right into their eyes. Sima Xiangshan smiled with his eyes squinted. He looked very ordinary and he seemed gentle and friendly. But no one thought this way. Sima Xiangshan. Ever since Qian Hui left Star Wind City, Sima Xiangshan had dominated the position of number 1 in Star Wind City, but he was treated very differently from Qian Hui. Sima Xiangshan's reputation was vicious, and it could make a crying baby stop crying. Cruel, vicious, short-tempered, insane. Very powerful, weird personality had caused everyone to fear for his existence. What exactly is this preliminary competition about? In the dead silence, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Where did all these people came from? Tang Tian looked over at the viewing platform with his drowsy eyes. Out of a sudden, he noticed Han Bingning. Tang Tian became energetic instantly and waved his arms high up towards the viewing platform, shouting, "Aha, young lady! Did you come to witness a legend of a godlike young lad fighting? Wah, young miss, you have precise foresight." The deadly silence was broken with Tang Tian's shoutings. All the gloomy and panic-stricken atmosphere was gone abruptly. Everyone set their gaze on Han Bingning. It seemed as though Han Bingning's face did not change, but somewhere everyone could not see, the fingers that were holding onto the sword were turning white. This was the first time she had ever wanted to dig herself into the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 032, Confusing Splitting Wind Rod Technique. Chapter 032, Confusing Splitting Wind Rod Technique. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin. We accidentally left out the end of Chapter 31 when it was first released, so adding it here in case you already read Chapter 31. The viewing platform instantly exploded. Miss Bingning. Goddess. Within the ear-splitting clamors, Han Bingning remained expressionless, without a change in her expression. Big Jin, you always make things difficult for me. Annoyed, Sima Xiangshan sighed and took off his mask. The loud clamors came to a stop and the agitated audience immediately became stone-faced. Sima Xiangshan. The plaza was dead silent. The fear was like a plague spreading through and it climbed onto the faces of these people and right into their eyes. Sima Xiangshan smiled with his eyes squinted. He looked very ordinary and he seemed gentle and friendly. But no one thought this way. Sima Xiangshan. Ever since Qianhui left Star Wind City, Sima Xiangshan had dominated the position of number 1 in Star Wind City, but he was treated very differently from Qianhui. Sima Xiangshan's reputation was vicious and it could make a crying baby stop crying. Cruel, vicious, short-tempered, insane. Very powerful, weird personality had caused everyone to fear for his existence. What exactly is this preliminary competition about? In the dead silence, Tang Tian opened his eyes in a daze. Where did all these people came from? Tang Tian looked over at the viewing platform with his drowsy eyes. Out of a sudden, he noticed Han Bingning. Tang Tian became energetic instantly and waved his arms high up towards the viewing platform shouting. Aha, young lady! Did you come to witness a legend of a godlike young lad fighting? Wah, young miss, you have precise foresight. The deadly silence was broken with Tang Tian's shoutings. All the gloomy and panic-stricken atmosphere was gone abruptly. Everyone set their gaze on Han Bingning. It seemed as though Han Bingning's face did not change, but somewhere everyone could not see, the fingers that were holding onto the sword were turning white. This was the first time she had ever wanted to dig herself into the ground. Senior sister, who is he? Kai Shui asked with a curious expression. Senior sister actually knows this person. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin looked at each other, and their minds were filled with curiosity. Thinking again, their principal had allowed them to go out. Did the principal know about this too? Looking again at the stage's super luxurious viewing platform lineup, the Star Wind City's top 3 strongest students and other experts coming in one by one, although Beast Academy's Liang Qiu was not present, there was Wang Jin who came personally. It was clear that there was someone with a degree of importance. Could it be that Star Wind City had produced another genius? Also, he and senior sister look like they are on good terms. Yet they both knew clearly the attitude that senior sister gave to males. He is Tang Tian. Han Bingning, forcing herself to be calm, striving hard to suppress herself from the greetings Tang Tian said to her that brought her intense embarrassment. He is Tang Tian. He is Tang Tian? Kai Shui and He Shaoqin gasped simultaneously, both of them had a face of disbelief. The guy below was actually Tang Tian? The legendary ultimate retainer student, the rubbish student who was chased out of the school, the Tang Tian? The Tang Tian that Qianhui adored that year? Qianhui, could it be? Kai Shui and He Shaoqin looked at each other again. They both clearly knew that their senior sister somewhat worshipped Qianhui. Kai Shui hesitated for a while, but could not take it in any longer and stuttered, Senior sister, liking Qianhui is not a problem, but liking her man, that is a bit. He Shaoqin was more straightforward, with a stern face. Senior sister, there are plenty more fishes in the sea, why should you pick this broken shoe? Han Bingning's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to pull out her sword and cut the 2 people beside her, composed her tranquility and calmness, turned to look at the 2 of them with a serious face. You 2 are thinking too much. In truth, I only like women. Kai Shui and He Shaoqin's expressions froze. They were stunned, astonished to the point that they could not say anything. Han Bingning turned back, as if she did not say anything. At that point of time many people already recognized Tang Tian who was on the field. He is Tang Tian. Wasn't it said that Tang Tian was a rubbish student? Yeah, he retained for 5 years, if not a rubbish student then what? But why are there so many big shots running here? Are they bored until they have a pain in their balls? Maybe being bored is true, but pain in the balls? You look down on the big shots balls already, their entire bodies are made of copper or iron, even the balls are balls of steel, The group of people tried their best to keep their volumes down, but Sima Xiangshan and the rest had sensitive hearing, and could hear everything clearly, yet once they heard those piercing words, the group of power big shots subconsciously crossed their legs. As the referee entered the arena, he was shocked by the entire prosperous crowd that was at the scene, and he almost suspected himself of walking to the wrong place. Looking on the stage, those few suspicious faces led his heart to jump, his scalp to go numb. Just by casually picking any person there, any of their competition would immediately become the hottest match under the sun. Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, Wang Jin. Having been appointed as the martial meets judge with over 5 years of experience and qualifications, how could he not recognize those people? My God, is this the preliminary competition? In the nick of time, the other participant entered the arena, allowing the judge to regain his senses. A swift and fierce shadow stepped onto the arena, his voice seemed to have a trace of murderous intent. Can I ask, is this arena 3897? As the judge looked at the contestant clearly, his mind shivered with cold. He was half naked waist up. Waist down he wore a simple and crude pants made from animal skin, he was dark with a hint of metal luster, barefooted, and in his hands was a copper rod, both ends of the rod were wrapped in a ball of minute convex needles. Yet the most impressive thing that left a deep mark to other people, was actually his eyes. Swift and fierce yet brimming with murderous intent. Oh? Ming Guang expressed an unexpected look, looks like that guy's power is not bad. Wang Jin agreed, seems like his battle experience must be plentiful. Sima Xiangshan sat slightly straight, Xing Yuan's face showed astonishment. Han Bingning squinted her eyes, while Kai Shui and He Shaoqin who were beside her, face became more serious. The judge had seen all sorts of participants, and with one look he could tell, the young man who was barefooted carrying the copper rod, was definitely up to no good. Yes. The judge nodded. The barefooted youth turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's eyes brightened, immediately waved his hand to greet. Aha, young man, you are my opponent? The barefooted youth turned to the judge, can we begin? The judge immediately asked Tang Tian, are you prepared? I was born ready. Tang Tian loudly shouted. Just as his voice was out, the youth disappeared into the air, a wind from the rod suddenly appeared behind Tang Tian's head. Tang Tian was surprised, he did not expect that when the opponent said fight, it meant that he would instantly fight, but his reaction was super fast, he stooped down, pulling his left leg behind. Pang! Bang! Tang Tian's hind leg was stopped by the copper rod of the barefooted youth. Both of them simultaneously took a few steps back, and was once again separated. You actually dare to sneak attack? Tang Tian's smiling face was gone, and what replaced it was a nasty face, staring at the opponent. He coldly snorted, you're finished. The barefooted youth's expression was indifferent, as if he did not hear what Tang Tian said. Tang Tian bent his waist, spread out both of his arms, his 10 fingers distantly locking into the opposite barefooted youth. Han Bingning, who was watching from the stage, suddenly recalled the day when Tang Tian was up against the ink-black iron rhino, and it was exactly the posture he was in then. In a flash, it was like Tang Tian changed into an entire new person, his face had not an inch of laugh, both eyes were steady and calm without a hint of movement. Spreading out his arms, every muscle in his body was clear and distinct, with solid contours defining the muscles even more, brimming with masculinity. Sima Xiangshan, who was sitting slightly straight, his eyes moved slightly, and he sat even more straight. Everyone else who felt the change in Tang Tian, who were initially discussing spiritedly at the spectators' stand, immediately quietened down. The opposite barefooted youth also noticed Tang Tian's change, his eyes flitted a hint of vigilance, the long copper rod in his hand swiftly extended straight, with the rod head pointing straight at Tang Tian. Although the barefooted youth felt an intense oppressive feeling, his eyes did not show any sign of fear, with an ominous glint sparkling, his body disappeared in front of Tang Tian's view again. At the same time, Tang Tian squinted his eyes and stared, upper body swung like a pendulum, in an instant his movements became blurred. The long copper rod swept towards his body. Bang, dot. The long copper rod had not touched the ground yet, but the energy split the ground open, and countless ground remnants flew out. Tang Tian's fist came out and bore towards the barefooted youth's left rib without any sign. Flash fist. The barefooted youth's power was more than average, the long copper rod just came into view, but it seemed like he anticipated Tang Tian's attacks, and his body instantly rolled to one side, dodging Tang Tian's flash fist. At the same time he used the tail of the rod, like a poisonous snake, hitting Tang Tian. Tang Tian unexpectedly stepped on an aerial stake, like sliding on ice, brushing past the venomous snake-like part of the rod. The barefooted youth spun his body like a spinning top, fully straight out towards the other direction, before pulling back the heavy long copper rod. Wang! Buzz sound. A deep and resounding sound came out from the rod, causing people's heart to palpitate. Tang Tian jumped away to one side. The barefooted youth body was like a roly-poly doll, leaning to the other side, bring the rod again and sweeping that area. From the change of the rod's sound, Tang Tian knew that the rod's power became stronger once again. The barefooted youth once again leaned toward the other side, the long copper rod once again gaining in strength, the rod starting to become blurry, unable to catch with the naked eye, and the wind brought about by the moving rod increasingly terrified the spectators. Tang Tian already saw through a few of parts of the technique. The barefooted youth was using his body as an axis, bringing the movement to the rod's body. Every time he leaned to one side, the copper rod's power would increase. Now that the barefooted youth was like a fast-rotating spinning top, the power in his copper rod was profoundly deep, any strike or hit would be terrifying. As long as he was caught in the sweep for a bit, most likely he would lose his fighting strength. Just by looking, the barefooted youth's rod shadow was very chaotic, but it covered maximum range. This point was learned from Tian continuously dodging and watching. What is this rod technique? What is this rod technique? Mingguang, who was on the stage, could not help but ask. It is a queer way to attack. Confusing splitting wind rod technique. Wang Jin had some knowledge on this. This type of rod technique is cultivated by very few people. It was the first time that Mingguang had heard of such a rod technique, and was astounded. Why? It feels powerful. Little I did expect for preliminary competitions to have these kind of powerful contestants. Confusing splitting wind rod technique, you must be naturally gifted as it utilizes pure strength to prevail. Wang Jin explained, as the body movement brings out the rod power, you can see his form is like a drunkard, but on the contrary, it is a hidden danger. Once the confusing splitting wind rod technique dance is started, he will hold the advantage. Then isn't Tang Tian in danger? Mingguan raised his eyebrow. The best timing to counter confusing splitting wind rod technique is during the first few hits of the rod. At that time the power of the rod has not been amplified. Now that the rod power has layered multiple times, its genuine deep power is shown. Wang Jin said. Hoo hoo hoo. Sound of rod moving quickly. The heavy and profound copper rod had enough momentum to swing at a very high speed, bringing about a sound that flooded the entire area. All the broken stones and sand on the floor continuously got flung up, and then got crushed again by the rod's afterimage. The barefooted youth's body outline was totally shrouded by the rod's afterimages. It seemed like a tornado was wreaking havoc, rumbling on the tiny arena. Tang Tian did not expect that his first opponent would be so powerful. However, he did not get fazed by the opponent's rod power. His gaze was focused, all the distracting thoughts were flung to the back of his head. His opponent was like a small gale, everything that passes through becomes like sand and stones. The copper rod was roughly about 30 kilograms. Once the dance had started, the power was terrifying. Tang Tian stopped moving and directly faced his opponent. The brass-colored rod images suddenly changed directions, loudly crashing towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian's expression was calm and peaceful, looking at the opponent, his body slightly leaning forward, right fist kept at his waist. This was. The spectators on the spectator stand were immediately taken aback. Such a heavy and powerful copper rod, to take it head-on with force, was literally digging his own grave. Tang Tian doesn't want to live anymore. Tang Tian's left leg suddenly heavily stamped onto the floor, the peaceful and calm face suddenly turned sinister, his left leg released power, and like an arrow, his entire being leapt forward. Tang Tian's every step was unmatchably heavy, deeply sinking into the ground. In everybody's dumbstruck eyes, Tang Tian was like a crazy wild bull, bringing up countless of earth and soil behind with him, rumbling and following him rush towards the gale. However, Tang Tian, who looked sinister to everyone, actually had a peaceful and calm gaze. Although this power in many people's eyes would cause them to choke or suffocate, in his eyes, this was still not strong enough. But by his side, there was Housefly Cow, who had such perverse and abnormally huge manic power. And let's not even start with Big Bro Stonehead, that kind of ultimate perverse steamroller. Even if they had to randomly pick anyone from the quarry, randomly brandishing their huge hammer's power, they were all much more terrifying. Young man, you do not know what your grandpa had to go through to become what I am today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 033, Announcement of Victory. Chapter 033, Announcement of Victory. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin. The distance between the two parties was closing. Tang Tian's clear eyes started to change, like the embers of a flame, rushing out from the depths of his pupils. At the last step, Tang Tian was like a savage rhinoceros, as he stomped heavily. Borrowing that strength, Tang Tian's speed rose sharply, shooting towards the rod's shadow. With a loud breath, his right hand that was raised and ready to go shot out explosively. He put his entire weight and strength into this fist. Dang! An ear-splitting explosion rang out. Tang Tian's fist had collided with the copper rod. The rod's shadow had disappeared from view, and when the daunting muffled sound of the wind disappeared, the high-speed rotation of the barefooted youth was forcefully stopped. The sudden explosive action and sudden quiet gave the audiences an uncomfortable feeling. The barefooted youth displayed an expression of astonishment. He was not clear as to what had happened. Whenever he executed his rod techniques, he had never lost before. No one had come up to him in a comparison of strength and obtained victory over him before. How is this possible? How is this possible? Suddenly, the other fist came out of nowhere and pummeled his face from below. Flash fist. Pang. The shocked youth had absolutely no time to react. The fist had landed cleanly on his face. He was immediately sent flying upwards as though he had collided with a rhinoceros, and was knocked off the stage. Quan Dang. Falling down sound. The copper rod flew far away. Absolute silence. After a while, the judge recovered his senses, as he hurriedly announced, Tang Tian wins. Hoo. Tang Tian had maintained his stance, before he breathed out slowly, and the fire in his eyes slowly faded away. The stands immediately erupted in an uproar. The change of the battle was too fast. Earlier, they had thought that the barefooted youth had displayed a forceful and flawless technique, who knew in just a blink of an eye, Tang Tian had obtained victory. The crux was that Tang Tian had not exhibited any heaven-defying skill, he had just used his bare fists to end the fight. Bare fists could defeat a rod technique? This was too ridiculous. In comparison, the elders were a lot more calm. Such a solid foundation, it really is rare. Sima Xiangshan turned and asked Xin Yuan, I heard he had trained in fundamental martial arts for 5 years? Xin Yuan nodded, and, those are the rumors. Seems like it's right, he executed his move perfectly, in the comparison between muscle and skill, he is almost at the peak. His flash fists were also beautiful, it seems that Wang Jin came here precisely for this. Sima Xiangshan praised. Xin Yuan replied honestly, as to this, I'm not sure. Ming Guang had his mouth wide open, as he stared dumbly at the stage, before stammering, this. Wang Jin gave a slight "oh," his strength is just barely that of Imoli, but his execution is definitely better, I have seen the both of them exchange blows, it was a draw. Only then did Ming Guang quiet down, to draw against Imoli. Imoli's raw power was truly terrifying, Ming Guang had experienced it for himself. In his mind, if Tang Tian was the same as Imoli, then the results were truly acceptable. However, to even draw against Imoli, he truly was overpowered. Kai Shui stared mutely at Tang Tian on the stage, how powerful. He Xiaoqin also looked straight, is he a beast? Han Bingning remained calm, she had seen Tang Tian take on the ink black iron rhino, this type of result was not a huge surprise to her. She just did not expect that Tang Tian would actually use such a primitive way and defeat his opponent without displaying any skill. But, he was truly a beast, so brutish. Tang Tian maintained his pose, his face cool. Wah. Big brother is the best. Nan raised her hands and was shouting excitedly. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly jumped up as though his butt was on fire, grabbing onto his right arm. She-ite. Argh, it's so painful. The entire stage that was shocked to silence, and was staring dumbly at the stage, looked at the comical scene of Tang Tian jumping around with his face twisted in pain. The contrast was really too big. So painful. Nan, bamboo queen bee plaster. After Nan had helped Tang Tian apply the bamboo queen bee plaster, Tang Tian's crumpled face started smoothing out. He ran to the foot of the stage, and waved his hands at Han Bingning, shouting loudly, Hey, young lady, have you been shocked by this god like me? Han Bingning. All of a sudden, Tang Tian saw Xin Yuan at the platform above, and excitedly waved his hands towards him, shouting his throat hoarse, Bro Yuan. Bro Yuan. Xin Yuan's face flushed red, he finally experienced what Han Bingning was feeling earlier, in this short time, his heart was filled with hatred, why didn't he take the chance to leave, Tang Tian carried Nan on his back, and jumped onto the viewing platform in a few steps. Just like that, Xin Yuan absent-mindedly found Tang Tian appearing before him, he wanted to go and bang his head against the wall, why did he stay here? Bro Yuan. Your spirit card was truly powerful. So useful. Tang Tian exclaimed. Xin Yuan laughed forcefully, as he thought to himself, what irony. Tang Tian's eyes shone, replying, I've practiced them all, the 5 types of martial arts, super powerful. Xin Yuan laughed even more forcibly, thinking, is this even believable, this smokescreen is way too flimsy. Bro Yuan is too amazing, Bro Stone also praised your skills in matching the cards. Close quarters combat expert. Wah. Tang Tian excitedly exclaimed. Xin Yuan's smile turned wooden, thinking to himself, what nonsense are you blabbering, please just go away, Close quarters combat expert? Sima Xiangshang interjected excitedly as he heard this term mentioned. You know it too? Tang Tian, as if he had discovered a new world, turned to gaze at Sima Xiangshan with an exhilarated look. Definitely makes one anticipate. Sima Xiangshan said, his face was all smiles, perhaps we might even be able to spar. If so, you will definitely be defeated by me. Tang Tian's tone was of one self-assurance. Silence blanketed the entire space and everyone's gaze took a strange glaze, looking towards Tang Tian with pitying eyes. Han Bingning blurted, do you know who he is? Tang Tian shook his head and said, nope, I don't know. Han Bingning was about to reveal Xiang Shan's identity when she heard Tang Tian carry on his sentence, saying, "But as long as it's my enemy, they will be defeated by me." Han Bingning, upon hearing this, was as stunned as everyone else who heard it. All enemies are meant to be defeated, no? Tang Tian's face looked as if he spoke a universal truth. Han Bingning wanted to speak, but she was at a loss for words. She gazed at Tang Tian, whose pupils shone with tranquility, without a spark of fear. The looks of ridicule on Ming Guang and Shen Yang's faces faded away, as they silently pondered Tang Tian's words. Pa! 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 The sound of clapping jolted everyone out of reverie, and the one who applauded was none other than Sima Xiangshan himself, as he merrily said, "This is the best sentence I've ever heard. Because of this phrase, even if we were to meet in a competition, I will not kill you. I will cripple your dantian and allow you to ruminate in defeat forever. How wondrous and interesting that will be." Sima Xiangshan's tone was warm, but his words chilled everyone to the bone. With a cheery voice, Sima Xiangshan appeared all of a sudden. He turned to the sky smiling and said, "Really looking forward to it, but..." He turned and walked away after speaking. "Who is he?" Tang Tian asked Han Bingning curiously. Sima Xiangshan. Han Bingning looked at Tang Tian worriedly. She knew Sima Xiangshan's temper was eccentric. Who knows, he might really do it. Tang Tian let out an "oh." So he's the one who was beaten several times by Qianhui? Sima Xiangshan, who had just stepped out, staggered. Shengguan Qianhui was the bane of his existence. All those years ago, he had to live in her shadow. He had continuously tried to challenge and beat her, but every single time, he would be defeated miserably. That damn woman! Bastard! Sima Xiangshan regained his composure. As he turned around, a billowing murderous intent crashed towards Tang Tian. Han Bingning took a half-step forward, her hand on the hilt of the sword at her waist, her eyes narrow. The icy-cold killing intent, she had no way of breaking through. Sima Xiangshan looked at Tang Tian coldly. Wang Zhang suddenly opened his mouth. "Sima, if there's anything, settle it at the competition." The killing intent was retracted all of a sudden, as Sima Xiangshan broke out in laughter. "You're indeed gutsy. This year's competition will finally be worth getting excited about." He waved his hand. "Godlike teen, I'll see you again. Robin, this is slightly weird, since I'm guessing that they're about the same age. But it's what the author wrote," smiley face. After which, he disappeared. Han Bingning relaxed, and thought of Xin Yuan's embarrassment earlier, as she said curtly, "Let's go back." Kai Shui and He Shaoqin followed hurriedly. Wang Jin nodded towards Tang Tian, before leaving with an appraising look in his eyes. Tang Tian's strength is really tremendous. He Shaoqin was analyzing carefully. He doesn't look like he amounts to much, but he could actually display such strength. It could be said his technique execution was also very powerful. As of now, he used Flash Fist and Aerial Wood Stake, both of which are rank 2 techniques. Just using these rank 2 techniques he defeated his opponent, and he can be considered a threat to us. Kai Shui lowered her head, as though she was thinking. He Shaoqin noticed Kai Shui's strange expression, and asked curiously, Shui, did you discover something?" Tang Tian's earlier performance was not revealing enough. I could only do so much in terms of analysis. However, to be able to capture everyone's attention, this Tang Tian sure has some tricks. The upcoming competition is bound to be interesting. New discovery? Kai Shui lifted her head, her expression bewildered. Your expression is truly weird. What are you thinking about? He Shaoqin was feeling that the situation was turning strange. Can I really say it? Kai Shui asked softly. Say it. What is there that cannot be said? He Shaoqin quipped loudly, looking even more confused. Han Bingning also pricked her ears. She could tell that Kai Shui was not in her right mind, but she always put up a cold front, and would not take the lead to open her mouth. Senior sister, what kind of girls do you like? Kai Shui asked, looking a little shy yet curious at the same time. Han Bingning staggered, almost falling to the floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 034, Even on the Brink of Death, You Have to Claim Victory. Chapter 034, Even on the Brink of Death, You Have to Claim Victory. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin and Boost Turtle. Every year's preliminary competition had differing levels of interest, and this year's preliminary competition's first day already burst out such a sensational competition. And this competition's main star was Star Wind City's outstanding ultimate retaining student, Tang Tian. When many people heard this news, they all thought they had heard wrongly, but every one of those who had personally witnessed the fight would endlessly inform all their friends about the fight. And the super luxurious viewing platform lineup, every one of their names would attract a cry of surprise. Solely by looking at all the people on the platform, anyone could tell that they were anticipating a worthy, extremely high level of competition. The three great schools, not one was missing. What was even more popular was of Tang Tian's Flash Fist, defeating the opponent's confusing splitting wind rod technique. Not many people practiced in the confusing splitting wind rod technique, but its difficulty was known to all. And to further compare, the number of students who practiced the Flash Fist was practically a cow's hair compared to it. Every student that practiced Flash Fist did not believe of the results when they first heard of it. Yet the more the rumors spread, the more true it became, and finally all of them believed that actually, the Flash Fist they were learning could break the confusing splitting wind rod technique. They all rose in spirits and gathered together to try and imitate Tang Tian's techniques. But that was a huge secret. No matter how hard they tried or how they racked their brains, in the end they still could not do it. Flash Fist was just a rank 2 martial art technique, while confusing splitting wind rod technique was a rank 3 martial art technique. The difference in level had a gap like a huge canal. There was absolutely no way to compete. There were also people who suspected that Tang Tian might not actually be using Flash Fist, and was instead using a rank 3 martial art technique that was related to Flash Fist. All the way until the few great big shots who were watching on the platform, the words they spoke of slowly spread to the rest. Did the people finally wake up? Fundamental martial arts. Tang Tian was able to use the rank 2 Flash Fist to break the rank 3 confusing splitting wind rod technique, and it was all due to his perfection in fundamental martial arts. Even Sima Xiangshan had publicly proclaimed in Crystal Sky Academy that Tang Tian's fundamentals had reached perfection, and regarding his proficiency in utilizing energy and force from his muscles, no one in Star Wind City could compare. The people then abruptly remembered that Tang Tian spent a full 5 years practicing his fundamentals, and they could only be speechless. Practicing 5 years of fundamental martial arts, to only reach his stage, the people suddenly realized. But they started to contemplate, was it worth it? Using 5 years of time to use rank 2 Flash Fist to break the rank 3 confusing splitting wind rod technique, what point was there? 5 years of time, as long as their innate talent is not too bad, they could just cultivate rank 3 martial arts. One after another, people shook their heads. This kind of martial art practice was not worth having. They initially thought there was some hidden secret behind his current status, but actually realized there wasn't any secret, and it was something that was told to them by the teacher when they entered school the first day. But this example led to a change in many new students. They all became spirited and took on the fundamental martial arts that they previously thought were useless, seriously. Only if Senior Tang Tian were still here, that'll be good. It is because of that bastard Zhou Peng. The sword arts class students collectively reminisced about Tang Tian. Tang Tian entered their field of vision once again, but this time, Tang Tian was not the symbol of mockery. Many elders took notice of him, and it was clear enough to say. For so many preliminary competitions, there were only two who were worth noticing. One was Tang Tian and the other was Imoli. Liang Qiu appeared at the viewing platform at Imoli's competition. This was seen as a senior caring for his junior. Imoli was the top 7 in Beast Academy and no one had questioned his capabilities before. In their eyes, he was no different from the chosen fighters. Only Tang Tian. He was like a black horse, appearing out of nowhere. No one understood why he would even be noticed by the elders. Yet for whatever reasons, people's attention for Tang Tian immediately increased. Those who thought there was nothing interesting about the preliminary competition suddenly realized there was a black horse worth noticing. This sparked interest and passion for everyone. Tang Tian's schedule for the upcoming competition was being dug out by the people. The martial committee saw the situation and straightaway changed Tang Tian's competition venue to a bigger plaza to avoid the situation previously, where it was too squeezy at the viewing platform, causing a bottleneck at the entrance. With such treatment, it was usually for the real competition. Once this decision was announced, everyone welcomed it with open arms. The second match for Tang Tian would be held 2 days later. As for the bets on Tang Tian had commenced at all trading markets, ready to receive the bet. Pang! The teacup crashed onto the floor heavily and turned to powder. The pieces of fragments splashed all over. In the principal's office of Andrew Academy, the principal yelled. The students who passed by the principal office were all frightened. Tang Tian. That bastard. I will let him die a tragic death. Zhou Peng remained expressionless. Right now, he was a completely changed man. His porcelain white skin was dark and mysterious due to sun tanning. His once blistered swollen eyes had now turned into a triangular shape like a poison snake, beaming with radiance, sharp and cold. I finally know how amazing it feels to possess such power. It's as sweet as indulging in a luxurious life. He lowered his head and looked at his palms, which were once fair and white, yet were now filled with creases and folds, as though he was sighing in joy and sorrow. It's surely a perfect piece of art. Young master, the big clan elder has invited you in, the slave said respectfully. Zhou Peng kept his gaze and smirked as though he was mocking and at the same time, as if he was contemplating. The smile faded in a flash as he smoothed his collar lightly, and walked towards the plaza with big steps. The entire Zhou clan filled up the upper levels all at once. All their gazes landed on Zhou Peng as he walked in. Zhou Peng's steps were steady. He remained composed and basked at the attention he was receiving. What a wonderful feeling! He could feel the admiration, jealousy, shocked, and unbelievable eyes. A smile creeped into his corners of his mouth. The great clan elder coughed lightly to break the silence, and set his gaze on Zhou Peng. He said, "Good. This should be how the young master of the Zhou clan should act. No matter how biased I was with you in the past, right now, I admit you are holding on to the identity as the descendant of the Zhou clan." The patriarch of Zhou clan's eyes was filled with unending joy and looked at Zhou Peng comfortingly. The living hall was dead silent, only the words of the great clan elder resounded. "You possess a gift that would cause people to be envious. You are a changed man. Although I know I will not live to that day, I still hope you will bring glory to the Zhou clan when it's in your hands." Zhou Peng bowed and replied proudly, "That's right, the Zhou clan will only get more prosperous. This martial meet is a good opportunity. Let it be the start for the Zhou clan." The great clan elder said proudly, "Let Sima Xiangshan be the stepping stone for our Zhou clan." Zhou Peng smiled confidently, but in his sleeves, he held his fists tightly. There was one more person, Tang Tian. "I want to kill you in front of everybody." Tang Tian continued to bury his head in cultivated. He sweated like it was raining and had no ounce of affection as to what happened at the preliminary competition. Neither was he affected by his upcoming second match. Nothing affected his cultivation. Emily was also cultivating with all his might. He never thought that Big Brother Liang Qiu would come down personally to watch him compete. Big Brother Liang Qiu was his idol and someone he always wanted to defeat. The thought of seeing a familiar shadow at the viewing platform, Emily was filled with an unending urge and motivation to push forward. Only old Fart Wei seemed carefree, as though the matters did not concern him. During rest time, the two sat on the floor, feeling fatigued, the sweat dripped down incessantly. "You actually dared to speak so highly of yourself in front of Sima Xiangshan," Emily said as he panted. Tang Tian panted heavily, looking puzzled. "Why wouldn't I dare? He's the #1 expert in Star Wind City." Emily explained. Tang Tian's head crooked. "That's to say, if I defeated him, then I'll be the greatest person in Star Wind City?" "That's right." Emily nodded. Tang Tian suddenly saw the light. No wonder Tian Hui always beat him up that time. It's because if she beat him up, she could attain the first place. Emily. Tang Tian asked curiously, "Housefly Cow, what's your goal this time round?" Emily remained silent for a moment, and raised his head suddenly. "My goal is to meet up with Big Bro Liang Qiu and defeat him." "Housefly Cow, you will definitely win this," Tang Tian said loudly in all seriousness. "I don't know," Emily mumbled. "Why don't you know?" Tang Tian opened his eyes big and said louder, "You will definitely win this. You have to win this. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't tell yourself that it's okay to lose. Victory. Only victory. All the hardships you have gone through are not any lesser than any of them. There's no victory inevitably. Those who say that you have to put in your all, so that you don't regret anything, are all lying. Those who say this, they did not actually put in their all. The sweat and hardships, what were they for? For you to become a coward when it's time to fight? To tell yourself you have already tried your best so it's okay to accept failure? Those are just excuses. Just bullshit. Only when you have claimed victory can you announce to the whole world that you're here." Emily was blushing as Tang Tian lectured. "Housefly Cow." Tang Tian looked at Emily sternly. Emily raised his head feeling shameful. Tang Tian tightened his fist and stared at Emily's flushing red face. He spitted one word at a time, squeezing them through the gaps between his teeth. "Even if you're on the brink of death, you have to claim victory. Even in death, you have to claim victory." Emily's mind buzzed, his eyes were focused, and kept on repeating the sentence. "Even in death, you have to claim victory." Old Fartway, who was nearby with an expression of being in deep thought, suddenly became motionless, his unfocused gaze slowly became deep, countless images flitting past his eyes. He became distracted for a while, as countless killings and shouts sounded by his ears. "Even in death, you have to claim victory." Old Fartway suddenly laughed silently, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Maybe, this brat will eventually become a influential figure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 035, Rain Man Dihan. Chapter 035, Rain Man Dihan. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin. Meng Yu and his best friend Luan were squeeze-packed until they could not move at all. It can't be that bad, Tang Tian can at most be considered a black horse, why are there so many people? Luan could not take it and complained, his clean white shoes were dirted with the footprints of other people. But Meng Yu did not find it weird, roughly half of our Andrew Academy will come to watch. That is true, Luan nodded his head and laughed, if even you, the number one expert of Andrew Academy, has come, how can the rest not come? Ever since Tian and we graduated, Andrew Academy had suffered a decline over the next few years in a linear pattern, and anyone could see that its rank was due to being kicked out of the top 10 schools of Star Wind City. Andrew Academy's ranking was like a roller coaster going up and down, but suddenly after losing a powerful pillar, their core slowly dropped. Tang Tian suddenly burst out in fame, causing a huge commotion at Andrew Academy. Meng Yu sourly laughed, what number one expert of Andrew Academy? Luan comfortingly patted Meng Yu on the shoulder. As his best friend, he could clearly see Meng Yu's suffering. During Qian Hui's time, Andrew Academy's number one expert was dazzling and glorious, because Andrew's number one expert was Star Wind City's number one expert. Yet compared to now, the current Andrew Academy's number one expert was simply a joke. Andrew Academy's number one expert, as compared to all the other academies in Star Wind City, could just barely touch the tail of the top 10 position, causing Meng Yu to have a bitter and agonizing taste in his mouth. The stream of people continued to rush forth. Looking at the corner of the platform, Han Bingning's father and mother wore large edge hats, with scarves around them, covering their entire face. Old man, the way we are now, Bingning should not be able to find us out, right? Han Bingning's mother softly said. Shouldn't be able to, Han Bingning's father said without moving. Bingning is very far from us, she is over there at the platform. That's good, Han Bingning's mother exhaled, but she quickly tensed up again, old man, your thinking is right. Regardless of anything, we need to help Bingning this time. How could she actually say that she likes women? How dare she? Oh, my heart is jumping in panic. I seriously thought about it, and even though Tang Tian is not good, at least he is a male, definitely better than liking a female. Calm down. Han Bingning's father promptly urged his wife to relax, look, Bingning also came for this round, this proves that she has something for Tang Tian. Regardless of anything, we will not let her go astray. Become lesbian. Tang Tian, you better not screw up. Han Bingning's mother clenched her fist tightly, and continued with nervousness, Tang Tian's opponent this time, I heard he is very strong. Don't worry. Our Bingning is not the kind of person to be self-interested. Even if Tang Tian does not get a good ranking, Bingning will still not despise him. Meng Yu and Luan looked everywhere. There are so many people. This degree of popularity, compared to the actual competition, is much crazier. Meng Yu exclaimed. Look over there. Luan looked like he had found a new world, pointed with his finger, Midnight Forest Academy top expert Zhao Wei, Star Wind City's ranked number 4 figure, Great Ray Academy leader, Star Wind ranked number 9 Shui Yong, God's Might Academy leader, Star Wind City ranked number 7 Zhou Kai. Every single name led Meng Yu's heart to jump in surprise. The 10 big academies, and all their top-ranking experts, had appeared on the platform. With the lineup of powerhouses, people were speechless. Meng Yu and Luan suddenly had a wrong thought, was this the finals? All these experts, some with a cold look, some with an arrogant look, and some with a calm look. Some came with curiosity and some came to observe the crowd, but regardless of anything, they were all at the same place. Those who were originally there to join in on the fun, became overly excited. Such a grand occasion, when had it ever happened before? Especially after seeing all the experts in one single day, the day's tickets were worth it. Also, Tang Tian's opponent. As Tang Tian stepped onto the arena, the people bustling with activities while looking at the platform suddenly became very quiet, as everyone curiously watched him enter the arena. He was the person everyone ridiculed previously, 5 years of practicing fundamental martial techniques, and viewed as a lousy and untalented student, the unprecedented 5 years retainer student. Countless people envied and were jealous of him, as he was the only one who could make Qian Hui smile, and Star Wind City's most beautiful smile only belonged to him. Many people have heard of Tang Tian's name, but it was the first time they saw Tang Tian in person. That's him, Tang Tian. Can't tell anything different about him, why does young Miss Qian Hui like him? He is not the same as others. He trained fundamental martial techniques for 5 years, how can he be the same? After the short period of silence, countless discussions loudly surfaced. Tang Tian, who had just entered the arena, jumped up in fright by the abrupt rise of clamor. He looked up and immediately moved backwards with a cold breath upon seeing the platform filled with people. Don't tell me my opponent today is someone big and powerful? Tang Tian scratched his head. Tang Tian did not expect that his opponent was really someone famous. Dihan expressionlessly entered the arena, his gaze did not reach Tang Tian yet stopped, and was retracted back. He did not care who his opponent was, and also did not care about the noise around him. Seeing the numerous spectators on the spectator stands also did not affect him. Without a word, like a blockhead, he stood in front of Tang Tian and waited for the judge to arrive. All the people on the spectator stand's facial expressions became dignified. Rain Man Dihan. Meng Yu said in a deep voice, it really is him. I did not think that he would come and participate in the martial meet, and not just someone else with the same given name and family name. Luan's eyes flashed a hint of awe. In this world, there will always be different levels of geniuses. There were many academies in Star Wind City, and there were a few people who never attended one class before, but were geniuses with power that surprised people. Dihan was one of the few such outstanding individuals. Dihan was from a poor family, he had an antisocial and ruthless temperament, and rejected the life in academies. His martial techniques were entirely self-taught. Although his personality was terrible, he was outstanding, especially towards water element martial techniques, and was regarded as an equal with Han Bingning in being a water element genius. He was always alone, regularly hunting down weird creatures to survive, and what made him so revering was that he was once a killer. His expertise was murder in the rain. So far, he had never failed. The Rain Man Dihan was like an unstoppable god of death. That was how he got his nickname, Rain Man. This opponent was someone who no one dared to look down on. Amongst the experts on the spectator platform, every one of them had a solemn expression, and stared straight at Dihan who was in the arena. It was no wonder that this fight attracted so many experts. Other than Tang Tian, Dihan was the other crucial reason. Ordinary people might not know of Rain Man Dihan that well, but, in the expert circle, Dihan was famous. Dihan had never participated in any other martial meet. If it were not for Tang Tian, who attracted so many people's attention, no one would have noticed Dihan quietly registering his name to participate in the preliminary competition. Many professionals foresaw that Dihan's rate of success was very shocking. Dihan had plenty of experiences in fighting, and it was definitely more than what they could think of. The judge's hands were full of sweat, as it was his first time taking the appointment of judge in front of so many people. But luckily, the martial meet's rules were fairly simple, and as the two participants were ready, he quickly said, "Begin." Once the announcement to begin was given, he quickly retreated backwards. The battle began. Tang Tian watched Dihan attentively. He felt that his opponent was shrouded in a cloud of darkness, and he could neither see or read him clearly. Dihan suddenly raised his head, both of his eyes flashed a hint of light, like a hidden blade in the darkness. Tang Tian's heart suddenly felt a hint of a dangerous omen. Subconsciously, he immediately stepped sideways. See? A ray of cold aura flew towards Tang Tian, brushing past him. It was a thin and delicate blade. The blade was only 3 inches long, shaped like a lancet, but it was extremely thin, thus looking semi-transparent. Dihan's eyes flashed a hint of brilliant light. The martial technique he cultivated was named Drizzle. It was a rare rank 3 martial technique from a school known only to a few people. It was this ancient school, which passed down this special martial technique, that led Dihan to become a murderer that could cause people to be scared out of their wits. Dihan's true power from that his body could transform into a formless thread of true power, enabling him to manipulate these fine knife blades from any angle. Tang Tian looked at the hovering thin blades, and was astonished. What martial technique was that? Dihan's battle experience was profound. Although these kind of valiant and proper battles were not his field of expertise, he was still filled with self-confidence. The formless threads of true power trembled slightly, and the thin blades disappeared in the air. Tang Tian's pupils shrunk. Suddenly stamping the ground beneath him, he flew backwards. A beam of unnoticeable cold light grazed his nose and brushed past him. The ice-cold chill in the air caused the hair all over Tang Tian's body to erect. After dodging twice, Tang Tian acknowledged the danger of the opponent. He was dangerous. Tang Tian did not say a word and opened the Aquarius martial cabinet. The Fornax black metal glove suddenly appeared on his hands, and the ice-cold metal sensation led Tang Tian's mind to instantly clear up. A sudden outburst from Tang Tian, and his fists disappeared in the air. As the fists suddenly bore out from the air again, it seemed like the fists were striking the air. Ding! A small spark appeared on Tang Tian's gloves. The sharp and clear strike was heard by everyone present. Flash fist. Rank 2 martial technique? A cold flash hinted across Di-Han's eyes. Seeking death. Although he had trained his flash fist to the current level which was worthy of praise, a rank 2 martial technique is just a rank 2 martial technique. To solely rely on a rank 2 martial technique to fight against me is just seeking death. Formless true power appeared in the air, slightly trembling as it hovered up and down. The thin blades suspended in the air, looking just like ice cubes, suddenly started to quickly melt visibly to the naked eye, becoming a puddle of water. This puddle of water split into 5 parts, and began to reform into 5 translucent water droplets. The water droplets kept stretching, becoming 5 translucent water needles, floating in front of Di-Han. This. Tang Tian was speechless as he watched. Di-Han's martial technique was practically unimaginable. People on the spectator stand were also flabbergasted. They did not see this kind of special martial technique. Di-Han squinted his eyes till they became one dense line. Everything was going to be over. His trace of true power suddenly trembled. The 5 water needles, hovering in front of him, simultaneously disappeared with a sharp whistling sound that instantly stabbed into everybody's eardrums. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 036, Admit Defeat. Chapter 036, Admit Defeat. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin. When the 5 water needles disappeared in mid-air, cries of surprise came from the spectator stands. What a strange martial technique! Meng Yu and the others who witnessed this scene's expressions changed slightly. With such a weird martial technique, nobody could ever defend against it. Di-Han was a hard piece of bone. Tian, to refer someone who was very tough. This was exactly the reason why this competition would attract so many experts to come by and watch. Di-Han was already a well-known person, but he always worked alone. No one knew how powerful he was. On the other hand, the 3 big shots Sima Xiangshan, Han Bingning, and Wang Jin saw something in Tang Tian. This fight would be the best test to see how capable he was. No matter if it were Di-Han or Tang Tian, they were both like a mystery. When 2 figures who are so mysterious meet one another, it would naturally be appealing to others. Di-Han's attacks were not ordinary. Many people thought, if they were to fight with him, what would happen? Very quickly, they came up with a conclusion. If they met someone with such weird martial techniques like Di-Han, it would be very difficult to defeat him. How would Tang Tian react? Everyone was curious. Tang Tian retreated like lightning, his fists started punching one after another at an astonishing rate. The fist shadows filled the emptiness right in front as though forming a wall. Clank! 5 sparks of fireworks flashed as the water needles hit the fist wall and were immediately repelled. The black metal gloves on Tang Tian's hands were covered with an outstanding defensive energy. When the water needles crashed into the fist gloves, it did not even leave a mark. It was still the flash fist. The audience on the viewing platform were all surprised, but on second thought, Tang Tian's strategy was not considered exquisite, yet it was very practical. Only Wang Jun's expression was slightly agitated, his eyes radiant and sharp. The flash fist was 100% perfect. And this time, Tang Tian did not go into a frenzy. This showed that Tang Tian managed to cultivate the flash fist technique to the realm of perfection. Wang Jin knew how difficult it was to make an improvement when one has mastered the flash fist technique, to about 85%. Each improvement required twice as much effort and sweat. When Wang Jin cultivated the flash fist technique up to 87%, he stopped cultivating, not because he could not improve anymore, but because every ounce of improvement required a lot of time. Rather than spending the time on cultivating the flash fist technique, it was better off being put into cultivating a rank 3 martial technique so that his power would increase quickly. Many would make the same decision, to bring the rank of martial techniques up another level, as it would make a huge difference to a person's might. This would be more obvious when the martial technique's rank got higher. 100%. He could not believe Tang Tian could cultivate flash fist technique to a realm of perfection. With his eyes wide open, Wang Jin set his eyes on him. He was famous for the flash fist technique and had sentiments for it. The first time he saw Tang Tian's flash fist, Wang Jin was very shocked, even though Tang Tian was in a frenzy. A perfect flash fist, what would it be like? Tang Tian's fist would disappear in mid-air all of a sudden and reappear without any signs. And when his fist reappeared, a dull sound of the fist would burst out suddenly. A wall of flash fists. It was indeed a strong and powerful burst. Without the usage of true power, and to solely rely on the muscles of the arms to achieve such an astonishing rate, his foundation was very solid. 20 fists in 1 second. In a split second, Wang Jin could predict the rate of fists that Tang Tian could pull out. His face congealed, as he could not achieve such an astonishing rate. When Tang Tian laid down the wall of flash fists, it was not only Wang Zhen's expression that was solemn, but Tang Tian's too. Which one of the renowned experts did not have a vicious gaze on their face? Although only with fundamental martial techniques and second-rank martial techniques could one accentuate the technique of the muscle's power, and although the higher-rank martial techniques could further accentuate the usage of true power, the body would always be the fundamental part of martial techniques, the source of true power. The features of the body would affect the true power in martial techniques. Such influence occurred all over the body, but it was not that obvious. Not that the people did not know it, but when they compared the amount of commitment required, the majority would usually choose the one that would be more beneficial, and the one that could see effects faster. However, such solid foundations, no, such perfect foundations. It was the first time they were witnessing it. It was shocking to everyone. So it turned out that people who had a solid foundation could rely solely on the strength of the muscles to achieve an astonishing rate of 20 fists per second. If, on top of this foundation, Tang Tian used true power, then how many punches could he pull out with one fist? It was as though a poison needle took root in their hearts as soon as they started thinking like this, and this thought would not go away. It was the first time that there was a change in Di Han's expression. The opponent was using the rank 2, flash fist technique, to break his drizzle. There was nothing amusing about his methods, but just one word, fast. But because of this word fast, Di Han was put under extreme pressure. Without using cheap tricks, it meant that he had absolute power, it meant that he had an impressive strength. Such strength might not be flexible, but it was obviously harder to handle and could instill fear in others. Di Han's fighting experience was rich, there were countless enemies which he had fought and had died in his hands, but he hated an enemy like this. Darn it! Di Han controlled the 5 water needles in the air, maneuvering them to spin like eagles in the sky. As long as Tang Tian made a small mistake, they would all disappear in mid-air. At that point in time, Tang Tian's reaction was not slow either. He created the wall of flash fists with 12 fists that were just like copper, and the water needles did not stand a chance to shake it. The wall of flash fists covered a great area. Tang Tian seemed to be foreign to being exhausted. Even after more than 10 rounds, he had no signs of fatigue. Di Han squinted his eyes. His fingers shook slightly. The 5 water needles returned to his side quietly. He started to become cautious. According to this atmosphere, it was bound to extend. Di Han pulled back. In a blink of an eye, Tang Tian sensed an opportunity to attack. Without an ounce of hesitation, he placed his right foot firmly in front of him, bent over and rushed out. Tang Tian's legs were healthy and powerful. Undoubtedly, his close-to-perfection body features erupted with immense power. It made Tang Tian look like a vigilant leopard, and his speed was astonishing. Di Han's eyes lit up. His 5 fingers trembled slightly. The intangible true power slid through the air quietly. The 5 water needles melted softly as they followed the traces of the true power and extended tacitly. In the blink of an eye, 5 threads of water as thin as hair, intertwined and form a perfect hunting net. Rain threads. These water threads, as thin as hair strands, were as sharp and tough as the chords of a piano. If the enemy knocked against it with his head, it would immediately be dissected. Di Han had used it before as an ambush to kill other experts of higher ranks. It was a pity it was not a rainy day. Tang Tian, who had just dashed out, sensed an intense danger. He stepped hard on the ground with his foot to stop himself. Tang Tian studied his surroundings. Di Han's heart jumped. How did he find out? This was scary. There was an underlying intention to his move to retreat earlier on. From this point, it could be seen that he had a deeper understanding of the usage of qi. He retreated on purpose to provide a chance for Tang Tian to attack. Di Han was sly when it came to fighting strategies. Theoretically, when one was suppressed for so long and there was an opportunity to attack, they would not hesitate at all. When one was suppressed, it would turn into anger and they would usually lower their guards to any dangers around them. Tang Tian's initial response was not outside of Di Han's prediction. But Tang Tian stopped himself without hesitating and gave up the chance to attack, which surprised Di Han. The power of rain threads was not to be underestimated, but once the opponent slowed down his speed, its power would be close to 0. He was a troublesome opponent. Di Han started having a headache since it was his first time he met someone like Tang Tian, who was so powerful and ferocious, yet did not seem to have any obvious flaws in any aspect. His foundation was already so strong, yet he still had the intuition of a beast. It was terrifying. In this world, such a person actually exists. If he wanted to lay down an ambush, Di Han could make use of the geographical location, surroundings, etc. to think of all sorts of methods, but to fight against such a beastly opponent in the open, his luck was pure shit. Although the water threads were fine, transparent and almost impossible to notice in the space, when Tang Tian stopped himself and looked carefully, he could find their existence very quickly. Tang Tian's expressions changed. If he rushed up like this, he would be dead. What a cunning rascal! Tang Tian's heart dropped a little. The opponent's methods were breeding like flies, and they changed each time. It was unlike what he could imagine. It was Tang Tian's first time meeting such an enemy. Tang Tian's face was filled with caution. He got close slowly and set his gaze on his opponent. As long as he got slightly closer, he would attack his opponent fiercely. Suddenly, Dihan raised his hand. I concede defeat. He conceded defeat. Tang Tian was shocked. Up till now, the opponent always had the upper hand. Why did he cut himself as such a sorry figure and concede defeat? The audience and the viewing platforms were stunned by this sudden twist of events. Silence filled the atmosphere before a roar of jeers broke out. What the hell? Why did you concede defeat? Yeah, Dihan is clearly more powerful than Tang Tian. Why would he concede defeat? Dark secrets. There must be some dark secrets. Ming Guan was clearly shocked by what was presenting right in front of him. He could not tolerate anymore. Is Dihan crazy? How could he concede defeat? Wang Jin face congealed. Don't ever become enemies with Dihan. This man is very dangerous. Very dangerous? Ming Guan disagreed. What's so dangerous about him? He had no desire to claim victory. What's a person like him have got any use? He's a killer. Wang Jin said blandly, for a killer to fight in a competition is the dumbest thing to do. Dihan wanted to claim victory, but it was already impossible. Dihan could see it too. I guess he did not want to reveal all his methods. As things were not working out for him, he could simply retreat without any hesitation, and without an ounce of reluctance. Such a killer is extremely dangerous. It was impossible for Dihan to claim victory? Ming Guan was shocked. Why can't I see through it? Dihan has endless methods. This is what's so great about Dihan. You didn't see it, neither did Tang Tian. Yet he could accurately predict how his situation would progress, so he could make a decision so decisive without waddling in an ounce of mud and water. Since it was the beginning, it was best he admit defeat now, as he ultimately had a hold of the initiative. Wang Jin's voice was full of admiration. If it wasn't a competition, but a fight of life and death, the ending would be hard to say. I can't see. Is Tang Tian that powerful? Ming Guan muttered. Dihan looked at Tang Tian in daze. His heart let out a sigh, as he never thought he would confront such a powerful opponent from the start. Seemed like he needed to think of other ways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 037, The Power of Doubling the Crane Body. Chapter 037, The Power of Doubling the Crane Body. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin. Tang Tian felt this round of victory was careless. Until the judges announced that he was the winner, he was still in a daze. By the time he regained his consciousness to ask Dihan why he conceded defeat, Dihan was already far away, leaving only his back view. Not knowing why, Tang Tian felt that Dihan had a problem, that there was something off about him. But this came from his instincts and his mind. To understand such a complex situation was practically impossible. This match amused the majority of the audience. But, the most important thing was, Tang Tian won. Anyone who did not understand Dihan was shocked by the powers he revealed. On the contrary, Tang Tian's powers were very quickly approved by everyone else, especially the elders who were waiting at the back of the competition spread this through every means. Tang Tian was indeed full of potential. There was nothing to doubt about that, but right now the problem was that no one could completely see clearly where Tang Tian's powers stood. As of now, Tang Tian merely used the rank 2 flash fist and aerial with stake martial techniques. What he displayed was limited. Everyone acknowledged at most two aspects of him. One was that his foundation was rock solid to extent it was perverted. And the other was his flash fist, his perfect flash fist. Even Wang Jin complimented his flash fist continuously. Tang Tian took a new lease of life and became the #1 flash fist practitioner in Star Wind City. But that was it. In the previous match, the opponent was too weak. Tang Tian claimed victory swiftly and easily. In this match, Dihan's strength forced Tang Tian to display much more power, but for no reason, Dihan suddenly conceded defeat. In comparison, Dihan's power, calmness, and decisiveness had made everyone reconsider this eccentric talent. When compared to Tang Tian's amusing victories, IMO Li's victories did not raise any conflicts. His powers encroached all other opponents he had met, and he only used 3 blades to finish them off. After 2 rounds of preliminary competitions, the two entered the main competition. Old Fart Wei could not contain his happiness and was mocked by the two of them. It was merely 2 rounds and the main competition would be held 1 week later. The two had 1 week's worth of rest time. Tang Tian sat with his legs crossed, the surrounding energy continuously flowed into his body and turned into true power. His 3rd tier Dantian pool could hold twice as much as when he first started out in the 3rd tier. Behind the cross door, the energy was thick. The crane-style manual qi was an ancient mental cultivation technique, and was much more powerful and efficient than most of the mental cultivation techniques available on the market. Especially, when Tang Tian cultivated the crane body, the crane-style manual qi's efficiency doubled and even tripled. As Tang Tian continued to strengthen the crane body, the crane-style manual qi started to burst with energy. Now, he only sat for about half an hour, but could recover his usual energy levels. This has caused him to cultivate at a faster speed. He had cultivated the 8 steps overtaking cicada, broken shadow palm, succeeding loop technique, minute collapsing fist, and eagle claw to maturity levels. Amongst them, Tang Tian spent the most time on minute collapsing fist and was very close to reaching the killing technique, Great Avalanche. But today, he did not cultivate Great Avalanche like how he did before behind the cross door. Instead, he sat down with his knees crossed and instigated crane-style manual qi continuously. Suddenly, he felt that his body's true power was off. The true power followed through the meridians to form the crane body. The flow was slow and steady. The true power continuously flowed into those obsolete meridians that were not yet opened before. It had been quite some time since he started cultivating the crane-style manual qi. In addition, he cultivated daily, throughout the day and night, and the energy behind the cross door was very thick. The 3rd tier Dantian pool connected with all the meridians, as if the true power from all corners of his body was connected. In between the qi channels, the crane body appeared vivid and lifelike. When outlined, the crane body looked young as if it was a chick whose feathers were not yet abundant. The true power was continuously used, and flowed to form layer and layers of true power. It was as though the baby crane was moving its wings. An indescribable and intoxicating sensation followed as it flowed through this meridians. Clank! Tang Tian only felt as though something opened all of a sudden. Unknowingly, his 3rd tier Dantian pool was overflowing and was actually flowing downwards, back into the 2nd tier Dantian pool. Not good. Tang Tian was startled. Usually, the true power would only flow upwards and never downwards, hence, it was termed as climbing the heaven stairs. Tang Tian had never heard of true power flowing downwards from above? And at this point in time, no matter how Tang Tian instigated, the true power increased and flowed downwards continuously. Tang Tian's mind was blank. The 3rd tier Dantian pool contained 3rd level true power, and so the 2nd tier Dantian pool would contain 2nd level true power. This was a fact. For 3rd level true power to flow into the 2nd tier Dantian pool, what would happen next? Compared to the 3rd tier Dantian pool, the 2nd tier Dantian pool was a lot smaller. Very quickly, the 2nd tier Dantian pool was also overflowing. What happened next stunned Tang Tian even more. Kakaka. The 3rd level true power started to freeze like ice as it followed the walls of the pool and started to grow crystals quickly. In a blink of an eye, the walls of the 2nd tier Dantian pool were twice as high as before. The growth of the crystals never stopped, as it continued to overflow and continued to grow. The entire process went on for an hour. When it was all over, the capacity of the 2nd tier Dantian increased by 5 times. In the past, the 2nd tier Dantian pool was only 1/10 the size of the 3rd tier Dantian pool. Now, it was actually half the size of the 3rd tier Dantian pool. Suddenly, Tang Tian realized, didn't this mean his true power would be much greater than in the past? With such a thought, Tang Tian was overjoyed. The increase of true power solely relied on the increase of volume over time. Such a sudden burst in true power, Tang Tian had never seen it before. He started to work on the crane-style manual qi, when the crisp cry of a crane rang in his ear, ever so slightly. The true power started working when there was an intention to use it. The energy kept on flowing into his body and through the meridians to become true power. The thread-like true power continued to pour into the expanded 2nd tier Dantian pool. Gradually, the 2nd tier Dantian pool started to get full. Just as Tang Tian desired to end this miraculous cultivation, the true power within the 2nd tier Dantian pool started to flow into and through the connected meridians. Hon! The 3rd level true power flowed straight into the 2nd tier meridians, as if the pearls were rolling in a pile of oil. A series of ferocious explosions burst out with an irresistible force. Each explosion caused Tang Tian's body to tremble. As if Tang Tian was having fits, his body trembled like a sieve. When the third-level true power flowed in the lower-rank meridians, it swept through everything before it without an ounce of obstruction. Tang Tian's mind was blasting, he could not react to anything. Only after a minute, the second-tier meridians were all fully opened. Even the most obsolete channels were activated by the true power. The true power started to settle down. Tang Tian returned back to reality. As his mind returned back to the meridians in his body, he was stunned. All the second-tier meridians were opened and they formed another crane body. Was this a crane body too? Heavenly Crane Constellation. In the distant parts of the crane peak, there was an old wooden hut. An elder whose hair was white sat on the floor with his legs crossed. He opened his eyes suddenly, his muddy eyes suddenly beamed with radiance. He muttered, "The second crane body, the power of duplicating the crane body, someone actually managed to cultivate the power of duplicating the crane body." He stood up all at once, his clothes moved and had an astonishing aura. Slap! The wooden door opened on its own, He took a few steps and walked out of the wooden hut. The sun shone on his body. It was warm and the mountain valley was filled with a grassy smell. He suddenly realized his eyes were peaceful again. He started walking along the small roads of the mountain valley and walked towards the valley. At the mouth of the valley stood two disciples in white clothes. When they saw the elder, they were shocked. After a few movements, the disciples regained their mind and was excited. They bowed respectfully. "Elder Crane, you are going out," announced the white crane order. "All who are at least an elder or higher, come to the crane hall for a discussion." The elder spoke. The two disciples' face turned pale. The white crane order was the crane's sect emergency order. Unless it was something that could relate to life and death, it was not to be used. Unless there were other powers who wanted to attack the heavenly crane constellation? The two dared not ask too much and replied, yes. After that, they used their chi and flew to Tian. There were a few extremely handsome white cranes on Tian. The two turned into cranes with a crisp cry that resounded through the mountains and valleys. Then, the two cranes spread open their wings and disappeared into the clouds. Right after that, the peaceful clouds started to boil. One by one, the white cranes soared from the air and into the clouds in all directions. On the back of each crane sat anxious-looking disciples. The peaceful heavenly crane constellation was immediately filled with a nerve-wracking atmosphere. The elder made his way down step by step, keeping his composure calm. 3 days later, all the disciples were gathered at the magnificent crane hall. Everyone had a stern look. The huge crane hall was dead silent and filled with a nervous atmosphere. On top of the crane hall, the elder crane sat with his legs crossed. At the bottom, the elders were all nervous and agitated. After closing himself up for 10 years, he came out of all a sudden. The entire crane sect seemed to have found their owner. But for the elder crane to come up and use the white crane order to gather them for a discussion, there must be something huge that had happened. The elder crane opened his eyes and gazed at all the elders of the crane sect and said slowly, 3 days ago, I had a reaction in my heart. There's someone who managed to cultivate the power of duplicating the crane body. All the elders' faces congealed right at this moment. The awkward silence was maintained for about 10 seconds before an explosion burst out below. How is that possible? The power of duplicating the crane body. Legacy. This is the legacy of our crane sect. All the elders were agitated. A commotion broke out as this news was shocking to them and beyond their imagination. Looking down at all the seniors being agitated, the elder crane sighed silently. Up till this date, the legacy of the crane sect had been lost. The current situation of the crane sect was hence affected by this. The key point of the crane body was the secret of the crane sect, and it had been lost for a whole 900 years. Every generation of the crane sect's disciples had attempted to master the original crane body, but not one of them had succeeded. To turn into the crane body, no one managed to break through. They had not seen the crane body for a total of 900 years. But right now, someone managed to cultivate the power of duplicating the crane power. The power of duplicating the crane body was the highest rank of cultivation of the crane body, as it required a person to cultivate 2 crane bodies. The power of duplicating the crane body. It was a name that could invigorate anyone no matter how far it was. The elder crane raised his palm and all the voices disappeared immediately, but their faces were flushing red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 038, Crane. Chapter 038, Crane. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and DeAndre. The elder crane's low and hoarse voice echoed through the hall. I know, everybody's having a hard time. Honestly speaking, to us, for the Crane sect to pass down till today was not easy, despite the impressive startup that we had. All of you are under intense pressure. If not for our inner teamwork, the heavenly Crane constellation would already have a new master. Our history goes back a long way, and we had such a glorious past, but now we are at this stage. If we talked about our past, it would only invite mockery. If we go on like this, no one will know how long the Crane sect can last. Yet, I can see the revival of the glorious days of the Crane sect. The elder Crane's eyes flickered with an indescribable radiance. The Crane body is one of the legacies that the Crane sect had lost. But right now, it has come into the world once again. To us, it's an opportunity. This is probably the last chance we have. If we don't let the legacy return to the Crane sect, we, the Crane sect, might disappear in 10 years' time. The Crane hall was filled with nothing but silence. The elder Crane sighed as he said, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone. So, I need one person to bring back the legacy that the Crane sect lost 900 years ago. The elder Crane looked solemn, his eyes became sharp and scanned through all the people below him and said, "My perception is very blurry and I'm not able to locate the specific area where the Crane body appeared. There are so many people, the chances are slim. It might take 10 years, or even an entire lifetime, and we'd reap nothing. To leave the peaceful heavenly Crane constellation and go into the dangerous heavenly roads, you may lose your life at any time. This mission is dangerous, arduous, and slim. Who's willing to come forward?" The audience looked at one another, as they thought the elder Crane's perception could at least locate a big area. Who knew he could not actually locate an area? Unless we had to look blindly around the world? Many eyes revealed fear. The heavenly Crane constellation was always peaceful and did not have many conflicts. It was like an earthly paradise. Although it was not wealthy, similarly, it did not contain any dangers. Although everyone desired for glorious days like in the past, they were already used to this peaceful way living. The thought of searching for an unknown target in this world, and to obtain the tradition from the opponent sounded like a joke, an impossible joke. No one said a thing, and each and every elder lowered their head and some retreated back into the crowd, fearing that the elder Crane might point them out. Disappointment flashed through elder Crane's eyes. Suddenly, a stable and tranquil sound rang within the hall. Disciple Crane is willing to go forth on this mission. Robin, yes, Crane is in fact his name. A tall man walked up. His stature was firm, like a rifle. He was unusually eye-catching in the hall. His face was gentle like jade, with a calm composure. His eyes were dark, bright, and deep, like the night sky. His clothes were as white as snow, without a speck of dust. His hair was silvered, and ran down like a waterfall, covering his shoulders. A tinge of comfort flashed through the elder Crane's eyes. "Are there others who are willing to go forth?" The elder Crane asked around. No one opened their mouth. It was impossible to see if the elder Crane was angry or happy. He nodded, then it settled. The dim room was lit up by a speck of light as big as a bean. Time to time, there were clattering sounds. The elder Crane noticed the juvenile who was seated with his legs bent right in front of him. From his looks, his calmness did not match his age. The elder Crane sighed lightly and broke the silence. "Your mother, does she have any problems with this?" Crane took a bow and answered gracefully, "My mother has already agreed to it." "Great." The elder Crane nodded and looked at the familiar face standing in front of him as another silhouette appeared in his head. "I'm reminded of your father when I see you. I watched him grow up and you're a lot more outstanding than your father. The soul of your father will be gratified. You've overly flattering me." There was not an ounce of change in Crane's expression. It was just as before. "When you were born, your father named you Crane in hopes that you can bring honor to the Crane sect. Who knew the great mission of the Crane sect would bear its weight upon your shoulders today?" The elder Crane sighed. Crane took another bow slightly. "Please don't worry. In my heart, you're actually the best choice, but I never thought the elder Crane sighed again, keeping his gaze on the juvenile. "You're the most outstanding disciple in the third generation. To keep you in the Crane sect with your talents would be a waste. If you had made something out for yourself today, you wouldn't have to do this. The Crane sect has pulled you down. Your mother is very disappointed in the Crane sect. Actually, I am too." Crane's face remained calm. "My mother loved my father deeply. She's very happy that I can fulfill my father's wishes. Yes, it wasn't easy for them that year. Your mother was well respected." The elder Crane thought of the past before very quickly coming back to reality and laughed. "When you get older, it's easier for you to bring up the past. Your powers are more outstanding than several of the other elders. I'm not worried, but ever since you were young, you did not have much experience in traveling far. That's my main worry. I ventured the heavenly road when I was younger, and it was dangerous. You have to remember that sometimes knowledge is more useful than your fists. Yes. Crane bowed in reply. The mission of the Crane sect is now in your hands. It's also about time I hand you the item. The elder Crane had a stern look. He stood up, walked to a corner and brought out a wooden box covered in dust and returned to his seat. Many think the Heavenly Crane Constellation's star treasure is the silver rank Heavenly Crane clothes. The elder Crane turned deep. Crane heard and gasped. This was the first change of expression ever since he entered the hut. The Crane elder let out a few laughs. Crane was perfect and flawless in all aspects, and the only thing that made Elder Crane feel uncomfortable was that he was too mature. Crane's maturity was far beyond his own age. It was as though nothing could surprise him. Ha, even Crane is surprised. This is rare. The elder Crane laughed. Crane was slightly embarrassed, but very quickly returned to his usual self. Elder Crane also stopped laughing, and his expression was solemn once again. The silver rank Heavenly Crane clothes has always been seen as the heirloom of the Crane sect. It is considered one of the highest ranked treasures in the Heavenly Crane constellation. The Heavenly Crane constellation is seen as a small constellation, which is always for an important reason. Yet not many people know that the strongest star treasure is not the silver rank, Heavenly Crane clothes, but the gold rank, Crane sword. Crane's body bolted unexpectedly, and his face was painted with disbelief. The Crane elder looked proud, but kept his tone of voice as firm as metal. This sword was subdued as the first star treasure when the Crane spiritual master first entered the Heavenly Crane constellation, and it was the sword that accompanied him. His power was extraordinary, to the point that he was becoming a saint, and this sword only came out of its sheath 3 times. Therefore, barely anyone knew of it, and even the disciples around him did not know about it. Crane's spiritual master apparently foresaw that the Crane sect would decline, and to not attract people who coveted the sword, it did not appear ever since he passed away. Every generation, there would be a disciple chosen to protect this sword, and I am my generation's sword protector disciple. Crane looked at Elder Crane in a daze. He never thought that his sect actually had secrets known to the sect members only. A gold rank star treasure. If this news got out, it would immediately incite a reign of terror. Those experts might not risk the trouble to get the silver rank, Heavenly Crane clothes, but if we were speaking of a gold rank star treasure, those legendary people might not be able to remain calm and collected. Each constellation might have more than one star secret. These star treasures were the offsprings of millions upon millions of years of experience. The star treasures that were produced in the same constellation would be categorized as one series. These star treasures would usually have some features in common, but different star treasures would have a huge difference in power. Therefore, people would classify the star treasures into different ranks: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and saint treasures. The highest rank would be the saint treasure, and there were only a few of them. For example, Leo constellation's Raging Lionheart, and Sagittarius constellation's Heavenly Bow. Only the biggest constellations could produce saint treasures. The gold treasure was second only to the saint treasure. Every martial artist yearned for these treasures day and night. Each gold treasure would never be circulated in the market. Only the top qualifying constellations could produce gold rank star treasures. Tang Tian's Aquarius Martial Cabinet was nearly an iron treasure, an entry-level treasure. From another perspective, a constellation's highest rank star treasure would indicate the worth of the constellation. If others knew about the fact that Heavenly Crane constellation had produced a gold rank treasure, Crane's heart trembled. The Crane sect was able to maintain their governance of the Heavenly Crane constellation only because those powerful figures did not bother to even glance at the Heavenly Crane constellation. They assumed that the Heavenly Crane constellation was a place for the poor. If they knew that the Heavenly Crane constellation produced a gold rank star treasure, then, needless to say, Crane knew what it meant for the Crane sect. The sect would drown in disasters. Initially, I planned to give this sword to your father. He was the most passionate, most hopeful young lad I've ever met. I always thought that the future of the Crane sect would be in his hands. But who knew, heaven likes to make jokes. Your father passed away and you took over his last wishes. Maybe this is destined. Elder Crane placed the wooden box in front of Crane. From today onwards, the fate of this and the Crane sect will be handed over to you, Crane. Elder Crane eyes were fixed onto Crane's face. Crane opened the wooden box in a daze. Elder Crane had said a lot, and it had affected him profoundly. The Crane sect's alarming secret had brought him many frustrations. He never thought that he would be keeping such a big secret when he was growing up in Crane sect. In addition, father. He opened the wooden box and found a simple, ancient sword presented right in front of him. There was not a slight pattern on the sword body, nor anything glimmering on it. On top of the sword sheath was written an ancient seal, Crane. No one would ever relate this simple and unadorned sword with a gold treasure. Crane's fingers caressed the word Crane. His own name was Crane, and this sword was called Crane as well. Were they destined to meet one another? As if the sword knew Crane's thoughts, immediately the word Crane on the sword sheath glimmered with a radiant light. The word Crane moved like metal fluid, and it floated slowly from the sword sheath in front of Crane's eyes. With a ray of light, it penetrated into Crane's hand. Crane opened his hand to see a mark of the Crane's body on his palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 039, Onyx Soul. Chapter 039, Onyx Soul. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and De Andre. This sword followed the spiritual master for his whole life, and it has a gifted sensitivity towards Crane's sex martial techniques. It was because of this sword that I was able to sense that someone managed to cultivate the power of duplicating the Crane body. If you bring it, it can help you in finding the other party. I don't know who he is exactly, but I believe in your abilities. If you can't save the Crane sect, then it is fated to be destroyed. Go, bid farewell to your mother. The elder Crane's eyes were deep and farsighted, smiles and warmth filled up his wrinkled face. Crane tied the sword around his waist via the silver thread seriously, and smoothed out the creases on his clothes, which were stain-free. Once again, his expression was calm. He turned to the elder Crane and bowed respectfully, before he turned and left. The young lad wore white clothes and carried his sword while traveling down the stairs to Heaven's Road. His steps were graceful. As the mountain winds blew his silvered hair, his face remained soft and graceful like jade, and he looked determined and calm. The disciples of the Crane sect who passed by him looked into his eyes and felt a sense of indescribable complexity. Facing this silhouette as firm as a rifle, all words seemed to be powerless and useless. In terms of scales, the library of Northern Yen was not far-fetched from Crystal Sky's library. The principals of Northern Yen were all hoarders. After generations of hoarding operations, they managed to build an astonishing scale of library. The library had strictly divided regions, but Han Bing-ning had the highest clearance. She could browse through any ancient records as she wished. But today, she did not do it to pass time. She pulled out books and placed them back again continuously for the entire afternoon, repeating this action again and again. All of a sudden, she stopped her footsteps and was attracted by the ancient record that was in her hands. Frenzied state, when one is under extreme negative emotions, one would be pushed into this special condition. The power of frenzied martial artists would increase greatly. It would take over the body's ability to kill. All the ruthlessness and other negative emotions would take over. The chances of an ordinary person to go into a frenzy was very slim. There were two kinds of people who could easily enter the frenzied state. One was a person who had a special bloodline, or second, someone who was a martial artist of darkness. When a martial artist who had a special bloodline confronted an extreme situation, the energy hidden deep in his blood would be activated and force the person into a frenzy. While killers, assassins, and other martial artists of the darkness had accumulated too much negative emotion when killing, and so it'd be easy for them to go into a frenzy state. Han Bin-ning read word after word. The day Tang Tian fought with Ink Black Iron Rhino, he went into a state of frenzy and left a deep impression in her. Tang Tian was a person full of mysteries that were all coincidences. But as time passed by, Han Bing-ning had a feeling that all these coincidences were not coincidences. A dark martial artist? When Han Bing-ning thought of Tang Tian, she was reminded of how cheerful he was and she shook her head incessantly. How could this kind of rascal become a dark martial artist? Then, it could only be because he had a special bloodline. Could it be that Tang Tian had some sort of special bloodline? Han Bing-ning was shocked. She stood right where she was. Jaded swamp sea of bamboos. When Tang Tian flew across the sea of bamboos, he made use of the elasticity of the bamboo branches and stepped lightly on them, consistently moving forward. His movements might not be considered graceful, but they were very fast. Each step was precise and accurate. If he met any bamboo leaf bees along the way, he would use broken shadow palm to destroy them. When the broken shadow palm and light body techniques are used under conditions like in the sea of bamboos, one would be able to improve rapidly. A few days ago, Tang Tian had undergone torment to produce the second little crane. But he found out this second little crane did not heed his command at all, and no matter how Tang Tian tried to instigate it, it did not budge. The spirit card of crane-style manual chi had no relation to the comprehension at all. When he asked Old Fart Wei only looked at him in daze. Tang Tian simple threw it aside. But not long after, when he was cultivating light body techniques, he realized his endurance was remarkable. As Tang Tian traveled back and forth in the sea of bamboos, he stopped all of a sudden and looked at the time. Why did Nan Nan not come today? Usually, Nan Nan would be here around this time. Why was she not here yet? Did she meet with an accident along the way? Tang Tian was a tad worried. He moved his legs, bent his body, and went deeper in the sea of bamboos. He knew where Nan Nan stayed, and so he decided to take a look over there. Tang Tian's posture was not impressive, but his speed was fast, especially with his true power's endurance. It lasted for a really long time. As usual, if he took in a breath of qi, he could fly for long distances without exhaling a breath. Suddenly, a sound rang from afar that sounded like the intersection of a blade and a sword. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide. Without any hesitation, he continued his light body techniques. In mid-air, his silhouette formed a series of shadows. Very quickly, a bamboo hut appeared in front of him. That was Nan Nan's house. Tang Tian did not dash out right away. He squinted and bent over as he spread open the bamboo leaves quietly. Nan Nan's mother waved her metal sword and blocked a man in black clothes. The man in black clothes hid his face behind a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. He used a double blade, and his blade techniques were strange and queer. The icy cold light emitting from the blade was like snow. The man in black clothes was surrounded by an abundance of snow petals. Nan Nan's mother had used up all her force. She simply forced herself to be strong and not retreat. Nan Nan hid in a corner, her small face was filled with fear, yet she dared not cry, as she was afraid her mother would be distracted. Tang Tian's eyes were awe-inspiring. Secretly, he took out the black metal gloves from the Aquarius Martial cabinet. Robin, reminder, basically a bag of holding, tongue sticking out. It was the first time Tang Tian had participated in such a fight, but he had no fear in his heart. Instead, he was unusually calm. Once he wore the black metal gloves, he got nearer to them secretly as though he were a fox, waiting for a chance to attack. Nan Nan's mother started to become powerless as the opponent shed the snow petals heavier and thicker. The cold was bone-chilling. The man in black clothes' eyes lit up and roared. The double blades conjoined and form a ray of crescent light, chopping its way down. Nan Nan's mother cried out. Right at this moment, Tang Tian placed all his force in his leg and pounced forward as if he was an arrow being shot out from a bow. The man in black was surprised. As the double blades conjoined in one was his killing technique, he did not preserve any strength at all, and his eyes showed the surprise he had. When Nan Nan's mother saw Tang Tian, her despaired face suddenly was beaming with colors. The metal sword in her hand went forward instead of retreating. Clank! As the blade and sword intersected, the metal sword exploded into a million pieces. A ray of blinding lightning struck and tore the air apart, knocking against the waist of the man in black hardly. Slaying lightning bolt! The man in black clothes screamed and Tang Tian's mind went black. He seemed to notice subconsciously that he had yet to exhale. He shot out his fists like pouring rain, punching onto the man's body. The man in black was just like a sandbag. He flew out and fell onto the floor motionless. Careful! Almost at the same time, Nan Nan shouted and brought Tang Tian back to reality. He took a wrong step and a ray of icy cold blade light scraped past his body, leaving a hole in his clothes. Di Han! Tang Tian roared, his face full of anger as he searched for Di Han's shadows. Tang Tian had just experienced such attack a few days ago. As such, when he confronted one today, he could recognize it immediately. The surroundings were dead quiet, and the shadows of the bamboos hovered. There was not a single reaction. Tang Tian dared not be careless. With such a situation, and with the fighting strategy that Di Han would use, it was obviously a ground for hunting. Nan Nan's mother struggled to climb up and pulled down a bamboo tube. A thumb-sized green-colored bee flew out and buzzed around the surroundings. Nan Nan's mother sighed, he has left. Sigh, Tang Tian sighed in relief as well, and sat on the floor. He had no sensation when he was all tensed up. Now that the battle was over, his arms and legs were aching all over the place. But he did not know why he had no fears when he went through a battle of life and death. At this time, Nan Nan cried out loud. Nan Nan's mother held onto the sword and walked over to the man in black whom Tang Tian had killed, and removed the mask to reveal an ordinary face. The man in black clothes had no remaining breath. The spot which Tang Tian had attacked seemed to have been chopped by a razor-sharp blade or sword. Anxious, Tang Tian had not hesitated to use the crane's body technique. What happened? Tang Tian regained his energy, climbed up, and went over. Nan Nan's mother's sword removed the outermost layer of the black clothes to expose a piece of copper plate. On top of the copper plate was a word "See you." Nan Nan's mother expression took a great change and said with her voice shaking, "Onyx Soul." Onyx Soul? It was the first time Tang Tian heard such a name. Nan Nan's mother face was pale. Her body dropped to the ground as she muttered, "The people of Onyx Soul, Onyx Soul. Are they very powerful?" Tang Tian noticed something was off about Nan Nan's mother's expression and interrupted her. Nan Nan's mother gained back her consciousness. She laughed forcefully. "I have to thank you this time, but you have dragged yourself into some sort of trouble." "I'm fine." Tang Tian shook his head. "You don't understand the Onyx Souls." Nan Nan's mother's voice was bitter. "The Onyx Souls are an extremely mysterious sect. They are cold and emotionless, and are Heaven's Road's most notorious dark martial artists. They are unusually stubborn when it comes to star treasures. Their strength is far beyond your imagination, and there are so many experts with them. The Onyx Souls' history goes back a long way. When Heaven's Road was just discovered, the Onyx Souls were born, and up till date they are one of the oldest sects there are. So powerful." Tang Tian opened his eyes wide. "You have killed an Onyx Soul member and they will not let this go. You have to be very careful." Nan Nan's mother looked at Tang Tian worryingly and said determined, "I will bring Nan Nan away from this place to my brother's place." "Why do they have their eyes on you?" Tang Tian was curious. Nan Nan's mother looked confused. Their target seemed to be Nan Nan. Nan Nan had already stopped crying and shifted over. She saw the face of the man in black and let out a gasp. "I know him. A few days ago, I saw him asking around about the marking of a cross." Nan Nan seemed to have seen it on Big Bro's hand, but Nan Nan is smart. Nan Nan didn't tell him. Unless he figured it out? But Nan Nan tried to act it out all. Tang Tian's heart dropped. The marking of the cross. Southern Cross Constellation. These people, they were actually after the Southern Cross Constellation's hardship plate. Onyx Soul. Southern Cross hardship plate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 040, Meeting Zhou Ping Again. Chapter 040, Meeting Zhou Ping Again. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and DeAndre. Tang Tian, you have to be careful. The people from Onyx Soul are very dangerous. Nan Nan's mother was worried for him, and turned to enter the house, and after that came out with a small jar in her hand. "You have helped us so many times, and saved Nan Nan. I have nothing other than this to give you, all this bamboo queen's wax. You keep it well, it should suffice for you to use for a period of time. Nan Nan, say goodbye to Big Brother. We are leaving." Nan Nan's mother was firm. Nan Nan wept for a bit before wailing out loud. Tang Tian's heart cringed in pain. He could only use his hand to rub Nan Nan's head, and it felt like there was something stuck in his throat. Although they had only met for a short period of time, Nan Nan was extremely adorable and innocent, and Tang Tian adored her a lot. Nan Nan's mother was upset too, but she hardened her heart, carried Nan Nan, bid goodbye to Tang Tian, and turned and disappeared into the sea of bamboos. Listening to Nan Nan's cries getting further and further, Tang Tian's heart was frustrated and lost. Looking at the body on the floor, his heart was filled with rage. Whatever dog crap Onyx Soul, he had memorized the name. With anger, Tang Tian pelted the man in black from head to toe until there was nothing left, before throwing him into the swamp. With a big bundle on his back, Tang Tian headed back to Caramel Academy. Old Fartway was already back at Caramel Academy, happily roasting meat, while Iamoli was squatted next to him and watching him. With a black face, Tang Tian walked to the front of the two of them and threw the bundle onto the floor. The contents in the bundle all rolled out. When Old Fartway's gaze landed on the bronze plate, his hand froze. He got up and walked towards the items on the floor, squatted down, and rummaged through the items. "Looks like you got yourself into big trouble this time." Old Fartway's voice was emotionless. Happiness or anger was unclear within his deep gaze. "Hey, Old Fart, you two know about the Onyx Soul, am I right?" Tang Tian stared at Old Fartway. Old Fartway could see the anger and ferociousness in Tang Tian's gaze, but laughed and said, "I do know a little. The Onyx Soul is an extremely ancient organization. Oh, you can say that it is the world's oldest organization. They are very strict, with a very tangled and complicated relationship inside. In the entire history of Heaven's Road, you can see their shadows everywhere. They travel and walk in the dark, deal with things unscrupulously, and if you catch their attention, 8 or 9 out of 10 chances are that you will die a horrible death. Young man, you have got yourself a huge problem. They are looking for me." Tang Tian did not hide anything. "They should be looking for my mother's remnant, the Southern Cross hardship plate." Southern Cross hardship plate had already fused into his body, and he was not worried about anyone trying to take it away from him. Southern Cross constellation? Old Fartway looked distracted. Southern Cross constellation is the smallest constellation. What interest does Onyx Soul have with it? Seeing the blank look on Tang Tian's face, Old Fartway explained, the bigger and stronger the constellation, the higher the chance of producing a powerful star treasure. Southern Cross constellation is the smallest constellation, and its star treasure should not be too strong. Onyx Soul are only interested in and looks for formidable star treasures, powerful martial techniques. Unless, the Southern Cross hardship plate has some kind of secret? Tang Tian shook his head, I don't know, but I met Di Han. Although he did not show his face, it was definitely him. Di Han? Old Fartway expressed a look of concern. Onyx Soul has sent people to participate in the martial meet? This is weird, they have an interest for the Southern Cross hardship plate and the martial meet, Emily was hugging his barbecued meat while madly chewing, and was oblivious to the entire conversation Old Fartway and Tang Tian were having. Tang Tian was feeling upset. With a dark face, he scratched his head. With Nan Nan's departure, he felt sad. He did not fear Onyx Soul's involvement with the Southern Cross hardship plate, but who knew Old Fartway would commend Onyx Soul's power. For example, the Southern Cross hardship plate, if it was like Old Fartway said, and there was a hidden secret to it, Onyx Soul would actually be able to help him find out what it was. For anything else, fists would resolve them. As long as I am hardworking in my training, and allow myself to become even stronger, Onyx Soul will automatically help me find the Southern Cross hardship plate's secret. Thinking about this, Tang Tian's mood became happier. Without using too much of his brain, he would just train as if his life depended on it. These kinds of things were what he was the best at. I felt that this guy's level was not that powerful. Tang Tian pointed at the bronze plate on the floor. The real battle that he encountered led him to feel that slaying lightning bolt was the most suitable sneak attack martial technique out of all his skills. If the lightning fast punch was used in a sneak attack, it would be successful every time. He was only an Onyx Soul soldier. Old Fartway glanced at the items and said, in Onyx Soul, the outer circle is not considered. Onyx Soul's power is something that you cannot imagine. Inside, they have different types of martial techniques and treasures. Every Onyx Soul member, as long as they complete a mission, will obtain points. As long as you collect enough points, you can exchange it for anything. Why Onyx Soul is obsessed with star treasures and hidden martial techniques is because all these are attractive enough for martial artists to risk their lives to obtain them. Not only that, as long as you want it, anything at all, as long as you have sufficient points, they will be able to provide. But you don't have to worry too much. Old Fartway consoled Tang Tian. Inside, Onyx Soul consists of many different factions, and is more complicated than any other organization. Many times, their actions are not purely meant for representing the Onyx Soul's ambitions. If Onyx Soul is really interested in your Southern Cross hardship plate, they will not only send a few Onyx Soul soldiers. Tang Tian was greatly disappointed. No way, Southern Cross hardship plate is so powerful, yet they can't tell? However, his heart had actually agreed with what Old Fartway had said. The fellow that died in his hands should be as powerful as Di Han. But because of that, wouldn't the exquisite idea that he just thought out actually go down the drain? Damn it. I actually thought too highly of all these Onyx Soul people. Tang Tian mumbled to himself. Old Fartway asked, don't tell me you're not afraid? Why should I be? Tang Tian had a look of disdain as he looked at Old Fartway, hands on his waist. He looked up arrogantly and said, I am a godlike young man. Onyx Soul is merely determined to be one of the enemies I will defeat along my grand journey. Old Fartway stared at Tang Tian for a long time, before facepalming himself. Ignorant people have nothing to fear. I have been thinking wrongly the whole time. How can this blockhead actually be afraid? Tang Tian changed his attention to the spoils of war, and immediately asked, Hey, Old Fart, help me take a look for any useful things amongst these items? Oh, keep this bronze plate. Onyx Soul recognizes plates and not people. If you kill someone and take their plate, the Onyx Soul will not even care. But I reckon this fellow is bloody poor, and there must not be many points in here. But from here on out you will know, Onyx Soul has many convenient things too, like information. Onyx Soul's information collection power is unparalleled. These dual blades are not too bad, and should be around the same level as your black metal gloves. Oh, this is good. Sagittarius constellation small Tian Koan spring-loaded arrow, a black iron treasure. You have practiced in concealed weapons before, and can use this. These few star rocks levels are not very high. Use them to buy some things for yourself. Old Fartway was just like an unscrupulous businessman. Tang Tian took the small Tian Koan spring-loaded arrow, tied it on his wrist and tried injecting true power inside. With an extremely weak awareness with it, he connected with the small Tian Koan spring-loaded arrow. With a thought, a black small arrow shot out extremely fast, like a beam of black light. Hey, young man, this toy is dangerous. Old Fartway immediately warned. Tang Tian followed the direction of the black shadow, and when he saw the small hole through the 10-meter tree, he gasped. The black spring-loaded arrow completely went through a 60 cm thick eucalyptus tree. Good stuff. Tian immediately jolted up and went to search for the spring-loaded arrow he shot out. While waiting for Tian to look for the arrow, Emily burped out loud like a wild beast, causing Tian to come back to senses. His gaze landed on the barbecued thigh bone as big as a crutch on Emily's hand, and was dumbstruck. The shockingly huge thigh bone from a nameless wild beast had no traces of meat left, swept entirely clean. Emily looked satisfied. Housefly cow. You bastard. How can you eat the entire roasted meat by yourself? Tian's thunderous voice bellowed angrily, echoing loudly through the forest. The real competition is starting today, and there are so many people. Emily looked around. Seems like so. Tian's face had a squeezed expression, although he was naturally valiant. The pressure and crowding from the street full of uncles and mothers quickly overwhelmed him. His clothes were crumpled and shoes were full of other people's footprints. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind Tian's ear. Yo, isn't this our school's tyrant, Tang? Why do you look like you're in a difficult situation? Tian turned his face, and once he saw Zhou Peng, he laughed. That's great. I can't believe that you would send yourself to me. Once he finished, he walked towards Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng sneered at him, like he was cracking a joke about Tian. Pa! A big hand abruptly appeared in front of Tian, blocking Tian's progress to Zhou Peng. Tian immediately pushed away the hand, but it disappeared from in front of him. Weng! Buzz sound. A wave of air from the palm struck, Tian's expression turned cold. So fast. With aerial stake movements, Tian lowered his body, and the gust from the palm flew past above his head. This gust of wind from the palm caused Tian's hair to stand, but he did not feel it, and with his lowered body, came forth a burst of energy like a spring. Tian's speed suddenly increased, and his body in the air became vague afterimages, only his pair of eyes drew out a cold air as he flew past. Zhou Peng felt that he was being locked down by a wild beast. Violent and fierce tension was in the air, directly heading towards him. A sneer appeared once again on Zhou Peng's lips. He raised up his palm, and lightly aimed toward Tian's images. A green light appeared on Zhou Peng's palm. Bang! The palm and fist met, Tian's body shook, and he could not control his legs as he retreated backwards. Only after retreating 8 steps did he steady himself. Shock streaked across Tian's entire face. This brat's power actually increased so much. How is it, Tyrant Tang? Did I improve a bit? TSK, relax, I won't so savage as to pull you up. I will slowly torture you. My Zhou clan's wooden heart-rotating sword, you are the first to taste it, don't you feel proud? Zhou Peng said in a delicate voice, but with a gloomy and cold look. Tian suddenly laughed, and pulled a face at Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng was stunned. Suddenly, his palm burst a painful feeling. He opened his palm, he did not know when or how, but he had a bone deep wound seemingly by a blade. Fresh blood kept oozing out of the wound, until his entire hand was red. Zhou Peng immediately screeched in panic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 041, Appearance of the Starry Door. Chapter 041, Appearance of the Starry Door. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and Andre. Star Wind City's city lord's home had tight security. Master Wu, the Imperial Chariot's attendance is our Star Wind City's honor. The city lord flattered. In front of him was a skinny and tall man, wearing expensive ceremonial robes with a light smile constantly on his face, causing people to feel as if they were bathed by the spring wind. As expected from a lord of a big place. The wave of a hand was able to cast his air around, causing the lord of Star Wind City to feel inferior. The Wu clan, from Corvus Constellation, was a huge clan. Master Wu laughed, City Lord is too welcoming. This starry door signifies a stabilizing source of revenue. I still have yet to thank City Lord. Star Wind City is such a good place, even the air has the tinge of gold taste to it. The City Lord laughed with squinted eyes, make it big together, let's make it big together. When Master Wu sought him out, the City Lord was still in doubt. Little did he expect that Master Wu had really found a starry door near Star Wind City. According to the agreement, the starry door would be used by both him and Master Wu. Every constellation's starry door was a door of riches. Then when will we begin exploring? The City Lord looked at Master Wu impatiently. Of course, the faster the better. Master Wu lightly sipped on some tea. Then let us begin organizing a group of guards. The City Lord rolled up his sleeves. Master Wu put down his cup of tea. I have an idea. I heard of the Star Wind City Martial Meet is about to begin. The city lord felt pleased. I did not think that even Master Wu would know of the Star Wind Martial Meet. This competition can also be considered as something of significance. This is such a good chance. Master Wu laughed and continued, I think there is no place in Wuan Star that will have as many experts than the Star Wind Martial Meet. Master Wu's meaning is? City Lord was suspicious. Why don't we let them test the waters first? So many experts, just to perform in a bout in the competition, such a waste. Master Wu had a pained face. They are totally able to fit the first wave of pioneers. That way is too dangerous. City Lord hesitantly said. As long as they don't delve too deep inside, there shouldn't be a lot of danger. With their powers, if they dare say anything that offends you, the City Lord, your guards and troops are still more powerful than them. Master Wu shot a glance at City Lord. In the past, Star Wind City did not have any worthy people to covet, but now, as your partner, I have to remind you. Star Wind City, which holds a starry door now, will cause a lot of people to be jealous. Wealth will constantly be a fatal attraction. To grasp Star Wind City, to you now, is the most important thing to do. The City Lord had a face of uncertainty, but the words had pierced through his current thoughts. In the past, Star Wind City was just a city that possessed many schools, yet did not have a lot of benefits, and naturally did not participate in any power struggle. But now, City Lord, many years of generosity should reap some returns now. Master Wu smiled and said, under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. With the mutual consent, they can have more rewards, and it is a good thing for them. I am willing for this martial meet to represent my Wu clan, and will donate a bronze treasure, the crow spear. The City Lord's face stretch marks unfolded. Master Wu was definitely generous. Good. Since it is like this, then let's do it this way. Tang, Tian and Aimoli disappeared in Zhou Peng's cries. I'm going to kill him. Kill him. Behind Zhou Peng's uncontrollable screams came Tang, Tian and Aimoli's laughters. Fundamental Tang, I never thought you were actually such a sly and cunning man. Emily said sternly with a face, but right after that he smiled. But it felt so good. You actually used the crane-style chi manual so sinisterly. No wonder you're a godlike man. That pussy Zhou Peng almost peed in his pants. Housefly cow, you could tarnish a man who is already so disgusting. You're definitely my friend. Tang Tian followed Emily and said with a straight face. The two looked at each other laughing. The woodblock beside Zhou Peng seemed powerful. Emily said as he recalled. Who cares? The worst that could happen is that we just fight. Tang Tian said casually and looked at Emily weirdly. Housefly cow, don't tell me you're afraid of him? Afraid of him? Emily opened his eyes wide and waved the blade in his hands. He raged, Fundamental Tang, you're humiliating the man who will create his own martial Dao. Such humiliation can only be settled with a sparring session. Bang, comma. A fist landed on the top of Emily's head. Seems like you're very energetic. Old Fart Wei appeared angrily. Emily withdrew his neck. There are some changes. Old Fart Wei turned solemn and said in his low voice, Star Wind City's martial meet is unlike before. Unlike before? Tang Tian and Emily looked up together. Near the martial meet, someone found a new starry door. Old Fart Wei's face congealed. Starry door? Tang Tian opened his mouth wide, in a dazed. After a moment, then he reacted, where does the starry door leads to? It's unknown. Old Fart Wei shook his head, which is why the City Lord has decided to let all of you open up the land. Us? Tang Tian and Emily was shocked. Although the two of you are still rookies, you're only lacking of fighting experience. Your capabilities are much higher than the ordinary experts out there, and much more powerful. On top of that, more than half of the experts from the Wuan Star are here at the Star Wind Martial Meeting. The City Lord has a few great ideas on hand. Old Fart Wei's eyes flickered, but the both of you are still rookies, and I'm afraid you'll sustain severe injuries, so the City Lord set the criteria based on the position of the academy. For the top 10 academies, they'd receive the first batch of pass directly. In addition, in no sequence, everyone would be able to benefit from this martial meet. You'd gain what you reap. It is a vicious method. Emily and Tang Tian listened as they were in daze. As long as the both of you know how valuable the passes are, that will do. Old Fart Wei muttered, seems like I have to go all out this time round. Once I get a pass, Caramel Academy need not worry for the next 10 years. Is Old Fart coming along with us? Tang Tian and Emily asked as their faces clearly revealed their happiness. Go! Old Fart Wei said decisively. Ho hoo! Long live! The two cheered as they raised their hands up into the sky. Old Fartway was not happy though, a dull tinge of worry flashed across his eyes. The city lord suddenly announced the discovery of the starry door, and right away, a cackle arose within Star Wind City. A wholly new starry door meant a steady and great deal of income. Where did the starry door lead to? What was available at the other end? Everyone was curious, especially once city lord had set the regulations for the passes. Not only did no one leave, many rushed to city lord's residence in hopes to participate in the martial meet. Although it was dangerous to open a new land, it always meant miracles and wealth. In addition, to have a pass meant that, when the starry door officially opens, they would be able to get a part of the share. This would be a long-term, steady benefit. The city lord is definitely good at long-term planning. Master Wu looked at the crazy flow of people outside and said admirably, "We managed to bring in everyone without spending a single cent." The city lord laughed, "It's you, Master Wu, who enlightened me. Since we have the authorities in Star Wind City, why don't we let everyone exploit it? They might gain some benefits, but as such, no one will ever think of snatching it away from us, as that would mean they are seeing everyone else as enemies. Plus, it can aid in the progression, so why not? Your knowledge and wisdom puts the sun to shame." Master Wu replied respectfully. "Only this time, I'm afraid many will die." City Lord sighed lightly. Wealth is always accompanied by fresh blood. If it's not yours, then it's others. Master Wu laughed, "Let the others bleed. We'll be fine just earning the money." The city lord clapped his hands and laughed, "Ha, such marvelous words. This is the chance." The great clan elder looked excited. "I never thought that our Star Wind City would have an undiscovered starry door. Ha, the heavens are really helping our Zhou clan. This time, no matter what, we must get a pass." Zhou Peng's hand was bandaged up, and he was not saying a word, with a gloomy expression. "We have already reached an agreement with Andrew Academy, and will work together." The Zhou Patriarch said respectfully, "As long as the pass is in our hands, both of us will enjoy the privileges of the passes. On our side, we can deploy 6 men. The great clan elder satisfyingly nodded his head, his gaze swept to the gloomy Zhou Peng in the corner, and coldly said, "What is a small setback? Very soon you will have your chance for revenge." Zhou Peng's eyes lit up, and he viciously clenched his fists. "Very good, you still have the spirit to fight in you." The great clan elder nodded his hand, and took out a silver grade spirit card. "This is the rank 4 silver grade, isolated spirit spirit card I obtained when I was younger. It was created by a spear master called Spear Master Yang Yun. Sadly, there are no successors in the Zhou clan that practice the spear arts, and can only be used to call forth the spirit. For this 1 month, it can guarantee your safety." His fingers shivered, causing the silver card to become a beam of silver light that landed in Zhou Peng's hands. The Zhou Patriarch was immediately happy when he saw what happened. "Thank you, great clan elder, for your deep love. Panger will definitely work hard, and climb to greater heights." The great clan elder laughed, summoning it out. "Truthfully, I am also curious, what kind of spirit Master Yang Yun has, and how his isolated spirit spear will be." Everybody set their eyes on Zhou Peng's body. Yang Yun was a master of spears 200 years ago. His most famous spear technique would be the spirit-busting spear. Zhou Peng was overly thrilled with joy. He clenched his teeth as he slid his fingers across the edges of the card. The card was so thin, it sliced through his fingers and fresh blood stained the spirit card. SS. Threads of fresh blood was immediately attracted and was absorbed into the face of the spirit card. Whew! The temperature of the hall dropped drastically. With a slap, the spirit card was broken into pieces and turned into a ball of gray mist. The gray mist turned over to keep changing. Once the gray mist disappeared, an expressionless juvenile appeared with his eyes closed, standing in front of him. The juvenile seemed real and lifelike, but it could be seen that he was slightly different from a real person. His expression was plain, while his skin and clothes were like a tinted gray glass. This is a spirit general. The spirit general was floating in the air, with at least 1 meter away from the ground. The spirit general opened his eyes suddenly. Boom! A vicious and outstanding chi surrounded the spirit general as though it was a storm, overtaking every corner of the hall. Everyone was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 042, The Target This Time. Chapter 042, The Target This Time. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and De Andre. The gust of wind from the fist behind the cross door reverberated. In the place where time does not flow, Tang Tian stood alone, unwavering from start till end. Minute collapsing fists deep and low sound lingered in the ear. His true power was like the strings of a musical instrument, one after another, patiently plucking, an extremely simple yet dull and uninteresting way of practicing, as the timer quietly counted down. Sweat had long soaked his clothes, with vapor ascending from his body. Tang Tian was like a machine, repeatedly doing the same action over and over again. Every punch was filled with sweat, every punch was a battle. No one talked to him, he could only hear the wind from his fists, his violent heartbeat, and drops of sweat trickling down onto the stone floor with a dripping sound. It was extremely dry and dull, with no excitement, repeatedly throwing out the familiar martial techniques that he had already reached the pinnacle of. Practice, meditate, practice again, meditate again. Other than the last time, when he was close to fainting into deep sleep, Tang Tian did not waste a bit of time at all. He was extremely tired, and as long as he closed his eyes, Tang Tian would just fall asleep. It was really a challenging battle. The number on the cross door jumped from 100,000 to 200,000, before reaching today's 990,000. The amount of effort and sweat Tang Tian has given, only the cross door knew. Tang Tian's face did not have his usual laughing and cruel look, only concentration. The usually calm and straight face was replaced by painful expressions, as though he was cut by blades, and the pain was even in his eyes. His vision was on chasing the images of his fists. Suddenly his body shook, and a flash of understanding was triggered in his body. A short, indescribable tremble started from the third-tier Dantian pool. Collapse! With a sudden, thunderous shout, Tang Tian moved his leg as fast as lightning, and one punch exploding out. True power emitted from his entire body, like countless strings being simultaneously pulled, while countless wave motions, similar to 10,000 sound waves, were converging on the fist Tang Tian released. Tang Tian's fist hit the fog wall without sound and without notice. Plop! The sound was extremely soft, as if it did not use any power at all. This punch practically exhausted all of Tang Tian's true power. The exhaustion brought about a blank state of mind, but he maintained the posture of the punch, and did not move at all. Huff! Huff! Breathing sound. Heavy breathing like he were a bellows, sweat trickling down Tang Tian's cheeks, his sharp and edged face seemingly frozen like a statue. Huff! Huff! Is it completed? Who? Bang! The fog wall in front of him suddenly became like an avalanche, forming countless small granules of the fog wall that disappeared into the air. Huff! Completed! His entire surroundings started spinning. Was it time yet? Returning to his room, Tang Tian lay on the floor snoring loudly. He did not know how long he had slept, but as he groggily woke up, it was already night, and hunger took over his body. While his hands and legs were weak, Tang Tian felt that he could eat an entire cow by himself. Food, food, hurry and come out, hurry and come out, Tang Tian swallowed his saliva and muttered, crazily looking for food. Luckily, everyone at Caramel Academy was a foodie, and with the great distance to Star Wind City, there was an abundance of food stocked up. Tang Tian quickly took out a few big biscuits and swallowed them whole. Suddenly, his gaze landed at the training grounds. Emily was leaning on the fence, apparently pondering on some stuffs. Housefly cow. Tang Tian was confused. If Housefly cow was muttering words of cultivation, Tang Tian would have pretended he did not see as that rascal was a cultivation freak. But it was rare to have such a worried look on his face. With a biscuit in his mouth, Tang Tian rose and appeared right beside Emily. Housefly cow, are you thinking about something? Emily raised his head and muttered, we're going to the Starry Door tomorrow and I'm a bit nervous. Astounded, Tang Tian comforted him, don't worry, this godlike young lad will help you, but... Having been with Emily for so long, Tang Tian understood him very well. Although Emily may look crude and strong, but on the inside, he was an extremely kind and cowardly person. I heard if you open the land this way, it will be very dangerous, Emily continued to mutter. What's there to be afraid of? Tang Tian slapped onto Emily's shoulders, you're a man who is going to create his own martial Tao. You just have to see it as a type of cultivation and there'll be nothing to worry about. Whatever danger we face, we will destroy it together. Emily's looked more relaxed and he asked suddenly, Fundamental Tang, aren't you afraid? Nope. Tang Tian leaned on the fence and munched on his biscuit as he said, I've thought about it. I will retrieve the number 1 spot for Old Fart Wei. He has given me the crane-style chi manual, and he is a good man. Although I don't know what Old Fart Wei is good at, or why he is defending Caramel Academy, I think he has his own reasons. Everyone has something they want to fight for. Since this is what Old Fart Wei wants to do, I will help him. I want to defeat the others, obtain the first place position and give it to Old Fart Wei. With the passes, Caramel Academy will be very powerful. Then, I will ask for old Fart Wei to bring Masterson into Caramel Academy. Masterson is a very good master. Once I have done all this, I will go ahead and find Xianhui with no regrets, on a heaven's road. Oh, this is my target this time. I need to complete it. Number 1. Emily stared blankly. Tang Tian said as he ate his biscuit, when this is over, I want to find Xianhui. Even if I'm leaving, I must bring victory with me so I won't have any regrets. Emily was bewildered. Tang Tian suddenly turned to face him. Housefly cow, why do you want to create your own martial Dao? Emily came back to reality and scratched his head. When I was young, I thought it was very suave. When I grew up, I didn't know why either. Every time I think about it, I'm very passionate and motivated. Maybe I felt like this is something noble. Then, are you afraid? Tang Tian bit onto his biscuit, afraid that after putting in so much effort, you might get nothing in return? Afraid that even though you place your hard work into it, you might be getting farther away from your goal? Emily shook his head. What's there to be afraid of anyway? It's cultivation, and a very cool target. How suave is that? How boring would it be if there's no change in everyday life? Since I'm still young, I can do whatever I want. I will just probably feel a bit pitiful, that's all. So why are you afraid of fighting? Tang Tian finished munching on the last piece of biscuit, turned, and looked at Emily very seriously. You practiced so hard, and cultivated so much to create your own martial Dao. All martial Daos were created for victory. What's the meaning if you create a martial Dao that doesn't bring victory? Only when you fight can you achieve victory. Each victory is like a stepping stone, and with each victory, you are one step closer to your target. Your enemy is getting stronger, and to defeat them, your martial Dao must get stronger and reach perfection. Starting with tomorrow's fight, defeat one enemy after another and don't fear failure nor death. Never retreat. Tang Tian said, let's destroy all of them side by side with one another. Tang Tian raised his right palm. The first ray of the sunlight peered through the forest and fell on the young lad's palm. Emily was electrified. As if something had a breakthrough, he said seriously, Fundamental Tang, you're right. There is absolutely no meaning if I can't create a martial Dao that leads to victory. Slap. The two palms clapped in midair. Destroy all of them. The two shouted in unison and laughed while looking at each other. The security at the starry door was tight. This starry door was situated in a karst cave amongst desolate mountain and valleys. They had re-expanded the karst cave and it was obvious that the work was done not too long ago, as the scars of the hatchet were still apparent. In front of the starry door, many academies waited to enter. Surprisingly, the city lord had declined the suggestion for another application. But those who had applied and were chosen could form a team and fight with the other academies. Tang Tian studied the starry door carefully, and suddenly noticed a striking similarity between the cross door of his and the starry door before him. Other than the cross sign, there was not much difference. Unless the light door was a starry door as well? But how could the cross door then be inside of his own body? Okay, this question seemed a tad too complicated. The first batch with the approval to enter the starry door was Crystal Sky Academy. The one leading the students was the principal of Crystal Sky and Sima Xiangshan, but the faces of everyone else were stern and solemn. The second batch was the Northern Yin Academy. Similarly, leading them was their principal, but the pretty female students matched with swords looked so beautiful and graceful. It was truly a splendid sight. Tang Tian could recognize Han Bingning right away and jumped and waved as he shouted, Young lady, young lady! Good luck, Han Bingning footsteps turned sluggish and the female students behind her lowered their head and giggled. Oh, is that Tang Tian? The principal who was standing right in front suddenly turned and asked. Han Bingning returned to reality and replied quickly, Yes, principal. Indeed, he is a talented young lad. The principal of Northern Yin complimented. Talented young lad. Han Bingning's eyelid twitched. Yuan. All the best. Tang Tian's shout rang once again. Han Bingning could almost imagine how Xin Yuan was itching to hide somewhere, and her expression became calm. Truly, blissfulness was gained by competing. When it was Andrew Academy, the crowd gasped for the first time. What a powerful spirit general! What a powerful aura! It must be a famous general card. Isolated Spirit Spear. Geez. It's Isolated Spirit Spear. The shrilling scream traveled to ears. Zhou Peng had no ounce of ego. He stared angrily at Tang Tian. His eyes were filled with an intention to kill. Tang Tian looked at Zhou Peng and saw him staring back at him. Right away, he had an idea and whispered something to Emily. Emily nodded and looked at Zhou Peng with ill intentions. The two split up and stood facing one another. The two started to make weird moves and immediately, it attracted the attention of the people around them. Only to see Emily started to mimic Zhou Peng. While pressing onto his throat, he said with a tone that sent chills down one's spine, "Iodo, isn't this the tyrant Tang of Andrew Academy? Why does he look so tired?" Tang Tian then mimicked the same way, with a smirk, "Great, I never thought you would send yourself here." Tang Tian brought out his fist slowly as Emily stared at him with his big eyes. He puffed up his cheeks as if he was using a hell lot of energy and pulled out his palm slowly. The fist and palm touched each other lightly. Emily then suddenly held his palm and screamed in a voice that was even more shrilling, "I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you." At this time, his beastly stature imitated a scene where he started twisting, as if he was injured. It was terrifying. The two directed and acted out the scene on their own. They could no longer take it anymore and started bursting into laughters. The people around them then realized they were reenacting the conflict between Zhou Peng and Tang Tian. This news had already spread out. Unexpectedly, the two were actually reenacting the day's incident. Emily's acting was superb and many could not help but laugh. Zhou Peng's face was burning hot. His fist was clenched so tightly that his fingers were turning white. Those mocking gazes had humiliated him like never before. "Tang Tian. Emily. I want to turn your bones into ashes when you die and throw them away." "Pa!" Tang Tian and Emily high-fived one another happily. "You were so cheap when you acted it out." Tang Tian pointed out a thumb. "Thanks for the compliment." Emily bowed respectfully. The two laughed and made Zhou Peng's silhouette look even more pathetic. Even the spirit general seemed to be dull and faded. Even the people of the Zhou clan subconsciously distanced themselves from Zhou Peng. This move by Tang Tian and Emily was truly too vicious. After a long time, it was Caramel Academy's turn. "Let's go in." Old Fart Wei walked at the front, his face congealed. In his hand, he held onto a worn-out and stained blade. It looked as if he found it from a garbage bin. Tang Tian and Emily followed tightly and stepped through the front gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 043, Sea of Purple Grass. Chapter 043, Sea of Purple Grass. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo, and DeAndre. Behind the cross door was a vast patch of purple grassland. Beneath one's feet, there was purple growing everywhere, and as one looked into the distance, it seemed like a sea of purple, and there was no end in sight. Tang Tian and Emily opened their mouths in shock as they took in the sight. "Wah wah wah! It's too beautiful!" Emily could not believe his eyes as he stared dumbly at the sea of grass in front of him. "It truly is too amazing." Tang Tian had an expression of shock as well. Old Fart Wei was the first to recover his senses, as he immediately plucked a stalk of grass. From some unknown time ago, he had a small cylinder in his hand and used it to scan the grass, before he heaved a sigh of relief and commented, "It's not poisonous." "What's that?" Tang Tian pointed to the small cylinder in Old Fart Wei's hands. "True Eye Cylinder, it is an iron rank star treasure that belongs to the Microscopium constellation," said Old Fart Wei as he handed the cylinder over to Tang Tian. Tang Tian received it. The moment it landed in his hands, it felt heavy and there was a small piece of glass within it. Tang Tian mimicked Old Fart Wei's actions and plucked the purple grass as he placed it inside, only to discover that there were words appearing on the glass shard. "Purple cloud grass, non-poisonous, uses, unknown." "Wah wah wah! This item is incredible!" Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Let me see, let me see." Emily reached out to snatch it away. "This is, after all, a star treasure." Old Fart Wei had a stern expression. "It's a war trophy from when I was younger." "How is it? Pretty impressive, right?" "Oh yes, the Fornax black metal weapons, although they aren't star treasures, if you use them right, they can be pretty powerful." Both of them immediately pricked their ears. The Fornax is a pretty strange constellation, and it's the only constellation without any star treasures. The Fornax people are well versed in forging, and they use a special mineral of the Fornax constellation called Fornax fragments to add into their smelting, obtaining a unique set of weapons. Old Fart Wei started explaining. Therefore, the Fornax weapons are pretty similar to star treasures. Try injecting some of your chi into your weapons, then summon them. Sounds a little silly. Tang Tian pouted, but he still tried injecting his chi into his metal gloves. As he raised his head, "How do we summon them?" I'm not too sure." Old Fart Wei responded with a look of unreliability. Tang Tian. Just when Tang Tian felt that Old Fart Wei must have been bullshitting him, he felt a small sense of connection with his metal gloves. Could it be that Old Fart Wei wasn't joking? Tang Tian tried summoning it, as he went along with his gut feeling, calling out lightly, "Fornax." Who, dot. Bright red flames suddenly appeared from the gloves, and Tang Tian's gloves were wrapped in the bright red flame. However, Tang Tian did not feel the heat, instead the purple grass beneath him started to dry up as they lost their moisture. Tang Tian stared dumbly at his metal gloves engulfed in flames. He truly is befitting of his namesake. Old Fart Wei's eyes flashed with surprise. I'm only looked and tried to copy Tang Tian, as he called out the same phrase towards his iron blade, "Fornax." Who, flames erupted from the blade, and I only looked as though he was holding a flaming blade, his face full of curiosity. Oh wow! How powerful! These two rascals. Old Fart Wei's eyebrows twitched. He coughed lightly. This is called the black metal flame, the special attribute of all Fornax weapons. However, not many people know about it. In the future, you guys will come across various weapons, mysterious treasures, and you must remember, only after obtaining their approval, will you be able to access and exhibit their true strength. In the past, I was worried you guys might rely too much on its power, but now. Old Fart Wei lifted his head as he surveyed the vast land of purple grass, before saying deeply, you guys must be careful. Throughout the vast plain, there were the vague outlines of various other people, some possessed incredible light body arts, as only black dots could be seen. Should we hurry? Emily also looked up to observe. Hurry? You must remember, in a foreign place, you must definitely not rush ahead blindly. Old Fart Wei had a very wise look, as he looked to the skies. The time difference between here and Star Wind City must be about 7 hours. It should be dark soon, let us find a safe place to camp for the night. But they saw Old Fart Wei suddenly performing some sort of magic, and in his hands, a small and pretty mini boat appeared. The boat was not even the size of his palm, but it was exquisite, and every detail clear, its sail the most striking. Old Fart Wei channeled some chi into the boat, and they saw that the sail started moving about, before pointing towards a direction. Water-seeking sail, Vela Constellation's iron rank star treasure. Old Fart Wei continued explaining, it only has one function, which is to look for water sources. The distance should be within 200 li. Tang Tian and Imoli were totally captivated by the different treasures that Old Fart Wei brought out. Old Fart Wei put away his water-seeking sail, and walked in front. As an old bird, let me teach you two newbies. Sometimes, even the most simple and humble-looking low-grade treasures could actually save your lives. You damn tyrant! You actually lied to us about your poverty. Tang Tian's face was black. Emoli brandished his black metal blade, as his killing intent sword. You actually used a silver card to trick me here. Old Fart Wei seemed to have realized that his gimmick was up, as he coughed and laughed. Actually, I specially borrowed this item from a friend, huh? Go to hell. You actually lied to us kids. In the midst of their squabbling, their movement speed was incredibly quick. Old Fart Wei's movement was the fastest, and he seemed to be at ease. Tang Tian's speed was not too slow either. His rank 3, 8 steps overtaking Cicada, was not meant for rushing, but as his meridians were tough, he could maintain the speed. Emoli, on the other hand, was of a different style. He ran with his legs wide open, bypassing everybody. Every step of his sinking into the mud, as each step could send him several feet forward. Thundering as he advanced, the noise shocking anybody who was unfortunate enough to be in his path. Tang Tian, have you learned anything about the second crane body? Old Fart Wei asked as they were traveling. With them going deeper into the vast lands, there were no more signs of other people around. Nope. Tang Tian replied helplessly, the clone doesn't move no matter what I do. Forget it, hopefully the minute collapsing fist will have some breakthrough. Fundamental Tang, let's have a good round. Emoli spoke. Careful. Old Fart Wei suddenly shouted. Emoli's feet were about to step on a patch of land, when a great warning suddenly arose in his heart, and managed to eat Old Fart Wei's warning, retracting his feet. Who? A purple shadow shot out from the ground. Emoli curled his body up, and swiftly slashed out with the black metal blade in his hands towards the shadow. The shadow was split in two, as it fell down to the grass. Emoli borrowed the force of his blade swing, as his body was sent flying towards Tang Tian's position. Tang Tian raised his hands and caught Emoli. His face was pale. Earlier he had acted on pure instinct. Now that he gained his senses back, he realized just how close of a shave it was. Old Fart Wei had a serious expression, as he trod carefully towards the position where the purple shadow landed. Only then did Tang Tian and Emoli see the nature of the shadow. The purple shadow earlier was actually a purple vine, with a crisscross pattern, shaped like a circular string bag, and the inner walls of the bag were laced with sharp serrated barbs. Both Tang, Tian and Emily felt their hearts turn cold at the sight of it. If they had been careless enough to be caught by it, then they would have. Emily's face was pale white. Old Fartway took out the true eye cylinder, which shone on the net vine, and said, "You must be careful, it's called a purple cage, and it's extremely dangerous. Its thorns have a paralyzing poison. There's a dissolving agent inside that bag there. Its roots are useful, but they're burrowed very deep underground, too troublesome." The color had gone out of their faces by then. The color of this purple cage was the exact same as the purple cloud grass, and hiding within the grass, it was almost impossible to distinguish them apart. This sea of purple had just become more dangerous in their eyes. "I do have a method for dealing with these." Old Fartway harumphed, and a fishing rod appeared in his hands. On its tip dangled a toad. The toad croaked incessantly as Tang, Tian and Emily looked on curiously, unsure of what Old Fartway was planning. Only to see that Old Fartway took a few steps forward, and as the fishing rod in his hands was swung about, a hint of a shadow appeared within the grass. "Ha!" Without even unsheathing his blade, he swung his scabbard, and the purple shadow was split in two, landing amongst the grass. Tang, Tian and Emily stared dumbfoundedly. Was this even possible? After a while, Tang Tian's hands were holding up 7 or 8 fishing rods, holding them apart. Each of them had a toad dangling at the tip, cracking non-stop, as he tried his best to look magnificent. Emily was holding his blade up, staring at the surroundings, with Old Fartway looking leisurely from behind. A shadow suddenly shot out from the grasses, and Emily shot forward, brandishing his knife. "Look at my crazy cow technique. Another shadow. Have a taste of my wind-welcoming blade. Check my toad slash." The both of them worked extremely well together, and their progress forward became faster once again. After walking for about 4 hours, they finally found the water source. It was a huge lake, as it appeared in their vision. It looked as though it was a huge blue diamond, shiny beyond comparison. As they neared the lake, they saw many more life forms. Monkeys with wings flying about, lizards looking like fish as well as birds of various colors, flying across the surface of the lake. There were many snow-white stones all around the lake, as Old Fartway used his true eye cylinder, discovering they were called snowflower stones, and was a high-grade stone material, but to these 3, they were absolutely worthless. Old Fartway decided to set up camp here, as there were many beasts, which was to say, there were no huge types that they had to be on guard from, which made it relatively safe. Old Fartway came prepared, as he pulled out a tent and set it up. By now, the sky had gradually darkened, and the dusk here was different. Instead of orange, it had a tinge of a rarer color. There were countless lines of colors in the skies, arranged like the keys of a piano, and it was truly a breathtaking sight. Old Fartway took out some black rocks, as he started a fire, and the black stones crackled in flames. A bright flame shot up. As Old Fartway said, these were camping stones, they could burn for an entire night. The 3 of them huddled around the fire and chatted. Tang Tian suddenly asked, "Hey, old man, how can we get first place?" Old Fartway took a double take. "You want to get first place?" Tang Tian nodded, his expression serious. Emily looked at Tang Tian. "I'm behind Fundamental Tang. We must get the first place. If we want to obtain the first place." Old Fartway thought for a moment. "We must get the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 044, Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Chapter 044, Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Translated by Brebuns. Edited by Robin, Leo and DeAndre. Star Lexicon Spirit Stone? Tang Tian and Emily widened their eyes, faces filled with curiosity. At this Star Wind Marshal meeting, they were opened up to new experiences, and heard things they had never heard before. Each celestial body will produce a unique spirit stone. Their chi and the celestial body will be as one. Only when you have a hold of it can you very quickly blend into that celestial body. Some have guessed that it is the source of the star treasures, but this is just a hypothesis. Once you have the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone, you can set up your base. The base of Star Lexicon Spirit Stone covers at least 200 miles in diameter, and won't be attacked by beasts. Old Fartway said with his face stern, "With respect to any celestial body, a safe base to move forward from is extremely important. If we have a Star Lexicon Spirit Stone, then we can clinch first place." Then we better hurry to find the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. Tang Tian raised both his hands. Emily shouted as well, First. Old Fartway was not moved, did the both of you know that Crystal Sky, Northern Yen, and Beast Academies are all looking for the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone? If we make the same decision as them, we will definitely confront them. The nature of this martial meet has changed completely. Now, each opponent you meet is very dangerous. If there's a chance, they will not hesitate and kill you. This is not a competition but a battle of life and death. Tang Tian's smile had faded. He nodded, I know, but so what? Don't tell me we are supposed to retreat? I don't want to. I want to be first. He clenched his fist tight and stared at old Fartway seriously. He said word by word, no matter how dangerous it will be, I want to be the first. I support fundamental Tang. Emily said. Old Fartway observed the two for a long time and laughed wildly. Indeed, I have foresights. What vigorous young lads you both are. Even this quiet heart of mine is beating with you. Then let's fight. Let's get our first place. Ho-hoo. Long live. The two raised their arms and cheered. Hee. The corners of old Fartway's mouth crooked and turned into a smile. Since we have decided to take the first place, then we better hurry. As the senior, let me tell you two rookies how to search for the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone. There was one more item in his hands now. It was a black-colored circular object. The external side of the circular sector was a sliding track. On top of it, carved several complicated patterns, there was one needle that was similar to a compass stuck onto the external side of the track. Tang Tian found old Fartway amusing. He had all sorts of weird items, so he pointed and asked, "What's this? Is it a star treasure as well?" That's right. A ray of icy cold light flashed through old Fartway's eyes. It's the star treasure of Sextans, classified as iron rank and named oscillating apparatus. The Sextans was a hidden constellation between the Gemini constellation and the Hydra constellation. Do you still remember the True Eye cylinder earlier? That was from the Microscopium constellation. It is situated on the southern side of Capricorn constellation, between the Grus and Sagittarius constellations. The star treasures of the Sextans and the Microscopium constellations are almost all for facilitation usage and are rarely used for fighting. However, don't underestimate the star treasures of such constellations. You'll know in the future that facilitation star treasures are usually more useful than the combat kinds during fights. Robin, perhaps it's just me, but I'm instantly reminded of production skills from legendary moonlight sculptor Happy Face. Tang Tian and Emily were engrossed in listening and realized this world was vast and much more profound and interesting than they had imagined. The oscillating apparatus can help to capture any waves up to 100 miles away. The waves of true power, treasures, and spirit generals. Old Fartway explained as he gestured the oscillating apparatus in his hand, putting in true power. The oscillating apparatus needle started sliding and pointed in one direction, shaking continuously. Ha! A tinge of oddness flashed through old Fartway's eyes. What happened? Tang Tian asked hurriedly. There's a powerful expert on the battlefield, creating strong wave-like energy. Old Fartway's expression became weird. He stood up suddenly, closed his eyes, and opened both his arms to the night breeze. A moment later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Let's not care about them. Old Fartway tuned the oscillating apparatus again. This time the needle pointed in one direction. Let's walk this way. The three packed their tents and started following old Fartway, pulling all force forward. They did not encounter any dangers during the night. Their speed was fast, and occasionally, old Fartway would take out the oscillating apparatus to countercheck their direction. When morning came, it was as if the sky were painted like multicolored piano keys, appearing on top of the heads of the three. The three did not feel tired, even though they had been walking for the entire night. They were still as energetic as ever. Suddenly, Tang Tian's eyelids twitched and pointed somewhere far away. There's someone there. Old Fartway shot a glance and kept it back. It's Crystal Sky Academy. Their star treasures are a lot better than mine. It's not surprising if they found it. Oh. Tang Tian replied. How did they get so many star treasures? I'm only asked confused. When I was in Beast Academy, I never heard my academy had any star treasures. You can buy them as long as you have enough money. The iron and bronze rank star treasures can be bought in the market. I heard you can get silver rank star treasures as well, but I have never seen it before. As for you, it's normal that you didn't know. Iron rank star treasures are invaluable. The key point is, in a place like Wuhan Constellation, it is impossible to buy them. Tang Tian and Emily finally understood. Let's go. Everything boils down to one's capabilities. Old Fartway said, full of confidence. Sure enough, as they progressed forward, the people around them sped up as well. In the vastness of the sea of purple grass, the martial artists were like agile goats, sprinting around the land. All of a sudden, a tall and mighty red-colored peak appeared in the vision fields of the people. Everyone gathered up their energy as they increased their pace, running towards the mountain peak. Tang, Tian and the other two also sped up. 2 hours later, the three finally arrived at the base of the snow mountain. Old Fart Wei looked up to the peak of the mountain which soared into the skies. The peak was covered in snow. The red color of the mountain was especially unique. He knocked on a piece of red-colored rock and placed it in the true eye cylinder. This rock is unidentified. Its uses are unknown. Old Fart Wei was stunned. Emily pointed somewhere near. Quick, there's a mountain valley. Many had seen the mountain valley and were giving their all to rush towards to the mountain valley. The three hurried their way over there as well. The mouth of the mountain valley was not big, it was only about 7 to 8 meters, and it was surrounded by the red-colored rocks. Be careful, don't let someone strike you from behind. Old Fart Wei muttered. Tang, Tian and Emily became cautious after hearing this. The mountain valley was deeper and more hidden than they had expected. They had to run in a straight line for quite some time before they arrived at the end of the mountain valleys. Tang, Tian and Emily opened their mouths wide and looked at the splendid view in daze. A red cliff appeared right in front of them. The cliff was very tall and was smooth, as if someone had polished it. What was the most amazing thing to Tang, Tian and Emily was that the cliff had innumerable caves. It was dense, and each cave was enveloped by a layer of light. These lights were multicolored and it looked like colorful bubbles hanging off the cliff. Tang, Tian gazed at the sky. As the sun grew stronger, the colors started to fade away. It's the labyrinth of spirits. Old Fart Wei seemed stressed. Labyrinth of spirits? Tang, Tian and Emily looked at one another. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Star treasures, star lexicon spirit stone, and other treasures will usually form unique fields around them. These fields are produced after hundreds of thousands of years. When it becomes one with the environment, that's what we call the labyrinth of spirits. Old Fart Wei's gaze were deep. It seems like the star lexicon spirit stone is in there. Then which one shall we enter? Tang, Tian looked at the rainbow lights and was dizzy. This is too much. We can only win through luck. Old Fart Wei spread out his arms. Who is going to choose? Emily looked up into the sky. Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Tang, Tian said. Hey, an old wise man like me will never play such a childish game with you bunch of kiddos. Old Fart Wei looked with disgust. Childish? This is obviously a battle of the speed of fingers. If you're afraid of losing, you can say it outright. Don't worry. I know, you're old and your reaction is slower. I can understand, Tang, Tian refuted. Old Fart Wei stared. I'm old? My reaction is getting slower? Bullshit. Come on. Let me show you kiddos what it means when it says the older, the wiser. I have 30 years of experience in rock, paper, scissors. After a tough battle, the two looked on with disbelief. Emily walked towards the cliff. Why is it him that one? Tang, Tian asked, confused. Yeah, why? Old Fart Wei was dumbfounded as well. Emily casually pointed at a yellow light. I like this color. I can't believe you actually like such bright colors. Old Fart Wei was back to his usual self, covering himself casually. That's right. Emily clenched his fist and shouted seriously, yellow is violent. I like violence. Whoa, I want violence, I want absolute violence, means I needed absolute yellow. Hoo. Let's be yellow and violent. The corners of Old Fart Wei's mouth twitched while Tang, Tian covered his face with his hands. The eyes around them turned slowly, all the girls looked at them with disgust and disdain. Tang, Tian and Old Fart Wei quickly rushed into the cave that was covered in the yellow light. Whoosh! Once they entered the cave, the three only felt a strong sense of pull towards them. Not even having the time to react to it, they were pulled deeper into the cave by this shockingly strong force. Whoa! The three screams resounded through the cave. In a daze, they did not know how long they had been sliding. Thump! Tang, Tian fell onto a strong and sturdy rock. Tang, Tian screamed in pain and opened his eyes in a daze. He swayed and climbed up. The experience was so horrible. His knees were weak and his mind was in a daze. When Tang, Tian was clear, he looked around him. Where was Old Fart Wei? Where was Emily? This cave was about the same size as the plaza. Around him were 4 more caves, each cave was enveloped with the lights of red, white and black. In this humongous cave, he was all alone. Right at this moment, footsteps was heard. Tang Tian shouted hurriedly, "Hey, old fart, housefly cow." A shadow walked out of the cave that was enveloped by a white light. "Tang Tian, I never thought it'd be you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 045, Minute Collapsing Fist vs Chain Cannon Fist. Chapter 045, Minute Collapsing Fist vs Chain Cannon Fist. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo and DeAndre. Tang Tian could recognize the opponent that walked out almost immediately, Wang Jun. Beast Academy's Wang Jun. A tinge of light flashed across Wang Jun's eyes. "Tang Tian, I have been looking forward to meeting you." When Wang Jun walked out from the light, the four lights enveloping the caves disappeared. On top of their foreheads appeared a white ray of light, inside of it revealed a cave. Seeing Tang Tian in a daze, Wang Jun said peacefully, "You don't have to look around anymore. This is the basement of Labyrinth of Spirits. The cave above you leads to the next level. Over there is a spirit key. Those who get a spirit key then can enter the second level. It is destined that, between us, only one will be able to get to the second level." "What an odd place." Tang Tian scratched his head. "How do you know?" "Each labyrinth of spirits is different, but the Star Lexicon Spirit Stone loves the strongest." Wang Jun said dully, "Come on, let me see how capable you are." "Are we really going to fight?" Tang Tian had a pretty good impression of Wang Jun. "Only with victory can you get the spirit key. The failures would be sent out of the labyrinth." Wang Jun said. "All right." Tang Tian was slightly annoyed. "Let's fight then, nut." With that last sentence, Tang Tian seemed like a changed person. His aura became ferocious as he stared at Wang Jun. Wang Jun nodded. "Not bad, you've improved again." Before he finished his sentence, Wang Jun took a step forward. Tang Tian only felt his vision become blurry and he lost Wang Jun's figure. Right at the moment, a fist suddenly appeared right in front of him. Flash fist. Tang Tian's pupils restricted. He saw Wang Jun's fist, which was surrounded by rippling, dull waves. Tang Tian knew how powerful Wang Jun's fist was. Only when a fist had been shaking tremendously through mid-air would it be able to create such ripples. Swish, Tang Tian took a deep breath and retreated 3 steps back. Slap. He stomped his right foot in front firmly to stop his body. Borrowing this strength, he bent forward and pulled out his fist. Flash fist. Bang. The two fists knocked against each other roughly, and Tang Tian felt a sense of numbness on his right hand. What a strong energy. It was not just the power of the muscles, but also the burst of energy from the fist. To explode with such astonishing true power in such small vibrations, it literally needed to perfect the vibration. It's a powerful true power. Wang Jun's eyes seemed as though it was fueled. He took another step ferociously and dashed forward like a lightning, pulling out the flash fist, once again. Tang Tian roared. He did not retreat, and similarly sent out his flash fist. The two fists knocked into one another again. Bang! Bang! The two pulled their fists out as if it were raining. The fists would continuously bang into each other in mid-air. Very quickly, Tang Tian knew something was wrong. After each collision, his fist and knuckles would be numb. After over 10 strikes, his fists and knuckles were completely numb. So the vibrations could actually be used in such a way. Tang Tian was shocked. Wang Jun's flash fist vibrations were considered smaller than the minute collapsing fists, and so, they needed less power, but also required less time to explode. Wang Jun incorporated it into the flash fist and created a unique flash fist of his own. Tang Tian, is that all your flash fist has to offer? Wang Jun took the initiative and pulled away from Tang Tian before he asked suddenly. When Tang Tian heard this, he tightened his fist and stated, "Now that you've seen it, I'll show you the killing technique of flash fist." Killing technique. Wang Jun was slightly surprised, his eyes lit up. Tang Tian leaped out with his left foot. He suddenly shot out his long-awaited right fist. A silver lightning bolt tore apart his vision field. Wang Jun only felt a sudden brightness. His heart dropped. He defended himself by crossing his arms in front of him, but Tang Tian's heavy fists were there. An astonishing power struck on his arms. Bang, dot. The arms he had just raised immediately fell apart. Wang Jun took 5 steps back before he managed to stop himself from falling back. Tang Tian kept his gaze tightly on Wang Jun. This was his slaying lightning bolt, and it was also the first time someone managed to defend against it. Slaying lightning bolt could be said to be his fastest fist attack. Even Tang Tian found it hard to catch it with his own eyes. He could not believe it was blocked by Wang Jun. Whoosh, Wang Jin breathed out a long breath. What a powerful killing technique. What is it called? Wang Jin's eyes was filled with admiration. Slaying lightning bolt. Tang Tian too looked at Wang Jin with admiration since he had such strong capabilities. Your flash fist is at its wits' ends, yet my killing technique flash fist has yet to be formed. Wang Jin was blatantly honest. It's a pity it's not purely a competition this time round. You have to be ready. I'm giving it my all now, but... Wang Jin's aura was bursting. A formidable power, as though a storm, was arriving at Tang Tian. So powerful. Tang Tian felt a shiver in his heart, but not knowing why, he had no fear at all. Instead, he was filled with a will to fight. Deep in his eyes, it was as though a blazing fire setting a trail. Although I never once thought to spar with a senior, to be able to meet a senior that is so powerful, I'm very happy. Tang Tian's true power was arousing in his body. He looked at Wang Jin without any fear. Wang Jin looked with admiration and said, my elemental affinity is towards the fire element. My fist technique is known as Chain Cannon Fist, 3rd rank. The fists are powerful and vicious. Be careful. Tang Tian said in a low voice, my elemental affinity is balanced, my fist technique is known as Minute Collapsing Fist, 3rd rank. Please be careful too. Tang Tian took a deep breath in. The crane body tensed and relaxed at the same time. In his heart, it was unusually peaceful. He lowered his body and laid down his fist pose. Looking at Tang Tian's formidable pose of his fist, Wang Jin cheered on the inside. All those people had underestimated this young lad. Wang Jin's eyes were burning with the intention to fight. To be able to spar with such a powerful and capable opponent was such a thrilling thing. The fire elemental true power speed was very fast. Wang Jin's pose was very special. Both his arms pointed downwards straight without bending his joints. Circles of fire extruded to his fists and spirals from his shoulders. It was as if Wang Jin's shoulders was cannons, blazing with a strong ray of red light. What a unique fist technique. Tang Tian was even more motivated. It was the first time he had seen such a fist technique. He took a deep breath and used all the true power in his body. The crane body was waiting for action after accumulating the energy. A ray of red light flashed across Wang Jin's eyes. His red right arm pointed at Tang Tian like a cannon. With his shoulder as the fulcrum, it pulled back suddenly. Dong! A whistle like a drum so deep resonated. A bundle of dazzling red fist impressions flew towards Tang Tian in anger, as if they were the artillery shell being shot out. The levels of excitement in Tang Tian's heart had reached a peak. With a long hiss, he stepped forward with his left foot. His body was like a snake, as if he was sliding around the floor. The right fist, which was waiting to launch an attack, welcomed the incoming whistling red fist by attacking forward. The crane body's Minute Collapsing Fist. The crane body was as sharp as blade, while the Minute Collapsing Fist could crush things into pieces. Bang! The blazing red fist was crushed into millions pieces of dazzling red specks, as if they were fireworks. Tang Tian's body and knuckles shook. The power of the blazing red fist was extremely overwhelming and far beyond his imagination. Tang Tian felt as if he were being attacked by an incoming flying hammer. Dong! Without allowing Tang Tian to catch a breath, another shrilling explosion resounded through. A ray of red-colored cannon fists resonated once again. Without thinking, Tang Tian whipped out his left fist. A million strike repetitions was part of Tang Tian's practice. He cultivated the Minute Collapsing Fist the most. Each time he shot a fist out, it was based on instinct, and he was not required to think. Bang! The blazing red fist was crushed again in split seconds. Several fireworks dispersed in all directions. Dong dong! An intimidating explosion traveled through their ears. Wang Jin's chain cannon fist was astonishing. Every explosion was powerful and gloomy. Tang Tian did not have any time to think. He could only pull out his Minute Collapsing Fist continuously to break apart the blazing red fist. After about 20 fists, Tang Tian felt something was off. There were signs of numbness in his knuckles again. Senior Wang Jin actually incorporated the power of flash fist vibrations into the chain cannon fist. That was awesome. Wang Jin's attacks were remarkably steady. He was like a gun turret, firmly attached to the ground. He continuously alternated his arms by crossing and uncrossing them. Senior Wang Jin's eyes were peaceful, without a slight change. From the start, he had maintained a steady rate of attacks. Wang Jin's chain cannon fist was not taught in Beast Academy, but in his family. Not many people knew that the Wang clan was an aristocratic family of the ancient martials. Although they had fallen for a long time, they still had a solid foundation. There were only 3 ranks to the chain cannon fist, but in Wang Zhen's hands, it was brilliant. Wang Zhen modified the original fist technique, which was incomplete in the first place, and incorporated the many techniques he had learnt in school, perfecting the chain cannon fist. Wang Zhen's father was very expectant of Wang Zhen, because in his hands, he could possibly increase the chain cannon fist to a rank 4 martial technique. Right now, it was enough to see that the chain cannon fist was a shadow of a 4th rank martial technique. Slowly, Tang Tian was suppressed. Wang Zhen's attacks were just inhonorable, yet could not be defended against. The dense storm of fists filled the air like a rainy scene. Although the technique did not reach Tang Tian's rate of 20 fists per second, it was still powerful enough to lock down Tang Tian's road. Tang Tian could only made use of aerial wood stake and minute collapsing fist to continuously avoid and withstand. The blazing red fist's power was astonishing. The surrounding walls were all as strong as iron, but when met by Wang Zhen's fist, a big hole immediately formed with lots of debris flying all over the place. Tang Tian could still fight off these small pieces of rocks, but they flew at him fast. If he got distracted for even a second, it would hit his face and cause him to bleed. No way. This could not go on. Only when he widened his angle would he be able to get a chance. Tang Tian gritted his teeth. He stepped hard on the ground, bent and rolled his body over to the cliff walls. His back against the walls, Tang Tian started to run along them. Dong dong. The blazing red fists chased behind him as if it was raining. Wherever Tang Tian passed by, were trails of pits as big as a face. Wang Zhen quickly reacted. The few fists appeared right in front of Tang Tian instead. Tang Tian dodged it with his agility and followed the walls of the cliffs with no patterns. Wang Zhen's expression was icy cold, like iron. A ray of red light flashed across his eyes. The attacks stopped all of a sudden. Tang Tian was overjoyed. Could it be Wang Zhen's true power was insufficient? However, when he looked over, he sighed a cold breath and his expression changed drastically. The 2 blazing red arms were raised and pointed right at Tang Tian. As if they were 2 red cannons, pointing towards Tang Tian with a murderous look. Oh no! Tang Tian's heart quivered. Dong! The whistle was more gloomy, more frightening than before. It caused Tang Tian's ears to go numb all of a sudden. 2 fists, stronger and bigger than before, burst out of the cannon as if they were artillery shells and came directly at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was in an extremely dangerous situation. He was sweating all over, and his hair stood. He took a long breath, the air went into his lungs like a knife, as it hurt a little bit. Tang Tian relaxed his brows and bent over, used all of his true power, and accumulated it in his fists. His inner crane body seemed to be restless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 046, Awakening of the Second Crane Body. Chapter 046, Awakening of the Second Crane Body. Translated by Bribuns. Edited by Robin, Leo and DeAndre. 2 blazing red fist seals whistled, side by side. It was as if time started to become unusually slow. The 2 fist seals got bigger and bigger in front of Tang Tian, and the crane body in him seemed to awaken. Those wings started to spread open. The true power in his body, in all parts of the body, including the true power that had yet to be used before, was all moving. A crisp cry of the crane rang in his heart. Tang Tian's heart was blank. When he shook his body, he shot a strike forward suddenly. Crescent step rushing fist, dot. Power passed through both legs and into the rocks, welcoming the 2 fist seals. His fists rushed out without any fanciful acts. Boom! The fireworks exploded right in front of him. Tang Tian's crane body wings shook, and an electrifying energy burst out, flowing within the meridians of Tang Tian's body, down through his legs and into the ground. Bang! The rocks around Tang Tian's legs all shattered into fine powder. Tang Tian's body disappeared once again. It was another crescent step rushing fist. Another strike happened. Bang! Once Tang Tian's body shook, and the ends around his shoes and pants all disintegrated into fine powdery pieces. With another burst of energy from his legs, he continued to rush forward with his head buried down. Tang Tian was very clear that, if he could not close up the distance between his opponent and himself, he would never be able to win. A ray of bright light flashed in front of him. Tang Tian moaned in a low voice and pulled out both his fists once again. Bang! The red sparks burst in full bloom like fresh flowers. In a split second, it blossomed in front of Tang Tian. In a flash, Tang Tian's body shook, and his face was pale. But he continued to dash forward with his head down. It was not the time to use Great Avalanche yet. Wang Zhen's icy face actually revealed a tinge of shock. Tang Tian had already rushed half the distance, yet his expression had not a single change. It was only his gaze which was blazing like a hot red iron, extremely excited and crazy. Rings of fire spiraled from Wang Zhen's legs continuously. They accumulated non-stop and flowed into his fists continuously. The fist seals turned from bright red to a dull red, before they completely turned black. The black fist seals covered Wang Zhen's fists. The chilling, dangerous qi filled every corner. Wang Zhen had not comprehended the killing technique of the flash fist, but he had comprehended the killing technique of the chain cannon fist. Double black ally cannon kill. Tang Tian, this will be the end. The expressionless Wang Zhen muttered silently in his heart. His arms, as straight as pens, sunk backwards heavily. Wang Zhen retreated 3 steps back before he dissipated this strong counterforce. The 2 black fist seal flew across like 2 fatal artillery shells, creating obvious ripples around them. There was an intense danger locking onto Tang Tian. Tang Tian perspired, and his hair stood. It was impossible for him to dodge it. But, as long as he pulled through this, he would win. To pull through it, he still had great avalanche. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide and lowered his body. He stared and followed the black seals that were coming right at him. Suddenly, he pulled out both of his fists. Bang! Countless blazing flames engulfed Tang Tian. All of a sudden, a black lump of fire exploded. The temperature of the black fireball was astonishing. The rocks around it started to melt. It was such a weird black fire, as if it were a black fireflower blooming, raging with flames, and had no intention to put down the fire. Tang Tian. In Wang Zhen's eyes, his excitement died down slowly. Both of his arms dropped down. Tang Tian's stubbornness was far beyond what he had expected. He was definitely a stubborn rascal. He actually made himself initiate the killing technique. What a terrifying energy it was, that was circling within Tang Tian's body. The black fireballs seemed to be able to destroy everything. When Tang Tian's fists knocked against the black fist seals, the fist seals shook tremendously with energy as if there were an electrical shock flowing through into Tang Tian's body right away. In Tang Tian's body, the crane body immediately dispersed. The energy barged around aimlessly and flowed through Tang Tian's meridians, muscles, and internal organs, destroying everything. Tang Tian's true power seemed weak, like a paper lake, under this horrifying shock of energy. Destruction, destruction, and destruction. When the shock of energy flowed from the 3rd-tier Dantian pool into the 2nd-tier Dantian pool, it knocked against the second crane body which was in deep sleep. The second crane body seemed to be awakening right away, moving its wings slowly. Wang Zhen looked on quietly, as the black fireballs took in and sent out. The black flame that, double black ally cannon kill, formed had to undergo the highest pressure in the fire element. The temperature that it emitted or the extent of destruction it could bring about, were both extraordinary in the chain cannon fist. Although Wang Zhen had long cultivated this technique, it was the first time he used it in a battle. Its power was indeed stronger than what he had imagined. Under Wang Zhen's calm disposition, there was some pity in his heart. As the black flame started to die out, Tang Tian's body was charcoal black as he laid on the floor motionlessly. Tang Tian, you could not just die like this. Wang Zhen thought quietly in his heart as he looked intently at Tang Tian. As he wanted to leap into the white ray of light above him. Hey, we're not done yet. A hoarse voice came through behind Wang Zhen's back. He stopped his footsteps and turned around. Tang Tian was struggling on the floor as he attempted to climb up. His body was burnt and his clothes was completely ruined. Wang Zhen knew Tang Tian's inner body was injured badly. Double black ally cannon kill contained an absolute burst of energy. All of Tang Tian's internal organs were probably broken. I suggest you don't move as this will only worsen your injuries. Wang Zhen said calmly, it's impossible for you to win. There's not a need to fight anymore. Who said so? Finally, Tang Tian stood up, on the verge of collapsing. He looked up, his face was black and his hair was burnt. He looked extremely ugly. The outcome of this battle is very clear. You have tried your best. Wang Zhen was still calm, this is only a sparring session, between academies. To lose your life for this is unnecessary. Tang Tian looked ugly as he laughed. His body had stabilized. He looked at Wang Zhen as if something was rushing in his gaze, unnecessary? The second crane body in his body kept changing, slackening the pressure on the first crane body, which started to accumulate again. The energy that was absorbed into Tang Tian's body seemed to be attracted by a magnet, it started flowing towards the second crane body. The second crane body seemed like an endless black hole, sucking in all the destructive energy continuously. The petite second crane body started to swell. He started muttering to himself. In the past, no one liked you. They mocked you, looked down on you and feared you. You had no friends, no smile. Every day you lived your life coldly, now, you live each day happily. You have friends, you smile and turned into an idiot. All of the foolish things you wouldn't have done in the past. You help each other and laugh at one another, you motivate one another. You all say you have dreams, all noble dreams. They don't get it. You say the both of you fight side by side, never giving up, never retreating. In such a place, how is there not a need to? Tang Tian looked at his own palms with his head down and muttered to himself. I've said it, I will claim victory for this place. I want to clinch first place. I've said that no matter what reasons old Fartway has, I will always help him. I've said that even if I had to die, I still have to claim my victory. Tang Tian raised his head, his eyes blazing with fire. He clenched his opened palms tightly. How can I admit defeat? You've underestimated me. His roars were like a beast's. Tang Tian suddenly turned into a ray of black shadow and rushed towards Wang Jin. Wang Jin's pupils restricted, it was too fast. Kaka. With a crisp sound of the joints, Wang Jin's arms were as straight as pens, raised up high like lightning, pointing at Tang Tian. The red fire elemental true power seemed to emerge at the same time, accumulating in Wang Jin's fists in lightning speed. Even when the scene had such a twist of events, Wang Jin's eyes were still cold as ice, as cold as iron. The blazing red fist seals appeared on his fists like lightning. Dawn! A chilling whistle resounded once again. A flash of red light. Bang! Specks of red fire once again exploded. With 1 minute collapsing fist, Tang Tian smashed the red fist seal into pieces. Tang Tian was faster now. Wang Jin was as calm as usual. His arm sunk back slightly, dong, followed by a blazing red fist rushing at Tang Tian. Go and die. Tang Tian's roar was like a cry of a beast. His expression was sly. With another fist, he crushed the fist seal into pieces. It was the first time Wang Jin's facial expression had changed. His pupils became small like needles. It was nothing big when Tang Tian crushed the cannon fist with one fist, but earlier, when he crushed the cannon fist seal, his footsteps would pause for a moment. And Tang Tian had just crushed the cannon fists twice in a row now, but his body did not seem to be affected at all. Did he become stronger? Wang Jin groaned. His body shook and floated behind. As he flew back, he continuously threw fists at Tang Tian. Rays of red light rushed towards him at an astonishing rate. Bang bang! Bundles of fireballs exploded in midair continuously. A blurry black shadow leapt along the road of flames. Every step he took was so heavy the rocks cracked and were crushed into millions of pieces. And it happened all within a split second, like lightning. Once again, the true power within Wang Jin's body started to rush forth wildly. His icy cold eyes glimmered with a crazy light. With a rapid speed, the black fist seals were formed. Black double ally cannon kill. Right now, Wang Jin did not hold back, he stared closely at the crazy shadow who crushed things into fine powder, accompanied by several explosions. Since you want victory even if you have to die, then so be it. Dawn! A strong billowing force almost tossed Wang Jin away as his glimmering, iron-like face turned white like a piece of paper. However, his gaze still held full confidence. He followed the two fast black fist seals closely with his eyes. Go! Destroy! In a moment's time, Wang Jin calmed down. The victory he wanted was here. The crazy shadow had no hesitation, no fear. It was determined like a razor-sharp knife as it knocked against the black fist seal ferociously. Tang Tian's charcoal black face revealed 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Biting hard, he squeezed 2 words from his teeth. Go die! With a fist, he pulled towards the 2 black fist seals. At the same time, a crisp cry of a crane rang in his heart. It was the end. Wang Jin's eyes were peaceful, without too much surprise. With such a vicious and strong attack, it was already beyond his limit. Under extreme pressure, his black ally cannon kill aggregated all of his martial technique essence, it was his peak. Pooh! A light and soft, almost unheard, sound rang in Wang Jin's ears like thunder. With a rapid twist, the 2 black fist seals, filled with great destructive power, were like loosened black snowballs, collapsing weirdly into small pieces. How was that possible? Wang Jin's mind was blank, his hands cold. The black shadow in front of him disappeared, yet he was oblivious. With a sudden pain in the back of his neck, Wang Jin's vision turned black all of a sudden, and he lost consciousness. Hoo. Tang Tian's heavy breaths resounded through the caves. Victory, I won, I really won. Tang Tian stared at his palms in disbelief. Chapter 046, Awakening of the Second Crane Body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.